Before becoming the abandoned emperor, you had a dream. In your dreams, you rescued a young girl from the clutches of a slave market, nurturing her into adulthood, guiding her through the path of cultivation. On the day she ascended as the empress, she delivered her sermon. You crafted a Qinglian sword tailored specifically for her, and then vanished from her world. Only a jestful promise remains. Countless years later, the maiden conquered 36 celestial realms, reshaping the order. She was revered as the empress of the celestial kingdoms. With a single stroke of her sword, she cleaved the heavens, transcending time and space to descend upon the ancient empire. Disciple Qinglian, waging war for millennia, faithful to the promise. A grand and resonant female voice strikes the chords of every heart. If the previous sword was a tangible and gradual annihilation, then this utterance is a nuclear explosion at the level of the divine. In the depths of the forbidden realm of the great dynasty on the central continent, the venerable elder, who had just exhaled a breath of snow, was using his trembling hand to wipe away the traces of frost at the corners of his mouth, striving to calm the surging imperial dragon aura within him. Upon hearing this resounding voice, he felt as though struck by lightning, rendered motionless in place. The astonishment that had just begun to fade from his eyes was once again replaced by a profound and numbing shock. That presence, astonishingly, indeed had a master. At the summit of the sacred mountain of the Western Desert Buddhist kingdom, the ancient pagoda continues to tremble ominously. In the murky, sunken eyes of the emaciated elder, for the first time, a clear sense of bewilderment and confusion emerges. A covenant, a promise lasting for millennia. He murmured softly, his voice imbued with a barely perceptible tremor. What covenant demands that one must engage in battle for years to fulfill? And what kind of master possesses the power to inspire such a being to willingly become a disciple, dutifully adhering to their teachings? At this moment, your pupils suddenly constrict. Qinglian, it truly is her. She has indeed accomplished it. She has fought for millennia. A myriad of indescribable emotions surges within your heart. At this moment, you finally comprehend the origin of that familiar power, understanding why that sword's intent evokes such a profound sense of déjà vu. It turns out that the source of it all lies within your very self. After a brief silence, a volcanic eruption of clamor and fervor ensues. The ancient empire in Songnan continent can only be regarded as a minor power, perhaps even a fading remnant. In that fleeting moment, due to the proclamation of the Azure Lotus Empress, it transforms into the very epicenter of the cosmos. In such a dilapidated and forsaken nation, poised to be engulfed by the dust of history at any moment, what merit or capability could it possibly possess to serve as the secluded sanctuary of the revered master of the great emperor, whose sword astonished the world? What extraordinary secrets lie concealed within this realm? In the hearts of countless formidable beings, a blazing fire of intrigue ignites, accompanied by subtle currents of avarice and ambition. Should one succeed in locating the esteemed mentor of that empress, even the mere whisper of her guidance would be invaluable, would it not? However, the mere thought of Xing Dao, stretching across the horizon and radiating an aura of boundless destruction through its scarred blade, extinguishes all fanciful illusions, akin to being doused with a bucket of ice water, instantly cooling them to a halt. Even the empress herself is filled with trepidation. Her revered master is beyond the reach of these mundane beings. They likely lack even the qualification to draw near. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the undercurrents targeting Songnan continent and the ancient empire have already begun to surge quietly. Upon the golden throne, the 7 princes and princesses, including Mu Qi and Mu Rou, upon hearing that resounding proclamation, each turned pale as if struck by calamity, trembling like leaves in a tempest. In the ancient empire, the voice of Mu Xin trembled uncontrollably. He struggled to turn his head, casting a glance towards his siblings, his eyes brimming with boundless fear and despair. They were just reveling in their success of deposing you and dividing the power among themselves, feeling self-satisfied. They were also in a state of panic, trying to figure out how to respond to the Empress expedition. Yet, they could never have anticipated that events would unfold to such an astonishing degree. The Emperor of the Immortal Realm, whose mere sword's aftermath could induce the Supreme of Zhongzhou to spout snow and cause the Buddhist tower of the Western Desert to lament, was, astonishingly, none other than their own master. How could this possibly be? Mu Rou felt a chill envelop her entire being. Instinctively, she thought of you, confined in the cold palace by them a brother she loathed with every fiber of her being, the once mighty emperor now branded as a tyrant devoid of virtue. Could it be that a thought, which she herself found utterly absurd, yet could not help but entertain, was germinating in her mind? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be a mere coincidence. Surely, it is some unknown ancient creature that just happens to be dwelling in the long-forgotten empire. Yet, no matter how they seek solace, the chill that wells up from the depths of their hearts remains inescapable. Looking up, do you think it could be that her voice is trapped in her throat, rendering her unable to utter the words that follow? Yet the meaning reflected in her eyes was unmistakable. How could Mu Qi fail to comprehend it? This thought also flitted through Mu Xin's mind, albeit so swiftly that he scarcely registered it himself. What he felt in that moment was not shock, but rather an overwhelming fury and a vehement rejection. Impossible. Mu Qi's voice erupted in a roar. Absolutely impossible. What are you thinking? Mu Gu, that worthless wretch. What is he, after all? A mere failure, with even his cultivation sealed away. A defeated hound that we easily overturned. How could he possibly be the master of such a being? Has your mind gone awry? Mu Qi's gaze was imbued with Feng Kuang's resoluteness. He was persuading himself, rather than anyone else. However, why did the Empress choose to embark on her journey in Songnan continent? Why at this particular moment did she declare her master residing in seclusion within the ancient empire? We have just. Her words remained unspoken, as Mu Qi abruptly interrupted her. There is no but. Just consider Mu Ji's condition afflicted with ailments, looking utterly emaciated, unable to withstand even the slightest indignity from a mere eunuch. If he truly were the master of the Empress, would he present himself in such a manner? Would he allow us to manipulate him so easily? Would he find himself relegated to the cold palace, subsisting on steamed buns? Mu Qi's tone dripped with sarcasm as he sought to belittle Mu Gu. Mu Huan also joined in the chorus, exclaiming, "You truly appear to be stunned. That soft-hearted Mu Gu is nothing but a worthless coward. I would twist off my head and offer it to you as a ball to kick." Mu Qi took a deep breath, compelling himself to regain his composure. Mu Gu was hardly worthy of mention. The true master of the Empress must undoubtedly be someone else. He strode into the grand hall, his back turned to the celestial scars etched across the sky. His gaze lingered upon the trembling ministers before sweeping over several siblings, still reeling from the aftermath of fear. The myriad realms of the universe are vast beyond comprehension. The immortal beings of antiquity, their movements elusive, conceal themselves within an obscure realm unbeknownst to others. This is not beyond the realm of possibility. Perhaps the formidable entity has chosen to seclude himself within the ancient empire, merely by chance. Or perhaps he has discerned some latent potential within the ancient empire. The master of the Empress must undoubtedly be in existence far more powerful than the Empress herself. Although the ancient empire lies in ruins, the fact that such a formidable being chooses to reside here indicates that this place conceals immense secrets unknown to us and extraordinary opportunities. Consider this. What if we could locate the reclusive sage? What if we could earn his favor, remaining by his side? Would we not then be able to extricate ourselves from the plight of the desolate ancient empire? Would we not soar to unprecedented heights? Mu Qi's eyes sparkled with an increasingly vibrant light, as he envisioned himself standing beside the Empress Master, gazing down upon the magnificent panorama of countless realms. The ancient empire, once trampled underfoot by them, the lineage that had instilled a sense of humiliation, instantaneously transformed into something extraordinary. This place was no longer a crumbling prison, but rather a hidden land rich with celestial opportunities and sacred legacies. Mu Huan was momentarily taken aback by Mu Xian's words. If such a formidable being truly existed in seclusion, how fortunate it would be for us to be able to ally with such a great power. Mu Rou's face remained undeniably unattractive. The shadows of doubt lingered in her heart, yet the prospects outlined by Mu Xian compelled her to yield, unable to resist completely. With a grand gesture, Mu Qi seemed to embody the timeless envoy of an ancient era. We immediately sprang into action. The archaic empire, though modest in size, rallied all 9 quantities, determined to unearth this formidable being, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. Then a flicker of fervent anticipation sparkled in Mu Qi's eyes, excitement, intensity, and a deep reverence as we beseeched him to emerge from seclusion, to pardon our transgressions, and to offer the archaic empire into his capable hands. All we sought was his acceptance, his guidance, even if just a fraction. What are the Empress's expedition? What are the world's tremor? What indeed constitutes the 7th? We shall possess a foundation more formidable than that of the Empress herself. On the faces of the 7 princes and princesses, distinct expressions of emotion unfurl. These intricate sentiments intertwine, rendering their visages somewhat enigmatic. Proclamation of the imperial decree. Summon all historians, celestial diviners, and those versed in arcane arts, formations, and the ancient practices of dragon-seeking and geomancy. Furthermore, unearth all reclusive masters of the ancient empire, and all individuals of profound cultivation, whose origins remain shrouded in mystery. Leave no one unexamined. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. An urgent military dispatch had arrived with great haste. A guard from the Imperial Guard stumbled into the Grand Hall, his attire dust-laden, hair disheveled, and his face drenched with sweat and fear. In his hand, he clutched tightly a scroll of brilliant yellow silk. Mu Qi's expression darkened profoundly, as the fervent fantasies he once harbored were instantaneously shattered. In their stead arose a profound sense of unease. He seized a piece of silk, unfurling it, only to have his pupils constrict in an instant. His countenance turned an ashen hue at a visible pace, and the veins on his forehead throbbed ominously. The 10 greatest generals of the ancient empire jointly petitioned, denouncing the Duke of Mu as a traitor. A 1,000,000-strong army rose to support the throne, intending to vanquish the treacherous Duke Mu and restore the rightful order, seeking to cleanse the court of its malign influences, with the sole aim of safeguarding the ancient empire and its sovereign, Emperor Mu Ge. No, impossible. Mu Qi stared wide-eyed, demanding to know, General Qinglian, had they lost their minds? How dare they? How could they dare to label themselves as rebels? Mu Qichao was engulfed in flames. He lunged at the messenger guard, grasping his collar tightly. His eyes were bloodshot, a visage akin to madness. This is a lie. This is a deception, is it not? Someone has forged this. The guard, utterly terrified, stammered. This is a military dispatch received simultaneously from the northern frontier, Shilong, Eastern Sea, and Southern Wilderness, bearing the autographs of the 10 great generals along with their official seals. It is utterly impossible to forge. With a resounding slap, Mu Xian raised his hand and delivered a stinging blow, sending the guard sprawling to the ground. Useless, he declared. A bunch of inept fools. Where did this 1,000,000-strong army emerge from? Even the combined forces of the border legions barely number 50,000. The fallen guard clutched his face, trembling as he replied. The document stated that when the 10 great generals raised their arms in call, the local garrison, gentry, and even numerous citizens discontented with the usurper spontaneously rallied together, forming a multitude of 1,000,000. Mu Xian paced back and forth in the Grand Hall, hands clasped behind his back, utterly devoid of his usual composure. All prior fervor and dreams had been swept away, rendered utterly insignificant by the abrupt and devastating news. Why? Why is it a pastoral song? That good for nothing. What right does he have? He has been relegated to the cold palace. Why do these fools still acknowledge him? Mu Qi felt an inexplicable rage surge to his head. He could not comprehend why, despite being the architect of the coup, the one who held the reins of power, and the one who ascended to the throne as the 7th emperor, the generals of the frontier chose to rally for that failure, that deposed emperor. It is either due to the past benevolence of the pastoral song towards them, or perhaps because of its esteemed reputation within the military. Yet, the pastoral song does not hail from a lineage of warriors. A profound sense of envy and discontent arises spontaneously. The emperor's inspection of Songnan Prefecture was closely followed by the mobilization of the 10 great generals in support of Mu Ge. Is there truly no connection between these two events? Mu Rou suddenly felt a chill. Her previous suspicions regarding you surged back like a tidal wave. Third brother, could it be that the Empress has some ties to Muge? As soon as these words were uttered, the Grand Hall was instantly enveloped in profound silence. All eyes were fixed upon Mu Xian, and everything seemed to point towards the individual residing in the cold palace. Mu Xian took a deep breath, attempting to compose himself. However, the swirling fear within his chest rendered him nearly breathless. Their previous arrogance and pride now appeared utterly absurd. They wield dominion over this resplendent palace, and over those ministers as timid as cicadas. Yet, in the presence of true power, their control is as fragile as a mere sheet of paper. The sixth prince, Mu Che, always wore a gloomy expression. 1,000,000-strong army, yet with the imperial guards at our disposal, and coupled with the city defense battalions, we could scarcely muster a mere 10,000 troops. Even if we were to assemble them by sheer will, we would still be no match for the formidable forces of the top 10 border armies. How does one achieve this? Is it worth waiting for? Mu Huan, in a fit of rage, seized the teacup from the table and violently smashed it to the ground, scattering shards in every direction. Are you willing to wait? Would Sangu willingly relinquish the dragon throne? Mu Ro glared at Mu Tan, seething with anger. We have incapacitated him, tormented him, and now he has returned. Do you truly believe he will spare us? Upon hearing Mu Ro's words, Mu Chi's face turned even more ashen. Indeed, they had committed an unforgivable act. If Mu Ge were to truly return, absolutely not. It is utterly impossible. Mu Xian fervently shook his head, as if attempting to persuade himself. The Empress would certainly not come seeking him. The arrival of the 1,000,000-strong royal army was also an unforeseen circumstance. Mobilizing 1,000,000 troops and the 10 formidable generals at the borders, this can only be deemed an unexpected turn of events. Mu Che retorted coldly, suggesting that rather than indulging in self-deception, it would be wiser to contemplate strategies for coping with the situation. Everyone turned their gaze towards Mu Che, their eyes filled with hope. This usually reticent sixth brother might possess a solution. Mu Che did not keep them in suspense. He gazed directly at Mu Chi and spoke each word with deliberate clarity. At this moment, the only thing capable of compelling the 10 great generals to retreat was one thing: Mu Ge. As soon as the name was uttered, the Grand Hall erupted in chaos. What joke? To demand his withdrawal of troops? Mu Ro's eyes widened in disbelief. Her face was a canvas of incredulity. That good for nothing. We have already confined him. He is nothing more than a mere shell of a man now. What can he possibly do? Mu Che paid no heed to their clamor and continued, stating that the 10 great generals recognized only him. The decree also proclaimed that they would neither obey orders nor retreat their troops. This implied that as long as he issued a command, they would indeed withdraw their forces. Issuing a decree, Mu Chi appeared to have heard the greatest of jokes. He finds himself a prisoner in chains. What authority does he possess to issue commands? Moreover, even if he were to issue such a decree, how can we be certain he is not merely leading us astray? We compel him to issue an edict, a proclamation of self-reproach, acknowledging his own transgressions, admitting that he has let down the realm. Then, we would command the 10 great generals to withdraw their forces, returning to their respective territories. We can oversee his drafting of the edict, ensuring that its content is flawless. But will he listen? He now wishes for the 3 of us. Mu Huan asked with concern. We may resort to some extraordinary measures. Though Mu Che's words were casually spoken, the underlying ruthlessness within them sent shivers down the spines of the princes and princesses present. Mu Chi's face was a kaleidoscope of emotions. He fixed his gaze intently upon Mu Che, as if seeking to discern some hidden truth within his eyes. A myriad of sentiments surged tumultuously within his heart. Let that worthless individual come to their rescue. This is even more challenging than a shark devouring him. However, a 1,000,000-strong army is relentlessly approaching. Mu Xian gritted his teeth, his nails digging deep into the palm of his hand. 3 brothers. This is the only method of the 9. Mu murmure softly. A myriad of complex emotions flickered in her eyes. We do not possess an army capable of repelling them. Only he has the power to compel their retreat. Mu Chi gazed at Mu Hui, then glanced at the expressions of his other siblings, which reflected either fear or agreement. They all realized that this might be their only path to survival. They would let the pastoral song compose as self-criticism, relying on the man they loathed to the core. The cold palace, which once symbolized disfavor and demise, has now become the most conspicuous location in the great wilderness dynasty. Mu Xian walked at the forefront, his steps somewhat heavy. Following closely behind were Mu Huan, Mu Che, Mu Rou, Mu Hui, Mu Ning, and Mu Wan. The seven of them had once worked in unison, hand in hand, to dethrone that man from the imperial throne. Yet now, they found themselves compelled to confront him once more, united by the same looming crisis. An ineffable silence and subtle oppression pervade the air. No one utters a word, only the hurried breaths and the sound of footsteps scraping against the ground can be heard. The grand door creaked open. A musty scent of decay rushed forth. The courtyard lay in disarray, amidst crumbling walls and ruins. Every sight exuded an air of desolation. Yet, in this dimly lit corner, the figure that ought to be shunned like a wolf or a fox now sits upon the stone pedestal by the window, turned away from them, clad in a set of freshly laundered garments. His hair slightly disheveled, yet his posture remains remarkably upright, defying the label of a prisoner. Sunlight streams through the window, casting shadows that accentuate his gaunt silhouette. He did not turn around. Not even a slight movement was made. Such a posture exudes an air of superiority, totally unlike one of the lower ranks. Instead, it resembles a lofty, omnipotent judge. Mu Xian and others came to a halt, as if something were lodged in their throats. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. Chapter 11. The Grace of the Empress Blade. Lord Jianzhong. Xiao Qi took a deep breath, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Why must one be so aggressive? We, the brothers and sisters, inherit the great rule, and it is silence. The ancient ancestor of Si Tian bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, causing dust to tumble from the eaves. With his white brows standing erect, his gaze swept over Xiao Qi and the others, rendering them immediately silent as if struck by frost. I have spoken. Today is solely for the purpose of paying homage to our emperor. You clowns have no right to engage in conversation with me, occupying high positions, yet so self-righteous. Little do you realize that the will of heaven is vast and cannot be deceived by your kind. The 10 generals guarding the frontier, are they traitors? Absurd. A group of incompetent sycophants who only know how to lick the boots of power, yet dare to label them as traitors? They merely follow the heavenly mandate to rectify the egregious errors you have committed before the ancient ancestor of Si Tian, a figure symbolizing divine will. Their justifications appeared feeble and even ludicrous. However, what they found most intolerable was the ancestors' attitude towards Xiao Ding, the very person they had discarded into the cold palace like refuse. Allowing him to wither away was unexpectedly referred to by this ancestor as our emperor, the true dragon of heaven. Meanwhile, Xiao Ding was quietly observing the ancient ancestor. In his mind, a pale blue system panel silently emerged. System information began to refresh. Name, Si Tian. Identity, Chief of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau of the Ancient Empire. True identity, the Demon Lord of the Hidden World. Si Tian, realm. Loyalty, relationship with host. Enlightened by the host. Special note, in the later stages of the game Immortal Path Simulator, the host fortuitously enlightened a hidden world demon lord. Grateful for the host's kindness, descended into the mortal realm, concealing his identity and assuming the name Si Tian. He regards the host as a savior and vows to follow him to the death. However, the demon lord Si Tian remains unaware that the host is merely a player in the game, viewing him instead as the chosen one. Upon seeing this information, a flicker of realization passed through Xiao Ding's eyes. So that was it. In those peculiar side quests during the later stages of the game, there had indeed been instances involving the enlightenment of hidden masters. Yet at that time, he was preoccupied with expanding the immortal dynasty and had overlooked such details. Little did he expect that a casual action would lead to the emergence of this esteemed ancient ancestor in reality. Furthermore, this old fellow turned out to be a demon lord. The depths of the ancient empire are indeed profound. Xiao Ding's gaze lingered on the system panel for a moment. A subtle smile graced his lips. The ancient ancestor of Si Tian, An enigmatic figure who had witnessed 4 dynasties within the ancient empire turned out to be the demon lord he had inadvertently enlightened in the game. How fascinating, truly delightful. Regaining his focus, Xiao Ding lifted his eyes to the still-bowing ancient ancestor before him, his voice low and composed. "Chief of Tian, please rise." Upon hearing the words, the ancestor of the sky raised his head to gaze at Xiao Ding. "Thank you, your majesty," he said, slowly rising, his demeanor still one of utmost reverence. Xiao Ding chose not to respond. Xiao Huan, however, stood frozen, incredulous. Could this old man be so brazen as to disrespect the imperial authority, believing himself above it all? With a sudden surge of anger, Xiao Huan stepped forward, ready to confront him, vitriol spilling forth. "You old wretch, you stop." A deep voice, laden with authority, echoed from behind him, issuing an undeniable command. It was Xiao Qi. His complexion was ashen, but unlike Xiao Huan, his eyes were not clouded with mindless rage. Instead, they reflected a profound sense of wariness and dread. He seized Xiao Huan's arm. "Silence. Are you seeking death?" Xiao Qi's voice was low and trembling, yet his tone was resolutely stern. The ancestor of the sky had endured through 4 dynasties. Both the founding emperor and the previous sovereign had shown him great respect. Legend spoke of his unfathomable power. He could command the heavens with a mere word, and within the ancient empire, he was not merely a subject, but a potent symbol, embodying celestial will, representing a transcendent force. The sight of him bowing to Xiao Ding was more shocking than the sky itself collapsing. Xiao Qi's mind was tumultuous, yet he struggled to maintain composure. He understood that clashing with the ancestor of the sky here would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. The immediate priority was to escort his stunned siblings away from this cursed place to discuss matters more thoroughly. 7th sister, 8th sister, 6th brother, 4th brother. Let us depart. Xiao Qi's voice betrayed an unnatural calm as he forcibly led Xiao Huan toward the exit of the cold palace. Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, Xiao Wan, and Xiao Che also regained their senses. Although still shaken, their legs trembling, they followed Xiao Qi outwards. Within the cold palace, only the ancestor of the sky and the seated Xiao Ding remained. The ancestor's gaze was fixed upon Xiao Ding, filled with reverence, as if the figure before him was not a deposed emperor, but a slumbering deity. They exchanged silent glances, neither uttering a word. He could sense that the celestial mechanisms were in tumultuous upheaval, a tremendous force approaching from afar, powerful enough to instill fear even in this hidden demon lord. He discerned the aura of one seeking destiny. His own enlightenment had led him to this ancient empire, waiting for this very moment. Was the Empress's master the same as the one who had once enlightened him? The ancestor of the sky had never concerned himself with the fate of the ancient empire. Its rise or fall was of no consequence to him. Yet, at this moment, with the aid of the system panel, Xiao Ding perceived the unfolding reality with crystal clarity. The Sky Demon Lord was merely a follower whom he had casually enlightened within his game. It appeared that the ancient empire was not only a facet of the gaming world, but also possessed a mysterious connection to the realm of reality. Even the NPCs within the game can manifest here in a different guise. This revelation rendered his plans clearer and fortified his sense of direction. Outside the cold palace, Xiao Huan shook off Xiao Qi's grip, gasping for breath. "Third brother, has that old fool lost his mind? Why does he pay homage to that worthless waste? Does he not know we are the true royal family? Has he lost his sanity?" Xiao Qi did not respond immediately, rubbing his temples as a throbbing headache consumed him. The 10 generals stationed at the borders, who were typically regarded by them as mere bumpkins and brutes, had suddenly swept through half the empire like a swarm of locusts in a matter of days. They waved the banner of purging the usurpers and welcoming the true dragon, rallying countless discontented commoners and former officials to their cause. Their military prowess was unstoppable. The court officials, who were only adept at scheming and verbal sparring, stood no chance against them. All of this transpired after Xiao Ding was deposed. Now, that transcendent figure known as the Grand Ancestor of the Astronomy Bureau had also bowed before Xiao Ding, addressing him as our Emperor and true Dragon Son of Heaven. Xiao Che's face turned as pale as parchment, his eyes filled with profound despair. The 10 generals were advancing relentlessly, conquering cities with the force of a tidal wave. Yet, each time they seized a city, their first action was to investigate the circumstances surrounding the cold palace. They sought to welcome back the true dragon. Xiao Qi's breath hitched as he turned his gaze to his brother Xiao Huan, his eyes flickering with trepidation. Fourth brother, do you recall the recent rumors regarding that Empress? Upon hearing the term Empress, Xiao Huan's complexion drained of color, and the other princes and princesses stiffened in fear. That entity was considered the most terrifying figure in recent legends across the continent. It was said she could obliterate celestial realms with a single sword stroke, slaughtering millions. They had grown up hearing horrifying tales about her. She was the very embodiment of nightmares. Observing their reactions, Xiao Qi understood they were all cognizant of the truth. He inhaled deeply and lowered his voice, articulating each word with gravity. I suspect the Empress seeks the one she can refer to as her master. His gaze shifted once more toward the cold palace, his voice trembling with incredulous terror. It is the Grand Ancestor of the Astronomy Bureau. Thunderous silence followed his proclamation, reverberating in the minds of those present. Xiao Huan, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, Xiao Wan, and Xiao Che turned ashen, devoid of color. The Empress says master, the Grand Ancestor of the Astronomy Bureau. How could this be possible? If the Empress sought the Grand Ancestor, and the Grand Ancestor, their eyes involuntarily fixed upon the closed doors of the cold palace. Behind that door lay Xiao Ding, the one they had cruelly mocked, ridiculed, and abandoned. And the Grand Ancestor had just shown deference to that waste, referring to him as our Emperor. An absurd and terrifying thought engulfed them like a tidal wave. The Empress sought the Ancestor of Celestial Affairs. The Ancestor of Celestial Affairs only kneels before Xiao Ding. Could it be? Could it be? The mere emergence of this notion sent shivers down their spines, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Their lips quivered, yet no sound escaped. Fear, despair, and an inexpressible regret enveloped them like a chilling tide, swallowing them whole. A frigid sensation surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. They stood frozen in place. The master the Empress sought, the Ancestor of Celestial Affairs. The conjunction of these two names felt as if two colossal mountains had been forcibly heaped upon them, suffocating them. How could this be? The Ancestor of Celestial Affairs. He has always been indifferent to worldly matters, hasn't he? Xiao Huan's lips trembled, his words faltering. Of course, he is indifferent to worldly affairs. Xiao Qi's throat tightened, precisely because of his aloofness. It was more plausible for him to be the master of that Empress. Consider this. Could an ordinary person have nurtured such a world-destroying figure? Those worthless officials in the court are hardly significant. That old man, always speaking in riddles, uttering prophecies they could not comprehend. Even emperors from 4 dynasties had to revere him. Such a state of affairs was inherently abnormal. Previously, they merely deemed the old man somewhat capable, never considering this direction. Then, did we inadvertently offend the Ancestor of Celestial Affairs? Xiao Ning's voice trembled with a hint of tears. She, who was always delicate, was now nearly fainting with fear. Offend? Who among us has ever regarded him seriously? Did we not merely see him as a somewhat skilled fortune-teller? Reflecting on it now, every time that old man encountered them, his gaze resembled that of one observing ants. The way the Ancestor of Celestial Affairs looked at them. At the time, they thought he was merely pretending to be aloof. Now, it dawned on them that it was not pretense, but a condescension towards all beings. Just as the Empress looked down upon their ancient empire. If the Ancestor of Celestial Affairs truly is the master of that Empress, then the 10 border generals. Their target was not the worthless one in the cold palace, but rather, through that worthless individual, they aimed to attract the attention of the Ancestor of Celestial Affairs. This hypothesis struck them like a bucket of cold water, sending a jolt through their bodies. Indeed, the 10 generals, each a cunning individual, would they stir such turmoil for a worthless emperor? What would be their motive? Merely for amusement? Absolutely not. The only explanation, they knew precisely who the Empress was searching for, and that person resided near the cold palace. The venerable Ancestor of Celestial Mechanics resides within the Qinglian Monitoring Bureau. Xiao Che's voice, hushed and somber, murmured the words. The Qinglian Bureau is not far from the cold palace. Once again, All eyes were drawn towards the dilapidated gate of the cold palace, their gazes laden with complexity, fear, regret, and a tinge of despair. If the Empress were to seek out the ancestor of celestial mechanics, and if that ancestor held a certain favor towards Xiao Ding, then the actions they had previously taken against Xiao Ding would amount to a grievous affront to both the ancestor and the Empress. No, that cannot be. Xiao Qi shook his head vehemently, as if attempting to convince himself. How could that good-for-nothing possibly be connected to the ancestor? They prefer to believe that the ancestor was merely the Empress's mentor, and thus sought ways to curry favor with him. Yes, it couldn't he possibly be him? Xiao Huan, seizing upon this lifeline, echoed loudly, that good-for-nothing. He wallows in the cold palace like a dog, reeking of filth, barely able to satisfy his hunger. How could the ancestor possibly regard him with favor? Even if the ancestor were indeed the Empress's mentor, as long as we can win his favor, might he not use his influence to persuade the Empress to spare us? A flicker of hope danced in Xiao Che's eyes. The moment that thought emerged, it was akin to glimpsing dawn in the midst of despair. Indeed, rather than resigning ourselves to fate, we ought to seek ways to ingratiate ourselves with the ancestor. As soon as the ancestor speaks, even the formidable Empress cannot disregard the esteem of her own mentor. Can she? Yes. Let us curry favor with the ancestor of celestial mechanics. Xiao Qi appeared to have found his bearings, his eyes no longer reflecting such hopelessness. We must devise a plan swiftly. Yet, how shall we win his favor? That old man lacks for nothing. Though he may not covet material wealth, is there something he particularly desires? Xiao Hui furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation. The ancestor of celestial mechanics exists beyond the mundane. Gold and jewels are likely as worthless to him as refuse. Is he not intrigued by celestial phenomena and the enigmatic forces of the universe? Xiao Huan's thoughts raced with fervor. Do we have any rare tomes in our treasury? Or should we send emissaries to gather artifacts capable of communicating with the heavens? Xiao Che interjected. Perhaps he would be interested in rare materials that enhance cultivation. Such treasures are exceedingly rare. Xiao Ning whispered, her voice still tinged with trepidation. Rare or not, we must seek them out. Xiao Qi interrupted her sharply. This concerns the lives of us all. Are you unaware of the Empress's formidable nature? With a mere stroke of her sword, she could obliterate an entire celestial kingdom. The 10 foremost generals at the borders are not but mere trifles before her. Our only recourse lies with her potential mentor, the ancestor of celestial mechanics. Within the cold palace, that sword strike was no ordinary feat. The ancestor of celestial mechanics spoke, his voice resonating like the deep toll of an ancient bell. I have lived nearly a millennium and have never witnessed such sword intent. Capable of annihilating heaven and earth, tearing through the void, and severing the very fabric of eternity. The gaze of the ancestor of heaven was piercing, as if seeking to penetrate the very essence of Xiao Ding's being. I have observed the celestial phenomena and sensed a formidable aura descending upon the ancient realm. That power transcends all constraints of this land. The ancestor continued, I thought it to be an immortal being from epochs past, weary of eternity, who, through that sword intent, rends the fabric of space and imbues its soul into a vessel. As he spoke, the brilliance in his eyes intensified. The aura I sensed emanates from this cold palace. From you. The ancestor of heaven extended his hand, grasping at the air above Xiao Ding's head. Suddenly, he did not make contact, yet Xiao Ding felt an unseen force permeate his body, delving deep into the recesses of his soul. That was the ancestor's perception. It was domineering and direct, without the slightest veil. Xiao Ding did not resist. Rather, he found himself devoid of the strength to do so. He allowed the force to wander within him, all the while harboring a cold laugh in his heart. An immortal being from epochs past? Reincarnation? This old fool certainly has a vivid imagination. Yet perhaps it is fitting. What other explanation could he fathom? The ancestor's perception circled around Xiao Ding's soul for a moment before retracting abruptly. A look of increasing confusion crossed his face, tinged with unmistakable astonishment. No, he murmured, as though confronted by a ghost. Your soul is remarkably solid, devoid of any trace of foreign intrusion, and shows no signs of possession. The ancestor of heaven paced around Xiao Ding, his brow furrowed, his gaze scrutinizing him intently. Strange, too strange. He halted once more, fixing his gaze upon Xiao Ding. If it is not possession, how could you evoke such sword intent? That aura is clearly connected to you. The ancestor fell into a profound contemplation, uttering perplexing phrases. Could it be a return to ancestral blood? Impossible. The royal bloodline of the ancient times has long since thinned. Could it be some ancient covenant? Or perhaps a form of existence unknown, existing beyond the realms of heaven and earth, yet manifesting through a vessel? The ancestor's expression shifted tumultuously. His eyes regarded Xiao Ding as though he were a riddle. Who exactly are you? His tone was not one of interrogation, but rather imbued with a near-reverent inquiry. That sword. Do you understand what it signifies? It has torn apart not only the skies at Sanan continent, but also some barrier of this realm, some law. Suddenly, the ancestor bent down, locking his gaze with Xiao Ding's eyes. I can sense that you share a profound connection with that power. A deep connection? Have you come from beyond that barrier? Xiao Ding looked into the aged face of the ancestor of heaven, now mere inches away. He understood that the ancient being before him, having lived for a millennium, had leaped from mere conjecture to a more profound understanding, one that drew ever closer to the truth. Xiao Ding offered no response, merely allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. The breath of the ancestor of the sky grew increasingly rapid. He fixated on Xiao Ding's expression, determined not to overlook any subtle changes. He sensed that he might have brushed against a secret, one potent enough to upend his comprehension of this realm. With a sudden, commanding exclamation, the ancestor's voice, though low, resonated with an undeniable authority. Who are you? Why has that power come for you? Having waited for a millennium and endured the rise and fall of 4 dynasties, he had long since attained tranquility regarding worldly matters. Only the allure of transcendent power and unfathomable mysteries could stir the depths of his soul. At this moment, the ancestor sensed an unprecedented enigma. In a swift motion, he extended his hand and grasped Xiao Ding's shoulder. In that instant, the ancestor felt as though his perception had collided with an invisible wall, an immense, chilling consciousness that seemed to gaze upon him from the distant cosmos, locking him in place. This presence bore no malice, yet exuded an overwhelming, oppressive majesty, tinged with impatience. A shiver coursed through the ancestor's being as fear, emanating from the depths of his soul, seized him in an instant. This sensation was even more profound than when he had sensed the Empress's lethal strike. While that sword's might was indeed terrifying, it resided within the realm of his comprehension, a manifestation of pure destruction and slaughter. However, this current consciousness felt like the scrutiny of an ant, a perspective from a higher dimension. Subconsciously, he released his grip on Xiao Ding's shoulder, retreating a half-step, his eyes wide with incredulity and horror. This is the ancestor murmured, his voice trembling. In his 1,000 years of existence, he had never encountered such a fearsome essence. It was not merely an oppression of power. It represented an intrinsic disparity. The transcendence he had pursued for a lifetime was reduced to a mere jest in the face of his consciousness. Xiao Ding's demeanor returned to calm as the strange luminescence faded. He regarded the shaken ancestor of the sky and gently suggested, if you wish to know something, feel free to ask directly. However, some knowledge may not be a blessing. His voice, though soft, resonated in the ancestor's ears like an ancient whisper from primordial times. The ancestor inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the turmoil and fear within. He turned his gaze back to Xiao Ding, the greed and curiosity in his eyes overcoming his trepidation. He realized he might be encountering the greatest opportunity of his life, or perhaps the gravest calamity. That consciousness, what was it? He questioned eagerly, disregarding all else. Is it you, or is it someone behind you? Not important, came the reply. Xiao Ding interrupted him, his tone as calm as one discussing the weather. What is of utmost importance is the reason for the monitor's visit today and what he seeks from me. The gaze of the ancestor of the sky once again focused on Xiao Ding. He lowered his voice, laced with intrigue. I wish to know that sword and the secrets that dwell within you. He paused, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. I can assist you in restoring your cultivation, even allow you to reclaim your throne. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding merely smiled faintly, his eyes betraying no hint of turbulence. Reclaiming the throne? For him, it held no significance any longer. Seeing Xiao Ding's lack of reaction, The ancestor of the sky assumed disbelief and emphasized more forcefully, "My accumulated wisdom over a millennium, though I do not meddle in court politics, still holds some weight in the realm of cultivation. As long as you share what you know, I can surely aid you." He expected Xiao Ding to acquiesce immediately. After all, such an offer would undoubtedly be a lifeline for a deposed emperor whose powers have been shackled. However, Xiao Ding merely gazed at him quietly. There was no gratitude, no excitement, only that indifference which the ancestor of the sky despised most. The monitor's proposition was indeed enticing. Xiao Ding spoke slowly, his tone measured. "Yet, why should I divulge anything to you?" The question fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing the ancestor's fervor. The ancestor was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a rejection. Or rather, he could not believe that a mere waste, a prisoner at his feet, would dare to spurn the olive branch from the ancestor of the sky. "Do you not realize, for me, it would merely take a flick of a finger to compel you to speak?" Anger flickered in the ancestor's eyes, his domineering nature laid bare. "I know," Xiao Ding replied calmly, "but I also know you will not do so." The ancestor's anger faltered. He indeed would not resort to force lightly. The terrifying intent he had felt earlier instilled a sense of caution within him. Moreover, he was more interested in uncovering the truth behind the secret than in extracting fragmented information through soul-searching techniques. His thirst for the unknown quelled his urge to act violently. "You are quite astute." The ancestor of the sky reevaluated Xiao Ding, as if truly seeing him for the first time. He suddenly felt that this seemingly useless emperor was far more complex than he had imagined. The ancestor altered his strategy, softening his tone. "In that case, let us engage in a trade." The ancestor proposed, "If you share what you know, I can grant you a wish in return. Any wish, including the power you desire." The ancestor brimmed with confidence, believing no one could resist the allure of power, especially one who had lost everything. Yet, Xiao Ding continued to regard him, his gaze seeming to pierce through all his scheming. "A wish?" Xiao Ding chuckled lightly, the sound laced with derision. "My wish seems impossible to realize. How audacious! The ancestor of the celestial realm has been provoked. He has lived for a millennium, and never has anyone dared to claim before him that their desires are unattainable. My wish, never mind, even if I share it with you, you would be incapable of fulfilling it." Xiao Ding subdued his smile, his gaze turning profound and distant. Through the dilapidated cold palace, he glimpsed the far-off 36 immortal kingdoms. He beheld the splendid world he once single-handedly established. Suddenly, the ancestor of the celestial realm recalled the Empress's sword, that cataclysmic world-rending sword intent, that indescribable pressure. That was true power. Such strength was sufficient to make the entire ancient empire tremble in absolute fear. Could it be that Xiao Ding's wish is intricately linked to the arrival of that empress and to that very sword? A bolder hypothesis struck the ancestor of the celestial realm. If Xiao Ding was not taken over by a powerful being, if he was neither a return to ancestral bloodline nor bound by ancient contracts, then could it be possible that he himself is a manifestation of some great existence, descending in a manner incomprehensible to mortals, and that the Empress, who wielded the astonishing sword, is merely an extension of his power, or perhaps a certain embodiment he once created? Gulp! The ancestor of the celestial realm's throat constricted painfully. This notion was too astonishing to fathom. "You," he stammered, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. He felt as though he stood on the precipice of another world, peering into secrets that could overturn the very fabric of the ancient continent. He required more information. He needed certainty. The ancestor of the celestial realm stepped forward, inching closer to Xiao Ding. "Tell me," he nearly roared. "Reveal your true identity. Explain why that empress is so formidable. Tell me." The ancestor suddenly extended his hand. This time, it was not an inquiry, but a direct grasp toward Xiao Ding's chest. He sought to uncover the monumental secret hidden within this so-called wasted emperor's body. However, his hand was halted less than an inch from Xiao Ding's chest by an invisible barrier. This barrier emitted no energy fluctuations, yet was as solid as a world bastion. No matter how forcefully the ancestor of the celestial realm tried, he could not advance even a fraction further. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could his lifetime of cultivation fail, to breach the distance of merely an inch from a wasted emperor. "Monitor, please exercise restraint." Xiao Ding's voice resonated, calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The ancestor felt as though his hand were welded in place, unable to move forward or retreat. He lifted his gaze to Xiao Ding, only to see a chilling light flicker anew in his eyes. The ancestor of the celestial realm instantly felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He understood. This desolate emperor, this seemingly frail individual, is not merely a resurrected powerhouse. He is, in essence, an indescribable, terrifying entity. He is a consciousness hailing from another dimension, one that cannot be shaken throughout his entire existence. Suddenly, he realizes that the Empress's strike was not aimed at the ancient empire, nor was it intended for anyone or anything within the realms of the Songnan continent. That strike may have merely been to rend open a chasm, allowing some existence to return. Yet, he foolishly believed that he could extract secrets and gain power from this being through negotiation. "You, the venerable ancestor of the sky," uttered a syllable with great difficulty, his eyes filled with horror. "You are orchestrating a grand game." Chapter 12. The confrontation between the demon lord and the empress. The moment the ancestor of the sky vanished, the oppressive aura that had shrouded the cold palace dissipated. The air grew less dense, shedding the heavy weight reminiscent of an ancient primordial world. The once rigid figures of Shao Qi, Xiao Huan, Xiao Che, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, and Xiao An softened almost simultaneously. It was not exhaustion that caused this. Rather, their taut nerves, stretched to their limits, finally released their tension. "He has gone." Xiao Qi was the first to speak, his voice trembling. However, he quickly subdued his emotions, regaining his usual composure. "That old monster has finally departed." Xiao Huan sank heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Sweat trickled down his cheeks from his forehead. Damn it, did he really think he would act? That old man's presence was utterly terrifying. Xiao Hui remained seated, though her previously tight-lipped expression relaxed slightly. Her eyes flickered as she mumbled softly. What was the purpose of his visit, after all? Purpose? What purpose could there be? Xiao Huan scoffed, his face contorted with disdain. He was likely here to probe the depths of that worthless fool. He must have thought there was still some value left. But what did he find? That fool is nothing more than a failure, an unyielding mass of mud. Xiao Che's dark gaze swept across the room as he spoke calmly. His attitude was peculiar. He seemed to regard Xiao Ding with significant importance, yet he showed no intention of direct intervention. It appears he had no intention of standing up for Xiao Ding. He simply took a glance at him. Indeed, he merely cast a glance at that fool. Xiao Huan grasped this notion like a lifeline, his tone lightening with a mocking triumph. I told you, that fool could never have a backing. The ancestor of the sky ignored us before, likely out of respect for that fool's past as an emperor, extending a modicum of courtesy. Now that the fool is utterly worthless, the ancestor has no reason to pay him any heed. Xiaoan also exhaled in relief. The ancestor of the sky holds a transcendent position. Let him remain transcendent. He can stay in the heavenly monitor if he wishes. Ignoring court affairs is for the best. It avoids troublesome eyes. He came here, did nothing, and left. What does this indicate? It indicates that the fool lacks even the qualification to warrant his assistance. He has been abandoned by that old monster. Abandoned. Xiao Hui echoed the word, her eyes narrowing slightly. Perhaps. Seventh sister is right. The ancestor's previous regard for Xiao Ding might have stemmed from mere curiosity or exploitation. Now that the Empress has arrived, and as the ancestor's disciple, he surely knows this. Yet, he cannot directly involve himself in our family matters. Or perhaps that fool has truly been forsaken. The Empress's master. Xiao Qi murmured, the terrifying image of the sky, cleaved by a sword in Songnan continent, surfacing in his mind. He firmly believed that only the legendary Empress could achieve such heights. The celestial ancestor, who could summon the Empress to traverse the Songnan continent and remain aloof in her presence, was the most fitting of masters. Xiao Qi raised his gaze to the assembly and continued. If the celestial ancestor truly is the Empress's mentor, and if his visit was merely to cast a glance at Xiao Ding before departing, it can only imply that Xiao Ding holds no significance to him. Xiao Huan immediately perked up, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Splendid. Now that worthless fool is utterly devoid of support. I was previously concerned that the celestial ancestor might cause us trouble on his behalf. It seems my worries were entirely unfounded. That fool is now nothing more than discarded refuse. Xiao Qi raised his hand to interrupt Xiao Huan's hysteria before turning his attention to Xiao Hui and Xiao Che. The celestial ancestor's stance was already abundantly clear. He would not concern himself with Xiao Ding. As for the Empress, her purpose for coming remains shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, Xiao Ding's existence is an ever-present threat. Xiao Hui pushed a stray lock of hair from her bun, analyzing calmly. Indeed, regardless of whether the Empress came for Xiao Ding, that worthless being's continued existence poses a risk of being exploited by others. Should someone elevate him, spouting nonsense about the resurgence of the Waste Emperor, it could incite unnecessary trouble. Xiao Che succinctly added, "The dead are the safest." Xiao Qi nodded in satisfaction. Therefore, Xiao Ding must perish. With the celestial ancestor no longer involved, this is the perfect opportunity for us to act. We can wait no longer. We must swiftly eradicate this threat. Xiao Huan, unable to contain himself, stood up. How shall we proceed? Poison his wine, or take his head with a single stroke? He mimicked a beheading motion, a cruel smile gracing his face. Xiao Che shook his head, voicing his dissent. Poisoning his wine would be too lenient. I want him to plead for mercy. I want him to experience the suffering I once endured. How about tossing him into a den of snakes, or slowly carving away his flesh? Let him writhe in agony. Xiao Hui furrowed her brow. Too bloody. It risks leaving traces. If he must die, it should be in utter silence. Utter silence? Xiao Huan exclaimed in dissatisfaction. How can it be silent? Should we let him pass in his dreams? That would be too merciful. A glint of cruelty flashed in Xiao Qi's eyes as he slowly spoke. Patience, silence, does not equate to a lack of suffering. We can take our time. For instance, a cold smile curled at the corners of Xiao Qi's lips. We could begin to strip away certain things from him, things that are more precious to him than life itself. At this juncture, Xiao Qi paused, a hint of pleasure flickering in his eyes. It seemed he could already envision the expression of pain and despair on Xiao Ding's face. Hearing Xiao Qi's words, Xiao Huan and the others displayed expressions of curiosity and excitement in their eyes. What could it be? Some things that would pierce his heart. Xiao Qi paused for a moment before adding, to watch helplessly as those he once cherished were utterly destroyed by us. In the cold palace, Xiao Ding closed his eyes. A faint blue light panel reappeared in his mind. On the system panel, a line of small characters quietly arranged themselves, past dust, important figures of the ancient empire. Xiao Ding's gaze sharpened as he selected this option. A new interface emerged, listing several names. Among them, one stood out, Ancestor of the Sky. Without hesitation, Xiao Ding clicked on it. Suddenly, the text and images on the panel began to flow, as if unfolding an ancient scroll. Character, Ancestor of the Sky. Identity, Chief of the Astral Monitoring Bureau of the Ancient Empire. Past 3,000 years ago to the rise of the Ancient Empire. 3,000 years ago, the continent of the heavens was tumultuous, with sects rising and the righteous and demonic forces in confrontation. At that time, a peerless powerhouse emerged from the demonic path, known as Demon Monarch of the Sky. His cultivation was boundless, and his methods ruthless as he suppressed the major righteous sects, leaving bloodshed and wails in his wake. The righteous path waned, overshadowed by the Demon Monarch's might, which lasted for 1,500 years. However, the cycle of heaven and earth turned, and fate flowed. After 1,500 years, a hidden recluse with great fortune emerged. This person possessed profound swordsmanship and unwavering resolve, challenging the Demon Monarch of the Sky at the time of the Jiazi, ultimately debating with him atop Qinglian. This battle was earth-shattering, causing mountains and rivers to crumble, and the sun and moon to lose their radiance. In the end, the recluse enlightened the Demon Monarch with supreme swordsmanship. The monarch comprehended the profound truths of the heavenly way, feeling remorse, and self-destructed his demonic form, dispersing his cultivation, renaming himself, and retreating to the remote Songnan continent to seek a pure land and atone for his sins. A tempest surged within Xiao Ding's heart. The Jiazi purged the demon, enlightening the monarch. The system had never hinted at such a history of the ancestor of the sky. Moreover, enlightening, a demon who had suppressed the righteous path for 1,500 years was enlightened by a prodigy. This was more absurd than a theatrical performance. Nevertheless, the retreat to Qingglian continent did explain why the ancestor of the sky was present in the ancient empire. The ancient empire was indeed located on Qingglian continent. After retreating to Qingglian continent, the demon monarch took the name Sky and witnessed the rise of the ancient empire. He no longer participated in worldly disputes, only engaging in the astral monitoring bureau to deduce heavenly secrets, occasionally intervening merely to maintain the flow of the heavenly way, ensuring that the fortunes of Qingglian continent were not disrupted by external forces. He once stated, "This place is both my land of atonement and my final refuge." The images shifted, revealing the aged and tranquil visage of the ancestor of the sky, along with scenes of him divining heavenly secrets. The once murderous demon monarch had truly transformed into an elder, transcending the mundane world. As Xiao Ding gazed at the images, the tumult within his heart lingered, refusing to subside. Once a formidable demon lord who suppressed the world, he now finds himself in seclusion on Qingglian continent, witnessing the rise of the ancient empire. Moreover, he has served this empire within the astral observatory for an extended period. The magnitude of this revelation is overwhelming, stirring ripples in the previously tranquil lake of his heart. Is his retreat to Qingglian merely an act of atonement, or does it conceal deeper motivations? His witness to the ancient empire's ascent, does it evoke within him special sentiments or constraints regarding this realm? More importantly, what compels Qinglian to journey to Qingglian? Is it mere coincidence, or has she uncovered the secrets of the ancestor of astral divination? Could it be that this is a manifestation of fate itself? He recalls the fear exhibited by Shao Qi and others, their apprehension towards the ancestor of astral divination. It appears that their trepidation is not unfounded. A former demon lord, even in the guise of a recluse, wields a power and influence far beyond the comprehension of ordinary emperors. The terms demon purge and reclusive cultivation echoed softly in Xiao Ding's mind. A former demon lord and an empress en route to the demon lord's sanctuary. These seemingly unrelated threads become inextricably intertwined due to the true identity of the ancestor of astral divination. Xiao Ding furrowed his brow, having thought himself merely transported to the ancient empire, facing at most the troubles of vengeance and rebuilding power. However, it seems the situation is far more intricate than he had anticipated. Qingglian continent, a remote isle he once dismissed after a fleeting glance at a game map, harbors astonishing secrets. Suddenly, the visuals on the system panel cease their flow, coming to a halt on a scene depicting the ancestor of astral divination calculating the celestial mechanisms at the astral observatory. Xiao Ding's gaze lingered on this image, a multitude of thoughts racing through his mind. Just as he fell into contemplation, the system panel flickered once more, unveiling a new prompt before his eyes. Key information detected. New functionality activated. Function: fortune calculation. Incomplete. Description: enables glimpsing the trajectory of a target's fortune. However, due to the host's current state and the constraints of the world's laws, this function remains in an incomplete state, and the results may contain inaccuracies. Would you like to activate? A spark of surprise flickered in Xiao Ding's eyes. Fortune calculation? This indeed presents an unexpected boon. Although incomplete, the ability to glimpse fortune implies he could better navigate the unfolding circumstances, perhaps even foresee certain developments. Without hesitation, he silently commanded, "Activate." The system panel transformed once again, revealing a new option. Please select the target for calculation. Xiao Ding's gaze instinctively gravitated towards the names listed on the panel. Ultimately, he selected the name of paramount importance to him, the one poised to ignite this impending storm. Qinglian. The panel swiftly shifted, commencing the calculation. With bated breath, Xiao Ding fixated on the panel, eager to discern the trajectory of Qinglian's fortune as she ventured to Qingglian continent. Would there be an intersection with the former demon lord, the ancestor of the celestial sky? As time ticked away, the progress bar on the interface advanced at a languid pace. Xiao Ding's heartbeat resonated with remarkable clarity in the stillness of the cold palace. He understood that the forthcoming imagery from the system would likely unveil the true essence of this tempest. At last, the progress bar reached its conclusion, and a new scene gradually unfurled before his eyes. Before him lay an expansive, boundless starry sky, its celestial lights twinkling and resplendent. Beneath this cosmos, a colossal, indistinct figure was slowly taking shape. This was not a specific image. Rather, it resembled a manifestation of destiny itself. The nebulous silhouette exuded an indescribable, overwhelming pressure capable of consuming all. Simultaneously, text materialized on the interface. Projection target, Azure Lotus, current destiny trajectory, dragon devouring the galaxy. Warning, target's destiny is undergoing violent collision with an unknown principle. Dragon devouring the galaxy? Unknown principle? Violent collision? Xiao Ding's expression instantly turned grave. What kind of domineering and formidable destiny could this be? One capable of swallowing galaxies. And the collision with an unknown principle. What could that imply? He abruptly recalled the ancestor of the celestial sky, who resided in the Qinglian continent, and had once declared, "This place is both my site of penance and my ultimate sanctuary." Perhaps he was safeguarding some celestial order and the destiny of Qinglian as the former demon lord. As Azure Lotus journeyed to the Qinglian continent, was her formidable destiny clashing with the fate upheld by the ancestor of the celestial sky, or with the unknown principle he represented? A sense of unease surged within Xiao Ding for the first time. He had previously placed Azure Lotus on the throne of the immortal empire, holding absolute confidence in her strength. Yet he had never considered that in this world, there could exist forces capable of instigating such a violent clash with Azure Lotus's destiny of dragon devouring the galaxy. The indistinct figure on the system interface became increasingly solidified. The overwhelming aura that could devour everything sent a shiver through Xiao Ding's heart. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of destiny far beyond the individual power of Azure Lotus. Could it be that Azure Lotus encountered astonishing changes during her journey to the Qinglian continent? Or perhaps the secrets hidden within Qinglian were far more terrifying than he had imagined. At that moment, the imagery on the interface transformed once more, no longer depicting an abstract manifestation of destiny. Instead, it revealed several fragmented and eerie scenes, akin to shattered mirrors reflecting indistinct images. The first scene depicted an endless stream of sword light, cleaving the heavens and rending space asunder. The second image showcased an ancient stone tablet, inscribed with obscure and cryptic runes. The third scene revealed a tranquil, snow-capped mountain, atop which stood a nebulous figure. The gleam of the sword, the ancient stone tablet, the snow-capped mountains, and the elusive figure. Xiao Ding exerted every effort to discern the connections among these fragmented visions, yearning to uncover the truth. Yet the more he focused, the more these images became obscured, shrouded by an unseen force. Damn, what is this? Clenching his teeth, Xiao Ding fixed his gaze on the interface. Just as he endeavored to delve deeper into the fragments of information, the display on the system panel flickered violently. In an instant, all information vanished without a trace. In its place appeared a chilling notification. Current deduction has reached the limit of permissions. The body is too feeble to acquire deeper insights. Please enhance the host's physical resilience promptly. A mere ordinary body cannot wield treasures. It requires transformation into an indestructible vessel. A wave of profound helplessness washed over him. Xiao Ding had grasped the crucial clues. He had glimpsed images that possibly heralded a tempest. Yet, in his current state of impotence, he was unable to pursue the inquiry further. Slowly, Xiao Ding closed his eyes. The unwavering and devoted visage of Qinglian flashed through his mind. He had once proclaimed, should the realms face an epic crisis, he could be sought. Now, the epic crisis loomed before him. He must regain his strength. At any cost, he would make those who betrayed and harmed him pay a price 1,000-fold greater than the suffering he currently endured. Outside, he faintly perceived the call that transcended myriad realms, echoing from the distant cosmos. Master. Chapter 13. The 10 generals defending the frontier, serving the emperor. Less than 100 miles from the imperial city, the cold palace, Xiao Qi walked at the forefront, followed closely by Xiao Che, Xiao Huan, and the others, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Wan, entering in single file. "Oh, dear brother, do you truly believe that the so-called ancestor of the heavens would protect you?" Xiao Qi's words dripped with mockery. "Look, that old man left without even a sound, retreating in disgrace. You are not but a worthless being, unwanted by anyone." Xiao Huan, closely trailing behind, wore his customary expression of irritation and schadenfreude. "Indeed, what a farcical old ancestor. He must be terrified of our siblings' prowess. Do you presume you can conjure any more tricks? Sign this at once, so we need not exert ourselves further." In his hand, Xiao Huan clutched a bright yellow edict, its paper pristine and the ink still damp. Xiao Che, with a sullen countenance, stood beside Xiao Qi, remaining silent. Xiao Huan provocatively waved the edict, deriding, "Do not think you can intimidate with that so-called ancestor. Now that he has cast you aside, what remains for you? Just a worthless life." Xiao Hui scoffed, impatience lacing her tone. "Enough of this nonsense. Hurry and make him sign. There are far more pressing matters outside. We have no time for this dilly-dallying." Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan timidly lingered behind, their faces betraying a hint of fear. Yet, witnessing Xiao Ding's downfall, they seemed to unearth a long-suppressed sense of rebellion, their eyes reflecting an indescribable complexity of emotions. They had come to believe the appearance of the ancestor of the heavens was merely an empty scare, that his departure signified a complete abandonment of Xiao Ding. To them, Xiao Ding had lost all support, left with nothing but his frail shell, ripe for their slaughter. They were eager for Xiao Ding to inscribe the abdication edict, thereby silencing all discourse and legitimizing their claim to the throne. Clop, clop, clop. Xiao Qi stepped forward, unfurling the edict in his grasp. His voice bore an indomitable command. "Brother, this is the abdication edict. All you need do is inscribe I abdicate to the third prince Xiao Qi, to announce to the world, never to regret and affix your personal seal. And everything of the past can be wiped clean. You would thus conclude this affair honorably." Despite his words suggesting a dignified conclusion, the malice in Xiao Qi's eyes threatened to overflow. Signing this edict would not only validate Xiao Qi's legitimacy, but also compel Xiao Ding to personally negate his own past, to renounce his former status as the ruler of this empire. For someone who once stood so high, this was akin to a death sentence by 1,000 cuts. Yet, Xiao Ding maintained his stance, his back turned to them as if he had not heard their voices at all. He did not turn, did not respond. Not even a tremor betrayed him. His entire being was absorbed in the frigid system panel that lingered in his mind. The current deduction has reached the limit of permissions. The body is too frail, unable to obtain deeper information. Although these prompts were glaring, Xiao Ding endeavored once more to capture the elusive fragments of the vanished image. Endless sword light, ancient stone tablets, silent snow-capped mountains, indistinct figures. Though these images lingered for but a fleeting moment, they left profound imprints within his mind. Particularly striking was the sword light that cleaved through the heavens. So fierce, so familiar. He recalled Qinglian's sword intent, her fortune that devoured the stars and rivers. What precisely was this ancestor of the sky safeguarding? What was the fortune of Sangnan continent that he defended? Did their emergence signify a clash? A wave of intense unease surged once more within his heart. His attention was wholly consumed by these inquiries, entangled with the vague prompts on the system panel. The cacophony of voices surrounding him sounded to his ears like the incessant buzzing of annoying flies. "Xiao Ding, are you listening?" Seeing his lack of response, Xiao Huan's face flushed with anger. Unable to restrain himself, he stepped forward, exclaiming furiously, "Don't push your luck. Do you think if you refuse to sign, this position won't belong to Brother Qi?" Though his siblings were clamorous, Xiao Ding remained aloof, like a detached observer from another realm. He regarded his siblings, who danced like clowns, with a cold gaze. Their greed, their pride, their fear, merely ephemeral wisps in Xiao Ding's eyes. He had once wagered his life and sacrificed everything for them, and now they sought his life. Is it laughable? Is it tragic? Not a ripple of emotion stirred within Xiao Ding's heart. Those feelings seemed to have been stripped away the moment he was betrayed. His sole obsession now was to restore his strength and then venture beyond the ancient empire to behold the celestial sovereign he had once forged. As for those present, what were they? Xiao Qi, witnessing Xiao Ding's utter disregard, felt his smile vanish entirely, replaced by a somber expression. His hand, clutching the edict, began to tremble. It was not fear, it was rage ignited to its fullest. Xiao Ding. Xiao Qi spat the name through clenched teeth. Do you think that by not signing, you can evade this? You think that by remaining silent, we are powerless against you? He stepped closer, gripping Xiao Ding's shoulder, roughly turning him around. However, when Xiao Ding's profound gaze fell upon them, Xiao Qi's hand instinctively loosened its hold. What kind of eyes were those? There was no fear, no anger, no pleading, not even a trace of life's essence. An abyss of silence, indifference. In his eyes, they were worth less than mere air. Xiao Ding gazed at them, yet his eyes seemed to traverse towards an unknown landscape far beyond. The focus is entirely absent from them. Xiao Qi, Xiao Qi, Xiao Wan. That gaze, it wounds more deeply than any curse. It is more thorough than any act of defiance. In Xiao Ding's eyes, they are merely a pitiful bunch, flailing about in a farce that he has long since lost interest in. What the hell are you looking at? Xiao Wan, feeling a chill in his heart from Xiao Ding's stare, could not help but shout. Xiao Wan gazed into Xiao Ding's eyes, a wave of cold dread surging within her. She staggered back several steps, as if confronted by something terrible. This gaze, unlike her memories of her cold imperial brother, instilled in her a greater sense of unfamiliarity and fear. Xiao Qi's face turned ashen. He clenched the abdication edict tightly, his knuckles whitening from strain. Sign it. Sign it now. He thrust the edict forcefully before Xiao Ding. Do you think you can stand apart from the world? Yet, Xiao Ding's gaze remained fixed, unyielding upon the edict. He merely blinked, as if momentarily returning from distant thoughts. His eyes turned to Xiao Qi, and his lips moved, emitting a faint sound that resembled either a soliloquy or a murmured address to some system panel. Ancient secret decree. Death warriors. Sangnan continent. His voice, soft enough to be nearly drowned out by the wind outside, was nonetheless heard clearly by Xiao Qi and the others. Xiao Qi's pupils constricted suddenly. What? What did you say? Is he insane? Xiao Huan trembled as he spoke, gripping the edict tightly. Xiao Qi's arm quivered slightly with rage as he regarded Xiao Ding's almost deathly calm face, a profound sense of unprecedented defeat and unease swelling within him. He had seized the throne, commanded the Imperial Guard, dominated the court. The howling wind outside grew louder. A storm was brewing. At that moment, Xiao Qi seemed to faintly hear, amidst the distant wind, a certain voice. Master. The voice was ethereal, as if it came from the ends of the earth, yet also felt like a whisper at his ear. Startled, Xiao Qi and the others exchanged glances, a shiver running down their spines. Who was that voice? Why had it appeared here? And why? Was it calling for the master? Just as they were engulfed in uncertainty, Xiao Ding's tightly shut eyes flickered at the sound, as if he had heard it and was responding. A silent confrontation unfolded in the dilapidated cold palace. One side comprised the usurpers wielding great power, brimming with aggression, yet driven into despair by the other's indifference. The other side was the dethroned emperor, seemingly defenseless, yet quietly establishing a connection with a vast and terrifying force from another realm. You! Xiao Qi stared intently at Xiao Ding. A surge of intense unease flooding his heart. Detected a long-distance consciousness link established between the host and the follower, Qinglian. Body strength insufficient, link unstable. Attempting to optimize the connection. Optimization failed. Warning: forcibly maintaining the link may cause irreversible damage to the host body. Recommendation: enhance body strength as soon as possible. Xiao Ding let out a cold laugh inwardly. Damage? What does he have left to fear? Xiao Qi gazed at Xiao Ding, a tumult of confusion and anger etched upon his face. He simply could not comprehend why, even at this critical juncture, this person remained so composed. Was he devoid of fear, or had he truly lost his sanity? Suddenly, a gust of wind, even more intense than before, swept in from outside. The edict of abdication still clutched in Xiao Qi's hand. He scrutinized Xiao Ding's silhouette, frowning What on earth? What are you trying to accomplish? Xiao Ding continued to remain silent. His consciousness traversed the tenuous link, reaching out across vast distances to touch that powerful presence, both familiar and alien. The entity that was racing towards the ancient empire, towards Songnan continent. Qinglian, his empress. With a creak, Xiao Qi tightened his grip on the edict, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He suddenly felt that coming here today might be the gravest mistake of his life. For the individual before him seemed infinitely more perilous than he had ever imagined. Even in silence, even appearing as a mere shell of a person, the aura of indifference emanating from him was far more disquieting than any explicit threat. Go! Xiao Qi shouted suddenly, leading everyone in a frantic retreat. They had arrived with overwhelming bravado, yet departed as if fleeing for their lives. The room fell silent once more. He did not cast a glance their way. His consciousness remained immersed in that distant, yet strikingly vivid link, the one that belonged to Qinglian. Meanwhile, new alerts surfaced on the system panel. Warning: host body is on the brink of collapse. Follower Qinglian is attempting to forcefully breach boundaries. Sutian Demon Lord is trying to intervene. World laws are in violent conflict. Ancient Empire is in peril. Host must make a choice promptly. Choice. A smirk crept across Xiao Ding's lips. Of course, to shatter and then rebuild. To let this decaying world collapse entirely. And then, upon its ruins, to embrace his glory. Outside the cold palace, Xiao Qi and the others had retreated but lingered nearby, standing beneath the corridor. They exchanged fearful glances, their faces betraying palpable anxiety and distress. Xiao Qi's hand remained tightly clasped around the edict of abdication. What was he truly doing? Xiao Ning's voice trembled with a quiver. Her hands clutching Xiao Wan's sleeve, her entire being shaking like a leaf caught in the wind. The wind, how has it grown increasingly fierce? Could it be that the Empress has truly arrived? Silence. Xiao Huan barked with fury. Is that the only name that occupies your mind? It is merely a gust of wind. Is there any need for such trepidation? What disgrace? Nevertheless, Xiao Huan's hands instinctively tightened around his sleeves. His palms already damp and cold. Fourth brother is correct. Xiao Qi spoke in a deep voice, attempting to stabilize the situation. It is but the sound of the wind. Where could the Empress possibly be? We are the masters of the ancient empire by the decree of destiny. Who would dare to lay a finger upon us? Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps shattered the eerie silence. A guard clad in armor stumbled forth, his face etched with terror. He did not even have time to pay his respects before collapsing to the ground. His voice trembled. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, a grave matter has arisen. The vanguard of the 10 great generals stationed at the border. They've already breached our gates, less than 100 miles from the imperial city. Chapter 14. The day of the return of the 5 imperial artifacts, I shall descend. What? Xiao Qi abruptly turned his head, his pupils constricting in shock, as if struck by lightning. Less than 100 miles? How is that possible? Were they not at the border? How could they advance so swiftly? Xiao Qi's voice was on the verge of losing control. With a heart-wrenching roar, he exclaimed, "Who gave these traitors the audacity?" Xiao Huan's eyes burned with rage, cursing fiercely. Those wretched traitors. I will personally behead them one by one and use their heads as night pots. 100 miles? What does that even matter? Send someone, and ensure not a single one remains alive. Kill. With what shall we kill? Xiao Qi spoke coldly, his dark gaze sweeping over the crowd. The 10 great generals, commanding hundreds of thousands of elite troops at the border. If they have turned against us, do you think our few imperial guards can fend them off? Silence. Xiao Qi barked sharply, suppressing the turmoil within, grinding his teeth. Regardless of who it is, Xiao Ding or the traitors, we cannot let chaos ensue. Relay the orders to close all city gates, mobilize the imperial army, and defend the imperial city. Furthermore, he paused, his gaze drifting into the depths of the cold palace, his voice dropping to a near growl. Send someone to keep watch over him. Do not let him make any moves. Inside the cold palace, a spark of inspiration ignited in Xiao Ding's mind. Before his transmigration, in the game's Celestial Path simulator, He had acquired what could only be described as game-breaking legacies through various means. Those are the very foundations of his 10 years of dominance within the game. The legacies, sealed deep within his consciousness by the system, were his capital for rebirth. How to activate them? How to utilize them? A new option appeared on the system panel. Do you wish to inherit the game legacy? Beginner. Yes, no, beginner? Does this imply there are even higher tiers of legacies? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ding's consciousness transformed into a frigid hand, decisively pressing the yes button. The instant he made his choice, an icy yet destructive force surged forth from the depths of his awareness, flooding his entire being like a tidal wave. His already frail body began to emit faint cracking sounds under the onslaught of this power. Crack, crack. The intense pain erupted within him like a volcano. This was not merely physical pain. It was the agony of both soul and body being torn apart and reshaped. Ugh! Even with Xiao Ding's steadfast mind, he could not help but let out a muffled groan. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, instantly covered his forehead. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, outside the cold palace, above the imperial city, the once clear sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. Countless bolts of lightning, as thick as arms, roamed and roared within the clouds, resembling thunderous dragons poised to erupt at any moment. An indescribable pressure descended from the heavens. Everyone within the imperial city felt a palpable sense of dread. Some lowly officials and soldiers collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile. What is this? Xiao Qi abruptly raised his gaze towards the sky, his eyes filled with terror. This oppressive force was more fearsome than he had ever imagined the Empress's presence to be. Within the cold palace, excruciating pain surged through Xiao Ding like relentless waves, crashing upon him one after another. His bones creaked ominously, and his flesh felt as if it were being seared by fierce flames, only to be plunged into the icy depths of frigid water moments later. This sensation was 100-fold more agonizing than the betrayal of his guards during his downfall or the scorn of his own siblings. It transcended mere pain. It was the torment of his very essence being forcibly altered and elevated. Warning: host's physical strength is inadequate. Initiating emergency optimization. Warning: some game legacy data is overloaded. Expanding host consciousness. The system's frigid notifications echoed deep within his consciousness. Yet, Xiao Ding had no time to ponder them. He gritted his teeth, his nails digging into his palms, feeling no pain whatsoever. He sensed something awakening within him, a formidable power from another realm, forcefully merging with his frail body. Meanwhile, outside the cold palace, the celestial phenomena intensified. The dark clouds above the imperial city churned like ink, while thunder roared, rending the sky. This oppressive force seemed intent on grinding the entire imperial city into powder. Not only the imperial city, but the souls of all beings in the entirety of Qingglian continent trembled at this moment. Whether they were the lords of the land, the hidden cultivators in the mountains, or the ordinary folk in remote villages, they all gazed up at the sky in terror. In the eastern part of Qingglian continent, beside a rift in the sky, there had initially been only a faint ripple of spatial fluctuation. But at this moment, the rift suddenly expanded. A terrifying suction emanated from it, devouring the surrounding light and spiritual energy. Following this, a dazzling beam of light descended from the rift, piercing through the heavens and the earth. Within this beam, an enormous and indescribable shadow began to coalesce slowly. This shadow loomed majestically, as if it were the very support of this realm. Clad in an ancient robe, though its features were obscured, the aura it radiated exuded a sense of detachment from all things, surveying the world with indifference and majesty. It stood silently beneath the firmament. Its mere existence plunged the entire Qingglian continent into an eerie silence. All sounds, all beings appeared insignificant and trivial before it. Within the golden lawn hall of the ancient empire, princes and princesses such as Xiao Qi, Xiao Huan, and Xiao Che, along with the ministers, prostrated themselves upon the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The pressure descending from above rendered them breathless, leaving them utterly devoid of the strength to even lift their heads. What? What is this? Xiao Qi gritted his teeth, struggling to produce a sound from his throat. He felt that his imperial throne, his power, stood as nothing but a colossal joke in the presence of such a towering existence. Xiao Wan covered her mouth tightly, stifling a terrified scream. A chill coursed through her entire body. This force far surpassed all her previous comprehension. It was infinitely more terrifying than the Empress she had envisioned. Xiao Huan's corpulent frame trembled like a leaf in the wind. His trousers were already dampened with urine, emitting a foul stench, yet he remained utterly oblivious. Only a single thought lingered in his mind: flee. Flee as far as possible. Just as everyone was trembling in fear, believing the end of days had arrived, the magnificent silhouette spoke. Its voice was deep and resonant, akin to the tolling of an ancient bell. It echoed throughout every corner of Songnan continent, reverberating in the minds of every living being. Millennia ago, 5 imperial artifacts scattered across Songnan continent. Collecting these 5 imperial artifacts strewn across the land could validate the sacred path. The voice was grand and ancient, imbued with a certain supreme principle. Imperial artifacts? Validate the sacred path? The ministers, prostrated on the ground, exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. These terms were far too distant, too ethereal for them. Yet within Xiao Qi's heart, tumultuous waves surged. Validate the sacred path? Did that not transcend the realm of emperors, even surpassing that of immortals? Was there truly such formidable power in this world? He abruptly lifted his gaze toward the silhouette in the sky. Though its features were indistinct, he vaguely felt that the outline of this apparition was somewhat familiar. Imperial artifacts, Xiao Qi murmured softly, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. If he could obtain these so-called imperial artifacts and validate the sacred path, what would a mere empress amount to? The entire world would bow beneath his feet. In that moment, fear seemed to be supplanted by greed. He laboriously rose to his feet, disregarding his disheveled state, fixated on the silhouette in the sky. Xiao Hui also gradually lifted her head. Although she did not grasp the concepts of imperial artifacts or the sacred path, she could sense the power of this apparition. The magnificent figure in the sky, after uttering those 2 phrases, began to withdraw its radiance slowly. Its colossal form started to blur as though on the verge of vanishing. Yet the shock it instilled, along with the information regarding imperial artifacts and the sacred path, stirred up mighty waves across the tranquil surface of Songnan continent. Like a boulder thrown into a still lake, countless hidden forces, innumerable ambition-driven souls, all were profoundly moved by these words in that singular moment. Within the cold palace, Xiao Ding's body convulsed, the excruciating pain persisting. Yet he felt the power within him rapidly coalescing, as if something within his shattered body was being activated. He was unaware of the events transpiring outside. All his consciousness was focused on assimilating the inherited strength. At this moment, the system's prompt resonated once more. Game heritage, beginner, inheritance progress. 30. Host body optimization completion. 10. Host consciousness C expansion progress. 5. Estimated time for complete inheritance. Unknown. Warning. Host status unstable. Risk of collapse. Unstable. The corners of Xiao Ding's mouth trembled as he coldly repeated the word. He could feel a deep-seated yearning emanating from within his very being, a primal desire for greater power. Although the strength bestowed by the beginner heritage was formidable, it appeared insufficient, far from adequate. He contemplated the options for intermediate and advanced heritage within the system. Perhaps only by fully inheriting all heritages could he genuinely possess the power of rebirth through destruction. The anomalies outside were gradually subsiding. The towering, ethereal figure had become indistinct, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Yet, just before its complete vanishment, another message, akin to a divine revelation, surged into the consciousness of all cultivators across Songnan continent. Swish! It was not a sound, but rather a transmission of intent. My will is manifested here. On the day the 5 Emperor artifacts are restored, I shall descend. Thunderous echoes followed. A mere 2 sentences plunged the entirety of the Songnan continent into a profound silence once more. My will is manifested here. Is this tangible apparition a manifestation of that existing intent? Upon the restoration of the 5 emperor artifacts, will it descend? In the golden hall of the ancient empire, Xiao Qi's face drained of color as he gripped his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale. Descent, that ethereal figure, a presence more terrifying than the Empress, dared to declare its impending arrival. A chill coursed through him, ascending from his feet to the crown of his head. Chapter 15. Xiao Qi. Scoundrel, return my king. The martial sage, the northern king, has descended upon the capital. On the day the 5 imperial artifacts return to their rightful places, I shall make my entrance. The magnificent phantom hovering above Songnan continent has unleashed a phenomenon, leaving behind 2 messages that resonate beyond this remote isle. At this moment, it spreads like invisible ripples, transcending spatial boundaries, instantly echoing throughout the vast and boundless ancient continent. In an instant, the entire continent erupted in chaos. In a netherworld ghost realm, beside the altar perpetually shrouded in dense, deathly aura, hundreds of ghostly cultivators cloaked in black robes knelt in terror, trembling. At the center of the altar, on a colossal throne of bones, sat a shadowy figure, indistinct and elusive. The imperial artifact, the sacred path. How many eons have passed? And finally, the world has regained some semblance of intrigue. The indistinct figure let out a deep, hoarse laugh, imbued with a chilling excitement that made the ghostly cultivators quiver in fear. Investigate. Spare no effort to uncover the truth for me, the shadow demanded. Songnan continent. Where is that? No matter how remote, find the source of that phantom for me. And what are the 5 imperial artifacts? The figure's tone suddenly turned severe. Anyone who dares obstruct shall experience the wrath of my netherworld ghost realm. With that, shadows flitted away like phantoms, dissolving into the deathly atmosphere. The entire netherworld ghost realm resembled a great beast awakening, beginning to slowly turn its massive and terrifying form. In the heart of the ancient continent, the towering Wanjian mountain manor rose into the clouds. Countless sharp intense soared, as if seeking to cleave the heavens themselves. Atop the main peak of the manor, an elder with white hair and beard sat cross-legged, surrounded by swirling sword energy, resembling countless invisible long swords howling in the wind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. A piercing light erupted from within. My will materializes here. The 5 imperial artifacts return, and I shall descend. He murmured, a manic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Excellent. How many years has it been without a worthy opponent? The sacred path? The imperial artifacts? Regardless of their origin, the swords of Wanjian Mountain Manor have yet to meet anything they cannot sever. Issue a decree. Gather all elite disciples. Our target is Songnan continent. I wish to see who possesses the ability to invoke such phenomena. If it is an imperial artifact, it shall be ours. If it is the sacred path, it shall present a challenge to us sword cultivators. If it truly is that then let us see whose will is stronger, his or my blade's edge. The elder abruptly rose. The entire mountain trembled slightly from the sword intent radiating from him. Throughout Wanjian Mountain Manor, the sounds of countless swords rang out, like an army preparing for battle. In the Taishang Forgetting Emotion sect, perennial clouds and mists enveloped the area, exuding an ethereal quality, as if it were a realm apart from the world. Within the forbidden grounds of the sect, a woman of ethereal grace, seemingly detached from the realm of existence, gazes vacantly into a crystal-clear pool. Upon receiving the transmission of will, a flicker of tumult appears in her eyes. The imperial artifact, the sacred path. Is chaos about to ensue in this world? Her voice is soft, not resembling that of an earthly woman. Convey this message to the celestial mechanism pavilion. Monitor all developments in Songnan continent. If necessary, intervene subtly. She whispers to the pool. As her words fade, invisible ripples emerge, swiftly radiating outward. Deep within the miasmic marshes at the southernmost tip of the continent, a toxic haze pervades, forbidding all life from approaching. The headquarters of the 100 Poisons sect lies concealed within, resembling a vast nest of venom. The imperial artifact, the sacred path. What wondrous treasures might be forged from such things? A diminutive, hunched figure stirs a bubbling cauldron of poison with a bony finger, emitting a chilling laugh. Scattered on the ground nearby are several corpses, now a grotesque shade of blackish purple, their deaths harrowing. Inform the minions below to keep their eyes wide open. Should any peculiarities arise, report them immediately, especially that. Incarnate will? Heh, if I could capture that and forge it into a venomous puppet, would I not be invincible? Gurgle, gurgle. The bubbles in the cauldron rise faster now, emitting a nauseating stench. The disciples of the 100 Poisons sect begin to stealthily depart from this realm of death, laden with various toxins and cursed insects. Across the ancient continent, countless powerful, secretive, and frenzied forces are stirred by the shadow hovering over Xiangnan continent. Many among them, in pursuit of power, longevity, and dominion, have lurked in this world for ages. And now, a phrase that could affirm the sacred path seems to have unleashed Pandora's box, fully releasing the greed and ambition that lay dormant within their hearts. Yet the source of this upheaval, the majestic shadow representing us, merely stands quietly above Xiangnan continent, slowly dissipating. It emits no further sound, showcases no additional power. It appears only to leave behind a message, to sow a seed, and then retreat in triumph. However, it is precisely this intangible mystery and the weight of the two phrases that instill unease in these ancient forces. They do not know who this us is. They do not understand what the imperial artifact entails. They are even more oblivious to what will transpire upon the return of the 5 imperial artifacts. Yet they comprehend one truth. This existence possesses unimaginable power. Merely an incarnate will is sufficient to traverse great distances and shake the entire continent. They begin to frantically deduce, divine, and peruse ancient texts, striving to uncover any fragments of knowledge concerning the imperial artifact and the sacred path, and seeking to discern the origins of us. The atmosphere on the ancient continent has become exceptionally grave, enveloped in an unspoken tension, suspicion, greed, and fear. At the epicenter of it all lies the Xiangnan continent, which has become the focal point of attention. Countless powerful divine senses are frantically sweeping across this land, seeking to uncover the source of the extraordinary phenomena and any potential clues left behind. In a remote mountain range of Xiangnan continent, an ancient cave entrance slowly creaks open. The seals that had been dormant for millennia dissolve with a resonating hum. An elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, emerges with a glimmer of surprise and vigilance in his eyes. The emergence of the imperial artifact, how could this be, is the ancient continent on the brink of a grand era once more? He gazes towards Xiangnan continent, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. In a forgotten little mountain village, a farmer splitting wood suddenly halts his actions. His gaze deepens and becomes distant, his aura transforming abruptly as if he has become an entirely different person. The holy path of 5 imperial artifacts, is this not an end, but rather a new beginning? He murmurs to himself, his voice laced with an indescribable sense of weariness. Across the entire Xiangnan continent, countless hidden, powerful beings awaken in that moment. They are the once mighty warriors, the reclusive immortals evading heavenly tribulations, and the demon lords biding their time today. The allure of imperial artifacts and the holy path renders their tranquility untenable. They have lain dormant for far too long, suppressing their desires. Now, the opportunity lies before them. Within the cold palace, Xiao Ding's body convulses before gradually settling. The frigid mechanical voice continues to reverberate within his mind. Game legacy, beginner, inheritance progress, 35. The excruciating pain persists, yet is no longer unbearable. He can distinctly feel that power integrating into his very being, reshaping his dilapidated body and expanding his withered sea of consciousness. He is oblivious to the events unfolding outside, completely immersed in the inheritance process of the legacy. All his mental faculties are devoted to managing the imminent risk of collapse. Yet, in an inexplicable manner, Xiao Ding senses a peculiar connection forming between himself and this world. It feels as if his will is somehow influencing the course of this reality. Suddenly, Xiao Ding recalls the words he left behind before exiting the game. If the realms encounter an epic crisis, you may seek me out. I reside in the ancient empire. He had thought this was merely a narrative device within the game. Yet it seems those words have materialized in this reality in a way he cannot comprehend. Secluded, haha, a bittersweet smile graces Xiao Ding's face. In his current state, he truly embodies the essence of seclusion. Beep, beep, beep. The system's warning resounded once more. Warning. Host's inheritance speed is excessively rapid. Risk of bodily collapse has surged to 15. He disregarded the alert, simply closing his eyes to continue channeling the immense power of the legacy. He sought strength, a rebirth from the ashes. Only thus could he navigate the treacherous world rife with betrayal and peril. Only then could he await her arrival. In the ancient continent, amidst a vast ocean billions of miles from Xiongnan continent, a shroud of mist enveloped the realm, storms raging fiercely. This was the fabled sea of death, where even immortals dared not tread lightly. Yet at the heart of this tumultuous sea floated a colossal island. On this island, palatial structures soared, suffused with ethereal energy, resembling the abodes of deities. Here lay one of the most enigmatic and formidable forces of the ancient continent, the Nine-Heaven Celestial Palace. Within the main hall of the Nine-Heaven Celestial Palace, a group of beings, exuding an aura so terrifying it seemed capable of suppressing the ages, sat upright with solemnity. Each individual bore a weight akin to that of a mountain, their mere presence warping the very fabric of space. However, an unprecedented gravity shadowed their faces. At the head of the assembly, a figure shrouded in nine-colored radiance spoke slowly, their voice resonating like thunder, echoing the principles of the cosmos. Xiongnan continent, that tangible will, and the imperial artifact. His voice was tinged with uncertainty, yet more so with vigilance. What do you believe is the origin of this entity? An elder bowed respectfully and replied, reporting to the palace master, I have performed numerous divinations. Yet the celestial mechanisms are chaotic, rendering any insight elusive. However, the aura emitted by that phantom surpasses any known emperor, even drawing alarmingly close to the legendary sacred realm. The sacred realm. The figure amidst the nine-colored radiance fell silent. That was a realm which even the Nine-Heaven Celestial Palace could only aspire to behold. The 5 imperial artifacts, could they possibly refer to? That legendary. Another immortal, suddenly struck by a realization, trembled violently, disbelief etched across their face. Was that legend true? The atmosphere in the grand hall plummeted to a freezing point. The figure cloaked in nine-colored radiance gradually rose, the surrounding light swirling to reveal a visage flawless and divine. Regardless of the truth, inaction was not an option. His gaze was frigid, devoid of emotion. Issue a decree. All elders, guardians, and true disciples of the Nine Heavens Celestial Palace shall assemble immediately. Our target, Xiongnan continent. I, the palace master, shall personally investigate. The Nine Heavens Celestial Palace, a behemoth that had slumbered for countless ages, was finally stirred. An unprecedented conflict was stealthily unfolding. In the cold palace, rain poured incessantly. Droplets drummed upon the dilapidated rooftop, creating a rhythmic sound. Xiao Qi and several siblings sought refuge under an eave in the cold palace, their garments disheveled, their faces stripped of past arrogance and pride. The damp chill invaded their bodies. Yet colder still was the near-frozen state of their hearts. How could this be? How could this be? Xiao Huan hugged his knees, trembling all over, his teeth chattering in the cold. Those old-timers, how dare they? Do they truly dare to rally against the throne? Xiao Qi's face turned ashen, his lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent. The 10 border generals, guardians of the realm, commanding formidable forces. At their command, the garrison troops would respond as swiftly as wildfire. He believed that upon ascending the throne, he could easily subdue them. Yet he never anticipated their obstinate defiance. Rallying for the throne? Which king are they rallying for? Xiao Che wore a grim expression, silent as ever. Xiao Hui bit her lip, her head bowed in indifference. Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan huddled together, weeping uncontrollably. And the imperial artifact was lost. Xiao Hui added hoarsely, it is rumored that the imperial artifact is a treasured legacy of the founding emperor, possessing the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. How could it surface at this moment? Is it mere coincidence? Or is there something slowly driving us toward our demise? No one answered her. Coincidence? Within mere days, the border generals rebelled, the empress arrived, the heavens were cleaved, and the imperial artifact was lost. Everything unfolded as if prearranged, advancing toward the ancient empire, charging at those of them who usurped the throne. Fear engulfed them like a rising tide. They suddenly realized that the throne they had so painstakingly seized was, in the face of such world-altering power, nothing more than a child's toy, laughable and insignificant. "Did we err from the start?" Xiao Huan murmured, his voice barely audible. This question pierced through the aides of those present. "Err? Xiao scoffed bitterly. We merely sought to escape his control. We only wished to live authentically. Is that a crime? But is our existence merely a waiting for death?" Xiao Huan sprang to his feet, rain cascading down his hair. In the days of Xiao Ding, he was indeed cold and unyielding. Yet when did he ever allow the nation to descend into such peril? Though he reigned high above, at least the realm was tranquil. The generals dared not rebel. And there was no so-called empress. He merely governed with strictness, stifling us. Yet at least we were safe. Xiao Huan shouted hoarsely, his gaze distant, as if witnessing phantoms of the past. Xiao Qi closed his eyes. The spirited ambition of yesteryears, the thirst for the throne, the dissatisfaction and resentment toward Xiao Ding, all had now transformed into a chilling despair. He believed he had seized supreme power, yet he did not foresee the monstrous waves that accompanied it, waves he could not withstand. In those days, when Xiao Ding was present, which of the border generals did not bow in submission to him? Finally, Xiao Hui spoke, her voice hoarse. Despite his harsh demeanor, he possesses the extraordinary capability to suppress all unrest. He has the power to shield the ancient empire from foreign incursions. Xiao Hui reminisced about the past. Although this elder brother seldom smiled and was nearly ruthless in his strictness, he displayed unparalleled acumen in the court and in handling state affairs. Those unruly ministers and ambitious princes yielded obediently under his command. Initially, they believed that Xiao Ding was merely fortunate, that he simply occupied a prestigious position. Now, they comprehend the immense skill required to maintain such a seat of power. "Let us depart." Xiao Ning tugged at Xiao Wan's sleeve, her voice tinged with sorrow. "We shall no longer be princesses. We must leave this place, escape the ancient empire, far away." "Leave? Where can we possibly go?" The Empress's sword had cleaved through the southern continent. Her strength was unfathomable. The calamities brought forth by the lost imperial artifacts were unknown to anyone. Moreover, as usurpers, once those generals advanced, or if the Empress truly exacted her wrath upon them, what could they achieve by fleeing to the ends of the earth? Despair enveloped them like a vast net, ensnaring them tightly. They regretted it, deeply and utterly regretted it. They yearned to distance themselves from this land of turmoil. They wished to return to a time that, though suppressed by Xiao Ding, was at least safe and stable. But it was all too late. Suddenly, at that moment, a dazzling red light ignited the distant horizon. The crimson glow, akin to a searing hot iron, fiercely imprinted itself upon the dark night sky. Following this, a terrifying pressure, as overwhelming as a mountain collapsing or tsunami crashing, swept toward them. This was neither the sword intent of the Empress nor the radiance of the imperial artifacts. It was a raw power, steeped in bloodshed and the scent of slaughter. Accompanying the red light was a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. "Xiao Qi, you scoundrel, return our king." The voice rang out like a bell, filled with boundless rage and tragic heroism. The martial saint, the northern king, had already led his forces to the gates of the imperial capital. The faces of the princes and princesses turned ashen in an instant. The defenses of their proud imperial city were utterly insignificant before these battle-hardened generals. They finally understood. All the calamities, all the misfortunes stemmed from the coup they had instigated themselves. They had not merely overthrown an emperor. They had toppled the very pillar that upheld the empire against foreign threats and natural disasters. Xiao Huan collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated. It is over. It is finished. Chapter 16. The siege approaches as the forces of the North King advanced. The atmosphere grew tense. Xiao Qi gritted his teeth, filled with indignation and fury. How dare he? How dare he rebel against me at this moment? Xiao Huan sat slumped on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He muttered incessantly, "It's over. We are doomed." That old fool truly dares to return with an army. Silence. Xiao Qi snapped, his voice filled with anger. What can you do other than wail in despair? Xiao Huan flinched at the roar. Raising his head, his eyes appeared vacant. His lips quivered as if attempting to muster a smile to appease Xiao Qi, but it only made him appear more pitiful. Your Highness, what shall we do? He implored. The North King is a madman. His 50,000 elite cavalry of Bingzhou are forged in the crucible of blood and battle. Our Imperial Guards, they're no match for them. Xiao Qi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the encroaching crimson glow beyond the city walls. The North King's furious shouts echoed in his ears, resounding repeatedly. Xiao Qi, dog thief, return my king. I will not rest until your body is torn to pieces. Xiao Qi had once believed that ascending to the throne meant absolute power. Yet now he realized that the so-called imperial authority was but a fleeting illusion. The generals at the border, those true tigers of war, did not recognize him as their new emperor. Their loyalty lay with the deposed Xiao Ding, whom they had cast aside. Third brother. Xiao Qi's voice was cold, his tone subdued. The North King, he did not come alone. His 50,000 cavalry are all elite warriors. This was not a spontaneous action, but clearly premeditated. His cry of return my king is a banner for revenge against Xiao Ding. We may not be able to stop them. Even if we cannot stop them, we must try. Xiao Qi abruptly turned his head, his eyes gleaming with determination. If we allow them to breach the city, not one of us shall survive. Immediately issue orders to mobilize all Imperial Guards to defend the city gates. Also, summon those useless ministers. Let them devise a plan. A plan? What plan? Xiao Huan finally erupted, despair dripping from his voice. Do you think that just because you're emperor, you can command the world? Those old ministers have long looked down upon us, and the Imperial Guards are merely a rabble. The North King's 50,000 cavalry could even overpower Xiao Ding. What do we have to defend ourselves with? Xiao Qi was momentarily taken aback by the outburst. His face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. He knew Xiao Huan spoke the truth. Though the Imperial Guards were numerous, many were nothing more than empty vessels. In times of peace, they may boast of their might, but on the battlefield, they would likely falter before the charge of the Bingzhou cavalry. Clatter, clatter. Just then, Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan stumbled in from outside, their faces as pale as parchment. With tears brimming in her eyes, Xiao Ning choked out, Your Highness. The cries of battle outside. They grow ever closer. Are we to perish? Perish? Nonsense. Xiao Qi gritted his teeth, shooting a fierce glare at Xiao Ning. Everyone be silent. Why the panic? We are the royal family of the ancient empire, destined by fate. Who dares to touch even a single hair of ours? Yet, this proclamation was one that even he could not believe. Fate? If such a thing truly existed, why did the Empress's sword light aim directly at the imperial capital? If fate were real, why did the King of the North dare to lead 50,000 wolf riders to threaten the imperial city? At this moment, a chill permeated Xiao Ding's heart, as if it had been drenched in icy water. The cold surged from his feet to the crown of his head, rendering him unsteady on his feet. Let's go. Take a look. Xiao Qi gritted his teeth, mustering his last breath, and led the others toward the city wall. With every step, he felt his calves trembling. But he dare not halt. He dare not turn back. He feared that if he stopped, he would completely collapse. As they ascended the city wall, a fierce wind sliced through the air, carrying a bone-chilling cold. Standing atop the battlements, Xiao Qi gazed down at the expanse beyond the city. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. On the distant horizon, a blood-red glow emerged. 50,000 wolf riders from Bingzhou, like a dark wave, slowly approached. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed. The battle flags fluttered violently. Each banner bore a prominent character for North. At the forefront was a towering figure clad in heavy armor, riding a black warhorse, brandishing a long spear. The spear tip glistened with a chilling light under the moon. That figure was none other than the martial saint, the King of the North. Even from several miles away, Xiao Qi could sense the overwhelming killing intent emanating from him. Xiao Qi, you treacherous scoundrel! The King of the North roared again, his voice like rolling thunder. You dare usurp the throne and conspire against my king. Today I lead 50,000 men, vowing to turn you, this rebel, into dust. Xiao Qi felt a tightness in his throat, his hands gripping the battlements, teetering on the edge of collapse. He wanted to retort. He wanted to hurl back insults. Yet his voice was stifled, unable to produce even a whisper. Third brother, Xiao Che, standing beside him, wore a face of deep concern. Can we truly hold our ground? Xiao Qi did not answer. He simply fixated on the Bingzhou wolf riders outside the city, his mind a tumult of chaos. Hold? With what could they defend? The morale of the Imperial Guards had long since plummeted. Those commanders harbored their own agendas, hardly a match for the King of the North. Moreover, above them loomed the Empress's azure swordlight, poised to descend at any moment and grind them into powder. Xiaowan stood nearby, her hands tightly clenching the hem of her garment, sobbing softly. I do not wish to die. Your Majesty, I implore you, think of a way. Shall we surrender? Let's shift the blame onto others and plead for mercy. Beg the King of the North to spare us. Surrender? With a sudden turn, Xiao Qi fixed his bloodshot eyes upon her. Do you think surrender will grant us life? The King of the North demands return, my king. Do you think he would spare us, usurpers? No sooner had Xiao Qi's words left his mouth than another furious roar erupted from outside the city. The King of the North's warhorse leaped forward. Its spear aimed directly at the city tower, the murderous intent palpable, sending shivers down Xiao Qi's spine. Following that, 50,000 Bingzhou wolf riders let out a unified battle cry. The sound reverberated, shattering the hearts and minds of all present. Xiao Qi's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. The fifth princess, Xiao Ning, clutched the sleeve of the seventh princess, Xiao Wan, weeping profusely. The King of the North. He is a martial sage, and the cavalry of Bingzhou, they are devils who feast on flesh and drink blood. How can we possibly withstand this? Third brother, let us surrender. Xiaowan could only sob uncontrollably, her body trembling even more violently. Standing nearby, Xiao Hui crossed her arms, her countenance dark and brooding as if it could drip with despair. A complex glimmer sparkled in her eyes, a mixture of fear, resentment, and bitterness. She stared intently at the crimson tide outside the city, her teeth grinding together audibly. The sixth prince, Xiao Che, remained silent, fully aware that their defenses were crumbling. Calamity was upon them. Outside the imperial city, the voice of the King of the North resonated once more, this time infused with the sorrow and fury of an old general. Xiao Qi, Xiao Wan, Xiao Qi, Xiao Rou, Xiao Ri, Xiao Ning, Xiao Wan, you treacherous wretches, ungrateful beasts. The King of the North's voice thundered like a storm, shaking the very souls of those present. Reflect upon your conscience, how the Emperor once favored you. You despicable ingrates, how have you repaid him? In order to save the ailing fifth princess, the Emperor braved the wilds alone, slaying the barbarian king against insurmountable odds to retrieve the life-saving elixir. You now bask in peace and prosperity. Yet do you recall how he was drenched in blood, nearly not returning? Upon hearing this, the fifth princess, Xiao Ning, shuddered violently, her blurred gaze revealing a flicker of struggle and disbelief. The King of the North's voice rose even higher, fueled by a tempest of rage. In the dire straits of war in the northern frontier, the Bingzhou cavalry was besieged by 36 tribes. Supplies were cut off, and reinforcements failed to arrive. The bureaucrats in the court, those idle scholars, were only concerned with shifting blame. It was the Emperor. He single-handedly quelled all opposition, even emptied his treasury to gather 30,000 stones of grain, personally escorting it. But what were you doing then? You only reveled in the palace. Some even schemed in the shadows, seeking to stab him in the back. Had the Emperor not delivered the supplies in time, the 50,000 men of Bingzhou would have long since turned to bones, and the northern frontier would have fallen into ruin. The Emperor has cared for you so dearly, risked his life to protect you. Yet, what did you do? In his time of illness, you conspired to overthrow him, imprison him, cast him into the cold palace. You wretches, lower than beasts. You possess hearts of wolves and lungs of dogs. No, it cannot be. That old man is lying. Upon hearing the King of the North mention the grain issue from years past, Xiao Qi's face turned ashen. This matter had long been buried deep within his heart, a secret he had suppressed. How could the King of the North possibly know? Moreover, the words of the Northern King diverged entirely from the justifications he had fabricated over the years to rationalize his own actions. Xiao Qi's body trembled violently in a state of panic. He attempted to argue he lied. That was merely a faade he constructed to win the people's favor. His intentions were not to save us. He only sought to solidify his own power. Power? The Northern King's laughter was tinged with both sorrow and irony. If he truly sought power, why would he place himself in jeopardy for you worthless beings? If his ambition were indeed for power, how could he have rallied to stabilize this crumbling realm after the demise of the previous emperor? If his quest were for power, why would he have nurtured you royal offspring into adulthood rather than eradicate you at the roots? The Northern King's piercing questions struck deeply at the heart. Xiao Huan listened to these recollections. The anger etched on his face gradually gave way to a more profound fear. Though impulsive and irascible, he was not devoid of conscience. Some of the events recounted by the Northern King were vaguely familiar, while others were secrets he had never encountered before. He turned to Xiao Qi, his gaze laden with inquiry and uncertainty. Xiao Qi remained silent, yet the tension in his jaw and the pallor of his lips betrayed his inner turmoil. Xiao Hui's eyes brimmed with resentment, as if each word from a Northern King served as a reminder of how benevolent Xiao Ding had once been to them and how grotesque their betrayal had become. She was unwilling to acknowledge it, let alone contemplate it. Instead, she channeled all her fear and anxiety into hatred directed at the Northern King and Xiao Ding. Silence. You treacherous scoundrel. Do you believe that your mere words can sway us? Xiao Qi, cornered and desperate, shouted hysterically. I am the emperor of the ancient empire. You dare besiege the imperial city with your rebels. That is a capital offense. A capital offense. Rebels? The Northern King scoffed coldly, his voice sharp as a blade. We are loyal only to His Majesty. We are loyal solely to Emperor Xiao Ding. Our presence here is not to usurp authority, but to reveal to the world the treachery of you disloyal ministers. We have come to demand retribution for the blood debt. Demand retribution? Xiao Huan grasped at this lifeline, exclaiming, on what grounds does he demand from us? He is no longer the emperor. His incompetence, his folly, he is the architect of his own downfall. Incompetent? Foolish? The Northern King scoffed at these words, a cold smile playing on his lips, his eyes aflame with fury. Do you know the sacrifices His Majesty made for the ancient empire for you? In those years of drought and famine, when the national treasury lay bare, the former emperor inherited a dire situation. It was he alone who pulled this realm from the mire. Day and night, he toiled, pouring his heart and soul into it, even at the cost of his own health, leaving him with lasting afflictions. You revel in the era of peace he has ushered in, yet you stab him in the back. Where has your humanity vanished to? Upon hearing the words injured foundation and lingering afflictions, Xiao Qi's pupils constricted suddenly. Images of Xiao Ding's emaciated form during his illness flashed unavoidably through his mind. He had always believed that was merely a faade, or perhaps a result of inherent frailty. However, the words of the Northern King peeled back a layer of gruesome truth. An indescribable fear and regret seized his heart in an instant. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Xiao Qi shook his head vigorously, as though scalded, attempting to expel those images from his thoughts. You, how dare you slander the late emperor? This is sheer treason. Guards, archers, prepare. Shoot this old wretch dead for me, he commanded with a voice strained to the point of breaking. Yet he found the surrounding imperial guards pale-faced, their hands trembling with their bows and arrows, none daring to advance. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the Northern King, even from miles away, left them gasping for breath. Moreover, behind the Northern King stood the formidable 5,000 wolf cavalry of Bingzhou, akin to harbingers of death. Shoot? Do you dare to shoot me? The Northern King stood proudly upon his steed, exuding an aura that pierced the heavens. You lack the courage even to face my scorn, yet you speak of archery? You pitiful creatures cowering behind the city walls, you are only fit to tremble in fear. Clang! He brandished his spear, its tip ominously directed toward the city wall. The chilling intent to kill sent shivers down the spines of Xiao Qi and the others. To slay the Northern King? A farce. They were not even brave enough to draw their bows. Merely casting a glance at the northern king's figure felt akin to gazing upon a Shura emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. They trembled in fear, utterly devoid of any strength to resist. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Observing the response of the imperial guards, Xiao Qi became increasingly frantic, wishing he could kick these inept beings to death. Shoot? Huh. You people lack even the courage of a dog. The northern king's voice, thick with derision, reverberated towards the city walls. You can only squabble among yourselves, bullying your own kind. You are outrageous. Xiao Huan pointed at the northern king, his body trembling with rage. Yet he dared not utter harsher words, fearing to provoke this embodiment of death further. Just then, a commotion arose beneath the city tower. Xiao Qi and the others turned their gaze toward the sound. They beheld a throng of individuals gathering densely along the formerly deserted Imperial Avenue. Clad in court attire, though not as resplendent as the royal family upon the city walls, they stood with perfect posture. Each face bore a peculiar expression, one that was both indifferent and tinged with a hint of amusement. These were the ministers of the court. Their presence rendered the countenances of Xiao Qi and his companions even more grim. These civil officials, unlike their usual demeanor of kneeling and paying respects, exhibited no trace of fear or anxiety. Instead, they observed the farce atop the city wall with the detached gaze of onlookers. At the forefront stood a venerable elder, his hair as white as snow. He was a grand secretary of the cabinet, a man of immense respect and stature within the court. Yet, since the Qinglian rebellion, he had remained a recluse, feigning illness and abstaining from political affairs. Now, however, he stood before the crowd, vibrant and full of life, clutching a scroll of resplendent yellow, a decree of the highest order, one that could only be issued by the emperor himself. Upon sighting the scroll, a pang of dread seized Xiao Qi's heart, an ominous premonition flooding over him. What was the meaning of this? He shouted, struggling to suppress the turmoil within, directing his anger towards the civil officials below. Why do you gather here instead of restoring order within the city? The Grand Secretary slowly lifted his gaze. Within his murky eyes, there was no trace of reverence, only a chilling coldness. He did not respond to Xiao Qi. Instead, he raised the scroll high and, with a resonant and articulate voice, proclaimed to the grand avenue of the imperial city and to those atop the city walls, including Xiao Qi, by the decree of heaven, the ancient emperor commands. He was reading the edict of the late emperor. Xiao Qi and his companions were utterly bewildered. Hadn't the edict been buried alongside the late emperor? The traitor Xiao Qi, in collusion with his siblings Xiao Huan, Xiao Che, Xiao Rou, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Wan, harboring treacherous intentions, they have acted against the rightful order, committing the gravest of offenses. The Grand Secretary's voice resonated with righteous indignation, echoing like thunder across the imperial city. Since the demise of the late emperor, His Majesty Xiao Ding has assumed the mantle of leadership, striving to stabilize the nation. Yet these 7, in utter disregard for the emperor's grace, have conspired during His Majesty's diligent governance, falsely accusing and inciting rebellion, coercing His Majesty to abdicate, and imprisoning him in the cold palace. Such acts of disloyalty and unfilial conduct are the foremost of the 10 gravest crimes, deserving of universal condemnation. Chapter 17. Receiving the legacy of the game. The second crime, oppressing the loyal and abusing ministers. During His Majesty the Emperor's reign, he diligently governed and cherished his people, promoting virtuous ministers. Yet, after these 7 ascended to power, they engaged in factionalism, ruthlessly slaughtering upright officials such as Minister Zhao. This has led to a court shrouded in darkness, with scoundrels in control. Such actions are a calamity for the nation and its people, deserving of the gravest punishment. The third crime, heeding malicious words and neglecting state affairs. After the 7 took office, they indulged in pleasure, disregarding national matters. They treated the populace as mere weeds, inciting public outrage and jeopardizing the state. The Grand Scholar of the Cabinet read aloud the 10 crimes of the traitors. Each charge struck like a dagger into the hearts of Xiao Qi and his cohorts. Some accusations were undeniable facts. Others were exaggerated and distorted claims. Nevertheless, uttered by a venerable elder statesman, Their impact far surpassed any vitriol from the Prince of Northern Defense. Upon the city walls, Xiao Qi's complexion shifted from ashen to a deep shade of iron, then to a contorted crimson. He yearned to retort, to defend himself, to vehemently denounce these civil officials. Yet, his lips moved, but no words escaped. Princesses Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Wen had long abandoned their former arrogance. Their faces were etched with fear and unease. They had never envisioned that these ordinarily docile ministers could manifest such wrath, each word dripping with unmasked malice and accusation. Xiao Huan and Xiao Che clutched their swords at their waists, yet they remained sheathed. The Prince of Northern Defense and the wolf cavalry of Bingzhou loomed outside, while these civil officials unleashed their wrath from within, leaving them ensnared in a predicament with no way out. You seven have acted in defiance, inciting the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people. We, the loyal subjects of the ancient empire, declare to the world today, we shall take arms against the traitors. The grand scholar of the cabinet rolled up the scroll and, with a sudden flourish of his sleeves, fixed his gaze upon the city walls. His voice resonated like shattering ice. We have come here today for a singular purpose. For our emperor, His Majesty Xiao Ding, to seek justice. For our emperor, His Majesty Xiao Ding, to seek justice. The grand scholar's voice thundered like lightning upon Xiao Qi and his associates. Those ministers, who were usually as docile as sheep, now seemed possessed, each gazed with resolute intensity, exuding a palpable air of determination. Are they all mad? Xiao Qi felt a surge of blood rush to his head, and his vision darkened. After all these years, when had he ever witnessed these elderly scholars display such fervor? How dare they openly accuse him? What of our emperor, Xiao Ding? That worthless wretch, that spineless coward, the very hound he had confined to the cold palace. Outrageous! Outrageous! Have you old fools become so bold? Xiao Qi bellowed in a frenzied rage. What nonsense edict! What absurd 10 crimes! It is all fabricated by your own hands. Are you attempting to absolve that worthless wretch? Xiao Qi pointed toward the multitude of civil officials gathered below the city, his facial muscles twitching. The composure and majesty of the new emperor had vanished entirely. You treacherous ministers, are you unaware of the character of Xiao Ding? He is foolish and tyrannical. Over the years of his reign, he has turned the court into a den of chaos and transformed the palace into a hellish nightmare. We, the 7 siblings, are here to restore order. We strive to save the ancient empire and its countless citizens. Xiao Qi roared incoherently, attempting to drown out the fear that gnawed at his heart with the loudness of his voice. Beside him, Xiao Huan, upon hearing Xiao Qi's furious outburst, drew his sword in a fit of rage. Clang! The blade glinted ominously in the sunlight. These decrepit old fools, chattering endlessly. Brother, give the command. I shall lead the charge and eliminate these wretches, feeding them to the dogs. Though he lacked the courage to confront the army of the Northern King, Xiao Huan felt entirely confident in dealing with a group of defenseless civil officials. Silence. Xiao Qi suddenly turned and glared at him. Charge forth. Outside the city lurks the Northern King and his fierce cavalry. Although these officials appear powerless, their words can be as lethal as blades. Not to mention the predatory gaze of the Northern King outside. Xiao Hui's cold gaze swept over the official below. Kabiniskoda, when did you gain such prowess? Aside from your incessant lamentations and empty rhetoric, what else can you accomplish? Singing praises for that useless wretch? Huh, do you believe such flattery will exonerate him? Xiao Ding, in pursuit of his own power, imprisoned the former emperor and caused the death of the former empress. Do you dare claim ignorance of these deeds? Xiao Hui sought to cast even darker aspersions to overshadow her own guilt. Alas, though her voice was sharp, it lacked conviction. Indeed, he was never a good person. The 5th princess, Xiao Ning, cried out with a quivering voice, trembling violently. He punishes us for merely displeasing him. 6th brother was confined to the ancestral hall for a month for uttering a single inappropriate word. He is not our brother at all. He is a demon. The 7th princess, Xiao Wan, was pale with fright, clutching Xiao Ning's arm tightly. Only the 6th prince, Xiao Che, stood silently with a grim expression, his gaze dark and fixated on the officials below. He remained silent, yet his grip on the sword turned white from tension. He understood that these defenses and accusations were in vain. The Northern King has come. These officials have emerged, signaling their complete loss of power. What he feared was not death, but the feeling of losing control and the torment that might lie ahead. Below the city, the cabinet scholars and other officials remained unmoved, their faces betraying no emotion in response to the shouts and slanders from above. Only deep disdain and contempt. Ha ha! An elderly official, standing beside the grand scholar of the cabinet, could not help but burst into uproarious laughter. His mirth was imbued with sorrow and irony. Behold, behold, this is our new master of the ancient empire. He professes to act for the nation and the people. Yet when his true nature is revealed, he becomes frantic and belligerent, hurling vile accusations at His Majesty Xiao Ding, akin to a shrew in a street quarrel. Xiao Qi, do you think we are oblivious? Another minister stepped forward, his beard bristling, pointing at the city wall and rebuking. When the late emperor passed away, where were you hiding? Where were you, princes and princesses? It was His Majesty Xiao Ding. Alone. Alone he bore the tempestuous weight of the empire. Alone he nurtured you into maturity. To save the fourth prince, he endured 13 stabs from an assassin. To procure medicine for the sixth prince, he went 3 days and nights without rest. Enough. You have gone too far. Xiao Qi could no longer listen. These accomplishments were precisely what he wished to erase. Once these truths were laid bare, his so-called rectification would be revealed as sheer ingratitude. All false. All fade he had constructed. Xiao Hui shrieked, attempting to interrupt the minister's words. He does not care for us. He merely seeks to control us, treating us as puppets, as caged birds. All we desire is to live as human beings. Is that truly a fault? To live as human beings? The grand scholar of the cabinet sneered. After you ascend to power, you shamelessly plunder the people's wealth, construct opulent palaces, force the virtuous into prostitution, and harm loyal subjects. Is this what you call living as human beings? I see you live even worse than beasts. The grand scholar suddenly stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a sword, bearing down on Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi, do not presume that by slandering the late emperor, you can absolve yourself of guilt. You conspired with foreign officials, secretly liaising with those who covet our empire. You even considered trading the dragon vein of the ancient empire for their support. You are the true traitor. You are deserving of the most severe punishment. You lie. You slander me. Xiao Qi was completely flustered. He thought he had executed the dragon vein affair flawlessly. How could anyone know? Lies? From the ranks of scholars behind the grand scholar, another emerged. This man was the deputy director of the Astral Observatory. With an impassive expression, he stated, "Last night, the Astral Observatory detected unusual movements in the dragon vein beneath the palace. Signs of malevolent energy intruding. Were it not for the protective wards left by the late emperor, the consequences would be unimaginable." At this revelation, the faces of Xiao Qi and the others turned ashen. They had even discovered the disturbances in the dragon vein. How many more secrets were these scholars privy to? In the city, the clamor of the scholars' denunciations rose and fell with fervor. They unveiled how Xiao Qi and his cohorts eliminated dissenters, squandered resources, disdained the populace, and displayed weakness in foreign negotiations. Each accusation sent tremors of fear through the hearts of the princes and princesses atop the city walls. The power they prided themselves on appeared utterly ludicrous and vulnerable under the righteous denunciations of the literati. Outside the city, the king of the north sat astride his steed, impassively observing the farce unfolding above. His cavalry, the Bingzhou wolf riders, stood in perfect formation, a silent forest of steel exuding an oppressive aura. They remained mute and motionless. Yet their mere presence loomed over Xiao Qi and his allies like the sharpest of swords. Today, we shall eradicate the traitors, in accordance with the mandate of heaven, to console the late emperor and restore the honor of the former sovereign. The voice of the grand secretary echoed once more. This time, he directed his gaze toward the king of the north outside the imperial city. "My lord, the traitors within the city have nowhere left to flee. Please uphold justice and bring back the late emperor." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi abruptly lifted his head, his eyes aflame with a crimson hue as he glared at the king of the north outside the city. "Bring back Xiao Ding? No, that is utterly impossible. Once that waste emerges, all will be lost. No, King of the North, do not heed their words. These literati are madmen. They are remnants of Xiao Ding. Xiao Qi screamed desperately, attempting to evoke the king's loyalty, though he knew that the likelihood was minuscule. The King of the North remained silent, yet slowly raised his hand, prompting his Bingzhou wolf riders to elevate their long spears in unison. You dare! Xiao Qi gritted his teeth, his voice escaping through clenched jaws. As he beheld the impending assault from the King of the North, a tremor crept into his voice. You rebels, dare you defy the rightful authority? Do you believe I kill Xiao Ding right now, ensuring that none of you ever lay eyes on him? At this proclamation, a wave of furious shouts erupted from the assembly of literati below the walls. The Grand Secretary's eyes widened with fury, his hair standing on end as he pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Qi, denouncing him. Xiao Qi, you traitor! His Majesty Xiao Ding is the legitimate sovereign of the ancient empire. Your actions are treasonous, usurping the throne, and now you dare to threaten His Majesty's life. Such acts are intolerable by heaven and evoke the wrath of both man and deity. Xiao Qi, if you dare lay a hand on the late emperor, we vow to tear you asunder. The Minister of Rights also stepped forward. Typically composed, his face now bore a mask of anger, his voice booming like thunder. Do you think you can shroud the heavens with your hand? The realm of the ancient empire belongs not to you alone. The eyes of the people are keen. The hearts of loyal subjects are forged of iron. Should you show disrespect to the late emperor today, your own demise shall surely follow. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Qi's complexion grew increasingly pale, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He turned to glance at the equally panicked Xiao Huan and Xiao Che beside him, desperately seeking a glimmer of support in their expressions. Yet all that could be perceived was the same trepidation and uncertainty. What are you afraid of? Xiao Qichang bellowed at Xiao Huan, striving to maintain his bravado. They are merely a bunch of decrepit civil officials. Their words may soar like clouds, but when it comes to action, they are utterly ineffectual. What the King of the North? He dares not lay siege. He fears we might perish together, endangering that worthless Xiao Ding. We hold the last card in our hands. No one shall lay a finger on us. Gulp. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huan swallowed hard, his gaze flickering uncertainly. He managed to force out a response, but what if they truly disregard all and launch an assault? The soldiers under the King of the North are a pack of mad dogs with nothing to lose. Can we really hold our ground? Even if we cannot, we must. Bang! Xiao Qi slammed the railing with fervor, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Do you not understand? Once the King of the North attacks, once Xiao Ding is rescued, we shall be utterly doomed. At that point, do not speak of the throne. We may lose our very lives. Would you prefer to be torn apart by those old relics, or to face the populace's scorn and execution? Xiao Che, standing to the side, cast a somber glance over the furious civil officials below, whose anger surged like a tide. After a moment of silence, he spoke coldly. Then let us not provide them with an opportunity. Xiao Qi, let us simply eliminate Xiao Ding, sever their hopes. We have already come this far. What does it matter to slay a useless emperor? Indeed, kill him. Once he is gone, no one will be able to hold anything against us. Xiao Hui chimed in, her eyes flashing with a frenzied glow. As long as Xiao Ding lives, he is a calamity. Keeping him alive will surely lead to our demise. Let's cleanse this threat. The civil officials below erupted in furious protest, their outrage nearly boiling over. Calls for retribution rose in a crescendo. The Minister of War stepped forward, pointing at the castle ramparts and shouting, Xiao Qi, Xiao Ri, you ungrateful wretches. His Majesty Xiao Ding has upheld this realm for you, yet you seek to condemn him to death. May the ancestors of the ancient empire look down upon you, and may they ensure your demise, you traitorous scoundrels. Should you dare to harm His Majesty Xiao Ding, we shall immediately petition the world, revealing your crimes and calling for your punishment. The Deputy Minister of Revenue stood forth as well, his voice resonating with conviction. Do you think that by murdering His Majesty Xiao Ding, you can silence the voices of the world? That you can secure this unjust position? Such delusions are folly. The spear of the ancient empire still lingers. and the hearts of the people remain steadfast. You are but foolish jesters, destined to be ground to dust. Outside the city, the king of the north remained silent. Yet his gaze grew increasingly frigid. The grip on his riding whip tightened slightly. The soldiers of the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry sensed their commander's murderous intent. The glint of their long spears shimmered in the sunlight. Xiao Qi's chest heaved violently, his eyes oscillating between fear and madness. He understood. The king of the north dared not attack lightly. It was precisely because he feared they might resort to desperate measures, jeopardizing Xiao Ding's life. Yet he understood that the string was drawn too tightly, poised to snap at any moment. Once the northern king resolved to act, even if it meant sacrificing Xiao Ding's life, he would seek retribution against these traitors, and their fate would be far more dire than it is now. You must not force my hand. Xiao Qi's voice had grown hoarse. He suddenly turned, bellowing at the royal guards behind him. Go, bring Xiao Ding to me. I shall show these old fools who is truly lost in delusion, who is the rightful sovereign of the ancient empire. The royal guards exchanged glances, their faces pale with terror. One of them, trembling, spoke, Your Majesty, this may not be appropriate. After all, the late emperor was. Silence. Xiao Qi kicked the guard in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Not appropriate. I see you are tired of living. Utter another word, and I shall take your head. Go, fetch him at once. The atmosphere atop the city walls grew increasingly tense. Xiao Qi's gaze fixed upon the ground below, as if he could tear apart the civil ministers with his mere stare. Meanwhile, the cabinet ministers and scholars below were turning increasingly pale, their fury nearly erupting from their eyes. Xiao Qi, should you truly dare to harm Emperor Xiao Ding, we shall immediately rally the righteous men of the realm to wash the imperial city in blood. The voice of the cabinet minister boomed like thunder, causing the very walls to tremble. The foundation of the ancient empire cannot be shaken by you, a mere traitor. Your madness today shall ultimately become the grave you dig for yourself, in the depths of the cold palace. A stark contrast to the charged atmosphere atop the city walls. Silence. Desolation. Xiao Ding sat cross-legged upon the stone slab, his form gaunt, his complexion pale. Yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance. Game Heritage Reception Progress. 47. Since that night when he faintly heard his master's call and confirmed that the celestial kingdoms and the Qinglian Empress were not mere illusions. This once game system, or rather, some ancient entity connected to the gaming world, began to ceaselessly transmit the heritage he had amassed over a decade in the Immortal Path simulator. Chapter 18. The Astonishment of All Realms. What was termed a legacy felt more akin to the very essence of a world, forcefully infused into his being and consciousness through some peculiar means. This transmission was not without its trials. It was accompanied by excruciating pain and mental upheaval. Each fluctuation of the progress bar felt as if countless fine needles were piercing deep into his mind, akin to a raging inferno scorching through his meridians. Xiao Ding could sense the once mighty forces he had wielded in the game, the arcane techniques and mystical powers. The vast reservoir of knowledge and experience were gradually awakening within his corporeal existence, taking root. This was a transformative process, one fraught with peril and near-death experiences. Had he not reached such heights in the game, and had his will not been sufficiently resolute, he would have likely succumbed to this overwhelming power, meeting a catastrophic end. Outside, the coarse curses and heavy footsteps of the royal guards echoed, indicating that someone was hastening towards the cold palace. Faintly, he could discern the clamor and roars from the direction of the city walls. It was the foolish rabble outside, indulging in their farcical power games. Xiao Ding paid them no heed, his entire focus concentrated on the system interface. He was acutely aware of the unfolding event beyond. It seemed that Xiao Qi and his ilk could no longer withstand the pressure, preparing to use him as a scapegoat. How laughable, ungrateful wretches. In the end, they still turned to him, the deposed emperor they had sought to overthrow. There was no need for haste, just a little longer, he murmured softly. Game Legacy Acquisition Progress. 47. 1. Suddenly, a fresh stream of information surged into his mind. This transmission pertained to the knowledge of myriad laws of the heavens. It was a comprehensive system of techniques he had synthesized during the latter stages of the game, drawing from the countless texts of the celestial sects and the essence of arcane arts from other realms. The sheer magnitude of this information caused the veins on his forehead to bulge. Cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. He clenched his teeth, allowing the excruciating pain to envelop his entire being. These torments, in comparison to the agonies he had endured in order to rescue those ungrateful wretches, climbing the towering sword peak in the frigid lands, suffering frostbite, being torn by wild beasts, and wounded by sword intent, were utterly trivial. That pain was corporeal, yet also spiritual. Physical wounds heal, but the scars on his heart, forged in the moment of his captivity, had solidified into an icy resolve for vengeance. A bloodbath of the royal family? It will be far more than that. He would make those treacherous souls understand the meaning of despair, the essence of regret. Game Legacy Acquisition Progress 47. 2. This transmission was related to the knowledge of crafting celestial artifacts. In the game, his celestial sect had been a sanctum of artifact forging, with ancient celestial treasures and invaluable relics emerging in abundance. Knowledge surged forth like a tidal wave. Intricate runes, formations, and the properties of materials coalesced within his mind, constructing a vast diagram of artifact forging. A searing headache threatened to plunge him into unconsciousness, yet he persevered. His gaze remained fixated on the luminous screen before him. The incessantly fluctuating percentage represented not only his hope for survival, but also the fuel for his vengeance. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly closer, accompanied by the hushed whispers of the palace guards. That wretched Xiao insists on dragging me into this. What if something were to befall his majesty? How are we to account to the king of the north? Who could tell? The imperial city was in utter disarray. The empress was approaching, and the king of the north was besieging the city. We insignificant figures found ourselves caught in the middle, facing dire straits. We must swiftly deliver the person to avoid attracting calamity. The footsteps halted at the entrance of the cold palace, followed by the harsh sound of a door being kicked. Open the door, quickly. The heavy wooden door creaked as it was forcefully thrust open, revealing two guards clad in standard armor who strode in with authority. Xiao Ding, His Majesty's edict commands you. One guard's voice faltered upon spotting Xiao Ding seated upon the bed, for he noticed that the air around Xiao Ding seemed to solidify. While no formidable aura was emanating, an invisible pressure rendered their breaths labored. It was an indescribable sensation, the gathering of a transcendent power. Moreover, they observed that despite Xiao Ding's pallor, a faint golden point of light was coalescing at his brow, resembling a diminutive star radiating a gentle glow. What on earth is this? They exchanged glances, their eyes betraying astonishment and dread. Was this truly the same deposed emperor they had so casually humiliated? Let me handle this. Another guard, summoning his courage, advanced, emboldened by the numbers, intending to seize Xiao Ding. He reached out, aiming to grasp the collar of Xiao Ding's garment. However, just as his fingers were about to make contact, Xiao Ding's eyes, which had been fixed on the luminous screen, coldly glanced at him. Just a glance. Bang! The guard seemed to be struck by an invisible force, hurtling backwards like a ragged sack. He crashed heavily against the wall and fell to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, gasping for air, clearly on the brink of death. The other guard stood frozen in terror, paralyzed with fear, unable to comprehend how a mere mortal, stripped of his powers, could inflict such grievous harm with just a glance. Xiao Ding paid him no mind. His attention returned to the system screen. Progress of Game Legacy Acquisition 47. 5. This transmission encompassed knowledge regarding the celestial arrays, an extensive system of formations he had constructed within the game to defend against external foes, enveloping the entirety of the celestial continent. Various formations of lethal traps, ensnaring arrays, and illusionary setups were etched deeply into his mind, akin to the imprint of a chisel. A surge of agonizing pain struck once more. He stifled a groan, his body trembling slightly. Yet, his gaze grew ever more resolute, as a chilling, murderous intent surged within his eyes. Outside, the cacophony of roars and curses from the castle ramparts seemed to swell, as if an insurrection were on the brink of eruption. The guard, previously paralyzed by shock, finally regained his wits. Without a thought for his fallen comrade, he scrambled frantically towards the exit of the cold palace. The entire cold palace once again fell into a profound silence. Xiao Ding closed his eyes, sensing the resurgence of power within him. A torrent of vast information flooded his mind. Concepts that had once existed solely within the realm of games were now merging with his corporeal reality. Xiao Ding understood that this process was far from complete. Yet with each increment achieved, he drew closer to trampling upon those outsiders. Progress of game inheritance, 47. 8. The influx at this moment pertained to insights into the grand principles of the universe, transcendent realms he had touched upon during the latter stages of the game. Though only fragments of understanding remained, they were sufficient to elevate his perception and cognition above all beings in this world. His body spasmed uncontrollably for a moment before regaining its tranquility. Progress of game inheritance, 48. As the progress bar reached this figure, a prompt suddenly appeared on the system interface. Detected that the host's current physical condition is nearing its limit. The transmission of certain inheritances will be temporarily suspended. Priority transmission of fundamental powers and knowledge related to survival and self-preservation. Commencing transmission, basic martial arts of the ancient empire, physical cultivation methods, low-tier alchemical techniques, foundational talisman crafting skills. A stream of relatively gentle information began to flow in. Although basic, these teachings were of utmost urgency for Xiao Ding at this moment, granting him a degree of self-defense before the complete acquisition of the inheritance. The frigid stone floor no longer felt so excruciating, and the dilapidated cold palace seemed less oppressive. With a swift motion, Xiao Ding opened his eyes. He could sense his weakened body gradually regaining strength. The once constrained meridians began to exhibit subtle flows. He raised his hand, his fingers gently curling. A delicate yet palpable sense of power coalesced within his palm. He knew that outside, the pack of treacherous wolves continued their performance. But so what? Let them prance about for now. He, Xiao Ding, would soon emerge. Out into the world, and then, not a single one would remain. A crimson tide would wash over the royal family, the Eastern divine dynasty, standing tall amidst the vast expanse of the ancient continent, spanning millions of miles. Boundless territory, profound heritage. Within the resplendent hall of the Eastern divine dynasty, the emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his countenance seething with fury. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. What on earth are you investigating? Crack. The emperor forcefully cast a confidential report onto the ground, where it instantly turned to ashes. Is this what you have uncovered? The ancient empire? A mere speck on the map, not even worthy of being considered a third-rate power? With internal strife and external threats, it's an utter mess. The multitude of intelligence officers and officials from the Astral Monitoring Bureau knelt in silence, their foreheads pressed against the cold stone floor, scarcely daring to breathe. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. This intelligence was obtained at the peril of our lives through extensive verification from various factions in Songnan continent. It is undoubtedly authentic, stammered the chief intelligence officer, trembling as he defended himself. The emperor glared at him, grinding his teeth in fury. Undoubtedly authentic? Preposterous. How could a being capable of producing that empress, a figure who can rend the very fabric of space, causing my revered guardian dragon to wail in trepidation, possibly hide in such a forsaken place? In a nation on the brink of extinction? It defies all logic. Suddenly, the emperor rose from his dragon throne, hands clasped behind his back, frowning as he paced the hall. The voice of that empress resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing across all realms. There was no way it could be false. Yet the location she mentioned, the ancient empire, did not align with the information they had uncovered. There must be some deceit at play. Abruptly halting his stride, a glimmer of caution flashed in his eyes. Or perhaps that empress intentionally disseminated false information to mislead us. Yet the scale of her presence seemed too formidable to be a mere fabrication. Your Majesty, perhaps. Perhaps that supreme being is simply hiding here temporarily? Ventured an elderly minister cautiously, much like a dragon lurking in shallow waters or a phoenix concealed within the mountains. Oomph. The emperor snorted coldly, his agitation becoming increasingly palpable. Shallow waters? More like a stinking gutter. Mountains? Merely desolate wastelands. Why would a supreme being lower themselves to hide in such a place? Moreover, according to your findings, The ancient empire is currently embroiled in chaos, with a million-strong royal army at its doorstep and infighting among the royalty. Does that supreme being not care? Do they not fear that their sanctuary will be destroyed? This was precisely the puzzle that confounded all present. A powerful entity. They seek resources, tranquility, and a space for cultivation. What could the ancient empire possibly offer? Barren lands, a backward civilization, or incessant internal strife? Not a single aspect aligns with the standards for a supreme being's refuge. Could it be? Could it be that the intelligence is erroneous? That the supreme being is not in hiding, but rather trapped there? Speculated a minister. Upon hearing this, the emperor's gaze flickered momentarily. However, he quickly shook his head. Impossible. Who could confine an existence capable of cleaving through the void? Unless it were forces of a higher order. But that too makes no sense. If one can tear apart the void, how could they be ensnared? Thus concluded the discourse. The Grand Hall once again succumbed to silence. Their once proud intelligence system had, at that moment, delivered a message that was utterly incomprehensible, even chilling. The name of the ancient empire resonated like a mockery. Continue the investigation. Delve deeper. Spare no effort. The emperor articulated each word with deliberate intensity, his voice laced with unmistakable anxiety and irritation. He felt a profound sense of crisis. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. The unknown was the most terrifying aspect. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the ancient continent, within the icy palace of the far north, the howling blizzards roared outside. Inside the hall, an oppressive cold enveloped the air, as if it had been frozen solid. The queen of the northern snow domain, draped in a heavy white fox fur, sat regally upon a throne carved from ancient ice. Her beauty was as striking as the frost itself, the ancient empire. Her voice, devoid of emotional fluctuation, resonated coldly. Yet, the snow knights and sages present understood that Her Majesty's demeanor was far from tranquil. Yes, Your Majesty. A knight, his face marked by frost-like patterns, knelt respectfully, presenting a scroll. This contained the latest intelligence regarding the ancient empire. The rustling of parchment filled the air as the queen delicately took the scroll, unfurling it with graceful fingers. Her gaze swept over the text. Although her expression remained unchanged, the chill within the hall seemed to intensify. A minuscule territory, on the brink of collapse, a fallen emperor, internal strife. She softly articulated the key phrases from the scroll. Each word resonated with an unsettling gravity. The kneeling knight continued. The intelligence indicates that the ancient empire is exceedingly weak, even less formidable than our snow domain's largest tribes. It lacks the conditions to attract a powerful recluse. With a decisive gesture, the queen set the scroll aside, her gaze drifting beyond the hall's confines, where only endless white snow lay. Her ice-blue pupils narrowed as she parted her crimson lips to utter, "Why?" Her two words carried layers of meaning. "I do not know." The knight replied, lowering his gaze, continuing his report. Various factions are perplexed by this intelligence. They suspect it to be erroneous or that the powerful recluse harbors ulterior motives. The queen lightly tapped her fingertips against the icy throne, the sound resonating crisply and ethereally. Confusion, suspicion, such sentiments were expected. She paused, her voice imbued with a resolute tone. However, our spies do not err. The ancient empire exists as described. Thus, the issue lies with that powerful recluse. Why would an entity capable of rending the void with a single sword choose to conceal itself within an empire so insignificant? What secrets does it harbor? With that, the queen's gaze sharpened, becoming piercingly acute. Is it an ancient seal? A concealed realm? Or perhaps, he is not truly reclusive, but rather drawn by some unseen force, even confined there? Each of her speculations sent a chill through the hearts of those present. A formidable being, restrained within a feeble empire by some mysterious power? Just how deep does this intrigue run? What force could possibly bind such a supreme entity? Your Majesty, what course of action shall we pursue next? Inquired a sage from the snowy domain. The queen withdrew her gaze, her ice-blue eyes sweeping over the kneeling assembly. That formidable being, or perhaps that empress, having willingly disclosed their location, must have had a purpose, whether it be a trap or an opportunity. We cannot afford to overlook it. Rising to her full height, the queen commanded with resolute lips, send forth a decree. Assemble the most elite frost knights of the snowy realm. Prepare to march south. A wave of astonishment coursed through the hall at her words. The frost knights of the snowy domain. They're the most formidable military force in the northern region, rarely mobilized with ease. Your Majesty, do you mean? One knight hesitantly asked. To the ancient empire. The queen's tone was calm, yet the determination in her gaze sent shivers down spines. Bring with us our sincerity and our vigilance. We must uncover the secrets hidden within that dilapidated empire. Chapter 19. The Empress's Grace. Master, behold, the covenant of 10,000 years has been fulfilled by your disciple. Go forth and test the depths of that formidable being. The queen's gaze, amidst its icy demeanor, radiated a fervent fire, an insatiable thirst for the unknown secrets, and an ardent pursuit of immense power. Should opportunity arise, we shall not yield, and if peril looms. The queen's eyes narrowed slightly, emanating a chilling aura of terror. Let the frost and snow blanket all. Behold, the queen turned away, waving her hand. Go forth. This matter requires haste. In the celestial realm above, the colossal rift, torn by a single sword, remained unhealed. Rather, it appeared as a portal to another world, slowly beginning to unfold. A cascade of golden light poured forth, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. This oppressive force caused the very souls of all beings to wail and tremble. Subsequently, a grand and ancient celestial melody drifted from the rift. Each note encapsulated profound truths, invoking a sense of reverence in those who heard it. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, an ethereal and majestic celestial palace, forged from pure laws and power, gradually emerged from the fissure. It was not a tangible entity, yet more real and awe-inspiring than any palace upon this earth. Surrounding the celestial palace was a radiant glow that reached the heavens. At the forefront of this palace stood a solitary figure, detached from the world. Clad in a gown woven from moonlight, devoid of superfluous embellishments, she appeared both sacred and ethereal. Her ink-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, illuminated by the golden light, shimmering with a gentle luster. The breeze caressed her form, as if a celestial maiden had descended to the mortal realm. At her waist hung an ancient azure longsword, its blade seemingly modest, yet brimming with the power to create and destroy worlds. A soft, gentle glow enveloped her visage, obscuring her true features from view. Her eyes, akin to the frozen depths of millennia-old snow, reflected the brilliance of countless stars, profound, distant, and indifferent, seemingly having witnessed the rise and fall of human glory and decay, rendering all color devoid in their depths. She stood there in quietude, as if the very center of the myriad realms. All existence thrived because of her, yet dimmed in her presence. Behind her stood a multitude of figures, standing rigidly in formation. Each figure exuded an aura capable of shattering mountains and suppressing the heavens. Among them were venerable elders with celestial grace, formidable giants with fierce countenances, divine generals clad in golden armor, and terrifying beings shrouded in ominous energy. A total of 36 figures. They had once been rulers of 36 celestial kingdoms, awe-inspiring sovereigns in their own right. Now, they stood as the most loyal sentinels, bowing their heads behind the woman in white. These were the 36 celestial kings, tamed by the Qinglian after countless battles. Further behind them were 72 slightly less imposing yet still overwhelmingly powerful figures, clad in uniform silver battle armor, armed with an array of weapons glimmering with a chilling light. Their eyes sharp as blades and exuding an aura of lethal intent, they are the culmination of countless bloody slaughters, a testament forged amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This is the legendary 72 celestial generals. This is the grand procession of the celestial kingdom, led by the emperor of the celestial realm. This is the indomitable army crafted by Qinglian over the span of 10,000 years. Qinglian, the emperor of the celestial kingdom. Her figure, though diminutive, shines brighter than any celestial king or heavenly general standing behind her. At this moment, Qinglian's gaze pierces through the void, transcending the towering mountains of Songnan continent. She surveys the land below, casting her eyes upon that remote and dilapidated ancient empire. All beings witnessing this scene, whether situated in the ancient empire, Sounan continent, or even the distant Yu dynasty, Donghuang divine dynasty, northern snowy regions, and southern demon kingdom. Regardless of their status as exalted emperors, reclusive elders, or humble mortals, are engulfed in profound shock. They are struck by the stark realization of their own insignificance. In the face of this overwhelming pressure, all their strength and ambitions dissolve like bubbles in sunlight, vanishing in an instant. Upon the walls of the ancient empire, Xiao Qi and the others have long since collapsed to the ground, their faces pale as death. Their eyes reflect nothing but sheer terror. They watch helplessly as the celestial palace looms above, gazing at the white figure at the forefront. Their lips trembling, yet unable to utter a sound. All their previous schemes and arrogance appear laughable and pitiful against such unmatched power. What is this? This? Xiao Qi trembles violently. What manner of being is this? Has a deity descended? Xiao Huan's eyes widen in disbelief, his hands gripping the ground tightly. He is utterly overwhelmed by shock. In his mind, only the image of that white figure remains, accompanied by the terrifying celestial kings and heavenly generals behind her. The magnitude of this power renders him incapable of even contemplating resistance. Xiao Ning has already fainted from sheer fright. Her bodily functions have collapsed under the weight of unrestrained terror. In contrast, Xiao Che retains a semblance of lucidity, though beads of sweat pour from his forehead like rain. His gaze is one of unfathomable despair. Skilled in the art of manipulating hearts and plotting schemes, he had never envisioned a force that transcends all comprehension. Within his worldview, power, armies, and conspiracies were everything. Now he understands. Before true power, these are but the trivial antics of children. In the cold palace, Xiao Ding also raises his gaze to behold the magnificent spectacle above. A system panel materializes before him. Detection of the celestial dynasty's manifestation. Manifestation leader. Qinglian. Loyalty. Current power level. Unknown. Far surpassing the limits of current world laws. Warning. During the manifestation process, Qinglian is subject to backlash from the world laws, resulting in an unstable state. Warning. Numerous forces from countless realms are observing the ancient empire. The host must swiftly enhance their strength and prepare for the impending challenges. Xiao Ding did not linger on the system notification. His gaze was fixated upon the ethereal white figure in the sky. Qinglian, the frail girl he had casually purchased from the slave market, the one he had personally guided within the game, nurturing her into a prodigy of governance. The remarkable woman who, through serendipitous circumstances, had fought for millennia, unifying the 36 immortal nations and attaining the title of Emperor of the Immortal Kingdom. She had truly accomplished it. She had indeed transcended the boundaries between game and reality, bringing forth her immortal realm. Accompanied by countless powerful allies she had subdued, she had manifested in corporeal form. Xiao Ding's heart swelled with pride. He was astonished and enveloped in an indescribable complexity of emotions. He was merely a player, having whimsically engaged in some actions. Yet he had altered the destiny of an entire world. He had forged this awe-inspiring existence before him. Xiao Ding held a bond of mentorship with Qinglian. He felt the profound satisfaction of witnessing a character he had cultivated ascend to greatness. Yet, now confronted with such formidable and tangible power, he felt an even greater sense of alienation, an insurmountable distance, alongside a faint sense of guilt. After all, he had once regarded all of this as mere gameplay. At that moment, it seemed Qinglian in the sky sensed something. The halo around her visage rippled, revealing her true countenance. Her eyes, those were orbs forged from the purest, most exquisite ice and snow. They exuded no emotional fluctuations. They were chilling to the core. As they swept across the surroundings, everything appeared to pause. Time seemed to freeze. Space became sluggish. With just a pair of eyes, they instilled an unprecedented shock among all the mighty beings, powerful figures, emperors, and sect leaders across the Sounan continent, even throughout the ancient land. It was a shock that amalgamated unparalleled beauty and sheer terror. So breathtakingly beautiful, it evoked an infinite longing within the hearts of onlookers, compelling them to prostrate before her in reverence. So terrifying that it rendered one breathless, It made one acutely aware of their own insignificance and fragility. They felt an urge to flee, to hide, yet found no sanctuary. In the western desert Buddhist kingdom, atop the sacred mountain, swish, the emaciated old monk suddenly widened his eyes. The faint Zen light enveloping him dissipated in an instant. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He clasped his hands together, whispering tremulously. His face was etched with despair and terror. Such divine eyes could pierce through the past and future, comprehending the essence of all things. They were beyond the gaze of mere mortals. Amaba, in the northern snowy region, the Ice Queen stood at the entrance of the grand hall, gazing skyward. In her ice-blue eyes, astonishment and enchantment flickered, soon replaced by an overwhelming sense of vigilance and gravity. Is this the true visage of the Emperor of the Immortal Kingdom, merely revealing a fraction of her true self? Was sufficient to exude such formidable power. She clutched the staff in her hand tightly, her knuckles turning pale. In the eastern wilderness, divine dynasty. Within the golden throne hall, the Emperor sat slumped upon the dragon chair, lost in a daze, muttering to himself, "What tremendous might! My guardian divine dragon." Before these eyes, even the lowliest of ants seem insignificant. What kind of monstrosity has the ancient empire provoked? In the depths of the southern ridge demon kingdom, within the ancient demon palace, an ancient tortoise, having lived for countless millennia, had withdrawn its entire body into its colossal shell, revealing only a timid eye, trembling in fear. It murmured indistinctly, "How terrifying! These eyes can see through my 10,000 years of lifespan. Who is she searching for? What manner being could it be? Countless hidden ancient sects, illustrious families with legacies spanning millennia, all the powerful beings, felt an overwhelming chill. Even their souls quivered. They had never encountered such a formidable existence. Merely a glimpse of her true visage sent them plummeting into an icy abyss, their resolve nearly shattering. In their minds, only those dual ice-blue eyes remained. And within those eyes lay an indescribable majesty. Qinglian's gaze seemed to carry a purpose, as she searched incessantly across the vast southern continent, throughout the ancient land. Her eyes swept past the eastern wilderness divine dynasty, traversed the northern snowy realm, crossed the southern ridge demon kingdom, and passed through the western desert Buddhist nation. Ultimately, those cold, profound eyes, imbued with millennia of frost, slowly fixed upon a direction. The ancient empire, in the heavens above, expansive and boundless. Qinglian stood in the void, her form enveloped by a faint halo, as if she were one with the vast cosmos. That halo mirrored her state of mind. Frigid, detached, devoid of warmth. For 10,000 years, she has fought tirelessly. From her master's casual remark, "Go forth, conquer the 36 immortal nations. Become the emperor of the immortal realms, then seek me in the ancient empire," she embarked on this long and bloody journey. 36 immortal nations, vast and ancient, rich in heritage, each once a titan that gazed down upon the heavens. From a humble slave, wielding the Qinglian sword bestowed by her master, she advanced step by step across mountains of corpses and seas of blood. 3,000 years, she obliterated the first immortal nation. Blood stained the sky, and bones piled like mountains. She felt no pity, no hesitation. Her master's command was her destiny. That sword drank deeply of countless strongmen's blood. It forged her formidable reputation. 5,000 years, she united half of the immortal nations. With an imposing grandeur, wherever she went, none dared to defy her. Seated upon the supreme throne, she listened as the mundane emperors and sect masters trembled and begged at her feet. Yet her heart remained undisturbed. Power? Glory? Merely tools to fulfill her master's mandate. What she yearned for was merely to fulfill the promise and return to her revered master. 8,000 years. 36 celestial nations fell beneath the edge of her sword. A new order was established, and the heavens bowed in submission. She was honored as the Empress of the Celestial Kingdom. Yet, this title, to her ears, sounded more hollow than that of a mere slave. A millennium of warfare. A millennium of slaughter. A millennium of solitude. Her heart had long become as desolate as the void before her, cold and vast. Nothing could ever fill the emptiness. The only thing that sustained her throughout these millennia was her master's words. She remembered her master's might. so powerful that with a mere flick of his finger, he could alter her fate. She recalled her master's gentleness, so tender that in her darkest moments, he bestowed upon her hope. Her master was so casual, so nonchalant that a single phrase changed the course of her life, yet it was uttered without a second thought. She did not comprehend why her master awaited her in the ancient empire. The ancient empire, in the records she had unearthed, it appeared merely as a decaying kingdom in a remote land. There were no formidable cultivators, no bountiful resources. Even the spiritual essence was pitifully sparse. Yet, since it was her master's command, it became the sole truth. Over these 10,000 years, she had encased all her emotions in ice, transforming all her longing into the impetus for strength. With her own hands, she had slain countless peers. She had commanded the massacre of entire cities merely because someone dared to defy her will. She coldly observed those who, out of fear, surrendered everything to her. She forbade herself any weakness. She allowed not a shred of hesitation, for she feared. She feared not being strong enough. She feared failing to fulfill her master's wishes. Most of all, she feared never being able to return to his side. A millennium of loneliness, like the sharpest sword. It carved indelible marks upon her heart. She longed for warmth, craved reliance, yearned to cast aside everything and simply nestle beside her master day and night. That was the only tender place within her heart. It was the sole fervor beneath her icy facade after 10,000 years. The ancient empire, the imperial city. Master, I have arrived. The promise of a millennium, fulfilled by your disciple. Atop the imperial city, on the city walls, the robes of Xiao Qi billowed fiercely in the gale. His complexion was ashen, his gaze piercing. He coldly surveyed the northern king of the martial saints below. The northern king donned heavy armor, his spear pointed at the ground. With a stern expression, his eyes radiated murderous intent. Behind him stood a battalion of elite soldiers, each gripping their weapons tightly, their gazes fierce as wolves. Thud, 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 thud. Outside the imperial city, the distant echoes of war drums from the million-strong loyalist army resounded. Simultaneously, a terrifying wave of energy surged from afar. All were aware. That was the aura of the Empress. The Empress who could cleave through eternity with a single sword, instilling dread across the myriad realms. Xiao Qi suppressed the fear rising within him, forcing a grim smile. He then addressed the northern king with a chilling tone. The voice resonated with a deliberately exaggerated arrogance. War sage, can you perceive this overwhelming pressure? This is the imperial authority of the Empress. She has now graced the ancient empire with her presence, and her intentions are far beyond the comprehension of a brute like you. Upon hearing this, the king of the north furrowed his brow. His grip tightened around the spear as he declared in a deep voice, Xiao Qi, cease your pretentious theatrics. What the Empress's pressure? If she truly wished to annihilate our ancient empire, it would be but a mere stroke of her sword. Why the need for such elaborate machinations? I am aware that you have usurped the throne. Loyal and righteous individuals across the realm are in dissent. Today I, the king of the north, march with my troops to restore order, to cleanse the court, and to welcome the true dragon back to its rightful place. Chapter 20. The royal kin in dire straits. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qi laughed heartily, his laughter laced with scorn. He pointed towards the heavens, at the ominously cracking sky, and his voice soared. True dragon, king of the north, you must still be in slumber. Let me enlighten you. The Empress is on her way to pay respects to her mentor. This esteemed mentor is none other than the venerable patriarch of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau of the Ancient Empire. He now stands firmly with us. The Empress's arrival is merely to offer her greetings. What? A sharp intake of breath escaped the king of the north as his pupils constricted, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Yet, a flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes. With a cold snort, he retorted, Xiao Qi, your tongue can truly turn the dead into the living. The patriarch is merely an old coot who divines the heavens. How could he possibly be connected to the Empress? Do you think such ghostly tales will intimidate me? Intimidate? Xiao Qi replied with a sinister smile, stepping forward, malice gleaming in his eyes. He lowered his voice. King of the North, I am not here to frighten you. I am offering you a chance for survival. The patriarch, being the Empress's mentor and standing with us, means that if you retreat now with your army back to the borders, I might spare your life, considering your martial prowess. Otherwise, when the Empress truly arrives, with a mere word from me, she can have you rebels wiped out without a trace." Upon hearing this, the soldiers behind the King of the North changed countenance, their hands trembling slightly on their weapons, evidently shaken by the mere mention of the Empress. The King of the North himself felt a chill run down his spine, yet he betrayed none of it on his face. He glared coldly at Xiao Qi and spoke in a low, thunderous voice. "Xiao Qi, you speak with such audacity. If the Empress is indeed your ally, why does she not come to speak with me directly? You are nothing but a usurper, a dog of a thief, wielding the power of a tiger." Xiao Qi's expression stiffened at the insult, anger flashing in his eyes. However, he quickly masked it, forcing a calm sneer. "King of the North, do not be so ungrateful. The patriarch has already declared his support for us in governing the ancient empire. You, a mere martial brute, dare to question his decisions? Let me tell you, if it weren't for my consideration of your soldiers, who are also sons of the ancient empire, your head would have rolled long ago." The King of the North's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Xiao Qi. He indeed felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the sky and sensed an unusual aura stirring within the imperial city. Yet, he was acutely aware of Xiao Qi's treacherous nature, skilled in beguiling hearts with lies. Whether the patriarch truly was the Empress's mentor, he could not ascertain, but he was resolute not to retreat at such a critical juncture. Xiao Qi, the King of the North, slowly raised a spear, its tip aimed directly at Xiao Qi, his voice deep as thunder. "I have battled in the northern front for 30 years, vanquishing countless foes, emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When have you ever feared death? Do not attempt to intimidate me with your Empress or ancestor. Today, as the King of the North has rallied his forces to defend the realm, there is no retreat. If it is battle you seek, then let us engage without further ado." Xiao Qi's eyes twitched, clearly taken aback by the king's unexpected resoluteness. Internally, he cursed the man as a fool, yet he dared not show any signs of weakness on his face. He could only force a cold snort and retort, "Very well. Since you refuse to accept my good intentions, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Once the Empress and ancestor of the heavens meet, you shall see. Your million-strong army is but a swarm of ants in her eyes." Although his words were bold, Xiao Qi felt no confidence within. He cast a glance at the increasingly ominous fissures in the sky, his throat dry and palms clammy with sweat. In truth, he was uncertain whether the ancestor of the heavens was indeed the Empress's master. His words were merely an attempt to wield fear, hoping to intimidate the King of the North. If the king truly dismissed his warnings and insisted on fighting, he had no assurance of being able to withstand such a formidable foe. At that moment, a deep rumble suddenly echoed across the imperial city. Instantly, the entire world trembled. An invisible wave of energy swept down from the heavens, pressing upon all present, making it difficult for them to breathe. With a swift motion, Xiao Qi and the King of the North both looked up. Xiao Qi's heart raced, yet he feigned calmness as he turned to face the king. With a sinister smile, he declared, "Martial sage, can you not sense it? This is the aura of the Empress. She may descend at any moment, and if you do not withdraw your troops now, you shall have no opportunity for regret." The King of the North gripped his spear tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, but his gaze showed no sign of retreat. Through clenched teeth, he whispered Xiao Qi, "I shall see how long you can maintain this faade." The two stood in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Yet, that chilling presence drew ever closer. Xiao Qi fixed his gaze on the King of the North, his eyes flickering as he sought any sign of vulnerability on the man's face. However, apart from the taut muscles and the vigilance in his eyes, the king displayed no fear whatsoever. Those eyes, which had seen bloodshed, now regarded him with mockery. "What are you staring at?" Xiao Qi felt a surge of anger rise within him. After all, he was the new emperor, the sovereign of the ancient empire. How dare a mere martial artist look down upon him? "Xiao Qi, your skin is as thick as ever," the King of the North scoffed. "You are the master of intimidation, thinking that merely invoking the names of the Empress and ancestor could frighten me. If you have the courage, let them show themselves. Hiding away and making empty threats is no true power." His words struck Xiao Qi like a slap across the face, igniting a fire in his eyes. He could hardly bear the accusation of being a bluffer for that was the very tactic he wielded most skillfully and relied upon heavily. His current reliance rests solely on the unreliable Imperial guards in his grasp, and the only other hope he harbors is the venerable Master of the Sky, whom he regards as the revered mentor of the Empress. You scoundrel! Xiao Qi exclaimed, trembling with rage. How dare you presume that with this ragtag band of soldiers you could defy fate? Such folly! Abruptly, Xiao Qi turned and bellowed at the Imperial guards behind him. Come forth. Go to the Astral Monitoring Bureau and summon the Master of the Sky for me. Instantly. At once. The guards, startled, exchanged glances, paralyzed by fear. Summoning the Master of the Sky? That was a legendary figure still alive from the era of the ancient empire. They, mere insignificant pawns, had no right to make such a request. Moreover, the Master's whereabouts were elusive. How could they possibly summon him? Have you gone deaf? Did you not hear my command? Xiao Qi, witnessing their inaction, felt his fury escalate. He was in desperate need of a powerful ally to intimidate the Northern Prince and quell the chilling phenomena that haunted him. The Master of the Sky, the one he deemed the Empress's mentor, possessed the ability to perceive the world anomalies. He was Xiao Qi's sole glimmer of hope. Hurry, go summon the Master of the Sky. Xiao Qi yelled hysterically, his face contorted with anger and fear. Proclaim that the ancient empire is under rebellion. Request his intervention to eradicate these treacherous rebels, to eliminate that scoundrel, the Northern Prince. Xiao Qi naively believed that since the Master of the Sky was the mentor of the Empress and held a transcendent status, he would undoubtedly align himself with the rightful side of the ancient empire. As the new emperor, he represented the legitimate authority. Thus, the Master of the Sky would surely assist him. Did you hear me? Go summon the Master of the Sky. Xiao Qi urged once more, his voice tinged with a near-manic sharpness. It is imperative that he intervenes. I demand he personally dismantle these traitors beneath the city walls. A few guards, trembling, responded weakly before hastily fleeing towards the Astral Monitoring Bureau. They understood well that summoning the Master of the Sky was beyond their means. Yet they dared not disobey the Emperor's command. Perhaps there lay a sliver of hope if they went. To remain would certainly lead to their heads rolling. The Northern Prince, observing Xiao Qi's distress, felt his disdain deepen. He chuckled coldly. Xiao Qi, is this all you are capable of? You are courting death. Enraged, Xiao Qi's forehead pulsed with veins. Once the Master of the Sky arrives, let us see if you still dare to boast. With but a mere flick of his finger, the Master could obliterate you traitorous lot. As Xiao Qi continued to bluster, he could not help but cast another glance at the fissures above him. The Northern Prince paid no heed to Xiao Qi's tirade. He merely gripped his spear tightly, directing its tip towards the Imperial City. A steadfast light flickered in his gaze. The Imperial City. That was the realm he vowed to protect, the duty of a loyal prince. At that moment, an urgent clatter of hooves echoed from afar. Report, report. An expedited message from 800 miles. Your Highness, there is urgent military news. Both Xiao Qi and the King of Northern Defense felt their hearts plummet simultaneously. What military news? The King of Northern Defense inquired in a low voice, his eyes sharp as daggers. The messenger stumbled and fell from his horse, hastily reporting, Your Highness, Your Highness, there is trouble on the Western Front. The Western Buddhist Kingdom, the snowy Northern Realms, and the Eastern Divine Dynasty. They have dispatched troops. They are heading towards the ancient empire. Boom! With these words, not only did Xiao Qi and the King of Northern Defense freeze, as if struck by lightning, but the soldiers behind them, who had heard the news, were equally paralyzed. Three great powers, simultaneously mobilizing their forces, advancing towards the ancient empire? How could this be possible? The King of Northern Defense's voice lowered ominously. His spear trembled slightly in his grip, but he quickly tightened his hold. A flicker of rage ignited in his eyes. By what right do they come? The ancient empire may be in disarray, but it is not a mire for anyone to trample upon. The messenger knelt on the ground, his head bowed low, trembling like a leaf in the wind. His voice quaked with fear. In response to Your Highness, they claim that the ancient empire has concealed their imperial artifacts. The Western Buddhist Kingdom asserts that their golden lotus of deliverance was lost here. The Eastern Divine Dynasty has gone so far as to declare that their starfall scepter lies within the imperial city. They say that if the imperial artifacts are not surrendered, they will wash the ancient empire in blood, leaving no one alive. Imperial artifacts? Xiao Qi was jolted, his mind buzzing as uncertainty flickered in his gaze. Clenching his teeth, he muttered, Imperial artifacts. How could this be? This is an act of seizing the opportunity in chaos. His voice trembled, laden with anger and defiance. He had once believed that ascending to the throne and wielding the Qinglian sword would render him invincible. The fate of the ancient empire was to be dictated solely by him. But who could have foreseen that within a mere few days, he would face rebellion from the 10 generals guarding the borders, while 3 great powers encroached upon him? This emperor had become a lonely figure, besieged on all sides. Oof. The king of northern defense cast a cold glance at Xiao Qi, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Oof. Seizing the opportunity in chaos? You usurpers, who have stolen the throne, have turned the ancient empire into a tempting morsel for all to bite. If it weren't for your turmoil, would the 3 great powers dare to be so brazen? Xiao Qi felt the sting of those words flush his face with shame. His hand trembled as he pointed at the king of northern defense, yet he found himself unable to retort. Deep down, he acknowledged the truth in the king's words. But how could he admit it? He was the emperor, the supreme ruler of the ancient empire. How could one be so humiliated by a mere warrior? Silence. Xiao Qiqiang asserted himself, gritting his teeth as he bellowed. What do you understand? I have my own methods. The ancestor of the celestial heavens is the esteemed master of the Empress, safeguarding my ancient empire. Who dares to offend? What are the 3 great powers? Merely a bunch of clowns. Once the ancestor of the celestial heavens intervenes, they be begging for mercy? His words were delivered with fervor. Yet, the soldiers present exchanged glances, their expressions rife with skepticism. Deep down, Xiao Qiqiang himself harbored doubts. However, he understood that he must wield the name of the ancestor as a shield to suppress the arrogance of the Northern Guardian. Otherwise, his dignity as an emperor would be utterly obliterated. Yet, the Northern Guardian remained unyielding, emitting a cold snort. He thrust his spear forcefully into the ground, producing a dull thud. Xiao Qiqiang, oh Xiao Qiqiang, you truly know how to embellish your own visage. If the ancestor of the celestial heavens were indeed the Empress's master, how could he tolerate a rebel like you usurping the throne? Do not make a fool of yourself here. I see through your fade. Xiao Qiqiang was momentarily stunned by this retort, nearly gasping for breath. What a tenacious Northern Guardian. Very well. I shall see if your million-strong army can withstand the iron cavalry of the 3 great powers. Hiss. As these words left his lips, the air seemed to freeze. The Northern Guardian's expression shifted, not due to Xiao Qiqiang's threat, but because he realized that the invasion by the 3 great powers was no trivial matter. The ancient empire was already embroiled in internal strife. Should external enemies invade, it might truly face annihilation. My lord, a deputy commander murmured softly, his tone laced with profound concern. The 3 great powers approach with ferocity. I fear this is not mere rumor. The tale of imperial artifacts, though uncertain in its veracity, clearly indicates their intentions toward the ancient empire. How should we respond? The Northern Guardian did not answer immediately. Instead, he gazed toward the imperial city, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Though the pretext of the 3 great powers was absurd, their intentions were unmistakable, capitalizing on the turmoil within the ancient empire to carve out their share, or even to fully annex it. As for the imperial artifacts, they were but a grandiloquent excuse. Imperial artifacts. The Northern Guardian scoffed quietly, his voice tinged with seething anger. I care not for their so-called artifacts. No one shall touch the land of the ancient empire. Send word down the ranks. The entire army is to stand ready. If the 3 great powers dare to invade, I shall ensure they return empty-handed. Yes, the deputy commander promptly accepted the orders. Xiao Qiqiang stood aside, his countenance growing increasingly grim. He understood that while the Northern Guardian's million-strong army might hold off for the moment, the might of the 3 great powers was beyond the comparison of the ancient empire. Moreover, the rebellion of the 10 generals stationed at the border remained unresolved, and the Northern Guardian was preoccupied with the fate of Xiao Ding in the Cold Palace. He could not wholeheartedly devote himself to serving Xiao Qiqiang. Cursed be it. Cursed. Xiao Qi cursed inwardly, his fists clenched with a resounding crack. Suddenly, he pivoted sharply, glaring towards the direction of the cold palace, a flicker of malevolence flashing in his eyes. Xiao Ding, it is all because of you. Were it not for you, how could the ancient wilderness descend into such chaos? The three great nations and the prince of the north alike owe their rise to you. I shall ensure your suffering. Another messenger stumbled forth, breathless with urgency. My lord, the Western Front. Urgent military news from the West. The vanguard of the Western Buddhist kingdom has already approached the borders. They bear the ominous banner inscribed with the words, "Punish the emperor's treasures, exterminate the traitors." The moment these words were uttered, Xiao Qi felt his mind buzz, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. The vanguard of the Western Buddhist kingdom has actually reached the borders. Such speed and momentum. It is evident that this was premeditated. On the city walls of the imperial capital, the cold wind cut like a blade. Xiao Qi stood atop the battlements, his countenance ashen, his gaze fixed intently on the dust-laden horizon. Beside him, Xiao Huan, Xiao Che, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Wan shared equally grim expressions. Their eyes a tempest of anger, fear, and profound unease. The Western Buddhist kingdom. Xiao Huan ground his teeth, his voice brimming with irate fury. How dare a band of bald monks interfere? What do they think they are? Do they truly believe our ancient wilderness empire is a soft persimmon, easily crushed? Silence. Xiao Qi abruptly turned, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Huan. What are you shouting about? Now is not the time for brash words. The audacity of the Western Buddhist kingdom to invade so boldly must conceal a far greater scheme. Xiao Huan's face turned crimson with rage at Xiao Qi's rebuke. Yet he understood that this was not the moment for retorts. With a frustrated stomp, he spat towards the ground below, cursing vehemently. Bah, a bunch of shameless bald monks. Taking advantage of others' misfortunes. What heroes do they claim to be? I shall eventually carve them up. Xiao Hui stood nearby, her expression as frigid as ice. Yet her gaze continually swept over the forces of the Prince of the North below the walls. Then she spoke softly, "Brother, this is not the time for insults. The Western Buddhist kingdom is merely the first to arrive. Behind them are the northern snowy domains and the eastern divine dynasty. Each of these three great nations is poised to pounce. Our internal strife remains unresolved, and the 10 generals stationed at the borders are approaching the imperial city under the pretext of cleansing the court. If we add external foes to this turmoil, I fear we truly may not be able to preserve our realm. Chapter 21. The emergence of the imperial artifact. The shock of the ancestor of the celestial. Can't hold on. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Ning's voice suddenly escalated, her eyes filled with terror. Fourth sister, do not frighten us. How could we possibly fail to hold on? With the Northern Guardian King and the million-strong army of the 10 generals at the border, they cannot simply stand by and watch the empire fall. This is tantamount to having the Northern Guardian King and an army of 1,000,000 on our side. 1,000,000 troops? Xiao Che scoffed, his gaze darkly sweeping over the camp of the Northern Guardian King below. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Fifth sister, do you truly believe that the Northern Guardian King will fight for us? Do not be so naive. He would rather see us dead and welcome back that waste from the cold palace. If it weren't for that good-for-nothing Xiao Ding, will we have fallen to this state? Mentioning Xiao Ding, Xiao Qi's expression grew increasingly sour. He slammed his palm against the city wall and bellowed, "Enough! Do not speak of that waste. If it weren't for him, how could the 10 generals at the border have rebelled? If it weren't for him, how would the 3 great powers dare invade? All of this is his doing. Today, I will make him pay the price." Pay the price? Xiao Wan timidly interjected, her voice tinged with a sob. Third brother, do you mean we still have to force that waste to write a decree for troop withdrawal? But the Northern Guardian King will not accept such a thing. They want people, not decrees. With our internal strife in such disarray and external enemies approaching, what use is that waste, Xiao Ding? Xiao Qi sneered. As long as he is alive, he remains a threat. Does the Northern Guardian King not wish to rescue him? Very well, I shall thwart his desires. Send the order down immediately. Dispatch someone to the Cold Palace, and inform that waste that if he does not write the decree for troop withdrawal, I shall personally behead him and display his head on the city wall for all to see. At these words, the atmosphere atop the city wall suddenly froze. Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with fear. Yet, Xiao Huan nodded in agreement. Good. Third brother's idea is splendid. That waste will have to write, whether he wants to or not. If he writes, he will still die. Let us see if the Northern Guardian King dares to be so arrogant then. Arrogant? Xiao Hui's expression turned cold, her gaze increasingly frigid. Do you truly believe that the Northern Guardian King is a fool? Do not forget, he commands 1,000,000 troops, and they are not mere decorations. If we truly eliminate Xiao Ding, I fear the Northern Guardian King would rebel immediately. What do you mean? Xiao Huan suddenly turned, glaring at Xiao Hui. Fourth sister, do you wish to shield that waste? Or do you, like the Northern Guardian King, believe that waste is the true dragon son of heaven? Xiao Huan, Xiao Qi shouted in a deep voice, his expression dark enough to drip water. Cease your nonsense. Now is not the time for infighting. If we siblings quarrel any further, we will only provide amusement for the Northern Guardian King and our external foes. I do not care what you all think. That waste, Xiao Ding, must write the decree for troop withdrawal. Otherwise, none of us shall survive. Survive? Huh. It seems more like a path to self-destruction. Xiao Che suddenly let out a cold laugh, his voice saturated with mockery. Brother, do you truly believe that a mere edict can resolve our predicament? The King of the North has no faith in your rhetoric. The 10 generals stationed at the border acknowledge only Xiao Ding. Forcing Xiao Ding to draft an edict merely provides you with a means of retreat. But have you considered, should you corner Xiao Ding, and he allies with the King of the North, none of US will find respite. You are insolent. Xiao Qi's face turned pale with rage at Xiao Che's words, his finger trembling as he pointed at him. Xiao Qi, are you my brother or merely a lapdog for that wastrel? Speak another word of nonsense, and I shall immediately charge you with the crime of great disrespect. Punishment? Huh. Xiao Che laughed heartily, yet his eyes glimmered with a frigid derision. Brother, 1,000,000 troops are on the verge of breaching the city. The enemy lurks at the borders, and you still have the leisure to consider punishing me? You would do better to ponder how to preserve your life. Upon utterance of these words, the atmosphere atop the city walls became utterly stagnant. Xiao Qi's chest heaved with indignation. Clang! Xiao Huan drew his sword in a fit of fury, shouting, Xiao Che, you seek death. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of our third brother. Enough. Cease this at once. Xiao Yu chuted en gridi, suppressing Xiao Yu aneshat. She then turned to Xiao Qi, her gaze complex. Brother, this is not the time for internal strife. Xiao Che speaks the truth. If we continue bickering, we shall only provide amusement for the enemy and the King of the North. The most pressing matter now is to find a way to stabilize the King of the North by us some time, and see if we can find an opportunity for change. Opportunity? What opportunity? Xiao Ning's voice was filled with panic. Fourth sister, did you not hear? The vanguard of the Western Buddhist kingdom has already reached the borders. Behind them lie the Northern Snowy region and the Eastern Divine Dynasty. What chance do we have left? What are you panicking for? Xiao Hui shot a fierce glare at Xiao Ning. The more dire the situation, the more we must remain composed. The King of the North is still at the city gates. We have the Imperial Guards to fight, and Xiao Ding is still in our grasp. As for the 3 great powers, should they dare to invade, they may not find it easy. Swift resolution is imperative. First, breach the city, eliminate the traitors, and reclaim His Majesty Xiao Ding. Then we shall turn our weapons against the external foes. Kill. With a command from the King of the North, the army commenced their assault on the city. Orders were dispatched to launch a full-scale attack. By the end of today, I wish to see the gates of the imperial city shattered. Yes, the deputy commander responded, galloping away. The gaze of the King of the North shifted once more to the city walls, his eyes filled with a ruthless intent to kill. Xiao Qi, you treacherous usurper. You may evade for a moment, but you cannot hide for a lifetime. I shall see what further storms you can conjure. Upon the city walls, Xiao Qi felt a tightening in his chest, and a chill ran down his spine, suppressing the fear that gripped him. He turned to Xiao Huan and commanded in a low voice, relay the order to the Imperial Guards. Secure the city gates. Under no circumstances must we allow the rebel forces to set foot in the Imperial City. As long as we can delay until the arrival of the ancestor of celestial affairs, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Xiao Huan gritted his teeth and replied, Yes, Your Highness. The wind howled, and the cries of battle reverberated through the air. Once more, Xiao Qi's gaze shifted toward the direction of the Bureau of Celestial Affairs. Murmuring to himself, "Ancestor of Celestial Affairs, please do not let me down." The Bureau of Celestial Affairs, located in the northwest corner of the imperial city, was a towering stone edifice that pierced the heavens. Its surface was inscribed with enigmatic runes, emanating a faint azure glow. Atop the tower lay an observatory, entirely exposed to the elements. The biting cold wind sliced through the air, causing the broad sleeves of the Ancestor of Celestial Affairs to flutter ominously. Standing at the center of the observatory, he gazed skyward, gripping an ancient astrolabe in his hands. The astrolabe shimmered with shifting light, seemingly reflecting the celestial phenomena. Suddenly, the Ancestor's deep-set eyes narrowed as he murmured, "This celestial phenomenon. The Emperor's star shines brightly while the demon's star dims, so vividly apparent. But why does it manifest here, in this ancient empire, amidst such turmoil?" Gently, he adjusted the astrolabe, and its glow flickered as if attempting to decipher some hidden truth. Yet, moments later, he abruptly halted, his expression shifting slightly as a flicker of shock crossed his features. "No. Behind this celestial phenomenon lies a force I cannot fathom. What divine being possesses the power to obscure the heavenly secrets to such an extent? Could it truly be that embodied sage?" Not long ago, a colossal and ethereal figure had emerged in the heavens, its resonant voice echoing like thunder across the land, proclaiming the existence of 5 imperial artifacts that could lead one to the sacred path. The Ancestor of Celestial Affairs recalled the aura emanating from that figure, one that instilled an overwhelming sense of insignificance even in someone of his caliber. "What exactly are these imperial artifacts?" he whispered, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the astrolabe, his gaze growing increasingly profound. "I have delved into the heavenly mysteries for 3 millennia and have never encountered such an entity. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that this notion of imperial artifacts is inexorably linked to the deposed Emperor Xiao Ding, languishing in the cold palace." With a slight narrowing of his eyes, the Ancestor's mind conjured the calm, yet unfathomable visage of Xiao Ding. That day, when their gazes met in the cold palace, despite the absence of words, the aura radiating from Xiao Ding had instilled in him a sense of trepidation. "Umph." The Ancestor of Celestial Affairs scoffed softly, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Xiao Ding, oh Xiao Ding, what is your true origin? Are you a long-lost ancient power borrowing a corpse? Or perhaps a being from beyond the barriers of this world?" The wind grew ever more frigid, and the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the stone steps below the observatory. The Ancestor of Celestial Affairs, his thoughts interrupted, turned his head slightly, casting a cold glance downward. A guard from the Imperial Army staggered up the tower, his face a mask of panic. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and before he could catch his breath, he hastily knelt and bowed his head. "O venerable Ancestor of the Celestial Realm, I come at the behest of the new Emperor, seeking your esteemed assistance. The Imperial City is in imminent peril. The King of the North leads 1,000,000 rebel troops to our gates, and we implore you to lend your hand and rescue the royal family from this calamity." The Ancestor of the Celestial Realm's gaze sharpened, yet his expression remained unperturbed. He regarded the messenger with icy indifference, then flicked his sleeve, his voice resonating like a deep, ancient bell. "Begone." At these words, the messenger's face drained of color. His lips trembled as he wished to plead further, but a mere glance from the Ancestor froze him in place, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He dared not utter another word, hastily crawling down the stargazing platform in a panic-stricken flight. "What insolence, to seek my aid!" The Ancestor's gaze returned to the horizon. The resplendent hues of the sky grew ever brighter, seemingly coalescing into a dragon shape, soaring towards the heavens. The Ancestor's pupils constricted slightly as he murmured, "A dragon devouring the galaxy." This manifestation of fortune bears a striking resemblance to the sword intent that rends the void. Could it be that Xiao Ding is the target of that sword's master? Or perhaps he shares an unfathomable connection with that personified sage? With a sigh, the Ancestor shook his head, a hint of self-mockery in his demeanor. "I have secluded myself for 3 millennia, believing I have unraveled the mysteries of the heavens. Yet it seems the secrets hidden within Tsangnan continent, this ancient empire, far exceed the years I have lived. Very well, Xiao Ding. I shall observe for a while longer. A fierce wind howled, causing the ancestor's robe to billow dramatically. Suddenly, the star chart in his hand quivered. With a crack, a thin fissure appeared on its surface, an ineffable force tearing through the trajectory of the celestial mechanics. In an instant, the ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. He stared intently at the crack, a rare shock flashing in his eyes. The celestial mechanics have collapsed? What kind of power is this? Capable of directly interfering with my star chart? At that moment, a faint yet blinding beam of light streaked across the distant sky. This is the emergence of an imperial artifact from the ancient empire. The ancestor's voice turned low and hoarse, trembling with an unmistakable intensity. The imperial artifact has emerged from the ancient empire. Clenching his teeth, a mix of disbelief and inexplicable terror colored his voice. In 3,000 years of deciphering the celestial mechanics, I have never witnessed such an anomaly. How could such a divine object descend upon a fallen nation? Could it be that this ancient empire indeed harbors secrets beyond my comprehension? The emergence of the imperial artifact has shaken the world. A complex light flickered in the ancestor's eyes. I have heard tales that eons ago, 5 imperial artifacts were scattered across Songnan. Those who gather the pieces may prove the sacred path and ascend to the realm of immortality. Could it be that this ancient empire is indeed the origin of that age-old prophecy? The venerable ancestor of the heavens squinted as the visage of Xiao Ding, calm as still water, surfaced in his mind. The encounter in the cold palace. Though Xiao Ding was imprisoned, his demeanor was unfathomably profound. The more the ancestor pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. The resplendent hues of the 7-colored clouds, weapons bowing in reverence, the auspicious omen of a dragon devouring the galaxy. Each sign pointed unmistakably toward the cold palace. Now, the news of the imperial artifact's emergence struck him like a heavy hammer upon his heart. Xiao Ding, what is your true origin? If the emergence of the imperial artifact is tied to you, then the southern continent, no, the entire ancient continent, may soon be swept into a tumultuous tide of blood because of you. At that moment, beneath the star observation platform, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed. Thud, thud, thud. This time, the figure ascending was not a guard, but a tall, gaunt silhouette cloaked in black robes. His steps were steady, his aura restrained. It was none other than a vice supervisor from the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, known as Xian, though his status did not rival that of the ancestor. His mastery of celestial mechanics was not to be underestimated. Usually reclusive, he now bore a grave expression, clutching an ancient bamboo scroll, murmuring softly as he approached. Esteemed ancestor, I, Xian, have urgent matters to report. Upon reaching the observation platform, Xian knelt on one knee, his voice low and urgent. Just now, I deduced from a celestial phenomena that 3 foreign stars have fallen from the heavens, corresponding to the Eastern Wild Divine Dynasty, the Northern Snow region, and the Western Desert Buddhist Kingdom. Remarkably, these 3 stars have simultaneously altered their trajectories, heading toward our ancient empire. What? The ancestor of the heavens' pupils constricted sharply. 3 foreign stars? Altered trajectories? Could it be? Before he could contemplate further, Xian unfurled the bamboo scroll in his grasp. Esteemed ancestor, please observe. This is a record I unearthed from ancient texts. Eons ago, when imperial artifacts emerged, the heavens would manifest extraordinary signs. Celestial bodies from beyond would also shift their paths, converging towards the location of the imperial artifact. The simultaneous movement of these 3 foreign stars is undeniably an omen of the artifact's reappearance. Even more alarming, the Eastern Wild Divine Dynasty, the Northern Snow region, and the Western Desert Buddhist Kingdom have already sensed these anomalies. They must have dispatched formidable beings towards our ancient empire as we speak. Oof. The ancestor of the heavens slammed the star chart with a fierce gesture, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. These 3 ancient powers, usually aloof and dismissive of the ancient empire, now suddenly showed interest in this minuscule land. It was indeed for the imperial artifact. The ancestor chuckled coldly, his gaze falling upon Xian. Do you know who these 3 factions have sent? Gulp. Xian swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Esteemed ancestor, according to our scouts, the Eastern Wild Divine Dynasty has dispatched their national guardian deity. It is said that his cultivation has reached the threshold of the saint realm. With a single hand, one could shatter mountains. in the northern snowfields. The venerable ice ancestor has personally emerged from seclusion. His power, capable of encasing 1,000 miles in frost, could indeed freeze the fate of an entire nation. Upon hearing this, the celestial ancestor's countenance darkened further. After a moment, he let out a derisive snort, his tone laced with disdain. A bunch of ancient relics, who usually hide away, now rush forth like famished wolves at the mere mention of an imperial artifact. Though the ancient empire may be small, it is not a place for them to run rampant. Xiansong lowered his head, hesitant to speak. He merely cast a sidelong glance at the ancestor and murmured, "Ancestor, how shall we respond? If these three factions descend simultaneously, the ancient empire may find it hard to withstand. Moreover, once word of the imperial artifacts emerge and spreads, it is likely that even more hidden powers will stir." Withstand? The celestial ancestor scoffed. "I have dwelled in seclusion for 3 millennia, not to clean up after these petty buffoons. The survival of the ancient empire is of no concern to me. However, this matter of the imperial artifact has piqued my interest." He turned his gaze towards the direction of the cold palace, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. "Xiao Ding, if this imperial artifact is indeed connected to you, I'm most curious to see what kind of tempest you, the concealed waste emperor, can stir up. As for those 3 factions, let them tear at each other like dogs." Suddenly, at that moment, a deep rumble echoed from the distant horizon, causing the entire star observation platform to tremble slightly. The celestial ancestor's expression changed dramatically, disbelief flashing in his eyes. This aura. Could it be that the imperial artifact has awakened? Chapter 22. Xiao Qi is slapped in the face, Your Majesty. I have returned. Xiao Qi turned to see the little eunuch stumbling towards him. This was no ordinary servant. He was the one sent to summon the venerable Master of the Heavens. The Master of the Heavens. At last, he has arrived. A surge of fervent excitement, teetering on the brink of desperation, surged within him. "Jinbei Wang, you must withdraw your troops. Immediately. I can spare your life." Beneath the city walls, Jinbei Wang merely regarded him coldly, offering no response. Xiao Qi, in a fit of hysteria, cried out, "Do not think that your numbers grant you the liberty to act as you please. I have summoned the Master of the Heavens." The Master of the Heavens? On the city walls, several guards who had yet to retreat displayed expressions of shock mingled with a glimmer of hope. They were all aware of the Master's formidable reputation. Indeed, it was the Master of the Heavens. Observing their reactions, Xiao Qi felt his vanity swell, bolstering his confidence. "Lay down your weapons and surrender. In light of your service to the Empire's borders, perhaps I may show you mercy. But if you wait until the Master of the Heavens arrives." Xiao Qi deliberately paused, a flicker of malice gleaming in his eyes. Below, Jinbei Wang remained silent, his gaze growing even colder. Xiao Qi could hardly contain his eagerness for the Master's appearance. He longed for this imperious Jinbei Wang and these audacious traitors to witness the true essence of power. He envisioned the Master of the Heavens reducing the 50,000 cavalry of Bingzhou to mere pulp, compelling Jinbei Wang to kneel at his feet in supplication. When would the Master of the Heavens arrive? Where was he now? Xiao Qi's voice was urgent, his eyes wild. He gripped the little eunuch tightly, causing pain to etch across the boy's face as he stammered in response. On the city wall, all eyes were fixed upon this small eunuch. This included the trembling guards, the anxious ministers with darting eyes, and even several members of the royal family in the distance. Xiao Huan, Xiao Che, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Wan all awaited news of the Master of the Heavens with bated breath, viewing this enigmatic figure as their last hope. The entire imperial city was steeped in tension and oppression. The chilling wind wailed as it swept across the towering palace walls. The atmosphere was fraught with dread, as every breath was held in anticipation. The Master of the Heavens. Xiao Qi's gaze was fixed, his heart pounding furiously. The little eunuch's voice dwindled to a whisper. In the next moment, an icy chill surged from the soles of Xiao Qi's feet straight to his crown. Far more terrifying than the dread that Jinbei Wang had instilled previously. The voice of the young eunuch trembled with an incredulous blend of fear and despair. He commanded you to." The young eunuch's voice quivered with a sob, timidly uttering, "The ancestor of the sky said for you to leave." The moment the word leave escaped his lips, it felt as though the very air above the imperial city had solidified Xiao Qi's complexion paled instantly, his entire being frozen in place. His eyes widened in shock, fixating intently on the young eunuch before him. Leave? The ancestor of the sky commanded him to leave? How could this be? This was utterly impossible. He was the new emperor of the ancient wilderness empire, the revered one who answered to the heavenly mandate and received the homage of countless officials. And the ancestor of the sky, though exalted in status, was nonetheless a guardian of the ancient wilderness empire, a subject of his. How dare he show such disrespect? His lips began to tremble, involuntarily twitching in disbelief. The exuberance that had once animated his expression crumbled away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of incredulity and rage. You, repeat that. Xiao Qi ground his teeth, enunciating each word with fervor, his eyes nearly igniting with fury. The young eunuch, terrified, shuddered even more. Yet, the cold indifference in the ancestor of the sky's gaze instilled greater fear within him. He dared not lie and could only close his eyes. Trembling as he repeated, "The ancestor of the sky, he commanded you to leave. The further away, the better." Boom! Those two words struck like thunder, shattering all his bravado and arrogance into fragments. A buzzing filled Xiao Qi's mind. It was a void. The ancestor of the sky? The cold palace? The true dragon son of heaven? It dawned upon him that the ancestor of the sky was not there to aid him. He was not there to support the ancient wilderness empire. He was going to the cold palace. He was going to see that waste. And yet he still commanded. Leave. A tremendous, frigid terror surged through him like a tidal wave, engulfing him entirely. Beneath the city walls, among the 50,000 cavalry of the Bingzhou wolves, who had temporarily halted their charge, a chorus of laughter erupted, akin to a thundering tsunami. Their laughter was wild, mocking, and dripping with disdain. They appeared to have witnessed the grandest of jokes, laughing until they could hardly stand, tears nearly spilling from their eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Qi whirled around, casting his gaze toward the king of northern town below. The once stern visage of the king now bore a hearty, unrestrained smile. It was a genuine, unmasked mockery. The king pointed at Xiao Qi atop the city wall, laughing so hard his shoulders shook, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Ha ha! Leave! The ancestor of the sky commanded you to leave. Xiao Qi, you wretched beast. Did you hear that? The ancestor of the sky commanded you to leave. Did you think he was your support? Did you believe he would stand by your side? Ha ha! A true dragon son of heaven, a discarded waste forsaken by all. Even the venerable ancestor of the sky finds you intolerable and commands you to depart." The voice of the northern king resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the imperial city, reaching the ears of every soldier and minister. The unabashed mockery and exhilaration pierced through Xiao Qi's heart, nailing him to the pillar of shame. You are spouting nonsense." Xiao Qi's face flushed crimson with rage, the veins on his neck standing out like cords. He charged to the edge of the city wall, roaring downwards in an attempt to salvage a shred of dignity. "Ancestor of the sky, there must be a mistake. He cannot. He would never command my departure. He is addressing that useless fool. It is that fool who should leave. You are traitors. You are all rebels. You will perish. You shall meet a most disgraceful end." His voice trembled with a palpable bravado, stripped of its previous arrogance and madness. Below, the cavalry of Bingzhou laughed uproariously, some soldiers even whistling in derision. Such contemptuous attitudes stung Xiao Qi far more than any insult could. Meanwhile, atop the imperial city, the already trembling ministers and guards were further paralyzed with fear upon hearing the ancestor of the sky's command for Xiao Qi to depart. Their anticipated savior had displayed such disdain for their emperor. What did this signify? It indicated that the ancestor of the sky held Xiao Qi in utter disregard. It revealed that they had all chosen the wrong side. Panic spread like a plague among the crowd. Those royal members who had been striving to maintain their composure, Xiao Huan, Xiao Che, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, Xiao Wan, and others, now wore expressions of utmost distress. They had viewed the ancestor of the sky as their last lifeline, but unexpectedly, that very lifeline had severed Xiao Qi instead. Third brother, what shall we do now? Chapter 23. The panic of the royal kin. Xiao Ning's voice trembled with a hint of tears as she clutched Xiao Wan's sleeve tightly. Xiao Wan's face was ashen, her eyes filled with dread. The ancestor of the sky, how could this happen? Xiao Huan was consumed by a furious restlessness. Yet he could not utter a single coherent curse. He could only pace back and forth, his fists cracking ominously. Xiao Hui's expression was ominously dark, her gaze flickering with complex emotions. She glanced at Xiao Qi and then at the northern king below the city, her mind racing with calculations. Xiao Qi maintained an exterior of calm, the ancestor of the sky, that unfathomable old entity. He ordered Xiao Qi to leave? What then? Was his purpose in seeking out that useless one? Could it be? Could he truly harbor some favor for that incompetent? Above the royal city, a palpable atmosphere of despair began to take root. Just moments ago, the spirited Xiao Qi now stood trembling upon the city wall, appearing so diminutive and pitiful amidst the mocking shouts of the troops. The wind howled mournfully, and the metallic scent of blood grew increasingly suffocating. The smile on the northern king's face gradually faded, his eyes regaining a coldness. He ceased speaking, merely raising his hand. Instantly, the 50,000 cavalry of Bingzhou fell silent, enveloped in an absolute stillness, a silence more terrifying than any uproar. Xiao Qi observed the northern king's raised hand, the 50,000 pairs of eyes below glinting with the chill of death, the fearful and despairing gazes of the ministers and guards surrounding him, and the equally pallid faces of his siblings in the distance. He felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness and dread. He parted his lips, wishing to speak, but found his throat parched, unable to produce a sound. His final hope, the ancestor of the sky, had not only failed to aid him but commanded him to leave. What was he to do now? What remained for him? In the biting wind, Xiao Qi's body swayed, as if he might collapse at any moment. Upon the city wall, the wind howled ominously. In the next moment, the northern king's hand fell sharply. Charge! Attack the city! His furious roar seemed to ignite a long-dormant volcano. Below the city, the 50,000 Bingzhou cavalry, akin to unleashed beasts, let out a thunderous roar. For the Holy Emperor, kill the traitors. The synchronized battle cry resonated through the heavens, carrying an undeniable and overwhelming momentum. The ground began to tremble, the sounds of catapults and siege engines being mobilized echoed. Then, the sky was obscured, not by dark clouds, but by a torrential rain of arrows. With a shriek of tearing air, they descended upon the royal city in a deluge. The defending soldiers screamed in terror, hurriedly raising their shields to evade the lethal downpour. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering sounds of cannon fire erupted in succession. The artillery brought by the northern king, though limited in number, wielded tremendous power. The cannonballs howled through the air, striking the city walls with precision. Debris exploded, mingled with the gruesome remnants of flesh. Upon the walls, Xiao Qi, who had just moments ago appeared pale as death, now lost all semblance of color. Buzz. He gazed at the apocalyptic scene before him, his mind a blank slate. This. His lips trembled, and he could utter not a single word. The guards and ministers beside him were equally paralyzed by terror. Some collapsed to the ground, while others let out haunting cries. Quick! Counterattack! Shoot! Shoot! A general shouted hoarsely, striving to organize a defense. Yet, his voice was quickly drowned out by the thunderous blasts and the wails of despair. The battlements transformed into a veritable hellscape. Soldiers fell, struck by arrows. Limbs were torn asunder by cannon fire. Massive stones tumbled down. Blood flowed like a river. Simultaneously, enormous shadows began to approach the walls. They were ladders. Countless soldiers, burdened by the weight of heavy ladders, charged toward the city walls unflinchingly, braving the rain of arrows and cannon fire. Their eyes burned with fervor and resolve, chanting a singular name, Holy Emperor, Holy Emperor. Upon the walls, the defenders' fortifications appeared feeble against the onslaught of the Bingzhou wolf riders. Waves of arrows rained down, suppressing the defenders so they could barely lift their heads. The artillery methodically dismantled the defenses and the gathered soldiers on the walls. Release the rolling logs. Launch the boulders. The defending commander ordered, directing his soldiers to hurl defensive materials down, but to little effect. Ladders were mounted one after another against the walls. Kill! Shouted the vanguard of the Bingzhou wolf riders, wielding curved sabers as they ascended the ladders. Their speed was astonishing, their movements graceful, as if they were not of this world. Despairing cries erupted from the defenders, who attempted to thwart them with spears and swords. The sounds of clashing metal, the wails of the dying, the battle cries, all these noises melded together, forming a symphony of death. Xiao Qi watched in horror as one after another the Bingzhou wolf riders scaled the walls. Before them, the defenders resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. "It's over. It's over," he murmured, his body trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Huan slumped to the ground, his face ashen with fear. His previous rage and arrogance dissipated in the face of imminent death. How could this be? These madmen. How dare they? He screamed in despair. Xiao Qi stood rooted in place, his gaze fixed on the carnage atop the walls. Though he remained silent, his eyes were filled with shock and gravity. The Bingzhou wolf riders, the legendary Bingzhou wolf riders indeed, lived up to their reputation. Just their vanguard possessed such formidable combat prowess. Xiao Hui retreated to the back of the crowd, her expression a tumult of emotions as she viewed the horrific scene ahead. Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan were already weeping uncontrollably, clinging tightly to one another, their bodies trembling in fear. They had never witnessed such a scene of bloodshed and brutality. The shadow of death loomed above them with unprecedented clarity. For the Holy Emperor, slay the traitors. An increasing number of the Binhou wolf riders surged over the city walls, brandishing their curved sabers and reaping the lives of the defenders. The fortifications of the city walls were crumbling rapidly. Just then, the cannons below the walls unleashed a deafening roar once more. Boom! This time, their angles seemed to have been adjusted. The target appeared to be the city gate. Boom! Boom! Two cannonballs struck the heavy gates of the imperial city with precision. The tremendous impact sent tremors throughout the entire imperial city. Though the gate was sturdy, it began to emit a sorrowful wail under the might of such artillery. Dust rose and stones tumbled down. In the distance, the king of the north wore a cold smile. This was merely the beginning. He intended to breach the imperial city with utmost swiftness, to root out those traitors one by one and make them pay in blood for their sins. And soon, he would welcome back the Holy Emperor, who was trapped in the cold palace. The gates trembled, as if they could be blasted open at any moment. The fighting atop the walls grew increasingly fierce. The Binhou wolf riders surged in like a relentless tide. Chapter 24. The Execution of Traitors. The Return of the Holy Emperor. Xiao Qi gazed upon the fierce charge of the Bingzhou wolf riders. He observed the city gates being mercilessly battered by cannon fire. He witnessed the despair etched upon the faces surrounding him. He comprehended that the apocalypse had truly arrived. The imperial city was on the brink of annihilation. Xiao Qi collapsed onto the ground, his trousers soaked through, a pungent odor wafting through the air. Death loomed so perilously close. Close enough for him to catch the foul stench of sweat and blood emanating from his soldiers. A heavy pressure gripped his chest, as if an invisible hand clutched him tightly. Xiao Hui's gaze was as frigid as shards of ice, yet her body trembled uncontrollably. She watched the fearless wolf riders. She observed the elite guards falling one after another. Their defense was utterly futile against the onslaught of the Bingzhou wolf riders. She clenched her teeth, striving to maintain her composure. Yet, the fear within her burgeoned like wild grass. She contemplated fleeing. She considered hiding. But with a city of such vastness, where could one possibly evade these madmen? Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan clung to each other more tightly. Their cries had grown hoarse, tears mingling with dust and blood, staining their cheeks. They could not comprehend the chaos before them. Once proud princesses now resembled two rabbits ensnared in a trap. Aside from awaiting death, there seemed no other recourse. For the Holy Emperor, slay the traitors. Kill. The roars surged in crescendo. The assault of the Bingzhou wolf riders intensified. They trod upon corpses, continually scaling the city walls. The defenders' resistance waned. Only instinctive slashes and desperate cries remained. Thud! 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 A Bingzhou soldier charged forward, his target the fallen Xiao Qi. His curved blade raised high, slicing through the air with a menacing whistle. Traitor, meet your end. Xiao Qi shut his eyes, unleashing the most anguished scream of his life. He believed his demise was imminent. However, the anticipated pain never arrived. Crack! A sharp sound of breaking bones echoed, accompanied by a muffled thud. The soldier's blade did not strike Xiao Qi. Instead, it cleaved into the shield of an elite guard positioned before him. The guard let out a muffled grunt, propelled backwards by the immense force, crashing against the city wall before plummeting down, his fate uncertain. Xiao Qi opened his eyes. The traitorous soldier had been ensnared by another elite guard, who fought valiantly to the death. He disregarded his own disheveled state, scrambling backward in a frantic retreat, incoherently shouting, "Run, run!" But where could one run to? At that moment, the thunderous roar from below the city wall erupted once more. This time, it was more concentrated, more frenzied. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon fire was no longer sporadic, but a relentless barrage. The target? The heavy gates of the imperial city. The shells, whistling through the air, rained down upon the gates like a tempest. With each strike, the gates emitted a more mournful wail. Wood splintered and stones flew. It was evident to the naked eye that the gates were rapidly deforming and cracking. In the distance, the northern king, commanding his vast army, rode a magnificent steed. His cold gaze was fixed upon the imperial city. The armor he wore was stained with blood, yet it could not conceal the aura of iron-blooded ferocity that emanated from him. "Holy Emperor, await my arrival," the northern king murmured softly. Behind him, a herald approached on horseback, bowing his head to report, "My lord, all divisions are prepared. The vanguard has ascended the city." "Excellent." A glint of ruthlessness flickered in the northern king's eyes. "Relay the command. The artillery battalion shall bombard the city gates without cease. The siege and reserve forces must advance at full speed. Today we must breach the city." The herald hesitated for a moment, quietly reminding him, "My lord, according to the original plan, we must await the arrival of the other 9 armies. With 1,000,000 troops surrounding the city at that time." "There is no at that time," the northern king interrupted, his voice imbued with an undeniable resolution. "The Buddhist kingdom, the snowy domain, the eastern wilderness, divine dynasty. These miscreants are taking advantage of the turmoil. Their forces have reached our borders. Our ancient wilderness empire stands on the brink of annihilation." He tightened his grip on the reins, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. "We, the loyal defenders, fight not only to purge the traitors from our midst. We fight to bring back the Holy Emperor, to rally our ancient wilderness warriors against the external threat. The longer we delay, the more suffering our people must endure. This imperial city must fall with utmost haste. Relay my command. All forces advance. At any cost, breach the city. Bring back the Holy Emperor." Receiving the order, the herald no longer hesitated. He raised his voice in affirmation, turned, and galloped away. The northern king gazed once more at the imperial city, his eyes ablaze with fervent determination. He would flatten this city, gilded on the outside yet rotting within, and shatter the traitors who had usurped the Holy Emperor's throne into 1,000 pieces. Then, he would rescue the Holy Emperor, trapped in the cold palace, unharmed. Only the Holy Emperor could lead the ancient wilderness empire to triumph over the opportunistic tripartite alliance. Before the city gates, the thunderous roar of artillery was deafening. Shells continuously struck the gates, causing the fissures to widen. The creaking sounds grew increasingly jarring. The battle atop the walls had reached a fever pitch. The cavalry of the Bingzhou wolves had effectively seized control, showing no mercy to the living. Bloodlust filled the air as they slaughtered anyone in sight. Xiao Qi scrambled back in terror, while other princes and princesses fled in panic. The dignity of the royal family had vanished entirely. Their guards were dwindling, and those remaining fought desperately, trying to buy them a few moments of reprieve. "Third brother, run. If we don't, we shall perish." Xiao Ning streamet, her voice hoarse. She clutched Xiao one with one hand while her other hand frantically grasped at the broken stones on the ground, attempting to rise and escape. Her cheeks were smeared with blood, the source unknown, her own or another's. Her hair was disheveled, resembling that of a madwoman. "Run? Where can we run to?" Xiao Huan roared, his voice laced with a desperate fury. His left arm had been grievously wounded, blood flowing incessantly. The pain caused his temples to throb, yet he dared not pause to tend to his injury. He glared fiercely at Xiao Qi, gritting his teeth in anger. "It's all your fault for coveting that damned throne. Now look where we are. An army of 1,000,000 is at our doorstep, and none of us shall escape." "Silence!" Xiao Qi snapped, turning abruptly, his eyes wild with rage. "If it weren't for your incessant meddling, would I have found myself in this predicament? What good does lamenting do now? We must devise a plan." "A plan? What plan remains?" Xiao Qi's sleeve had been torn asunder, revealing an arm stained with blood. The sword he once wielded lay shattered in two. His hand, clutching the hilt of the broken blade, trembled slightly. "The Northern King's minions are about to invade. Who do you expect to come to our rescue? A divine savior from the heavens? At that moment, a cacophony of gasps and shouts erupted from within the city. Suddenly, a procession of scholars and lower-ranking military officials, dressed in simple attire and adorned with cloth headbands, surged forth from the surrounding streets. Armed with spears, iron forks, and even wooden clubs, they may not have donned formal military garb, but their eyes burned with a fierce resolve. They cried out in unison, "Eliminate the traitors! Bring back the Holy Emperor!" Chapter 25. In a moment of defeat, remembering my eldest brother, Xiao Ding, these scholars, typically incapable of even lifting a chicken, found themselves cornered and driven to desperation. Fueled by a fervent resolve to fight to the bitter end, they joined a fray against Xiao Qi and his followers. They were not seasoned warriors, their movements were clumsy, and some fell to the blades of private soldiers. Yet their sheer numbers surged forth like an unrelenting tide, overwhelming Xiao Qi's beleaguered troops. These wretches dared to rebel against me. Xiao Qi stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, his voice nearly escaping through gritted teeth. He never anticipated that even these ink-stained scholars, typically confined to their pens, would dare to take up arms against his beleaguered faction. Heaving heavily, he felt as if he might spew forth blood. "Your Majesty, flee quickly. There is no time left," a loyal guard shouted, exerting every ounce of strength to block a scholar's spear. In the next instant, that crude spear pierced through his chest. Blood gushed forth as the guard's body crumpled to the ground, his eyes still reflecting an indomitable spirit. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Qi turned to flee. His steps were unsteady, and the anguished cries and clashing of weapons behind him filled him with terror. He understood that if he did not escape now, he would surely perish here. Yet his legs felt as though they were laden with lead. After only a few steps, a searing pain erupted in his chest, making even the act of breathing seem a luxury. "Do not run. Treasonous scoundrel, meet your end." An elderly scholar, his hair as white as snow and wielding an iron staff, was pursuing him, panting heavily. Despite his slow pace, his eyes burned with unrelenting hatred. He cursed Xiao Qi. "You usurper! You have brought ruin upon our ancient empire. Today shall be your demise. Step aside, you old fool!" Xiao Qi bellowed, kicking the elder in the chest. The impact sent him sprawling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. But before Xiao Qi could catch his breath, a few younger scholars rushed forward, raining blows upon him with their wooden sticks, leaving him in a pitiful state. "Save me! Someone, please save me!" he cried out, his voice laced with fear and despair. But his siblings had long since fled, paying him no heed. Xiao Wan and Xiao Ning shrieked in terror, trembling in a corner, while Xiao Che seized the chaos to dart into a narrow alley, fleeing without a backward glance. Only Xiao Hui managed to linger behind Xiao Qi, her complexion pale and her eyes filled with panic. The group, akin to lost dogs, fled in disarray. Their once splendid garments were now tattered and stained with blood and dirt. No trace of royal dignity remained. Only fear and the instinct for survival lingered in their eyes, eclipsing the bonds of kinship in that desperate moment. Within the city, the flames of war blazed ever higher, smoke billowing ominously. The sounds of battle and cries of anguish echoed incessantly. The imperial city had transformed into a veritable hellscape. The vanguard of the northern kings surged forth like a pack of ravenous wolves, an unstoppable force. The last bastion of defense upon the city walls was on the verge of collapse, though Xiao Qi and the others desperately fled. They understood the grim reality. This imperial city was no longer their sanctuary, but had transformed into their tomb. In the distance, the northern king reigned in his steed, his sharp gaze sweeping over the chaos within the city. "Today marks the end for you rebels." Xiao Qi collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his lungs ablaze with pain. His resplendent garments were torn in several places, revealing the inner attire beneath. His disheveled appearance was more pitiful than that of a beggar on the street. Xiao Hui followed closely, sinking to the ground. Her pale visage was smeared with dust and blood, her eyes reflecting lingering terror. Leaning against the wall, Xiao Che's somber face betrayed little emotion, yet his chest heaved violently, revealing his exhaustion. Xiao Huan, having endured a fair share of blows, lay sprawled on the ground, whimpering like a beaten dog. Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan huddled together in the depths of the alley, trembling and occasionally emitting muffled cries. They resembled drowned rats, hiding in this filthy passageway. listening to the increasingly close sounds of battle. The distant flames illuminated half the sky. It was over. Xiao Ning wept, her voice quivering. We are going to die. Xiao Huan echoed her cries. Third brother, what shall we do now? Xiao Huan struggled to rise, clutching his still aching chest. Gritting his teeth, he spat, damn it. These civil officials act like cowards in times of peace, yet now they show such bravado. And that wretched northern king, he dares to invade the imperial city. Is he attempting a rebellion? A rebellion? He champions the true dragon, Xiao Che replied with a grimace. His voice cold. The edict states clearly, eliminate the corrupt officials. Welcome the true dragon. They possess a righteous claim. Xiao Qi lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, fixed intently on Xiao Che. And so what? True dragon? Who knows what that even means? We are the rightful heirs. Rightful heirs? Xiao Kiskovd. A bitter smile gracing his lips, filled with despair. As the army besieges the city and chaos reigns within, you speak to me of rightful heirs while we cower like dogs? Xiao Qi clenched his teeth, his fists cracking ominously, his face contorted with rage. That old dog of the northern king. Who does he think he is? Loyalty and righteousness? Merely an ambitious scoundrel cloaked in the guise of virtue. If it weren't for our internal strife, he wouldn't dare to be so brazen. Xiao Huan cast a glance toward the flickering flames at the alley's mouth. Her voice barely audible. Third brother, can we truly endure this any longer? There is no way out. Her voice trembled, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, yet she fought to suppress her sobs. Silence. Xiao Qi abruptly turned his head, casting a fierce glare at her, filled with a seething rage that seemed desperate to unleash itself upon her. There was no path left but to tread forward. Do you wish to be captured by those treacherous rebels, to have your head severed and displayed atop the city walls for all to witness? Xiao Hui trembled at his outburst. Her lips moved, yet she dared not utter another word. Xiao Huan groaned on the ground, struggling to lift himself. Damn it, I am still a prince. How have I been reduced to such disgrace? If it were up to me, we should find a place to hide until the storm passes. Hide? Xiao Kiskov derisivity. Casting ma sidelong glance. Do you truly believe you can conceal yourself? That old dog, the king of the north, is no fool. His soldiers are like ravenous wolves, capable of unearthing you from 3 feet beneath the ground. To hide? It would be far more merciful to simply end it. What the hell did you just say? Upon hearing this, Xiao Huan immediately erupted in fury, struggling to charge forward. Yet, before he could rise, the pain from his chest wound forced him to grimace and collapse back down, cursing under his breath to vent his frustration. Xiao Ning and Xiao Huan huddled closer together, their sobs intermittent, pitiful, and helpless. Xiao Ning choked back tears, speaking haltingly, I do not wish to die. I truly do not want to die. Third brother, I beg you think of a way. Bang! Xiao Qi slammed his fist against the wall, causing the plaster to crumble and fall. Blood oozed from the back of his hand. Yet he seemed impervious to the pain. A way? What way? Outside lies the army of that old dog, the king of the north, and the city walls are on the brink of collapse. We do not even possess a decent soldier. What can we possibly do? Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. It felt as if the entire imperial city was trembling. Following that, from the direction of the city walls, came a series of heart-wrenching screams, mingled with the clanging of weapons and the neighing of war horses, as if hell itself had descended upon the earth. It is the city walls. Beyond the city walls. Xiao Hui abruptly lifted her head, her voice laced with terror, her gaze fixated intently on the mouth of the alleyway. Chapter 26. The arrival of the sacred Empress of Wu Wei. Go, escort us to the cold palace. Immediately, the imperial guards exchanged glances, and several swiftly formed a line to protect Xiao Qi, Xiao Che, Xiao Hui, Xiao Huan, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Huan as they stumbled out of the alley, hastening towards the cold palace. The night was thick with darkness. The sounds of battle echoed throughout the imperial city, and the air was saturated with the acrid scent of blood. Flames flickered in the distance, painting half the sky crimson. Xiao Qi led the way, his pace quick yet unsteady, stripped of the grandeur he once possessed. Clenching his teeth, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. That old dog, the northern king. If I survive, I shall make him pay dearly. Behind him, Xiao Che followed closely, his gaze darting around. Third brother, Enough with the curses, he murmured. It's futile now. We must quickly hand over Xiao Ding. The longer we delay, the less chance we have of survival. Be silent. Xiao Wang glared at Xiao Ke. His face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his thick neck. All you ever do is propose terrible ideas. Hand over Xiao Ding? Huh, or shall we save face? The world will laugh at us as cowards. Face? Xiao Che scoffed, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Can face save our lives? Xiao Huan, can your feeble mind comprehend? If the Northern King breaks in, we'll be reduced to nothing but bones. And you still speak of face? How dare you insult me? Xiao Huan clenched his fists, poised a lunge at Xiao Che. The Imperial Guards hurriedly stepped in to prevent a fraternal conflict at this critical juncture. Enough. Xiao Chi's low voice commanded attention, imbued with imperial authority. He halted, turning to face Xiao Huan, his eyes bloodshot. Xiao Huan, temper your anger. This is not the time for quarrels. He paused, then cast a cold glance at Xiao Che. Xiao Che, I concede to your suggestion, but pray that it proves effective. Otherwise, I shall be the first to turn against you. Xiao Che's lips twitched slightly, yet he refrained from retorting. Rest assured, third brother, no one desires to survive more than I do. The group pressed onward. The streets of the imperial city lay in utter disarray. Debris littered the ground. Sporadic embers danced in the wind. Third brother, Xiao Ri murmured softly. Are we really going to hand over Xiao Ding? What if the Northern King does not spare us? Silence. Xiao Qi shot her a fierce glare. Do you still have the audacity to ask? Had it not been for your insistence on dethroning him, would we have fallen to this plight? Is it useful to speak of this now? Tears welled up in Xiao Hui's eyes, but she dared not say another word. She bit her lip, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks. Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan walked side by side at the rear. The two delicate princesses were utterly terrified, with Xiao Ning clutching Xiao Wan's arm tightly, her eyes wide with fear. Vanya, are we going to die? Xiao Ning whispered, her voice trembling. Xiao Wan was even more distraught, tears streaming down her face, leaving her makeup in disarray. She shook her head vigorously, choking out, no. No. Third brother will surely have a way. He will definitely find a solution. It was not just the royal descendants. The Imperial Guards were hardly in a better state. Each of them appeared ashen, their hands trembling around the hilts of their swords. They were once the elite of the royal city, yet now, faced with the army of the Northern King, even standing firm had become an extravagant wish. One young guard could not help but murmur softly, this battle is impossible to fight. The Northern King is a harbinger of death. With our numbers, charging forward is simply a death sentence. Silence. The leader of the guards abruptly turned, glaring fiercely at him. Speak another word, and I shall cut out your tongue. Yet his voice quivered, revealing his own lack of conviction. The group navigated through the chaotic streets, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred debris. Thud, thud, thud. Xiao Qi's pace quickened, fear spreading within him. The visage of the Northern King flashed repeatedly in his mind. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the direction of the city gate, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Xiao Qi halted abruptly, glancing back. He beheld flames surging at the city gate. A massive shadow loomed amidst the firelight. That is. Xiao Ning was so frightened that she could not articulate her thoughts, her body trembling uncontrollably, collapsing onto the ground. Is the battering ram? They have breached the city gate. Xiao Hui screamed, her voice brimming with despair. She staggered toward Xiao Qi, grasping his arm. Frantically, she cried, Elder brother, the gate is broken. We have no time. Quickly, to the cold palace. Deliver Xiao Ding. Hurry. Xiao Qi violently shook off her hand, madness flashing in his eyes. He roared at the guards. What are you waiting for? Run. To the cold palace. Now. Inside the cold palace, Xiao Ding sat cross-legged, a pale blue light screen floating before him. Game legacy activation. Binding of the remnants of the celestial sect. Progress. 83. Observing the information on the screen, Xiao Ding murmured, TSK, the celestial sect. The mess left behind truly has some capability. The air in the cold palace was frigid. Distant flames soared high. Faintly visible was the billowing black smoke above the royal city. The system voice continued to resonate. Faction binding completed. Remaining forces under command. 3,000 Shadow Guards, 5,000 Xian Armor Riders, 700 Starry Pavilion Sorcerers. stationed at the borders of the ancient empire, awaiting the host's summons. A glimmer of interest flashed in Xiao Ding's eyes, and he extended his hand, palm facing upward. With a rustling sound, a dark, ethereal light detached from the screen, gradually coalescing into an ancient black token. Xiao Ding weighed it in his hand, then flipped his palm, causing the token to vanish within. The system voice echoed once more. The binding of the celestial sect's power has been completed, and the permissions have been unlocked. Next phase, the inheritance of the 5 great imperial artifacts is about to commence. Warning: the inheritance process will trigger severe backlash. The host's physical burden has reached its limit. Do you wish to proceed? Xiao Ding's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the luminous screen for a protracted moment. After a lengthy pause, determination flickered in his eyes as he resolutely declared, "Proceed." With a resonant hum, the screen trembled violently, emitting a deep, reverberating sound. 5 resplendent beams of light surged forth from the screen, each radiating in shades of crimson, ethereal blue, golden, verdant green, and pure white. Within the crimson beam, a long sword emerged, its blade flickering like flames, exuding a searing heat. The ethereal blue beam contained what appeared to be an ancient mirror, its surface shimmering with countless reflections. Suspended within the golden beam was a small cauldron, intricately etched with celestial patterns, emanating an overwhelming aura. The verdant green beam revealed a long whip, its body resembling entwined vines, subtly pulsating with a vital essence. Finally, the pure white beam showcased a jade seal, crystal clear, with a faint dragon's roar reverberating from within. The ethereal images of the 5 great imperial artifacts intertwined in the air, exuding an imposing presence that sent tremors through the walls of the cold palace, causing dust to cascade down. Xiao Ding's gaze flitted among the 5 beams, a complex expression crossing his features. The Flame Emperor's sword, the Xiantian mirror, the celestial cauldron, the verdant spirit whip, and the sacred dragon seal. How much effort had been expended to gather you all, only to have them discarded at the end of a game. And now, you come seeking me in reality? Xiao Ding shook his head, a hint of self-deprecation lacing his tone. The system's voice resonated coldly. The inheritance of the 5 great imperial artifacts is commencing. The fusion process will incite a surge of spiritual energy. The host must endure the trial of the imperial artifact's will. Failure will result in the scattering of the soul. Success will grant mastery over the power of the imperial artifacts. Current burden, 83%. Do you wish to continue? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding raised an eyebrow, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Scattering of the soul? Bring it on. As soon as the words left his lips, the 5 beams of light abruptly contracted, transforming into 5 streaks of luminous energy that surged toward Xiao Ding. The Crimson Flame Emperor's sword was the first to pierce his chest, the scorching pain akin to being engulfed in flames. Xiao Ding let out a muffled groan as cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, and his body swayed slightly. Next, the ethereal blue Xiantian mirror burrowed into his brow, a chilling sensation tearing through his mind. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ding felt the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitch involuntarily. The golden celestial cauldron crashed into his dantian, the immense pressure causing his knees to buckle, nearly bringing him to his knees. The verdant spirit whip coiled around his arm, the vine-like energy penetrating his flesh, delivering a sensation akin to being pricked by needles. Finally, the sacred dragon seal forcefully collided with his chest, the roar of the dragon echoing in his ears, causing a ringing sensation that made his eardrums throb. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The air in the cold palace suddenly became thick with tension. The spiritual energies of the 5 great imperial artifacts clashed violently within Xiao Ding, tearing at his meridians and soul. With his eyes tightly shut and his complexion as pale as a sheet, Xiao Ding clenched his fists resolutely. The system's voice resonated once more, testing the will of the imperial artifact. The Flame Emperor's sword backlash, 65%. The Xiantian mirror backlash, 42%. Host's spiritual stability is declining. Warning. Warning. At that moment, the ground of the cold palace trembled. An invisible pressure erupted from the 5 great imperial artifacts, transforming into 5 ethereal shadows that circled around him. Outside the imperial city, the flames of war soared into the sky. The king of the north sat majestically upon his warhorse. His black armor glinted with the cold. eerie light in the glow of the flames. He resembled a Shura returned from the depths of hell. Behind him, 100,000 iron cavalry stood in formation like a mountain. The war horses neighed, their iron hooves pounding the ground, resounding with a unified cry. Welcome, the Holy Master. Exterminate the traitors. Simultaneously, 9 distinctly different auras swept in from all directions, carrying a cataclysmic might. They converged outside the imperial city. The 9 generals stationed at the borders, each leading their elite iron armies, hastened towards the scene, weary yet determined. Some rode majestic steeds, others traversed on flying vessels, some wielded divine weapons. Their momentum rivaled that of the King of the North. Battle flags fluttered, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. The Lord of the Qinglian Iron Cavalry, General Huo Wuji, clad in crimson armor, he wielded an imposing 8-foot-long serpent spear. His steed exhaled hot breath, its hooves scraping the earth, kicking up clouds of dust. Huo Wuji snorted disdainfully, causing the air to vibrate ominously. Xiao Qi, the usurper, the destroyer of loyalty. Today, I, Huo Wuji, shall enact divine retribution and sever your head. With a flick of his spear, a chasm opened wide in the ground. Murderous intent surged like a howling tempest, racing toward the imperial city. The southern wilderness' Gu King, Wu Yueji, veiled in black silk, her delicate form stood atop an altar constructed from writhing poisonous insects. She caressed a jade-green bone flute. Before a note could escape, countless venomous creatures stirred beneath her feet, emitting spine-chilling hisses. With a soft laugh, her voice rang like a nightingale-esque song, yet bore an icy chill. The ancient royal family is decayed beyond measure. How dare these mere rebels presume to claim the title of emperor? Today, I shall cleanse this imperial city of its filth with my goose sorcery. She raised her jade finger. A cloud of black mist surged from the altar, morphing into innumerable poisonous insects. They darkened the sky as they surged toward the imperial city, leaving desolation in their wake. The dragon General Ao Lai of the Eastern Sea, mounted upon an azure-scaled dragon, his long yuan spear crackled with flashes of thunder and lightning. As he pointed his spear, dark clouds churned and thunder rumbled ominously. He let out a bellow that reverberated through the heavens. Xiao Qi, Xiao Huan, you traitorous scum, today you shall pay for your blood debts with your own blood. The dragon roared, stirring a tempest. The sound of the tides echoed from behind him, as if thousands of waves were poised to engulf the imperial city. The Snow Wolf King of the northern frontier stood atop a pristine white war wolf. A silver longbow slung across his back, frost subtly gathered on the bowstring. His expression was grim, his gaze sharp as a blade. Xiao Qi, you traitors, deceiving the emperor and betraying your country. Today the sons of the north shall wash away this shame with blood. The wolf pack behind him growled lowly. Snowflakes fell from the heavens, blanketing the northern city wall. The blade sovereign of the northern desert, wielding a 9-ringed broadsword. The blade is broad and formidable, its sound resonating with a fierce clang. He rides a magnificent black steed, its iron hooves treading upon the clouds. The edge of the sword slices through the air, creating a piercing whistle. The ancient royal lineage has met its end. Xiao Qi, surrender your life. Behind him, a forest of weapons stands ready, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. The arrow god Yinzhou, clad in flowing white, he bears a quiver of 100 arrows, with his longbow drawn to its fullest. The arrowhead is aimed squarely at the gate of the imperial city. Even before release, his presence is as potent as 1,000 arrows unleashed. Suffocating in intensity, traitor Xiao Qi, today shall be the day you meet your demise. Behind him, archers form a line, their arrows glinting with a chilling light. Poised for action, the iron-blooded war marquis, adorned in heavy armor, wields a colossal battle axe, stained with the remnants of past conflicts. He stands atop a war chariot, your body into 1,000 pieces. The chariot crushes the earth beneath, leaving deep scars in its wake. The ghost general of Xianming, enveloped in a shroud of darkness, wields a long halberd that emanates an eerie aura. His voice is low and grave, as if echoing from the depths of the underworld. Xiao Qi, thief of the nation, today shall mark the hour of your soul's return to the netherworld. Behind him, phantoms abound. A chilling wind sweeps through, evoking dread. The fiery celestial lord, clad in crimson robes, wields a staff ignited by roaring flames, illuminating half the night sky. 10 generals each command their elite troops, arranged around the imperial city, their banners fluttering in the wind. A million valiant soldiers loom like a dark cloud over the city, their murderous intent soaring to the heavens. Their gazes are fixed upon the main gate of the imperial city, burning with a seething hatred for the traitor Xiao Qi and his ilk. Clang! The Prince of the North suddenly raises his sword, his voice booming like thunder. Slaughter the immortals, annihilate the Buddhas, vanquish the gods, and eradicate the wicked. Today, the 10 generals unite, vowing to cleanse the court for the emperor and restore the true dragon to its rightful place. The battle cries shake the heavens. As a million troops echo in unison, the roar surges like a tsunami, sweeping across the realm. At that moment, above the main gate of the imperial city, a solitary figure slowly materializes. This figure is slender, draped in a tattered gray robe. Without weapon or blade in hand, he exudes a disquieting presence. He gazes quietly down upon the million-strong army outside the city. The eyes of the 10 generals sharpen in unison. The Prince of the North's sword trembles slightly. Huowuji's serpent spear halts mid-air. Wu Yueji's bone flute emits a low murmur. Aoli's dragon roars softly. They all turn their gaze towards that figure, a complex light flickering in their eyes. Who is that? The solitary and slender figure atop the city tower remains unmoving. The gray robe flutters in the wind, reminiscent of a sword yet to be drawn. The concealed sharpness sends a shiver down the spine. The 10 generals fixate their gazes upon that figure, a blend of murderous intent and uncertainty. Suddenly, an anomaly occurs in the sky. A blinding golden light tears through the distant heavens, like the sun plummeting to earth. Within the golden radiance, a phoenix silhouette appears, accompanied by a deep, resonant call. The sound reverberates through the 9 heavens. The momentum of the million-strong army falters. The warhorses neigh, and venomous creatures retreat. Thunder hides, flames dim. Even the battle flags of the 10 generals tremble slightly under this oppressive force. Who could this be? The King of the North abruptly raised his head, his battle blade humming in resonance, while a piercing cold light emanated from his eyes. Huowuji gripped his serpent spear tightly. Wu Yueji seized her melody on the bone flute. Aolai held the dragon abyss spear at a slant towards the heavens. The 4 of them turned their gazes towards the source of the golden light. The remaining 6 generals bore solemn expressions, their breaths slightly disordered. As the golden radiance gradually dissipated, a figure descended slowly from the horizon. She was draped in a golden phoenix cloak, embroidered with the divine phoenix of the 9 heavens. Her garments fluttered as if flames danced around her. Her magnificent presence resembled that of a celestial maiden gracing the mortal realm. Her countenance was austere, her features sharp as though chiseled from stone. Her eyes sparkled like cold stars. Wherever her gaze fell, it seemed to penetrate the very hearts of men. At her waist hung a long sword, its sheath ancient yet emanating a disquieting aura of lethal intent. She treaded upon the void. With each step she took, the air erupted in a deep, resonant boom, and fissures spread across the ground like a spider's web. The Martial Majesty Empress. Chapter 27. Please forgive the Empress of Wu Wei. The Empress of Wu Wei. The King of the North's pupils contracted sharply, his blade trembling as he recognized her first. The faces of the other 9 generals changed dramatically, their eyes flashing with shock, reverence, and an inexplicable trepidation. She was none other than Lady Jiang, the Empress of Wu Wei of the ancient empire, the lawful wife of Xiao Ding. Though she had divorced him, she remained an entity of legend within the empire. Her presence exuded an aura as chilling as ancient ice, fierce and impossible to gaze upon. With every gesture, she radiated an overwhelming pressure that left one breathless. The 10 generals exchanged glances. They simultaneously retracted their murderous intent, their weapons gradually lowering. The King of the North stepped forward first, kneeling on one knee, clasping his fists and solemnly declaring, "This humble servant, the King of the North, pays homage to the Empress of Wu Wei." His voice resonated through the night sky. "This humble servant, Huowuji, pays homage to the Empress of Wu Wei." The god of war from Qinglian plunged his serpent spear into the ground, kneeling in reverence, his iron cavalry bowing their heads in unison. "This humble servant, Wu Yueji, pays homage to the Empress of Wu Wei." The Southern Gu Queen tucked away her bone flute, her black veil fluttering lightly as she bowed gracefully. "This humble servant, Ao Lai, pays homage to the Empress of Wu Wei. The dragon general of the East Sea retracted the tip of his spear, the tides behind him receding as he knelt on one knee. The remaining 6 generals, the Lord of Flames, the King of Ghosts, the iron-blooded Marquis, the divine general of Xuanwu, the celestial maiden of Qinglian, and the thunderous warlord, followed suit. Kneeling in unison, their voices harmoniously declaring, "We pay homage to the Empress of Wu Wei." 1,000,000 soldiers then bowed their heads in unison. Their movements were as synchronized as a tide, creating a formidable presence that shook the heavens and the earth. The battle flags drooped, weapons were sheathed, the murderous intent dissipated, replaced by an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence. Lady Zhang's phoenix cloak billowed as her gaze swept over the kneeling 10 generals. Her voice, like ice falling to the ground, was crisp and authoritative. "Though I have separated from Xiao Ding, how could I stand idly by while these miscreants sowed discord?" Her tone was calm, yet every word struck like a blade. The king of the north lowered his head, his voice respectful yet tinged with caution. "Your Majesty, we are commanded by the true dragon son to raise troops in service, to cleanse the court, and to eradicate the traitors." Oomph. Lady Jiang waved her sleeve. A fierce wind arose, causing the battle flags to flap vigorously. "I shall see who dares to sow chaos." Her gaze, sharp as lightning, suddenly turned toward the main gate of the imperial city, seemingly piercing through the walls, aiming directly at Shao Qi and his cohorts concealed within. Huo Wuji raised his head, a glint of determination in his eyes. "Your Majesty, Shao Qi has usurped the throne and imprisoned his Majesty. Such crimes cannot go unpunished. We vow to restore his Majesty to the throne. Should your Majesty issue a decree, I would not hesitate to face death." Upon hearing this, Empress Jiang narrowed her eyes slightly, a smirk gracing her lips. "Oh, to welcome Xiao Ding back to the throne? You are indeed most loyal." Her tone dripped with sarcasm as she took a deliberate step forward. The divine phoenix on her cloak appeared to come to life, emitting a low, resonant cry, intensifying the pressure around her. The 10 generals trembled in unison, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. The 1,000,000-strong army held its breath, too terrified to make a sound. Wu Yueji whispered, "Your Majesty, Shao Qi and his ilk are acting against the natural order, harming the loyal and just, and the people's grievances are boiling over. We serve in this venture only to restore the rightful order." Her voice was soft yet tremulous, clearly unsteady under the weight of the Empress's formidable presence. The Empress Jiang remained non-committal, her gaze shifting to the solitary, slender figure atop the city tower, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. That figure remained silent, its features obscured beneath a gray robe, yet it seemed to connect with Jiang's gaze. An invisible spark crackled in the air. The 10 generals sensed the subtle tension and held their breath, refraining from any rash movements. Xiao Ding Jiang murmured softly, yet her voice resonated like thunder in the ears of the 10 generals. A gasp escaped them. They collectively shuddered, their eyes turning towards the void, disbelief evident in their expressions. Above, a phantasmal figure materialized, strikingly familiar. That silhouette, was it truly His Majesty? The Supreme Flame Master could not contain himself, whispering, "Your Majesty. Is that divine figure truly His Majesty?" His tone was laced with uncertainty, but overshadowed by astonishment. Xiao Ding had been deposed, imprisoned in the cold palace. How could he exude such formidable presence, daring to confront a 1,000,000-strong army? Jiang offered no reply, her gaze steadfastly fixated on the tower. The phoenix cloak fluttered slightly, as if suppressing some deep-seated emotion. Her fingers caressed the hilt of her sword at her waist, the sheath emitting a low hum. A tide of murderous intent surged. "I have come today for but one purpose." She paused, her voice suddenly soaring, akin to a phoenix-esque cry echoing through the imperial city. "Rebel Shao Qi, come forth and meet your death outside the city. Otherwise, I shall raze this imperial city to the ground, leaving not a trace." Upon her declaration, the heavens and earth shifted. The soldiers engaged in combat on the city walls felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. Their weapons clattered to the ground. The 10 generals trembled in unison, a mixture of fervor and reverence flashing in their eyes. The 1,000,000-strong army erupted in a unified roar. "Empress Wu Wei! Empress Wu Wei!" The sound surged like an ocean wave, shaking the very foundations of the imperial city. With a metallic clang, Jiang unsheathed her sword by half an inch. The blade glimmered like a rainbow, slicing through the night sky, aimed directly at the main gate of the imperial city. The intent of her sword bore down like a mountain. Cracks began to form on the city walls. The guards, stricken with terror, retreated in haste. Outside the main gate, the wind howled, swirling dust into the air. Jiang's sword light hung like a cascade of stars, suspended in the sky. An overwhelming pressure descended. The soldiers atop the walls were already paralyzed with fear, their spears trembling in their hands. The clattering of armor resonated harshly in the stillness of the night. Though battle-hardened, even the 10 generals found themselves holding their breath, their eyes fixated on that figure draped in the phoenix cloak, their hearts gripped by both awe and trepidation. Meanwhile, Xiao Qi and his companions hurried along the dark corridors of the palace, their footsteps swift as they raced towards the cold palace. Their silhouettes, illuminated by the flickering torches, cast long shadows. Xiao Qi led the way, his brocade robe soaked with sweat, veins bulging at his temples, and his eyes betraying an unmistakable panic. Close behind, Xiao Huan gritted his teeth, his grip on his sword trembling slightly. Xiao Che's expression was grim, his steps steady. The 3 sisters, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Wan, huddled closely together. Xiao Ning's face was ashen, her lips quivering. The Empress Wu Wei, how has she returned? Xiao Ning's voice was as delicate as a whisper, tinged with a sobbing tone, reverberating through the corridor. She clasped her arms tightly, her body trembling slightly. Memories of the tale she had heard in her childhood about the Queen of Wu Wei flashed through her mind. A woman capable of cleaving mountains and rivers with a single stroke of her sword, who could raise cities with a mere gesture. According to legend, she had once compelled the queen of the northern snowy realm to bow in submission before her. Even the ancient tortoise of the southern ridge demon kingdom dared not meet her gaze directly. Silence. Xiao Huan suddenly turned around, roaring in anger. What difference does her return make? She is but a discarded wife who dares to step foot in this imperial city. If she truly possessed any prowess, why did she not eliminate my elder brother back then and ascend as Empress herself? Though his voice was loud, it lacked conviction, as if he were attempting to bolster his own courage. Just as his words settled, a low, resonant sound of a sword echoed from the end of the corridor, seemingly responding to his provocation, causing the eardrums of those present to ache. Xiao Qi abruptly halted, his face a ghastly shade of pale. He shot a fierce glare at Xiao Huan. If you continue with your nonsense, do you believe I would hesitate to sever your tongue? His teeth clenched, his chest heaving violently. Yet, the image of Jiang Shi involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The woman draped in a phoenix cloak as cold as ice. She had once been his elder brother, Xiao Ding's empress. She was also the everlasting nightmare in his heart. He was merely 10 years old when he stealthily entered the imperial garden, inadvertently stumbling upon Jiang Shi practicing her swordplay. With a single swing, the flowers in the garden wilted, and the ground split open into a chasm 3 zhang deep. He had been so frightened that his soul fled, hiding behind a rockery. Afraid to breathe, from that day forth, the specter of Jiang Shi had haunted him like a nightmare. Did she not part ways with my brother? Xiao ke sujin li spoke. His voice low and filled with trepidation. After their separation, she had ventured to the western desert, disappearing from sight, not even returning upon the emperor's passing. Her sudden reappearance must be a ruse. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Could it be that there was a transaction between her and my brother of which we are unaware? Transaction? Shall we cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Che? 6th brother. Who is the Queen of Wu Wei? If she desires something, she need only reach out to seize it. Why would she require a transaction with my elder brother? Her arrival today is clearly to seek vengeance. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, her voice dropping even lower. Have you forgotten? Her swordsmanship was praised even by our late father, who declared her to possess an innate sword spirit, unmatched in the world. If she truly intended to storm the imperial city, who could possibly stand in her way? Outside the cold palace, the earlier disputes and fury in the corridor now transformed into a chilling dread, weighing heavily upon their hearts. Xiao Qi licked his parched lips, forcing himself to straighten his back. Facing the grand entrance of the cold palace, his voice involuntarily trembled. Elder brother, the 10 border generals have rebelled. Please, grant permission to quell the insurrection and order them to withdraw. Xiao Qi gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His gaze fixed intently, on the iron door, as if he both anticipated and feared what lay beyond. Behind him, Xiao Huan, Xiao Che, and the others held their breaths in suspense. The air seemed to solidify, the very sound of the wind becoming jarring. Xiao Huan stood by Xiao Qi's side, his hand gripping the sword, veins bulging with tension. The scabbard glimmered with a cold light in the fire's glow. Moments ago in the corridor, he had been shouting his intention to storm into the cold palace, demanding to know why Xiao Ding had incited the wrath of Empress Wu Wei. Yet now, standing before the cold palace, he lacked the courage even to lift his gaze. Gritting his teeth, he managed a low growl. "Elder brother, if you still possess a shred of compassion, please come forth and speak." Before he could finish, he abruptly fell silent, as if fearing that his voice might awaken a dreadful presence. Xiao Che stood amidst the crowd, his expression inscrutable and dark. Memories of his childhood flickered in his mind, when he had eavesdropped on palace servants gossiping about the cold palace, where resentment ran rampant. Those who entered were doomed to an ill fate. He had never believed in ghosts or deities, yet at this moment, an inexplicable chill surged from his feet to his spine, compelling him to take a hesitant step back. Clenching his jaw, he murmured softly, "Elder brother, if you truly have the power, then let those rebel forces retreat. Otherwise. He dared not finish his thought. Xiao Hui stood beside Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan, her usual composure now marred by an unmistakable turmoil in her eyes. She fixated on the walls of the cold palace, her mind racing with images of Empress Wu Wei wielding her sword, its radiance cascading like the Milky Way, seemingly capable of severing all vitality. Gulping audibly, she whispered, her voice barely audible, "Elder brother, I implore you. I beseech you to save our lives." Her tone was choked with emotion, as if she had exhausted all her courage. Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan huddled together, resembling two frightened fledglings. Xiao Ning's small face was devoid of color, her lips trembling. Tears welled in her eyes, but refused to fall. Desperately, she clutched Xiao Wan's sleeve, kneeling before the cold palace. "Elder brother, I was wrong. I should not have treated you that way." Her words came in fragmented gasps. Meanwhile, Xiao Wan bowed her head, her hands twisted together. She pleaded for the Empress's forgiveness, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She dared not raise her gaze, focusing instead on the stone slabs beneath her feet, as if they concealed a glimmer of hope for salvation. The silence outside the cold palace was terrifying. Xiao Qi and the others stood rigidly, their reverence laced with profound fear. They dared not step even a half step into the cold palace, nor did they risk breathing loudly, lest they disturb the entity behind that iron door. The earlier bravado and scheming had turned to dust, leaving only awe for Xiao Ding and dread of the unknown entwined in their hearts. At that moment, a low, ominous sound of a sword echoed once more, as if rising from the depths of the netherworld, bearing a bone-chilling cold. Xiao Qi shuddered violently, nearly losing his footing. Xiao Huan instinctively drew his sword, only to find his hands trembling so violently that he could not even unsheath it. Xiao Che's complexion turned ashen, and he staggered back. Xiao Hui abruptly covered her mouth, stifling a gasp that threatened to escape her throat. Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan clung to each other, sobbing quietly, as if their souls had been startled from their bodies. "The Empress of Wu Wei, she has truly arrived?" Xiao Ning's voice was barely audible, laced with a tremor of tears. She clutched Xiao Wan tightly, her body shaking uncontrollably. Her mind was filled with the legends of the Empress of Wu Wei, wielding her sword in a massacre. Xiao Wan bit her lip, crimson seeping from the corner. She fixed her gaze on the iron door of the cold palace. Xiao Qi forced himself to stand firm, a hoarse cry escaping his throat. "Brother, the 10 great generals have rebelled, and 1,000,000 troops are at our gates. I beseech you, I implore you to intervene and command their retreat." His voice carried a sense of despair, akin to a drowning man grasping at the last straw. Xiao Huan gritted his teeth, humiliation clouding his eyes. Yet he dared not utter another word. Memories of his childhood flooded back. Xiao Ding had taught him swordsmanship, patiently correcting his every move. At that time, Xiao Ding was gentle yet imposing, like an everlasting mountain. Yet now, he stood outside the cold palace, devoid of the courage to even glance at Xiao Ding. Xiao Che's gaze wandered over the walls of the cold palace. He recalled the look in Xiao Ding's eyes while writing the self-accusatory edict in the Golden Wan Hall. Cold and profound, a pang gripped his heart, and he abruptly lowered his head, concealing the turmoil in his eyes. At that moment, a crow suddenly took flight from the high walls of the cold palace. Its shrill call pierced the air. Everyone trembled in unison. Chapter 28, Brother, we were wrong. Plea for forgiveness outside the cold palace. Xiao Qi stood tall, though his shoulders trembled ever so slightly under the weight of an invisible burden. How could it come to this? He murmured softly, his throat parched. His mind was flooded with news of the 10 great generals rallying to the throne. 1,000,000 troops loomed like a dark cloud, ready to crush the imperial city at any moment. To control the empire? What a farce. He could scarcely guarantee his own survival. Brother, what shall we do? Xiao Ning's voice quivered like autumn leaves, her eyes red-rimmed and glistening with unshed tears. She huddled beside Xiao Wan, clutching the hem of her garment with a white-knuckled grip. Xiao Wan was in no better state. Her complexion was as pale as parchment. She bit her lip, her fingertips turning blue from the tension, murmuring softly, Elder brother, surely he has a plan, right? What plan could there possibly be? Xiao Huan could not contain his frustration, his voice low yet tinged with impatience and panic. He paced back and forth, his boots echoing on the stone floor. Suddenly, he halted, glaring at the iron door of the cold palace, his eyes bloodshot. Why not just storm in and force that imbecile out? What is this waiting for? Be quiet. Xiao Qi snapped in a hushed tone, then cast a sharp glance at Xiao Huan, his brows furrowed and lips twitching. Storm in? And in what? Torn to pieces by the 10 great generals? He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on the back of his hand, wishing he could slap some sense into this fool. But he dared not. He lowered his voice, fearful of being overheard. Xiao Hui stood to the side, her hands clasped together, fingertips trembling slightly. Now, it was not just the 10 great generals. Her voice was low and hoarse. The Western Buddhist kingdom, the Northern Snow region, the Eastern Divine Dynasty. They are all taking advantage of the chaos to invade our borders, each seeking a share of the spoils. What? Xiao Qi remained silent, yet his expression darkened to the point where one could almost feel the tension. A chill crept up from his feet, crawling over his entire body. The borders had fallen, with rebels within and predators lurking without. Could he truly handle this mess? No, he was utterly incapable. Moreover, Xiao Hui paused, her voice dropping even lower, as though fearing to awaken some slumbering beast. The Empress of Wu Wei has personally arrived, and the 10 great generals possess legitimate authority. Their call to arms is thunderous. We cannot possibly withstand it. These words struck like a heavy hammer, sending a tremor through the hearts of all present. Xiao Ning burst into tears, collapsing into Xiao Wan's embrace, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Sister, I'm scared. I'm truly scared, she sobbed, her voice hoarse and her face streaked with tears. Xiao Wan clenched her teeth, forcing herself to pat her sister's back, yet her hand trembled incessantly. Her gaze hollow, as if her soul had been lost. Xiao Che stood at the far edge, sullen and silent, yet his eyes were fixed intently on the iron door of the cold palace. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the hilt of his blade at his waist, the scabbard warming under his touch, while his palm was drenched in cold sweat. The Empress of Wu Wei. The tall walls of the cold palace cast deep shadows. Brother, we were wrong, truly wrong. Xiao Ning choked out, her words coming out in broken fragments. She wiped away her tears, her nose running, pitiful like a drenched puppy. Yes, Brother Xiao Wan echoed softly, her eyes filled with desperation. She swallowed hard, her voice barely above a whisper. Please, brother, step forward. Only you can make those rebels retreat. Xiao Qi remained silent. His fists clenched so tightly that they creaked. The muscles in his face twitched as if he had been struck. He felt hatred for his own impotence, hatred for having once been blind to the truth, foolishly vying for that worthless throne. Yet, he was even more afraid of the 1,000,000-strong army storming the imperial city, afraid that those predators, eyeing the ancient empire, would tear it to shreds. He swallowed hard and forced out a reply. Yes, only he upon hearing this. Xiao Huan spat vehemently, begging that useless fool. I'd rather die. Do you truly wish for death? Xiao Hui shot him a cold glance. She crossed her arms, the corners of her mouth turning down slightly, her eyes brimming with derision. Don't be stubborn. If the 10 great generals come in, you'll be the first to kneel and plead for mercy. Xiao Qi stood before the rusted iron door, striving to maintain a straight posture. Yet, his trembling hands betrayed the turmoil and despair within him. The bright yellow dragon robe he wore felt as heavy as a shackle, pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Beneath the robe, his body was already soaked with cold sweat. As the biting wind blew, the chilling air mercilessly pierced through his bones, reaching deep into his heart, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Brother Xiao Ning's voice trembled with a thick sob, almost losing its cadence. "Brother, we were wrong. We were truly wrong. Please, please save us." She clung tightly to Xiao Wan. Xiao Hui's face was as pale as a sheet. She struggled to speak, her voice dry. "The 10 great generals, they are rallying under the banner of Clear the Usurpers. Welcome the true dragon, and now the Holy Empress Wu Wei has personally arrived. Ha! True dragon, it's all too legitimate." Now her words carried a hint of self-mockery, laced with boundless despair. "Enough!" Xiao Qi suddenly shouted in a fit of hysteria. "What good is it to say this now? Who was it that confidently assured me back then that if we took him down, we could rest easy? Who claimed that this vast empire was within our grasp?" Xiao Qi lowered his head sharply, biting his lip with all his might. He dared not meet Xiao Qi's inflamed gaze. Xiao Hui also averted her face in disarray, her lips white and her body trembling slightly. Controlling the empire, Xiao Qi let out a series of manic, low laughs. The sound was sharp and sorrowful, echoing hauntingly in the desolate cold palace, rendering it particularly eerie. "I, Xiao Qi, prided myself on being clever throughout my life, scheming and calculating, and in the end only to discover that I am merely the biggest joke in the world. A fool, a complete and utter fool." Bang! He struck the cold, unyielding palace walls with a fierce blow. The agonizing pain radiated through his joints, accompanied by an indescribable chill that surged from all directions, enveloping him tightly, rendering him breathless, on the verge of asphyxiation. "I was wrong. I truly was wrong." Xiao Qi's voice suddenly dropped, laden with a thick nasal tone, as if he were confessing to the tightly closed iron door, or perhaps accusing himself of his impotence, filled with a humble plea. "Brother, if you're still here, I implore you, for the sake of our shared lineage as descendants of the Xiao family, lend us a helping hand. I beg you." His voice dwindled, growing softer and lighter, until it was barely audible, dissipating into the frigid air. Despair enveloped him. He had never envisioned a day when he would find himself in such a wretched and hopeless state. This empire resembled a bottomless vortex, dragging them all mercilessly step by step towards the abyss of destruction. They were pitiably insignificant, lacking even the strength to struggle. Outside the imperial city, the sky was overcast. Leaden clouds loomed low. An air of solemnity and unrest permeated the atmosphere. In the distant horizon, it seemed as if smoke from a signal fire was rising ominously. Amidst this suffocating atmosphere stood a figure, like a steadfast anchor, on a hastily erected platform. It was none other than the reigning empress of the ancient empire, Empress Jiang. Clad in a dark robe adorned with golden trimmings and embroidered with auspicious dragon and phoenix patterns, the edges of her garment fluttered in the biting wind. Yet they did nothing to sway her upright stature, as firm as a pine. Her inky long hair was elegantly fashioned into a high bun with a quaint phoenix hairpin, revealing a smooth, full forehead. Her countenance, shrouded in a veil of subtle authority, bore elongated phoenix eyes that slightly arched at the corners, exuding an innate majesty without the need for anger. Her gaze was profound, seemingly capable of penetrating the hearts of men, imbued with the latent power of a thunderous storm. With a regal nose and tightly pressed crimson lips, her visage formed a perfect yet coldly curved face. In this moment, she cast her gaze downward, surveying the 10 generals kneeling below her. These 10 commanders were seasoned warriors, each bearing the marks of countless battles. Clad in heavy armor, remnants of dry blood and dust from the battlefield clung to their gear. Yet, at this moment, they bowed their heads and hunched their bodies, not daring to utter a breath. Before the empress on the platform, they felt not only reverence, but also a tremor that emanated from the depths of their souls. This empress was not merely a symbol of the empire. She was a formidable figure who held the true power of life and death. I report to your majesty," a general stammered, forcing himself to suppress his trepidation, bowing his head even lower. Urgent news from the western frontier. The Buddhist kingdom of the West, taking advantage of our internal turmoil, has assembled an army of 300,000 monks crossing the human pass, and has captured 3 of our border cities. A hush fell over the platform upon his revelation. Only the mournful winds wailed as they swept past the ears of the gathered, adding to the chill in the air. Beside the general, another, his face adorned with a thick beard, spoke up, his voice equally gruff, in the northern territories. The queen of the snowy domain has personally led her wolf cavalry southward, and their advance has reached the southern foothills of the Hanxi snowfield. Scouts report that the forces of the snowy domain number no less than 200,000, poised and watchful. Each word struck the hearts of the assembly like a colossal boulder. The internal strife within the ancient empire remained unresolved, while external threats surged forth in rapid succession. It was as if the empire was being thrust into an abyss from which it could never return. The last general to speak was somewhat younger, yet the ferocity in his brow was undiminished. He drew a deep breath, as if summoning every ounce of his strength to articulate his words. In the eastern wilds, the divine dynasty of the East is also stirring. Their naval forces have blockaded the eastern coast, while their land army has arrayed itself in the Qinglian mountains, boasting a claim of 500,000, declaring their intent to restore order to the realm. 3 fronts, 1,000,000 enemy soldiers. Each piece of news was enough to instill dread and unrest in any ruler of an empire. Once the 10 generals had delivered their reports, they prostrated themselves on the ground, awaiting the queen's fierce wrath or the despairing silence that might follow. They scarcely dared to lift their gazes to behold the queen's expression, fearful of detecting even the slightest hint of uncertainty. However, upon the high platform, the formidable Empress Wu Wei, Empress Jiang, remained as steadfast as a mountain. Time stretched on, so long that the kneeling generals almost began to believe it had come to a standstill. The sound of the wind seemed to fade. At last, a soft hum escaped her lips, akin to ice beads falling upon a jade plate, cold yet tinged with disdain. Merely a single syllable. Yet it caused the hearts of the 10 generals to clench tightly. Then, her voice, imbued with a metallic resonance yet remarkably melodious, gradually filled the air, reaching the ears of everyone present. Each word carried an undeniable authority, radiating a spirit that looked down upon the world. They are but a group of opportunistic buffoons. Her tone was not loud, yet it possessed a peculiar magic that instantly dispelled the gloom and fear from the hearts of the assembly. It was a calm born of absolute confidence, a haughty demeanor that regarded 1,000,000 soldiers as inconsequential, a mere trifling ailment, not worth concern. As her words settled, the queen slowly lifted her phoenix-like gaze, sweeping her eyes over the 10 generals below. Her gaze was sharp as a sword. Those who met it felt a chill rising from their spines. It seemed that as long as this queen stood, even if the heavens were to fall, she could hold them aloft. She uttered no further words of reassurance or strategy. Merely these 2 concise sentences had vividly showcased her majesty. It was a composure unshaken by impending doom, a tranquility that orchestrated victory from afar. The wind howled once more. It billowed her dark battle robe, causing it to snap and crackle. The dragon and phoenix patterns embroidered in gold shimmered with a cold brilliance against the somber sky. Her figure, upon the high platform, appeared increasingly solitary and majestic. The 10 generals remained prostrated on the ground, their hearts tumultuous with unquenchable waves of astonishment. At this moment, the Empress Jiang, revered as the Holy Empress of Wu Wei, had transformed in their eyes into an invincible deity. Her majesty enveloped the entire realm outside the imperial city with an almost palpable aura of solemnity, deeply etched into the hearts of all present. The dying rays of the setting sun, at an unknown moment, struggled to break free from the clouds, casting a golden halo upon the empress and illuminating her with resplendent light. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, her dignified figure stood unparalleled, accompanied by an imperceptible yet overwhelming imperial presence that sent shivers through the soul. Chapter 29. The Holy Empress of Wu Wei ascends to power. At the star observation platform of the Qinglian Bureau, the emaciated figure of the ancestor of stargazing trembled violently, his gaze suddenly darting beyond the imperial city. A familiar yet disquieting aura approached. She had truly arrived. The ancestor of stargazing murmured to himself, his voice hoarse. He was acutely aware of the identity of this aura's owner, the Holy Empress of Wu, a woman whose presence alone could leave an indelible mark upon his protracted existence. Were it not for the caprices of fate, were it not for her choice to marry Xiao Ding, the current state of the ancient empire, and indeed the entirety of the Songnan continent, would likely present a vastly different visage. She was destined to be the empress. This thought flickered briefly in the ancestor's mind before being supplanted by a long-buried memory. It was a night decades past. The galaxy was resplendent, yet concealed treachery. At that time, Empress Jiang had not yet entered the palace. She was the most dazzling prodigy of the Jiang family. Her brilliance renowned even to the ancestor of stargazing himself. That encounter was not a deliberate confrontation, but rather an unspoken contest. He was engaged in divining the fortunes of a nation from the star observation platform, seeking to glean a sliver of heavenly insight into the future. Although the ancient empire was relatively stable then, it was surrounded by formidable powers with undercurrents swirling ominously. The stars representing the ancient empire appeared dim and lackluster upon the celestial disk. Nearby, several ominous stars twinkled, heralding ill omens. He endeavored to restore balance, attempting to alter the unfavorable celestial alignment. Just as his spirit intertwined completely with the star disk, poised to harness the power of the heavenly bodies, an overwhelming will surge forth, akin to the divine fire of a phoenix descending from the ninth heaven, violently crashing into his grand star formation. Boom! The ancestor of stargazing vividly remembered the ferocity and intensity of that will. It was no ordinary assault of spiritual energy from a common practitioner. It was a pure, unadulterated force of fate, a scorn for mundane power from one favored by destiny. Crack, crack, crack. His grand star formation was instantly riddled with fractures. The power of the heavenly bodies he had so proudly wielded crumbled like fragile parchment before that phoenix-like destiny. With a spurt of blood, he splattered it across the star disk. The ancestor felt his spirit tremble violently, on the verge of shattering. What he beheld was no longer a myriad of stars, but inferno. Within this sea of flames, a colossal golden phoenix soared majestically. Its piercing gaze commanded reverence. The golden phoenix emitted a melodious cry that resonated through the heavens. The starry runes he had inscribed shattered piece by piece, reducing to dust beneath the force of that phoenix's call. The stars representing the ancient empire were devoured by the golden phoenix, only to be disdainfully expelled. Their radiance dimmed to the brink of extinction. What a magnificent phoenix ruling the world! The ancestor of stargazing was rendered speechless in astonishment. He comprehended that this was the manifestation of Empress Jiang's fortune. He attempted to resist, mobilizing the millennia of accumulated fortune of the Qinglian Bureau, coalescing it into the phantom of an azure dragon to confront the golden phoenix from afar. The dragon's roar and the phoenix's cry collide fiercely in the lofty expanse. The stars tremble, the earth quakes. It is as if the entire imperial city groans under this invisible clash. Yet, the azure dragon, despite its form, lacks the might of a true dragon. Before the resplendent majesty of the golden phoenix, it retreats step by step, ultimately torn asunder by the phoenix's talons, vanishing with a mournful wail. The ancestor of celestial affairs suffered a blow to his heart, his cultivation nearly plummeting. Since that moment, he has come to understand the Empress of martial might is anything but ordinary. She is the true daughter of destiny. Were she to desire the throne, this realm would likely have long since adopted the surname Jiang. Alas, a long, drawn-out sigh escaped the lips of the ancestor of celestial affairs as he slowly rose, his fingers gently brushing against his robe, stepping out of the Bureau of Celestial Affairs. His pace was unhurried, yet remarkably resolute. He intended to witness for himself the woman who had once tilted the balance of destiny. What kind of waves she would stir today? Beyond the cold palace, a multitude had already collapsed to their knees. Xiao Qi, Xiao Huan, Xiao Che, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, Xiao Wan. These once exalted princes and princesses now resembled lost dogs, their faces drained of color. Trembling uncontrollably, they dared not draw breath. Their eyes were filled with a fear of the unknown. The imperial city stood tall. Upon the city walls, frantic figures could be faintly discerned. Below the walls, a million soldiers stood like a forest, deathly silent. An air of grimness surged, stirring the very winds and clouds. At the forefront, 10 generals flanked the sides. In the center stood the Empress of martial might, clad in a golden phoenix cloak. She stood there quietly, exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty. The King of the North stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his voice booming. Your Majesty, it has come to my attention that the ancestor of celestial affairs remains within the city. The Empress's gaze slightly lowered, resting upon the ancient Bureau of Celestial Affairs. The celestial demon lord. She spoke softly, her voice not loud, yet resonant in every ear. He indeed should not be underestimated. However, she shifted her tone, a hint of imperceptible disdain lacing her words. Given the ancestor's status, he could not possibly be swayed by Xiao Qi and the others. The King of the North bowed his head in acquiescence, yet within him, turbulent waves surged. The ancestor of celestial affairs, that ancient being who has lived for nearly 1,000 years, reputed to decipher the secrets of heaven and foresee the future. He was still within the city. What astonished him further was the Empress's designation of him, the Celestial Demon Lord. This title he had encountered only in a select few ancient texts. It was said to represent a bloody and terrifying past before the ancestor's name change. How could the Empress know of it? As he pondered, he heard the Empress continue to speak. On the night of the grand wedding, her voice paused momentarily before continuing. I sensed an overwhelming power of the Demon Lord within the Bureau of Celestial Affairs. She raised her hand, her fingertips gently brushing the hilt of her sword, which resided peacefully at her waist. At that moment, her tone was deep yet imbued with a certain monumental strength. I borrowed a sword. On the night of the grand wedding, which should have been a celebration of joy and harmony, two extraordinary forces collided from afar. Within the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, the ancient Demon Lord, having slumbered for a millennium, awakened with a pressure akin to that of a prison. At the other end, the Empress of Wu Wei sensed this disturbance from a distance. The sword's radiance traversed the vast expanse of the sky, seemingly capable of tearing asunder the heavens. The demonic might surged forth, attempting to consume all in its path. The ancestor of the celestial realm engaged in a confrontation, resulting in a stalemate. Empress Jiang spoke with nonchalance, yet all understood the significance of such an equilibrium, particularly against an opponent as formidable as the near-divine Celestial Demon Lord. The King of the North felt a tumultuous shock within his heart. He had always known the Empress's strength, yet he was unprepared for the revelation of her true prowess, capable of matching the Celestial Demon Lord. In this world, how many could claim such parity? His gaze towards the Empress was imbued with newfound reverence. Thus, Empress Jiang removed her hand from the hilt of her sword, her eyes sweeping across the imperial city ahead. The Celestial Demon Lord would not pose an obstacle. Her tone was resolute. The true trouble lay with the incompetence within the city. When she uttered the word incompetence, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Moreover, there were those she must rescue. The King of the North understood. The Empress had journeyed thousands of miles. She had stirred the heavens and the myriad realms, risking being besieged by 3 armies, all for the sake of that individual within the city. Her sovereign, the one who had been deceived, deposed, and imprisoned in the cold palace, the true Dragon Emperor, dispatched the orders. Suddenly, Empress Jiang turned to face the million soldiers. Her voice rose sharply, akin to the cry of a phoenix soaring through the heavens. Soldiers! Instantly, the million warriors straightened their spines, their gazes fervently fixed on their new commander. Today, Empress Jiang's voice resonated powerfully, echoing through the skies. We stand at the gates of the imperial city, not to vie for power or profit. She paused, each word carrying immense weight. We are here to cleanse the inner court and eradicate the traitors. We are here to welcome back the true emperor of antiquity. We are here to purge the filth and disgrace that has shrouded this imperial city. With a resounding clang, she drew her slender sword, its brilliance dazzling as its tip pointed directly at the ancient imperial city. To the assault! With a single command, the earth shook with reverberation. The million soldiers roared in unison. To the assault! To the assault! To the assault! Chapter 30. Xiao Ding's Breakthrough. The birth of the nascent soul. A resounding wave surged forth, shaking the very heavens and earth. Amidst this earth-shattering clamor, Empress Jiang cast her gaze toward the direction of the cold palace. A flicker of complex emotions danced in her eyes: determination, tenderness, guilt, and unwavering resolve. In the ancient times, chaos was birthed because of that man, and it was also because of him that rebirth through flames became possible. She approached, bearing her resolve and her sword, intent on liberating him from that frigid prison. Accompanied by a deafening roar, colossal siege engines began their advance. Countless arrows rained down upon the city walls like a tempest. The dawn of the ancient royal family was, in this moment, irrevocably torn apart. The era of Xiao Ding was about to unfold. Empress Jiang did not cast another glance at the imperial city. Her focus remained steadfastly locked on the cold palace. There lay her concern, her sole purpose for this journey. With a gentle wave of her hand, the 10 generals behind her understood their cue, each leading their respective forces to encircle the imperial city from different angles. The Prince of the North followed closely, his gaze resolute. Outside the cold palace, an indescribable tremor inexplicably emanated from its depths. At first, it was but a faint ripple, yet it soon intensified dramatically. A thunderous roar echoed, not from the heavens, but from deep within the earth, causing the ground to shake violently, as though a dragon stirred beneath. Xiao Qi and the others struggled to maintain their footing, swaying and screaming in terror. What? What is happening? Xiao Huan, paralyzed by fear, collapsed into the muddy ground. It is the cold palace. Inside the cold palace. Xiao Hui pointed towards it, her voice sharp and piercing with overwhelming dread. Within the cold palace, Xiao Ding's body was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. The pale blue light curtain had vanished, replaced by golden lightning bolts, thick as dragons, surging wildly around him. The progress of the game's inheritance. 97, 98, 99. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Each increment accompanied a heart-wrenching agony. Xiao Ding's bones splintered, only to reassemble in an instant, emitting a disconcerting creak. His meridians felt as though they were being repeatedly pierced by a searing iron rod. Every inch of flesh cried out in exquisite torment. The phantoms of the 5 imperial artifacts were no longer mere possessions. They had transformed into the purest source of power, melding deeply with his soul, his flesh, and his bones. The searing heat of the flame emperor's sword, the chilling aura of the Xiantian mirror, the profound weight of the starry cauldron, the ethereal grace of the azure spirit whip, the imposing dignity of the holy dragon seal. These attributes, once confined to the realms of gaming, now manifest as palpable power surging within him, cleansing every single cell. Xiao Ding clenched his jaw tightly. Veins throbbed menacingly on his forehead. Sweat had thoroughly soaked his tattered gray robe. Yet beneath those tightly shut eyelids brewed a tempest potent enough to overshadow the heavens. The inheritance of gaming legacy. 100%. As the final cold syllable echoed, time seemed to freeze at that moment. Space appeared to solidify, entrapped in stillness. Within the cold palace, Xiao Ding's consciousness immersed itself in an expansive, boundless sea of stars. Game legacy data loading complete. Residual forces of the celestial sect have been bound. Inheritance of the 5 great imperial artifacts has been secured. Realm inheritance commencing. The system's prompt resonated thunderously within Xiao Ding's mind. In an instant, an indescribable surge of immense power, akin to a deluge from the celestial rivers, ferociously surged into his parched and withered dantian. Agony, an unimaginable pain. It felt as if every bone in his body was being ground into fine dust, only to be forcibly reformed. Xiao Ding's body arched uncontrollably. Veins bulged violently on his forehead. His teeth clenched so tightly they threatened to shatter. Yet he uttered not a sound. Within his pitch-black eyes resided an almost frenzied calmness and determination. He understood this was his sole opportunity. Boom! The first wave of energy surged forth like a floodgate unleashed. It rampaged through his body, ruthlessly cleansing the long-blocked meridians. Qi Refinement Stage, Level 1. Breakthrough. Qi Refinement Stage, Level 2. Breakthrough. Qi Refinement Stage, Level 3. Breakthrough. The system prompts rang out incessantly. With each chime, a purer essence of spiritual energy flooded in. Xiao Ding's body resembled an insatiable abyss, voraciously consuming this monumental influx of power descending from the heavens. His skin began to exude strands of foul, black impurities. These were the long-accumulated toxins within him, now being forcefully expelled by this domineering force. Within the cold palace, a small vortex of spiritual energy formed around Xiao Ding, drawing in the thin air of spiritual essence that swirled chaotically towards him. Qi Refinement Stage Level 10. Breakthrough. Qi Refinement Stage Level 11. Breakthrough. Qi Refinement Stage Level 12. Breakthrough. Qi Refinement Stage Level 13. Completion. Like a bamboo shoot breaking through the earth, unstoppable and relentless. In a mere moment, Xiao Ding transformed from a powerless wretch to a practitioner once more, soaring along the path of cultivation to the pinnacle of the Qi Refinement Stage. Yet this was merely the beginning. The overwhelming force showed no signs of abating. Instead, it surged even more fiercely. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering resonated from within Xiao Ding, as though some invisible shackles had been shattered. Foundation establishment. Breakthrough. A tremendous roar echoed. Within the sea of qi in his dantian, the originally gaseous spiritual energy was frantically compressed and spun, gradually coalescing into a liquid state, ultimately transforming into a hazy ocean of spiritual power. An indomitable foundation slowly emerged at the center of this spiritual sea. A powerful sensation, far beyond the Qi Refinement Stage, surged through Xiao Ding's limbs and bones. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, his physical body grew more resilient, brimming with explosive power. His formerly pale visage now bore a hint of rosy hue. He could distinctly sense that his five senses had become exceedingly acute, and his consciousness had surged exponentially. Yet, this was still not the end. The inherited power seemed endless. Upon the foundation, the liquid spiritual energy began to compress and refine further. Time drifted slowly amid the excruciating pain and the rapid enhancement of power. Within the cold palace, the vortex of spiritual energy expanded, even causing the surrounding stones to tremble slightly. A faint golden aura radiated from the surface of Xiao Ding's body, enveloping him in a divine glow. Focus! A low growl emanated from Xiao Ding's heart. Within his dantian, the ocean of liquid spiritual energy spun wildly, ultimately coalescing into a pill the size of a dragon's eye, perfectly round and emanating dazzling golden light. Golden pill realm. Achieved. A presence vastly more potent than that of the Foundation Establishment Stage erupted from Xiao Ding. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and two beams of golden light flickered momentarily. At that instant, every movement he made was imbued with profound power. His physical form was refined to a translucent clarity by the might of the golden pill, appearing as resilient as crystal. However, just as the golden pill took shape, an unexpected change occurred. Crack! A fine fissure appeared on the surface of the newly formed brilliant golden pill. Immediately, the crack spread rapidly like a web. Warning! Warning! Energy levels are excessively high. The golden pill is about to shatter. The system's cold warning echoed in his sea of consciousness. Xiao Ding's heart sank. Would all his efforts be in vain? No, absolutely not. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. So what if it's shattered? From destruction comes rebirth. Boom! The golden pill suddenly exploded. An unimaginable agony swept over him once more intense than any he had previously endured. Xiao Ding let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The energy released from the shattered golden pill was purer and more ferocious than before. This energy rampaged within his dantian, as if it aimed to tear him apart completely. Yet, Xiao Ding steadfastly maintained his focus, guiding the fragmented energy along an esoteric trajectory. He aimed to shatter the pill and birth the infant. This was an exceedingly perilous process. A moment's inattention could lead to the destruction of both the pill and the practitioner. Within the confines of the cold palace, a tempest raged. Xiao Ding's body ascended uncontrollably, enveloped in an increasingly potent and terrifying aura. The shattered essence of the golden core began to gradually reorganize within his dantian. A vague silhouette of an infant, emanating a soft radiance, began to slowly take shape. This infant bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Ding, albeit diminished to an infinitesimal size, seated in a meditative pose with closed eyes. Yuanying realm. In the process of condensation, the Yuanying realm. Success. In the next instant, boom. Chapter 31. The arrival of the primordial power of Xiao Ding. An indescribable aura of terror surged forth, akin to the awakening of an ancient beast that had slumbered for eons. This force erupted violently from within Xiao Ding, exuding an unparalleled dominance and ferocity, embodying a supreme majesty that seemed to oversee all life and death. Golden light, a blinding, resplendent golden radiance poured forth from the 7 orifices of Xiao Ding, flooding the entire cold palace in an instant. The already precarious roof of the cold palace shattered as if it were made of paper, succumbing to the impact of this terrifying power. With a thunderous crash, countless shards of tiles and splintered wood were swept into the sky by the raging waves of energy, only to be ground into dust by an invisible force. The golden light tore through the confines of the cold palace, transforming into a column of light that reached towards the heavens, shattering the heavy clouds above. Centered around the cold palace, within 100 zhang radius, all flora and stones were reduced to ashes. The earth trembled violently, fissures of grotesque shapes radiating outwards in all directions. This overwhelming pressure surged forth, sweeping across the entire imperial city and even further afield. Outside the cold palace, Xiao Qi and others were utterly paralyzed with fear at this sudden upheaval. The moment that oppressive force descended, they felt as if their very souls were being torn asunder. Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan let out piercing screams, their eyes rolling back as they fainted from terror. Xiao Huan could not even muster a sound, his body convulsing violently, frothing at the mouth, on the brink of collapse. Xiao Hui clamped her mouth shut, desperately suppressing any sound. Thud! Xiao Qi could no longer endure. His knees buckled, and he fell heavily to the ground, pressing his forehead against the cold, muddy earth, trembling like a leaf in a storm. He lacked the courage even to glance towards the direction of the cold palace. What power was this? What could it possibly be? A demon? A deity? Or he dared not contemplate. This overwhelming aura carried a disdain and majesty that seemed to stem from the very essence of life itself. It rendered these so-called princes and princesses as insignificant as mere ants in its presence. In the expanse of heaven and earth, it appeared as though only the golden pillar of light remained, alongside the suffocating terror of divine might. Meanwhile, within the cold palace, Xiao Ding slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, imbued with complex emotions, was deep, cold, and regal, devoid of any hint of human sentiment. He resembled a deity from the heavens, observing the mortal realm beneath with indifference. The tattered gray robe that had adorned him was reduced to ash amidst the tumult of power, replaced by a dragon-patterned imperial robe woven from golden light. Xiao Ding gradually raised his hand, feeling the terrifying power coursing through him. His time had finally arrived. Swish! The figure of the ancestor of celestial affairs appeared mysteriously outside the cold palace. He could hardly spare a glance at those kneeling in the mud, trembling like withered leaves in the wind. Xiao Qi and Xiao Huan, among others. These so-called princes and descendants of dragons held no distinction in his eyes, now akin to the writhing maggots on the ground. His entire focus was drawn to the terrifying aura emanating from the cold palace, rapidly escalating as if it intended to rupture the very heavens and earth. This was the venerable ancestor of the sky, had lived for nearly 1,000 years, priding himself on his vast experience. Yet at this moment, even his usually placid countenance twitched slightly. In the instant his mind was shaken. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the cold palace, a sound reminiscent of ancient cataclysms. It was not mere thunder, it surpassed thunder, carrying with it a domineering will that seemed to tear asunder the laws of existence and reshape the cosmos. Following this, a golden pillar of light, 100 times more resplendent and 1,000 times more violent than when Xiao Ding awakened, surged forth like a dragon awakening from eons of slumber, erupting through the roof of the cold palace. The heavy clouds in the sky seemed fragile as thin paper before this golden beam, which instantaneously tore a massive gash through them. The golden light soared into the heavens, as if intent on piercing the very sky. Wherever the light passed, the void twisted, and the laws lamented. Countless fine golden lightning bolts swirled around the pillar, each bolt harboring terrifying energy capable of effortlessly obliterating ordinary cultivators. The ground surrounding the cold palace trembled violently under the impact of this power, fissures spreading out in all directions, deep and unfathomable. Gulp! What an overwhelming force! The ancestor of the sky swallowed hard, his throat constricting, his eyes filled with unprecedented astonishment. He could distinctly perceive that within the golden pillar resided a supreme will. Yet, this will was completely different from any imperial might he had ever known. It was older, purer, and closer to the essence of the Tao. This was far more than a mere inheritance of imperial artifacts. The heart of the ancestor of the sky raced. He could even feel his very soul trembling beneath this celestial might. This was not fear, but rather a reverent awe stemming from the instinct of his spirit when confronted with a higher form of life. He fixated intently on the golden pillar, striving to glean some insight from it. Within the pillar, countless profound and enigmatic runes flickered in and out of existence. Each rune appeared as a star, arranged in a configuration he could not comprehend, subtly outlining a series of blurred images. Armies clashing, blood staining the azure sky, deities and demons bowing in reverence, gazing down upon the mortal realm, the shattering of galaxies, the rebirth of the universe. Your Majesty, who on earth is he? The voice of the ancestor of the sky carried a hint of hoarseness. He had initially believed that Xiao Ding had merely garnered the favor of some ancient powerhouse or awakened a remarkable bloodline. However, it now appeared that he was profoundly mistaken. This formidable power, this indomitable will, was evidently intrinsic to Xiao Ding himself. It was he who willingly embraced and sought to merge with this terrifying legacy, one that could scarcely be contained within the bounds of this realm. Could it be? Could it be that His Majesty is not of this world at all? An astonishing thought, like a bolt of lightning, surged through the mind of the ancestor of the sky. He suddenly recalled the unparalleled sword intent that had rent the heavens. He remembered the ethereal figure of the saint, who spoke with the weight of celestial law, and when he connected it to this earth-shattering might, yes, it must be so. A terrifying brilliance ignited in the ancestor's eyes. He seemed to have grasped a thread of an elusive clue. The Empress's strike was not without purpose. The 5 great imperial artifacts mentioned by that saintly figure were certainly not mere fabrications. All of this was a path laid out for you, Your Majesty. The more he pondered, the more his heart raced. The more he contemplated, the more he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. If his conjecture held true, then the origins of His Majesty were likely far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. It was even possible, it was even conceivable that they were linked to the immortal beings of legend, long extinguished, existing only in the most ancient of texts. No wonder he had remained so composed before. No wonder he had dared to assert that the old man could not fulfill his desires. Chapter 32. Who dares to covet my treasures? The corners of the ancestor of the heaven's mouth curled into a bitter smile. The reverence he felt for Xiao Ding threatened to engulf his very spirit. In the presence of such an entity, all notions of imperial power struggles and worldly authority appeared utterly childish and laughable, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. He ceased to ponder why Xiao Ding had fallen to the status of a discarded emperor, for he comprehended that, to beings of this caliber, what one might deem a predicament could merely be an interlude in their earthly games, or perhaps a component of some grand design. The ancient empire, Sangnan continent. This realm was on the cusp of unleashing an unprecedented tempest due to His Majesty's true awakening. The ancestor of the heavens inhaled deeply. Within his gaze, there was not a trace of fear, but rather a fervent flame ignited. He had lived for far too long enough to grow weary of the world's incessant turmoil. Now, to witness such a divine marvel firsthand and to partake in a tide capable of overturning an entire era filled him with exuberance. He felt passionately alive, unrepentant in death. As for Shao Qi, Xiao Huan, and the others who knelt in the distance, under the overwhelming might that could obliterate heaven and earth, they had long been reduced to a state of sheer terror, their very souls scattering as they quivered in the mud, drenched in their own fear. They were curled up in the mire, their bodies shaking uncontrollably, devoid of the courage to raise their heads. Their minds were a blank slate, utterly incapable of comprehending the events unfolding before them. They dared not even speculate on the dreadful transformations occurring within that cold palace. The golden pillar of light, radiating a terrifying pressure, persisted for the duration of an incense stick before gradually retracting, akin to rivers returning to the sea, sinking back into the cold palace. The brilliance in the world began to dim. The ancestor of the heavens remained motionless, his complex gaze fixated on the cold palace. After a prolonged silence, he let out an almost inaudible sigh. "Your Majesty, I await with bated breath." However, just as tensions reached their peak, Empress Jiang abruptly halted her advance. A slight furrow formed on her brow. She seemed to sense something, a faint, elusive aura emanating from the depths of the imperial city. This aura felt familiar, yet instilled within her a sense of unease. She turned to regard the king of the north beside her. "Something is amiss." Her voice was soft, yet it immediately alerted the king of the north. "Empress, what troubles you?" Empress Jiang did not respond, but instead concentrated on perceiving that aura. It appeared to be awakening, summoning, waiting. Waiting for what? A jolt of apprehension struck her heart. Had she arrived too late? Or rather, had he already? She dared not dwell on the thought. "Halt the siege," Empress Jiang suddenly commanded. The king of the north froze in surprise. "Empress, stop at once." The urgency in Empress Jiang's voice contrasted sharply with her prior composure. The sound of horns echoed, resonating throughout the million-strong army. The siege engines ceased their advance, and the rain of arrows temporarily halted. The soldiers atop the city walls, having narrowly escaped death, found themselves bewildered. Below, 1,000,000 warriors were engulfed in confusion. The king of the north gazed at Empress Jiang, perplexed by her decision to halt the assault at such a critical moment. Empress Jiang offered no explanation. Her gaze was fixated deep within the imperial city, where an ominous presence grew increasingly palpable. No longer a mere whisper, it was powerful and chilling, imbued with an undeniable will, as if something was stirring from a profound slumber. What could it be? The king of the north felt it too. His brow furrowed. His expression turned grave. This aura was unlike anything he had ever encountered, transcending all known forces. It surpassed the ancient demon kings, eclipsed the hidden masters, and even was more terrifying than the legendary immortals. It loomed like an iceberg, slowly rising from the ocean's depths, cold to the core, vast and boundless, exuding an essence of death. The source of this aura seemed to emanate from the cold palace. The king of the north abruptly turned his gaze towards the cold palace. Inside, only the deposed holy emperor remained. How could he possibly exude such a terrifying presence? Was it he, or was something else, something sinister, attached to him? A chill surged from the depths of the king of the north's heart. It was not just him. The 10 generals felt it too, their expressions transforming. Eyes filled with dread. "What is that, your majesty?" Hu Wujie could not restrain himself from asking. The 8-foot serpent spear in his hand trembled slightly, emitting an uneasy hum. The poison insects on the altar beneath Wu Yueji shrieked sharply, as if sensing the arrival of an ancient nemesis. Empress Jiang did not respond. Her expression had turned exceedingly grave. She understood the nature of this presence, or rather, she had surmised it. It was a force from another realm, belonging to the frigid Yaoqi celestial palace, a power sealed away for 10 millennia within the celestial courts. It had arrived. It had finally descended. With the intensification of this aura, the rift in the sky seemed to be drawn and began to slowly expand. An even more terrifying and pure power seeped forth from that fissure. The entire ancient continent trembled before this force. This was no mere power. It was a rule, a terrifying rule that superseded all existence. Empress Jiang's breath quickened as her gaze remained locked on the cold palace. Was she too late? Perhaps she should never have come? She wished to rescue him, yet it seemed she had instead summoned something far more dreadful to this place. Just as everyone felt suffocated by this oppressive presence, the sky above the cold palace suddenly illuminated. It is not a spectrum of vibrant colors. It is not the harmonious sounds of dragons and phoenixes. Rather, it is a pure, frigid white, like the eternal ice and snow of the farthest northern lands, like the silent radiance of the most distant galaxies. That white light slowly spreads, enveloping the entire cold palace. Then, a chilling voice emerges, as if it were emanating from the depths of the abyss or resonating from the myriad realms of the heavens. It is devoid of emotion. It bears no fluctuations, yet it carries an absolute, supreme majesty. The voice is soft, yet every word is etched deep within the soul. My possessions. As the voice concludes, that bone-chilling aura suddenly reaches its zenith. Empress Jiang sways, struggling to maintain her balance. The 10 great generals instantaneously kneel on one knee, not out of reverence, but crushed directly by that terrifying pressure. The million-strong army instantly prostrates on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. The king of the north trembles uncontrollably. His body wails in agony. His soul cries out in despair. It is too terrifying. This aura is overwhelming. This is certainly not the demon lord of the heavens. It is not the empress of martial might. It is far from any border defense general or royal member. What is this entity? The imperial city, before this force, resembles decaying wood. The earth, in the face of this power, appears as mere dust. And they, who consider themselves powerful, are even less than ants before this force. That icy voice resonates once more. This time, it seems to whisper directly into the ear. Who dares to interfere? Chapter 33. The Might of Xiao Ding. Who dares to reach out? The voice was calm, yet imbued with an indescribable intent to kill. This murderous intent was not directed at any single individual, but rather aimed at the entire world, all entities that dared to covet his possessions. The king of Beijing abruptly lifted his gaze towards the direction of the cold palace. There, the white light had reached an intensity unparalleled, resembling a frigid sun slowly ascending. And within the depths of that white light, he seemed to discern a hazy silhouette. The figure stood tall, exuding an air of aloofness, a chilling sense of superiority that surveyed all beneath it. Was that the deposed Holy Emperor? Had he fully awakened? Or perhaps the phrase, my possessions, referred to that Holy Emperor? Did he regard the Emperor as mere property? An overwhelming terror seized the heart of the king of Beijing in an instant. He had never felt such fear. This terror surpassed even the shock he experienced when the Azure Lotus Empress cleaved the void with her sword. It transcended the despair felt when the corporeal image of the sage descended. This fear was born of the unknown, of absolute power, of the utter insignificance of his own existence. The icy voice seemed to carry a hint of impatience. Outside the imperial city, the afterglow of the setting sun had yet to fully fade. Empress Jiang narrowed her phoenix eyes, gazing intently towards the cold palace. Emotions surged within her heart, tumultuous and restless. In the midst of this deathly silence and oppressive atmosphere, a peculiar low hum resonated unexpectedly from deep within the imperial city. Initially subtle, akin to the flutter of a mosquito's wings, it caused every listener's heart to contract sharply. Suddenly, the king of Beijing jerked his head up. The muscles in his rugged face tightened, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. He fixated on the ruins of the imperial city. What was happening now? General Huowuji of the breaking army instinctively gripped his 8-foot serpent spear tightly. The veins on his arms bulged. His voice trembled ever so slightly. The power he had just sensed exceeded his comprehension. Now, this new disturbance sent chills down his spine. The southern Gu king, Wu Yueji, concealed behind her black veil, revealed a flicker of uncertainty in her beautiful eyes. Beneath her feet, countless venomous insects writhed restlessly, emitting a faint hissing sound. This aura, the dragon General A.O. Lai of the East, wore a grave expression. He felt a stirring from the depths of his bloodline. The low hum grew increasingly loud, increasingly urgent, transforming from an initially inaudible whisper into a resounding roar. Like a demon from the depths of the abyss, beating war drums. Each tremor made the earth quake. Within the imperial city, a visibly dark pillar of light surged skyward from a certain point along the central axis of the palace, towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The beam of light, as dark as ink, emanated a hauntingly sinister glow, seemingly devouring all surrounding illumination. Even the fading rays of the setting sun paled in its presence. This column of darkness thrust skyward, shattering the heavy leaden clouds, forming an immense and formidable black vortex. Within this whirlpool, countless twisted runes flickered, exuding an ancient, desolate aura imbued with a terrifying essence of annihilation. A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the heavens and the earth. This time, it was not merely a pressure of breath, but a tangible physical impact. The ground beyond the imperial city trembled as if a violent earthquake had struck. Enormous fissures radiated outward from the imperial city, fracturing the earth in all directions. The million soldiers behind the 10 great generals could no longer maintain their formation. The war horses neighed in terror, rearing up and tossing their riders to the ground. Soldiers staggered and fell, their weapons clattering to the ground. Cries of alarm and wails of despair mingled with the mournful whinnies of horses. "Steady, steady your ranks," barked the Prince of the North, his inner strength surging. His voice resonated like a great bell, attempting to soothe the restless hearts of his troops. Yet, in the face of this apocalyptic phenomenon, his words felt utterly feeble. The dark beam continued to expand, its oppressive aura far more magnificent and overwhelming than the will emanating from the cold palace. It bore an undeniable tyranny and capacity for destruction. If the power from the cold palace was a razor-sharp sword, then this force was akin to an all-crushing behemoth. "Heavens! When the world is that?" exclaimed the king of the snow wolves from the northern frontier. The snow wolf beneath him whined, cowering on the ground. The massive wolf's body trembled, stripped of its usual ferocity. The Blade Emperor of the North gripped his long knife, which quivered incessantly. He fixed his gaze on the towering black column, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. This is beyond human capability," murmured the arrow god of Yinzhou, unable to grip his longbow. The iron-blooded war marquis, the ghost general of Xianming, and the flame sovereign, these fierce generals, renowned for their decisive and ruthless prowess, now wore expressions of terror and bewilderment. They had fought throughout their lives, witnessing countless brutal battles and confronting various bizarre foes. Yet the sight before them utterly shattered their understanding. It was not merely powerful, it was an absolute force that transcended all beings. The countenance of Empress Jiang also grew grave. Her grip on the hilt of her sword turned white from the exertion. She sensed that this power was distinct from that which emanated from the cold palace. If the previous force carried a chilling will, then this current force resembled a pure, primal, and destructive existence. A roar, reminiscent of an ancient primordial thunder, echoed faintly from the depths of the black pillar of light. Though indistinct, it carried with it a terrifying power that struck fear into the very soul. Among the million soldiers, those of lesser cultivation were immediately overwhelmed, blood streaming from their orifices as they fell to the ground, convulsing in agony. Even the seasoned elite felt a wave of dizziness and a profound shock to their spirits. Fear spread through the ranks like an insidious plague. They were oblivious to what had transpired. All they knew was that within the imperial city, an incomprehensible and insurmountable terror was awakening. The previous blinding light had already unveiled the divine capabilities of the unknown. Now, this pitch-black pillar, this earth-shattering roar, it seemed to eclipse the white light in its horror. No one dared to venture a guess, for any speculation, in the face of such unimaginable power, appeared utterly absurd and helpless. They could only watch helplessly, feeling the weight of despair pressing down upon them, waiting for the inexorable fate to unfold. The dark pillar stood like a gateway to the underworld, connecting heaven and earth, exuding an aura of endless gloom and foreboding. The imperial city, once a symbol of unparalleled authority, had transformed in the eyes of the onlookers into a terrifying lair that devoured the unwary. Outside the cold palace, the wind howled like a knife, slicing painfully across the face. Xiao Qi crouched in a corner, his fine garments thoroughly soaked with rain and mud. Looking as disheveled as a destitute beggar, he clenched his teeth, his fingers digging into the ground, caked with black soil. What secrets did this cold palace harbor? He sought to remain calm, yet could not quell the surging fear within. It felt as though an invisible hand had grasped his throat. Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan huddled together, trembling in terror. Tears streamed down Xiao Ning's cheeks as her lips quivered, whispering intermittently, "I don't want to die. Third brother, please save me." Chapter 34. The Imperial Artifact. She clutched Xiao Wan's sleeve, who appeared utterly devastated, her complexion as pale as parchment. Her teeth chattered, and only meaningless whimpers escaped her lips. Xiao Hui stood a short distance away, her hands clenched into fists, her brow slightly furrowed. She struggled to maintain her composure, yet her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the cold palace. A force akin to a landslide or a tsunami pressed heavily against her chest. She murmured to herself, "Xiao Ding, what manner of creature are you?" Suddenly, a deep rumble emanated from the depths of the cold palace. The ground trembled violently. Xiao Qi stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He looked up, his pupils constricting in shock. Above the cold palace, dark clouds swirled ominously. Faintly, 5 ethereal figures spiraled, resembling dragons and phoenixes, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Gulps echoed in his throat as he forced out a single phrase. "Is this the imperial artifact?" Xiao Huan turned abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief, bloodshot veins creeping across the whites of his eyes. The imperial artifact? How could Xiao Ding possibly wield such power? His voice was hoarse, tinged with 3 parts incredulity and 7 parts terror, as he instinctively stepped back. Xiao Che sprang to his feet, fixated on the cold palace. His jaw clenched tightly, veins bulging at his temples. Impossible! A torrent of energy surged from within the door, slicing through the air like a razor's edge, brushing against every face present. Xiao Qi bore the brunt of it. He felt a crushing weight in his chest, a sweetness rising in his throat. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, which splattered gruesomely onto the muddy ground. Staggering backwards, he collapsed, supporting himself on the ground, breathing heavily like a weary beast. Xiao Huan, frightened, sank to the ground, staring at the cold palace, his lips trembling. This is power beyond human reach. Xiao Che's complexion turned ghostly white. He forced himself to stand upright, though his hands trembled uncontrollably within his sleeves. Damn it! Who on earth is he? His gaze flickered, as if calculating an escape route. Yet he dared not move, fearing the awakening of that terrifying force. Xiao Ning screamed, collapsing to the ground, her hands covering her face as she cried out, "Third brother, don't let him kill me, please." She crawled towards Xiao Qi, clutching at his garment. Her face smeared with tears and snot, a pitiful sight indeed. Xiao Wan, paralyzed by fear, sank to the ground, reduced to low whimpers. Xiao Hui bit her lip tightly, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She forced herself to remain calm, her eyes fixed on the grand door of the cold palace, whispering, "Xiao Ding, what do you truly intend?" She attempted to push the door open, but was repelled 3 steps back by that overwhelming aura. The wind lifted her skirt, revealing her pale calves. Thunderously, another roar echoed. The ground of the cold palace cracked open, a faint golden light seeping through. Xiao Qi abruptly looked up, an inexplicable dread surging within him. Struggling to rise, he rasped, "Elder brother, come out. We were mistaken." As he called out, his voice faltered abruptly, for he beheld the door of the cold palace slowly opening. A blinding beam of golden light burst forth, soaring towards the heavens. Xiao Huan stood frozen, the blood on his hands diluted by the rain, each drop falling with a rhythmic patter onto the ground. He murmured, "Is this the end?" His voice was faint, like a mosquito's hum, laced with undeniable terror. Xiao Che staggered backward, colliding with the wall, producing a muffled thud. His eyes were filled with panic as he muttered, "Insane. This man is insane." Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan clung to one another, their screams piercing through the curtain of rain. Xiao Ning cried out, "He wants to kill us. He wants to kill us." Xiao Wan merely shook her head, mumbling, "No. Please," her gaze vacant, as if her soul had fled. Xiao Hui suddenly turned her head, fixated on the golden light, her pupils constricting to pinpricks. She whispered, "Imperial artifact, sacred path." Then, unexpectedly, she laughed, a sound both chilling and despairing. "We are finished. Utterly finished." Within the golden light, a blurry figure gradually materialized, exuding an overwhelming aura of destruction. Xiao Qi felt a tightness in his throat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He stumbled to his knees, pressing his hands against the ground, his head bowed low, his voice trembling, "Elder brother, spare me." His words floated away on the wind, as humble as dust. A thunderous roar erupted once more, resonating from the depths of the cold palace, akin to a multitude of thunderclaps exploding underground. The sturdy palace walls could not bear the weight. Grotesque fissures spread rapidly like a spider's web. Debris tumbled down, dust swirling, making it impossible to see. Xiao Qi and the others, who had huddled beneath the eaves of the cold palace, were now utterly terrified, their souls scattered by this sudden upheaval. Xiao Ding and Xiao Wan emitted piercing shrieks. Clutching each other tightly, they trembled uncontrollably, their tears mingling with rain and dust, smearing their faces. What is happening? With a dull thud, Xiao Che was also struck by this invisible pressure, causing his blood to surge. A metallic taste filled his mouth as blood gushed forth. Pardon, spare me. Xiao Huan could no longer concern himself with his princely dignity. He was the first to collapse to the ground, repeatedly bowing toward the cold palace, his voice wretched. Your Highness. No, Your Majesty. Please spare me. I recognize my mistakes. I will never dare again. All he desired was to survive, even if it meant groveling like a dog. Your Majesty, spare me. Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan, too, came to their senses, crying out as they prostrated themselves on the ground. Their foreheads struck the cold stone, echoing with thuds. Blood quickly soaked their disheveled hair. Xiao Che opened his mouth, wishing to utter something, but his throat felt as if it were blocked by an unseen force, rendering him mute. His eyes were bloodshot, fixed on the direction of the cold palace, filled with awe, fear, resentment, and despair. A myriad of emotions intertwined within him, ultimately dissolving into an abyss of emptiness. Xiao Hui also sat on the ground, disoriented and lost. She had always believed herself to be the master of manipulation, orchestrating all around her, yet she had not anticipated that the greatest variable would be Xiao Ding, the one she deemed a discarded pawn. Originally, these so-called princes and princesses, in the face of true power, are nothing more than a troop of buffoons. Your Majesty, have mercy. The cold palace continues to tremble violently. That terrifying pressure is incessantly rising. Within the cold palace, Xiao Ding remains seated in meditation, surrounded by a swirling aura of vibrant colors, growing more intense by the moment. The searing heat of the flame emperor's sword, the chilling aura of the profound heaven mirror, the weightiness of the starry cauldron, the agility of the azure spirit whip, and the majesty of the sacred dragon seal. These 5 imperial treasures clash, merge, tear apart, and reshape within his every limb and sinew. An indescribable agony washes over him in successive waves. Every bone seems to groan, as if on the verge of fracturing, while every drop of blood boils, yearning to break free from its vascular confines and surge forth. Xiao Ding's complexion is as pale as parchment, his lips are chapped, and the veins on his forehead pulse violently due to excruciating pain. Yet, his consciousness remains remarkably clear. One might even say, clearer than ever before. A faint blue light flickers incessantly within his mind's eye. Its radiance ebbs and flows, seemingly bearing its own burden of pressure. The scenes from the outside world flash by like a revolving lantern, unfathomably vivid. Every detail is captured in sharp relief. Welcome the Holy Lord. Exterminate the traitors. The thunderous cries of battle seem to penetrate through layers of palace walls, disregarding the prohibitions of the cold palace, exploding directly in his ears. The resolve and valor embedded in those sounds cause his tightly shut eyelids to flutter ever so slightly. Within the luminous screen, Chapter 35, the former emperor's grand, wetting the resolute visage of the northern king flashed momentarily. He still bore that unyielding demeanor, yet his gaze burned with an intensity more fervent than ever before. Following him was Huo Wuji, the reckless yet loyal warrior, brandishing his formidable 8-foot serpent spear, his fierce presence surging through the enemy ranks like a tempest. Then there was Wei Yueji, the enigmatic woman perpetually veiled, now standing atop a sacrificial altar swarming with venomous insects, her fingertips barely brushing, unleashing a dark cloud of cursed creatures upon the imperial city. Other familiar yet distant generals, their faces etched with determination and their eyes resolute, led a vast army that surged toward the imposing imperial fortress like an unstoppable tide. The 10 great generals. Xiao Ding's lips twitched silently, a gesture that seemed to blend a sense of nostalgia with self-mockery. These once mighty warriors, having fought valiantly under his command and earned great accolades, were now rallying to arms for him, a deposed emperor defiantly bearing the stigma of treason and opposing the entire royal family. This unwavering loyalty, in this moment, felt overwhelmingly potent, igniting a painful ache within his heart. He had once believed that the throne was a solitary perch, where loyalty was merely a currency exchange for power. Yet, the scene before him delivered a stinging rebuke to that belief. Suddenly, the luminous screen shifted dramatically. A resplendent phoenix silhouette cleaved through the heavens, descending with an unmatched majesty. The phoenix was vivid and alive. Each flap of its wings summoned thunder and stirred the air with a palpable pressure that sent shivers down the spine. And then, a visage, cold and proud, yet stirring a maelstrom of complex emotions within him, slowly materialized upon the luminous screen. It was none other than the formidable Empress Dowager. She had arrived. Dowager, she too had come? Xiao Ding's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Even the elemental forces within him seemed to momentarily spiral into chaos. Intensifying his pain, he beheld Dowager, adorned in a golden phoenix cloak and crowned with a phoenix diadem, wielding the legendary Fengming sword, standing resolute before the million-strong loyalist army, exuding an air of unyielding dominance as if she alone ruled the cosmos. She did not cast her gaze toward him. Instead, her icy eyes swept across the imperial city, her voice ringing clear, yet imbued with undeniable authority. I have come not to welcome back but to fulfill the late emperor's final decree, to vanquish Shao Qi and cleanse the house. That commanding presence, that unassailable determination, mirrored the woman who had once dared to confront him without a hint of retreat. Within Xiao Ding's heart, a once sturdy barrier seemed to crack, unleashing a torrent of sharp pain mingled with an indescribable sorrow. He and Dowager had long been estranged, their bond severed. This was a truth he had uttered himself, and one she had silently accepted. She need not have waded into these murky waters, nor risked enmity with the world at large to defend her estranged husband. She possessed her own pride and the formidable might of her army, sufficient to ensure her a life of ease and grace anywhere. Yet she chose to come, flanked by her legions, proclaiming her stance with an undeniable authority. Certainly, her pride and responsibility as the Queen of Wu played a role, along with her vow to the late emperor. However, Xiao Ding perceptibly detected a fleeting complexity within the icy depths of her gaze. Was it pity? Sympathy for him? A captive? Resentment? Regret for their unfulfilled marriage? Or perhaps something else entirely? A sorrow she herself had yet to recognize? Xiao Ding could not ascertain at that moment. He was not inclined to delve deeper. He merely understood that amidst his isolation, reduced to a prisoner of war, forsaken by the world, and even scorned by those once subservient siblings, the 10 generals he had once relied upon, along with the woman he had deeply loved and wounded, had unanimously chosen to stand by his side, even if it meant confronting insurmountable odds or flinging themselves into the flames. They had come. A faint, bitter laugh escaped Xiao Ding's parched throat, tinged with self-mockery, yet imbued with an ineffable warmth, like a glimmer of light in the depths of winter, dispelling some of the profound chill that had seeped into his bones. It dawned upon him that, ultimately, there still existed some things in this world that were not cold and piercing. There remained some ideals worthy of his protection and pursuit. The 5 imperial artifacts within him seemed to resonate with the tumult of his emotions, clashing more violently, as if intent on tearing him apart, yet also urging him to rise anew from the ashes. Pain lanced through him like a blade. Each breath felt akin to swallowing shards of glass. Nevertheless, he clenched his teeth, his gaze piercing through the narrow window, resting upon the brilliant phoenix silhouette in the distance. Dowager. That name struck him like a sword, piercing through long-sealed memories. In those days, she had been aloof and proud, her features exuding a chill that kept all at bay, as if even the stars above dimmed in her presence. Standing amidst the crowd in tattered garb, dust-covered yet compelled to steal another glance at her, he found himself captivated. "What do you stare at, Your Highness?" she queried coldly, her voice akin to a glacial spring, laced with impatience. The Fengming sword tilted slightly, its tip aimed directly at his chest, the intent to kill hovering just beneath the surface. Xiao Ding scratched his head and grinned, revealing a flash of white teeth. "Nothing much, just thought your sword looked rather splendid." His tone was flippant, tinged with a playful nonchalance, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Who among them was unaware that the saintess of Yaodi, Dowager, despised frivolity? With a raised brow, the light of her sword intensified abruptly, forcing him to retreat 3 steps. The hem of his garment was slashed by the sword's aura, blood seeping forth. Yet he remained unfazed, laughing with greater abandon. Tisk, with such a temper, who would dare to marry you in the future? Upon utterance of these words, silence enveloped the room. Some whispered curses, deeming him suicidal. Others shook their heads in disapproval, believing this nameless rogue was courting death. However, Jiang Zhuro refrained from striking again. She merely fixed him with a cold stare, her eyes flickering with something unusual. Suddenly, she sheathed her sword and turned to leave, leaving behind a solitary remark. Boring. That was the first clash between him and Jiang Zhuro, a confrontation marked by sharp exchanges that inexplicably ignited a spark within him. At that time, buoyed by his identity as a gamer, he acted with unrestrained flamboyance. Little did he foresee that this aloof woman would become one of the most pivotal figures in his life. He recalled the day of their grand wedding. The imperial city was adorned with lights. 99 gilded phoenix platforms lined the heavenly street. Crimson firebirds circled above, showering the scene with a cascade of floral confetti. Jiang Zhuro, clad in a resplendent red phoenix robe, her train flowing like a river of flames, approached gracefully. Each step resonated like a beat of drums. Her presence as formidable as a mountain, causing even the winds outside the imperial city to pause in reverence. Xiao Ding stood atop a high platform, draped in a dark imperial robe, a gilded dragon belt cinching his waist. While he appeared resplendent on the surface, his palms were slick with cold sweat. He muttered softly, "What kind of frightful impression is this woman trying to create?" Chapter 36. I promise you an unparalleled grace. The elderly eunuch beside him cast a furtive glance, nearly bowing in fright. As Jiang Zhuro approached, her phoenix eyes flickered with a teasing glint, as if to inquire, "Your Majesty, feeling anxious?" Her voice was soft yet laced with a hint of mockery, as though she were deliberately probing his vulnerabilities. Xiao Ding felt a tightening in his throat, but steeled himself to retort, "Anxious? Nonsense. I have witnessed more grand occasions than you have consumed meals." Nevertheless, his hands unconsciously clenched the sleeves of his robe, knuckles turning pale. She let out a light snort, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, revealing a rare smile. At that moment, the cascading flowers lost their vibrancy, and Xiao Ding felt his heart skip a beat. He suddenly comprehended why the elders of the Yaoqi celestial palace claimed that a smile from Jiang Zhuro could captivate all souls. As the wedding ceremony unfolded, with officials paying their respects and the sound of salute cannons filling the air, Jiang Zhuro subtly turned her head amidst the throng of onlookers, lowering her voice to admonish him, "Don't tremble. It's embarrassing." Her tone carried a playful taunt, yet her eyes held a tender warmth, as if she were soothing him. Xiao Ding nearly choked, shooting her a glare before whispering back, "You're the one trembling. I stand as steady as a mountain." He deliberately straightened his back, feigning an air of authority, yet his peripheral vision betrayed him, stealing glances at her. Jiang Zhuro's profile, illuminated by the phoenix crown, was as exquisite as a painting, evoking an inexplicable impulse within him to reach out and touch her crimson lips. His gaze lingered on the shimmering veil. Memories surged forth, sweeping him back through the torrents of time to years past. At that time, Jiang Zhuro was not the resolute and formidable empress of war he saw before him, but a reclusive and ethereal saintess in the Yaoqi Celestial Palace. Yaoqi Celestial Palace, a realm that existed solely in ethereal legends. It was said that the palatial halls were constructed of white jade, perched atop towering snow-capped mountains, enveloped by swirling clouds, with celestial cranes soaring and spirit deer frolicking. The disciples of the Celestial Palace were pure and untainted maidens, untouched by the mundane world, devoted solely to the path of transcending emotions. Among them, Jiang Zhuro shone as the most radiant saintess of her generation, endowed with unparalleled talents and a beauty that could topple nations, reminiscent of a celestial goddess descending to earth. She was not to be gazed upon directly, only admired from afar. The first time Xiao Ding heard her name was from the lips of the late emperor. At that time, he was already the crown prince. Amidst the selection of a consort, the late emperor, with an undeniable tone, designated the saintess of Yaoqi as his future empress. This union was not merely a marriage between two young souls, but a continuation of a century-old pact between the ancient empire and the Yaoqi Celestial Palace, meant to solidify his position as heir and gain support from external powers. He had secretly gazed upon her portrait, The image depicted a woman clad in garments as white as snow, with cascading black hair like a waterfall, devoid of cosmetics, yet unable to conceal her stunning grace. Her brows and eyes were delicately distant, resembling mountains veiled in mist, with a gaze that was both clear and far-reaching. Doubts began to stir within him. Could such a woman truly navigate the treacherous intrigues of the imperial palace? Her ethereal demeanor seemed ill-suited for the role of a virtuous consort, a paragon of motherhood for the realm. On the day of their grand wedding, the entire capital city of Qinglian was adorned with a lavish display of red bridal finery, stretching for miles. The sounds of drums and music filled the air as the populace rejoiced, leaving the streets deserted in celebration. As Jiangziru, drawn by 9 exceptionally majestic phoenixes, arrived in her resplendent bridal sedan chair, flanked by hundreds of maidens from the Yaoqi Palace, the entire imperial city appeared to pale in her presence. The grandeur of the procession exceeded even royal protocol, showcasing the transcendent status of the Yaoqi Celestial Palace. Crowned with a diadem of 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes, her crown was embellished with pearls the size of pigeon eggs, shimmering brilliantly, with tassels swaying delicately from the crown, partially obscuring her visage and adding an air of mystery. She donned a golden phoenix robe, meticulously woven from the silk of Tianshan snow silkworms and threads of golden phoenix feathers, adorned with vividly embroidered phoenix motifs. Xiao Ding vividly recalled the moment they stood side by side on the highest terrace of the Taya Hall, gazing down at the throng of subjects kneeling in reverence. Resembling a dark sea of humanity, she slightly turned her head, casting a fleeting glance in his direction, one devoid of inquiry or curiosity, lacking any emotional fluctuation. Yet, it pierced through all his aids, reaching into the depths of his heart, unearthing thoughts long buried. What was it? A yearning for power? A sense of uncertainty about the future? Or perhaps the profound solitude that lay hidden within? He could not tell. All he knew was that from that moment forth, the woman named Jiangziru entered his life with an undeniable presence, becoming his princess consort, his future empress, and his nominal wife. In the days following their marriage, she indeed embodied the virtues of grace and propriety to the fullest extent. The Eastern Palace flourished under her meticulous management, orderly and precise. She treated her subordinates with kindness and fairness, distinguishing between reward and punishment. She regarded the concubines, whether overt or covert, with impartiality, never seeking to suppress them nor engaging in petty rivalries. She was well versed in the classics and possessed unique insights into governance and state affairs. When they occasionally discussed intricate political matters, her observations often struck to the heart of the issue, providing him with enlightening perspectives. At this recollection, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through Xiao Ding's chest. The 5 imperial artifacts within him seemed to resonate with the tumult of his emotions, violently clashing once more. This ferocious energy threatened to shatter both his memories and his consciousness. He abruptly broke free from the reverie, refocusing his gaze upon the luminous screen before him. Jiangziru still clutched the bloodthirsty Fengming sword, which had tasted the lifeblood of countless foes. The golden phoenix armor shimmered with a cold and lethal brilliance under the radiant light. An overwhelming aura of supremacy, one that gazes down upon the world, enveloped her, starkly contrasting with the ethereal and untainted image of the Yaoqi saintess etched in memory. Though they appeared as 2 disparate entities, in a peculiar manner, they converged at a certain level. It became evident that the snow-capped mountains in her heart had always remained. Chapter 37. Xiao Ding breaks through. Ascension to godhood. Bloodline in panic. Within the cold palace, a faint blue luminescent barrier lingered before Xiao Ding, inscribed with characters and patterns that emitted a ghostly glow, akin to the tempting will-o'-the-wisps of the abyss. Inheritance of game legacy, completed. Residual forces of the celestial sect, bound. Transmission of the 5 imperial artifacts. Initiating. The system's mechanical prompt resonated coldly, each word striking Xiao Ding's nerves like a heavy hammer. He could distinctly feel an unimaginable force converging from all directions, aimed squarely at his frail corporeal form. This was not merely an infusion of spiritual energy. It was as if the very stars of the cosmos were being compressed into a diminutive porcelain vessel, with the accompanying dangers and agonies far too perilous to articulate. Boom! Within his consciousness, Countless suns erupted simultaneously. The first wave to surge forth was the searing sword intent of the flame Emperor's sword. A fierce heat that could scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Xiao Ding felt as though his soul were cast into a molten purgatory. Every fiber of his essence ablaze, emitting a hissing sound. This was not true flame. It was more domineering than any fire known to man, threatening to reduce his eternal will to naught. He clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, the metallic taste of rust flooding his mouth. This modicum of pain. Is it meant to compel my submission? Xiao Ding's consciousness roared. He had once been an immortal emperor, reigning over the celestial realms. How could he be vanquished by mere imperial artifacts? He forcibly steadied his mind, allowing the sword intent to ravage his soul as he sought the faint trace of the flame Emperor's sword's original imprint. Soon after, the chilling power of the Xintian mirror surged forth like a tidal wave, just as he had felt engulfed in a furnace. He was suddenly cast into an eternal ice prison. His spirit threatened to freeze, and his thoughts became sluggish. This cold was not merely a matter of low temperature. It bore the chilling law that pierced through illusions, reflecting the essence of reality, intent on freezing and shattering every stray thought and weakness buried deep within his heart. His body involuntarily trembled, his teeth chattering, and a thin layer of frost formed upon his skin. Calm the mind, guard the spirit. Xiao Ding silently chanted within, striving to eliminate all distractions, allowing his heart to become as tranquil as an ancient well, ready to embrace the Xintian mirror's all-seeing power. The oppressive weight of the star cauldron followed swiftly. It was an indescribable heaviness, as if the entire celestial river were collapsing upon him, pressing down upon his spine. His bones groaned under the unbearable load, every muscle quivering violently. This was not merely a physical burden. It was a suppression of destiny, testing whether he was worthy of bearing the weight of this ancient, world-subduing power. Do you think mere stellar force can crush me? Xiao Ding's awareness thundered. He had once borne the fortune of the entire celestial dynasty. How could he fear the trial of the star cauldron? He straightened his back, and though it was but an ethereal soul, he unleashed an indomitable will. The azure spirit whip lashed forth with a piercing shriek. It was not a tangible strike, yet it inflicted more anguish than any form of torture. Each lash struck directly at the very essence of his soul, inflicting excruciating pain. Countless poisoned needles relentlessly pierced his spirit, intent on eroding his will to nothingness. Xiao Ding emitted a muffled groan, a trickle of black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, a manifestation of his soul's injury. He endured the bone-deep agony, drawing upon it to keep himself alert, refusing to succumb to the relentless onslaught of the imperial artifact. Ultimately, there was the overwhelming might of the sacred dragon seal. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from the primordial void, detonating within his consciousness. That imposing, tyrannical presence, imbued with the will of a sovereign, sought to compel his submission, to bring him to his knees. Xiao Ding's soul quaked violently, on the verge of collapse beneath this dragon's might. I am the celestial emperor. How dare you act with such audacity? He unleashed his final vestige of will, and a more authoritative dragon's roar resonated within his mind. A remnant of the dragon energy he once possessed as an immortal emperor. Though faint, it carried an undeniable dignity that demanded reverence. The powers of the 5 great imperial artifacts clashed violently within him, akin to 5 unruly dragons tearing at each other, simultaneously ravaging his meridians, bones, and spirit. The warning lights on the system panel flashed frantically, the red glare blinding. Warning. Host body burden has reached 300. Imminent collapse. Warning. Soul stability is plummeting. Please cease the inheritance immediately. Warning. Artifact backlash intensifying. It is predicted that within 30 breaths, the host's soul will be utterly dissipated. The cold, merciless alerts reverberated in Xiao Ding's ears like the tolling of a death knell. His consciousness began to blur, the physical torment gradually fading, replaced by an all-consuming darkness and void that threatened to engulf him entirely. At that moment, a faint, urgent call, imbued with anxiety and concern, pierced through the endless expanse of time and space, resonating deep within his soul. Xiao Ding jolted, his scattered awareness coalescing anew. No, he could not perish. Not until he had reclaimed all that was rightfully his. Mirje. He commanded with fervor. Summoning the last of his strength, Xiao Ding's consciousness transformed into an invisible hand, forcefully intertwining the 5 raging powers within him. He sought to dominate the 5 imperial artifacts with his own will. Outside the cold palace, Xiao Qi, Xiao Huan, Xiao Che, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Wan paced restlessly, their anxiety palpable. The weight of pressure brought by Empress Jiang bore down upon them like a mountain, and Xiao Ding's prolonged silence within the cold palace only intensified their distress. Frustrated, Xiao Huan growled, the wound on his arm still throbbing. A tempest of anger and fear swirling within him. Be silent, Xiao Qi barked, his face a stormy hue, veins bulging on his forehead. Who else can save us if not me? Speak another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Startled by the ferocity in Xiao Qi's gaze, Xiao Huan begrudgingly fell silent, although the malice in his eyes remained undiminished. Xiao Che, with a sinister glare, fixated on the tightly shut gates of the cold palace, his mind racing with calculations. If Xiao Ding could indeed resolve the imminent crisis, the consequences of their previous actions would be unimaginable. Yet, if Xiao Ding proved powerless, they would find themselves in a dire predicament. Brother, perhaps we should urge him again? Xiao Ning timidly suggested, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Urge? What is there to urge? Xiao Hui replied coldly, struggling to maintain her composure, though her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. All they could do now was wait. If they provoked him. Her words trailed off, yet the implication was clear to all. At that moment, an indescribable tremor, unanticipated, emanated from the depths of the cold palace. It felt as though a slumbering beast, long dormant, was gradually awakening. Xiao Qi and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in unison as they gazed toward the cold palace. Soon after, the ground began to tremble slightly. Initially, it was akin to ripples on the surface of water, but soon the tremors intensified, as though a dragon were stirring beneath the earth. What is happening? Xiao Huan exclaimed, nearly losing his balance. An earthquake? Xiao Ning gasped, her face drained of color as she clutched Xiao Wan's arm. Xiao Qi and Xiao Che exchanged a glance, uncertainty reflected in their eyes. The tremors seemed confined to the vicinity of the cold palace. Crack! A faint sound of fracturing pierced the still air, resonating with startling clarity. The group turned toward the sound, observing a fine crack snaking upward along the weathered walls of the cold palace. Crack! Crack! More fissures emerged, at a visible rate. Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across the walls and roof of the cold palace. Dust cascaded down as loose tiles began to dislodge and fall. This is bad. The cold palace is going to collapse. A guard exclaimed in alarm. Quick, retreat! Xiao Qi shouted urgently, disregarding the emperor's decorum. The group hurriedly retreated, fearing the impending collapse of the palace. Just as they had distanced themselves by a mere 10 paces, buzz! A peculiar humming resonated from the depths of the cold palace, as if an ancient seal had been disturbed. In an instant, a dazzling light beyond description erupted from the ruins of the cold palace, soaring skyward. This brilliance was not of a singular hue, but rather an intertwining tapestry of 5 colors, ever-changing. Crimson as fire, igniting the heavens. Azure as ice, freezing all in its path. Golden as earth, vast and profound. Verdant as life, teeming with vitality. Radiant as a dragon, imposing and majestic. The 5-color divine light surged into the sky, dyeing the clouds at the horizon with vibrant shades, heralding the arrival of a miracle. At that moment, the entire imperial city was enveloped in this sudden radiance. Countless soldiers engaged in battle, along with fleeing civilians, instinctively paused, staring in astonishment toward the cold palace. Within that light lay a chilling and terrifying pressure, as if a deity descended in wrath to judge all the world's sins. What is this? Xiao Huan gazed in disbelief, his voice trembling with astonishment. Xiao Qi's mouth gaped in astonishment, his pupils constricted sharply in shock. He could sense that the power contained within that radiant light far surpassed any formidable being he had encountered before, even more terrifying than the legendary Empress. Xiao Che's complexion instantly turned as pale as paper, his gaze fixated on the towering beam of light, a ludicrous yet horrifying thought viciously germinating in his mind. Xiao Hui trembled slightly, instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, having forgotten even to weep. The light grew ever more resplendent and blinding, as if it sought to engulf the entire world. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar. The already dilapidated cold palace, under the illumination of the five-color divine light, seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand. Bricks, rubble, beams. All tangible objects were instantaneously reduced to dust. It was not a collapse, but a complete annihilation. Not even a wisp of smoke was raised, vanishing into thin air within the brilliance. What remained was a vast, deep pit, along with that still dazzling, celestial beam of five-colored light connecting heaven and earth. The radiance persisted for several breaths before gradually beginning to retract. Yet the oppressive aura, far from diminishing, grew even more weighty. When the light finally dissipated, a figure slowly emerged from the depths of the pit. No, it was not an emergence. He had merely been concealed by the light. Step by step, he traversed the void, moving forth with deliberate grace. He still wore that tattered gray robe, yet at this moment, the robe was imbued with divinity emanating a subtle halo. His hair flowed without wind, as dark as ink, cascading down to his waist. His visage remained familiar to Shao Qi and the others, but there was an added, indescribable aura of majesty and weariness etched between his brows, especially in his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Deep, cold, indifferent. They contained the birth and demise of the cosmic stars, and bore witness to the cycles of countless ages. Just a single glance sent a chill down Shao Qi and the others, freezing them from head to toe. Gulp. It was unknown who struggled to swallow, shattering the profound silence. Xiao Ding. It truly was Xiao Ding. Not only had he survived, but he had transformed into something so terrifying. This overwhelming pressure, this imposing presence, this was not something a deposed emperor, a once mighty being, could possess. Xiao Ding's gaze slowly swept across Shao Qi, Xiao Huan, Xiao Che, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Wan. His eyes were calm and unruffled, devoid of anger, resentment, or even the slightest emotional fluctuation. It was as if he were observing mere ants. Yet, it was precisely this tranquil gaze that instilled an unprecedented fear within Shao Qi and the others. It was a shiver that arose from the depths of their souls, their lives hanging by a thread at the whim of the other. Be brother, Shao Qi stammered, his lips trembling as he finally managed to force out these two words. He attempted to muster a pleasing smile, only to find his facial muscles rigid as stone. He yearned to utter something, yet discovered that an invisible hand had clasped his throat, rendering him mute. Cold sweat cascaded from his forehead and back like a meandering stream, instantly soaking his garments. Xiao Huan's legs weakened, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. It was not an act of will. Rather, the oppressive weight of an unseen force was unbearably heavy, suffocating him, his bones groaning under the strain. He wished to lift his gaze to Xiao Ding, but found himself devoid of the courage to do so, instead burying his head deep in his chest, his body trembling like leaves caught in a tempest. Xiao Che's complexion was more ghastly than that of a corpse. He bit down on his tongue, attempting to stave off the encroaching darkness with pain, yet the profound terror that seeped into his very marrow clung to him like a parasite, impossible to shake off. His mind was a void. All schemes and plots became feeble and absurd in that moment. Concealing one's talents. He had been concealing his talents all along. This thought reverberated in his mind like a sinister incantation, sending shivers down his spine. It dawned upon him that the 7 siblings, believing themselves to be the epitome of cleverness, had toyed with Xiao Ding, completely oblivious to the fact that they were the true jesters in this farce. They had not even been regarded. They were merely spectators. Xiao Hui swayed, nearly toppling to the ground. She grasped a fragment of the broken palace wall beside her to steady herself. Her eyes brimmed with shock and despair. She had always believed she saw through Xiao Ding, considering him a mere faade of strength, indecisive and ineffectual. Yet now, it seemed she had gravely misjudged. This man was far too deeply concealed. He was like an unfathomable ancient well. One could never discern what lay hidden within its depths. Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan were already paralyzed with fear, sprawled on the ground, lacking even the strength to plead for mercy. They could only widen their terrified eyes, gazing at their brother, who appeared as if a deity or demon had descended, his body trembling uncontrollably. Above, the sky had become shrouded in dark clouds, with thunder and lightning erupting from the heavens. The wild winds howled, lifting stones and dust from the ground, emitting a mournful wail. The entire realm trembled in fear of this former ineffectual emperor, now a figure of dread. Xiao Ding slowly raised his right hand, finger splayed, as though attempting to grasp something. With his movement, a more terrifying pressure surged forth, akin to a tsunami sweeping across the land. Crack! Crack! The remaining fragments of the palace walls disintegrated into dust under this overwhelming force. The distant palatial structures began to sway violently, on the brink of collapse. The dark clouds in the sky descended lower. The thunder grew more incessant, and jagged bolts of lightning danced like silver serpents, illuminating the pale, despairing faces of Shao Qi and the others. Heaven, divine power, a captain of the Imperial Guard, with a voice choked with emotion, trembled as he uttered those two words. This was no mere mortal power. This was true celestial might, a manifestation that could only arise from the descent of a deity. Shao Qi and his companions felt as though their hearts were on the verge of bursting from their chests. Regret, an overwhelming tide of regret. If time could be reversed, they would never take that fateful step. But now it was all too late. They could only watch in horror as the brother they once mercilessly bullied and deemed worthless approached them with an air of sovereign authority. With each step, he trampled upon their hearts, enveloping them in a suffocating despair. Is there anyone left who shares a passion for reading? It truly feels disheartening. Chapter 38. The glance at Xiao Ding, like an ant gazing at the sky. Shao Qi and the others turned their gazes towards Xiao Ding, as if an ant were looking up at the heavens. He was no longer the familiar elder brother they could bully at will, a mere waste in their eyes. In this moment, Xiao Ding was enveloped in an ethereal radiance, a shimmering aura that eluded the naked eye, more elusive than any tangible barrier. His form, although unchanged, seemed to ascend infinitely in the eyes of the onlookers, merging completely with the shattered cold palace and the somber heavens, yet remaining transcendent of them. He stood there quietly, devoid of deliberate actions or cold utterances, his gaze not once landing on any of them. Yet, a tremor emanating from the depths of their souls pierced through Shao Qi, Xiao Huan, Xiao Che, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Wan, like countless fine ice needles stabbing into every inch of their skin and every pore, invoking a chilling sensation that surged from their very marrow. The cold was so pure, so extreme, that even fear itself seemed frozen in its grasp. Shao Qi's throat emitted an incomprehensible sound, a desperate attempt to speak, to scream, to plead for mercy, or even to unleash a torrent of curses to mask his inner turmoil. However, he found his vocal cords ensnared by an invisible hand, rendering him incapable of producing even a semblance of sound. His legs, once strong enough to elevate him to the coveted dragon throne, now felt as limp as overcooked noodles, trembling uncontrollably and producing a cacophony of creaking joints. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Ding, bloodshot and brimming with terror, his pupils constricted to pinprick size. What a gaze it was! No longer indifferent as one would look down upon ants, nor playful as a predator might regard its prey, but rather ancient and vast, witnessing the ebb and flow of time, the birth and death of stars. Under such a gaze, Shao Qi felt diminutive beyond measure, scarcely worthy of being called dust. All his ambitions, all his schemes, all his cunning plots appeared trivial and absurd in that moment, a foolish overreach. No, it cannot be. This is utterly impossible. Shao Qi's mind raged in wild denial, yet even this internal outcry seemed feeble, lacking conviction. His pride, his self-proclaimed depths of cunning, crumbled like fragile parchment before the mere glimpse of Xiao Ding's unveiled potential. Had he been masquerading as a fool all along? This thought spiraled incessantly within his mind. Xiao Huan, the fourth prince, known for his valor and impulsive temperament, exhibited a more pitiful demeanor than Shao Qi at that moment. His face, often contorted by anger and jealousy, had drained of color, pale as a corpse freshly risen from the grave. His mouth hung agape, saliva uncontrollably spilling from the corners, dripping onto the filthy ground, yet he remained utterly oblivious. He yearned to unleash a roar, to swing his fists, to dispel the bone-deep terror with the violence he so expertly wielded, yet he found his limbs laden with lead, too heavy to lift. He gazed helplessly at Xiao Ding, the brother he had once kicked down and mercilessly insulted, now exuding an oppressive aura that rendered even the act of looking up at him suffocating. A monster! He is a monster. Xiao Huan's teeth chattered uncontrollably, the sound of his upper and lower jaws colliding echoing ominously, as if they might shatter at any moment. He longed to flee, to escape this place that made his very soul tremble, yet he discovered his feet were nailed to the ground, immovable. Xiao Qi, the sixth prince renowned for his calm and somber demeanor, could no longer maintain his characteristic composure. His complexion was ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, and fine beads of cold sweat trickled down his temples like raindrops. He bit his lip tightly, attempting to suppress the tremors of his body, but the primal fear, akin to a raging flood, surged forth uncontrollably. Heaven, the might of heaven, this is true celestial power. Xiao Qie's voice was hoarse and parched, reminiscent of two coarse pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. He was well-read, aware of the legends surrounding ancient powers, tales that spoke of world-shattering strength, now seemingly manifesting vividly before his eyes. He had always believed these were mere exaggerations, but now, he wholeheartedly believed. What kind of protection have we truly lost? Brother. Such a brother could have safeguarded them completely. An invisible hand gripped Xiao Qie's heart tightly, each beat accompanied by searing pain. All his schemes, all his political machinations, appeared utterly feeble in the face of Xiao Ding's absolute power. He could not even conceive of rebellion, for he understood that any act of defiance would be futile, a path to self-humiliation. Xiao Hui's body swayed, and she clutched the cold wall beside her, barely managing to remain upright. Her eyes brimmed with horror and despair, her once shrewd and calculating visage now consumed by an inescapable dread. She had always believed she had seen through Xiao Ding, considering him a hollow shell, indecisive and weak. Yet now it seemed her error was profoundly egregious. This man, he had concealed his depths too profoundly. He was like an unfathomable ancient well, harboring secrets unknown, concealing one's true self. How laughable. Xiao Hui let out a laugh more wretched than a cry, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. We're the true fools, the genuine jesters. Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan were utterly petrified, the sisters clinging tightly to one another, collapsing onto the cold, damp ground, their bodies trembling violently like leaves in a tempest. They lacked even the strength to weep, only able to emit faint, kitten-like whimpers. With wide, terrified eyes and dilated pupils, they stared at the brother who descended like a deity, their minds blank and thoughts frozen. At that moment, outside the cold palace, the celestial phenomenon initially sparked by Xiao Ding's inheritance had intensified due to the further manifestation of his power, becoming increasingly terrifying and heart-stopping. Above the imperial city, the once overcast sky, filled with thunder and lightning, was now thoroughly disrupted by an invisible hand. The thick dark clouds churned like boiling ink, forming an immense vortex centered around the location of the cold palace. Bolts of lightning, thicker than the palace columns, no longer danced like silver serpents, but roared like the wrath of celestial beings, morphing into fearsome thunder dragons that roamed and howled within the clouds. Each flash illuminated the entire imperial city, as well as the countless horrified eyes outside its walls. A deafening thunderclap resounded, no longer merely sound, but imbued with a destructive will to rend the heavens and earth apart. The entire imperial city trembled violently in response to the thunder, as countless tiles from palatial rooftops cascaded down like raindrops, with some less sturdy structures groaning under the strain, teetering on the brink of collapse. The overwhelming pressure surged like a tangible tsunami, sweeping chaotically from the cold palace in all directions. Outside the imperial city, the once tense and bloodthirsty battlefield now lay in eerie silence. Whether it was the 100,000 iron cavalry of the northern king, or the fiercely murderous cavalry of Qinglian under Huoji, or the enigmatic Gu army of the southern queen Wu Yueji, along with the elite forces led by various generals, all were frozen in place, as if under a spell. A million-strong army remained utterly silent, their gazes fixed on the terrifying spectacle above the imperial city, feeling the supreme might that threatened to crush their very souls. The Northern King, a seasoned veteran of countless battles with an iron will, could not help but draw a sharp breath. His warhorse whinnied anxiously, pawing at the ground, seemingly desperate to flee from this area that filled it with profound terror. The Northern King tightened his grip on the reins, the veins on his hands standing out as he felt his heart racing uncontrollably. What power is this? His voice trembled with disbelief. Could it be? Could it be that the Holy Emperor? He dared not pursue the thought further, for that speculation was too astonishing to fathom. General Huowuji, his face contorted with rage, now bore an expression filled with shock and reverence. The formidable spear in his hand, which had tasted the blood of countless foes, trembled slightly, emitting a deep, resonant hum as if submitting to some exalted existence. Such overwhelming pressure. Huowuji struggled to swallow hard. Could this truly be the aura befitting the Dragon Emperor? He initially believed that Xiao Ding was merely deceived by treachery, requiring loyal ministers and generals like themselves to restore clarity to the court. However, at this moment, he sensed that his prior understanding had been woefully superficial. The southern wilderness Gu King, Wu Yueji, whose enchanting gaze was concealed behind a veil, now appeared grave and filled with suspicion. The Gu platform beneath her feet, constructed from countless venomous insects, had rendered the once restless creatures utterly still, trembling in fear as they confronted the most formidable adversary of their existence. The power transcended the mundane, even surpassed any force known to this esteemed seat. Wu Yueji's voice carried a barely perceptible rasp. Could it be that the ancient empire was truly on the verge of producing a sage? The dragon general Ao Lai of the East Sea, the Snow Wolf King of the northern frontier, the Blade Emperor of the northern desert, the Arrow God of Yinzhou, the Iron-Blooded War Marquis, the Ghost General of Xianming, and the Flame Sovereign. These 9 illustrious commanders, renowned for their military might, now exhibited unrestrained astonishment. They felt the supreme majesty emanating from the depths of the imperial city, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth, their shock indescribable. They had rallied to defend the throne out of trust and loyalty to Xiao Ding, the Holy Emperor, fueled by their indignation and disdain for the usurpation led by Xiao Qi and others. Yet, they had never fathomed that this emperor, whom they revered as the true dragon, possessed such terrifying and unparalleled power. This was no mere mortal strength. This was divine power, a force capable of altering the very fabric of existence. Long live our emperor. Long live. Long live. It was uncertain who first emerged from the depths of astonishment, but a voice, laden with emotion, trembled as it called out. Following this, like a wildfire igniting the night, a deafening roar erupted from the ranks of 1,000,000 soldiers. Long live our emperor. Long live. Long live. We humbly welcome the Holy Emperor. We humbly welcome the Holy Emperor. The fervent shouts converged into a tidal wave, soaring to the heavens, momentarily eclipsing the rumbling thunder. The expressions on the soldiers' faces transformed from initial shock to fervent admiration and reverence. Their weapons, once cold instruments of slaughter, became vessels for their loyalty and faith, raised high towards the sky, pointing toward the source of that awe-inspiring power. The 10 generals exchanged glances, recognizing the same shock and enlightenment reflected in each other's eyes. They understood. They finally comprehended why the Empress Qinglian would traverse countless miles to arrive in this humble land of Tsangnan. Why celestial beings like the ancestor of the heavens would show utmost respect to the deposed emperor in the cold palace. Why they, the border commanders, held such unwavering faith in the holy emperor they had never met. It turned out that all of this was because of him, because this ancient sovereign, once misunderstood and wronged by the world, was in truth a deity walking among mortals. He was not concealing his talents. He simply deemed it beneath him to engage with those petty clowns. His forbearance and retreat were perhaps merely a sign that he had yet to fully awaken. And now, he had awakened. At this moment, the revered Empress Jiang of Wu Wei stood resolutely before the vast army, adorned in a resplendent golden phoenix cloak, her stature as upright as a pine tree. Upon her exquisitely beautiful face, there was not a trace of panic, only an ineffable complexity of emotions. She sensed the familiar yet foreign, terrifying pressure, and within her bright, piercing phoenix eyes, a fleeting expression of relief and an imperceptible sense of solace flickered. "So, you have finally arrived at this juncture, Haven to you?" Jiang sighed softly within her heart, a sound only she could perceive. "It is well. The ancient empire indeed requires a true sovereign to wield its power, leading a million-strong army under the pretense of retrieving Xiao Ding." She harbored a deeper hope that this man, once betrothed to her, would exhibit the strength capable of subduing all nefarious elements and revitalizing the grandeur of the empire. Now, Xiao Ding had not disappointed her. The power he displayed far exceeded her expectations, a force potent enough to reduce any treacherous soul to mere dust, a might that could make the entire ancient empire, and indeed all of southern Song, tremble. "Dispatch the orders." Jiang's voice rang with a cold majesty, echoing through the ranks of the million soldiers behind her. "All troops stand by. Await the decree of the Holy Emperor." "Understood." The chorus of a million voices resonated, shaking the very land. Within the imperial city, in the cold palace, Xiao Qi and others remained engulfed in boundless terror, gazing at Xiao Ding as if beholding an ancient demon clawing its way from the depths of the abyss, or a supreme deity descending from the celestial realm. Their bodies had become utterly numb. Even the tremors of fear were now a luxury. In their minds lingered but a singular thought, one that plunged them into the depths of despair. It's over. Everything is finished. All their struggles, all their resistance, all their machinations appeared ludicrous and insignificant in the face of such absolute power. They finally comprehended the nature of the being they had provoked. This was not merely concealment of strength. This was, in essence, a divinity they could never comprehend nor contend with. Regret. An endless tide of remorse gnawed at their insides like the most venomous serpent, inflicting unbearable agony. If only time could be reversed, they would never have taken that fateful step. Yet now it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as the brother they once cruelly tormented, whom they deemed worthless, emerged with an air of sovereign authority, seemingly stepping forth from the ethereal glow of dawn. Each step he took crushed upon their hearts, suffocating them with despair. The thunder in the sky grew increasingly intense. Dark clouds loomed lower, enveloping the world in a twilight reminiscent of the apocalypse. Only within the cold palace did that figure radiate an unapproachable brilliance, a light one dared not gaze upon directly. A thought, as clear as a bell, resonated profoundly in the hearts of all, akin to the solemn tolling of morning and evening bells. Whether it was the trembling Xiao Qi and his companions within the imperial city, the countless soldiers outside reverently bowing in adoration, or the exalted Empress Wu Wei, the once mighty ancient emperor, had at last returned. This was not merely a simple proclamation. It marked the conclusion of one era and the dawn of another. The fleeting and absurd farce belonging to Xiao Qi and his ilk was, at this moment, irrevocably brought to a close. What truly belonged to Xiao Ding, the ancient emperor, had only just begun to unfold. The terrifying celestial might continued to permeate the air, spreading its shadow over the entirety of the Songnan continent. In the face of such divine authority, Xiao Qi and his companions found even breathing to be a luxury. They sensed their very souls trembling on the brink of being utterly crushed by the oppressive force. They dare not move, utter a sound, or entertain even the slightest thought of disrespect, for they understood that before such a presence, any hint of disrespect could lead to an irretrievable fate. In this moment, they truly grasped the meaning of a sovereign's wrath, where 100,000 lay slain and rivers ran red with blood. No, this was beyond mere royal indignation. This was the fury of the divine, an unparalleled power capable of overturning the heavens and reshaping the world. They, once noble princes and princesses who believed they held dominion over all, appeared before Xiao Ding as insignificant as dust, as humble as ants. The efforts of an ant to reach the heavens were but a mere reflection of this reality. Chapter 39. Spare me, brother. Xiao Ding, breaking free from his seal. The thunderous roar of battle echoed like a sudden clap of thunder, reverberating through the land. The overwhelming dread had yet to dissipate when a new and more immediate terror surged towards them. The Saint King had been unsealed. Beyond the imperial city, the million-strong loyalist army cast aside all reservations. They were both awed by the divine might emanating from the direction of the cold palace and liberated from some invisible restraint. Their fighting spirit erupted like a volcano, reaching its zenith in an instant. The King of the North raised his war blade high, its edge pointing directly at the gates of the imperial city. "Follow me. Purge the traitors. Eliminate the usurpers. Welcome the Saint King." The roar of 1,000,000 soldiers rose in unison, their voices a tsunami that threatened to overturn the entire imperial city. The 10 great border generals, resembling deities of death, led their elite troops in a fierce assault on the imperial city. The master of the Qinglian iron cavalry, Huowuji, took the lead, wielding a serpent spear that stirred up clouds of yellow sand, crashing directly towards the northern city gate. The Blade Emperor of the northern desert followed closely, his broad blade slicing through the air, reducing all obstacles in his path to dust. The King of Gu from the southern frontier, Wu Yueji, sat atop a colossal poison insect, her delicate fingers flicking, releasing a tide of venomous creatures that surged forth like a black wave. As they crawled upwards from below the imperial city, the flora on the city walls withered instantly, and the bricks began to decay. The dragon general Ao Lai of the Eastern Sea transformed into his true form, a 1,000-foot golden dragon coiling above the imperial city, its roars echoing for miles. His massive claws tore through the protective formations above the city, clearing a path for the army. The Snow Wolf King of the northern frontier, clad in white armor and riding a giant snow wolf, emerged as a harbinger of death from the depths of ice and snow, his army advancing with a chilling aura that froze the ground beneath them, sapping the strength of the defenders. The arrow god of Yinzhou drew his bow, loosing an arrow that transformed into a myriad of luminous streaks, akin to falling meteors, obliterating the arrow towers and siege engines on the city walls. The iron-blooded war marquis, the ghost general Xianming, and the flame celestial lord. Each general possessed the might to obliterate the heavens and the earth, and their armies were the epitome of elite warriors, undefeated in battle. In stark contrast, the imperial guards and defenders within the city, having endured the preceding terror and divine oppression, found their morale plummeting to the depths. They gazed upon the overwhelming tide of 1,000,000 soldiers, observing the generals who resembled demonic gods, their legs feeling as though weighed down by lead, rendering them immobile. The deafening battle cries echoed in their ears like a death knell. The torrential rain of arrows, the howling blades, and the uncanny swarm of venomous creatures all heralded the approach of death. Once, they had betrayed Xiao Ding, pledging allegiance to Xiao Qi. Now, with doom imminent, they were filled with regret. "Hold the city gates. Quickly defend the gates." The hoarse cries from the city walls were the commands of the defending generals, but their voices were soon drowned out by the cacophony of battle. The cannons roared once more. This time, their target was directly the city gates. The immense gates trembled violently under the cannon fire, dust swirling and wood splintering. With a resounding boom, the heavens seemed to collapse. The northern city gate, under the assault of Huowuji's serpent spear and the charge of the Bingzhou wolf cavalry, crumbled with a thunderous crash. Amidst the billowing smoke and swirling dust, the cavalry of Bingzhou charged into the imperial city like ravenous wolves, drawn by the scent of blood. The cacophony of battle cries, anguished screams, clashing weapons, and wails intertwined in a chaotic symphony. Slay the traitors. Welcome the Holy King. The once lofty and privileged guards of the imperial city crumbled before the ferocity of the loyalist army, falling like stalks of wheat before the scythe. Blood coursed down the cobblestone streets, saturating the air with the acrid stench of iron and gunpowder. Having escaped the cold palace and returned to the imperial hall, Xiao Qi, Xiao Huan, Xiao Che, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Wan were pale as death, their bodies trembling like leaves in a storm. Through the wide-open hall doors, they beheld a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse outside. The northern city gate lay in ruins, and the army had invaded, It was over, utterly and irrevocably over. Xiao Qi's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. He clutched the armrests of the dragon throne with such desperation that his nails dug into the hardwood. How? How could this happen? His voice was dry and hoarse, laden with disbelief and despair. They had calculated every detail, seized the center of power, controlled the imperial guards, believing they could dominate the realm. Yet who could have anticipated that those brash soldiers stationed at the borders would dare to revolt? And how could there be a million-strong army? Their own forces were nowhere near that size. We must flee. We cannot stay here. A singular thought consumed him. Survival at any cost. The dignity and power he once held paled in comparison to the urgency of preserving his life. Surrounded by equally terrified guards, they stumbled out of the hall into the chaos of the palace. The palace was already in disarray. The distant sounds of battle grew ever closer, the scent of blood thickening in the air. Some of the imperial guards had begun to flee, while others were overtaken by the loyalist forces, their cries piercing the air with terror. The once resplendent palace now loomed before them like a monstrous beast, eager to consume them. They were like stray dogs, fleeing in disarray through the corridors and behind the rockeries of the imperial garden. Xiao Qi's dragon robe was mired in dust, his hair disheveled, sweat and grime streaking his face, presenting a more pitiful sight than a beggar on the street. Xiao Huan bore a wound on his left arm from an arrow that had come from an unknown source, blood staining his sleeve. Xiao Qi remained silent, gripping Xiao Qi's sleeve tightly as they hurried onward. The sounds of battle grew alarmingly closer, and they could even hear the frenzied breaths of the loyalist soldiers. Over there, go that way, quickly, hurry, the guards urged anxiously, equally frightened, desperate to lead their master away from this hellish scene. At that moment, a towering figure appeared in the imperial city, Xiao Ding, alone, yet returning as a king. With each step he took forward, Xiao Qi and the others retreated, the weight of his presence palpable. The 10 great generals of the border, having breached the imperial city, commanded a million-strong army in loyalty. Victory was assured for Xiao Ding. Brother, Xiao Qi disregarded all decorum and dignity, calling out in desperation, "Brother, brother." His voice trembled with the tone of weeping and pleading, devoid of any trace of the once mighty emperor's authority. "Brother, please save us." The likes of Xiao Huan, Xiao Che, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Wan rushed forward in desperation. "Brother, brother, we implore you." Xiao Huan knelt down, disregarding the pain in his injured left arm, and fervently bowed his head. "It was our fault. It was our fault. We beseech you. We implore you to save us." The arrogance and disdain of yesteryears had now devolved into utter humility. The looming specter of death stripped away all their facades. "Brother, we beg of you, spare us." Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan wept profusely, their voices laced with terror and despair. He too knelt, just as his siblings did, respectfully bowing his head. "Brother, you are above us. The imperial city has fallen. The king of the north has led 1,000,000 troops into the capital. The western regions, northern borders, and eastern wilderness have seized the opportunity to plunder." Xiao Che recounted the dire situation with a calm yet trembling voice, still imbued with a semblance of rationality. "Only you, brother, only you can quell this chaos." He understood that this was no time for surrender, but rather to make Xiao Ding comprehend his own significance. Only he could command the 10 great generals. Only he could suppress the invasions from the 3 kingdoms. Only he. Step by step, Xiao Ding approached his rightful place, radiant with a kaleidoscope of light that emanated an oppressive aura. Xiao Ding regarded the rebels in silence, his lips sealed. Silence. An eerie, bone-chilling silence. Amidst the clamor of battle cries, this stillness before the imperial city felt hauntingly surreal. Chapter 40. The Return of the Holy King. Outside the imperial city, Xiao Ding approached step by step. Xiao Qi and the others knelt upon the ground, like forsaken ants awaiting divine judgment. Time stood still. Each passing minute felt as though a century had elapsed. Their knees pressed against the frigid earth. The pain had become numbing. Fear, a terror that penetrated to the marrow of their bones. They feared death. They feared the once derided waste who now returned to exact vengeance in a manner beyond their comprehension. Just as despair threatened to consume their hearts entirely, that figure slowly emerged from the radiant glow. Clad in a tattered gray robe, his hair was perfectly in place. Yet in that moment, no one dared to underestimate him. He advanced step by step, each footfall resonating upon the very tips of their hearts. He halted before them, his expression devoid of any emotion. His gaze was indifferent and profound, capable of penetrating their souls. In those eyes, there was no fury, no resentment, nor a flicker of emotional turmoil, only an air of lofty disdain. In his sight, they were less than mere dust. "Brother," Xiao Qi's voice trembled. He wished to utter something, yet that cold, indifferent gaze rendered him mute. Xiao Huan, Xiao Che, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Wan dared not even lift their heads, pressing their bodies against the ground as if crushed beneath an invisible mountain, unable to move. The terrifying pressure emanating from him was purer and more formidable than the celestial might that had previously enveloped the imperial city. It was the true power of divinity. "Brother above." Xiao Che's voice was low, filled with utmost reverence, imploring his brother to quell the chaos of the imperial city. Xiao Ding remained silent. He merely observed them, regarding a troop of jesters, not with mockery or disdain, but with a pure, chilling indifference towards their past foolishness and present humility. He paid no heed to the kneeling siblings. Slowly he turned, casting his gaze towards the imperial city. The sounds of battle grew ever closer. The imperial city had already been breached. In their eyes at that moment, Xiao Ding was 1,000 times more terrifying than their once dreaded father. He did not inquire why they knelt there, nor did he question what had transpired in the imperial city. Everything was as he had anticipated, or perhaps everything lay within his control. He stepped forward, striding towards the imperial city. The vibrant radiance enveloped him like a cloak. Each step bore an indescribable majesty. Xiao Qi and the others stood in shock. He was heading to the imperial city? What was his intent? "Brother, brother." Xiao Qi regained his senses and hurriedly followed, cautiously trailing behind Xiao Ding, as if shadowing a sovereign who might erupt with wrath at any moment. Xiao Huan, Xiao Che, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Wan quickly fell in line behind him. They no longer dared to voice any grievances or show any disrespect. They followed closely behind Xiao Ding, trailing their elder brother, as their means of survival. Within the imperial city, the flames of war continued to spread. Yet, as Xiao Ding emerged, the pervasive celestial might served as a guiding beacon, invoking a profound response within the hearts of all loyal troops. They felt it, the essence of the Holy King, the figure they had yearned for day and night, whom they vowed to welcome back at all costs. The Holy King. The Holy King has emerged from seclusion. The Prince of the North abruptly halted his steed. He beheld the resplendent rays of colorful light, the portent of the Holy King's re-emergence. "All troops, heed my command." The prince's voice trembled with fervor, yet resonated powerfully. "The Holy King has emerged. All shall kneel to welcome the Holy King. Kneel to welcome the Holy King." 1,000,000 soldiers roared in unison, and then, as if choreographed, they uniformly sank to their knees. The clash of their armor echoed resoundingly, a testament to their most devout reverence for the supreme Holy King. The warriors engaged in battle within the imperial city also heard the prince's command. Their weapons came to a halt, and their gazes turned in unison toward the direction of the cold palace. They witnessed it, the figure shrouded in vibrant light, slowly advancing toward the imperial city. The Holy King. It was indeed the Holy King. Their hearts surged with exhilaration, their blood boiling. No longer hesitating, they fell prostrate on the ground, bowing with utmost humility in the direction from which Xiao Ding approached. Instantly, the imperial city was enveloped in an eerie tranquility. The clamor of battle ceased. The cries of anguish vanished. All that remained was the whisper of the wind traversing the battlefield and the solemn sounds of 1,000,000 soldiers kneeling in reverence. Xiao Qi and the others trailed behind Xiao Ding, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle. They beheld the 1,000,000-strong army kneeling in unison. Even those formidable border generals who usually instilled fear relinquished their murderous intent and knelt as well. Their hearts were profoundly shaken. What immeasurable power was this? What overwhelming might? Merely stepping forth was enough to compel 1,000,000 soldiers to kneel in submission. Was this the worthless individual they had once scorned? Was this the brother they had once cruelly tormented? No, he was not worthless. He was not merely a brother. He was a deity. They knelt behind Xiao Ding, their bodies trembling violently, not from fear, but from an uncontrollable reverence that surged from the depths of their bloodlines and souls. They recalled the terrifying celestial might, the extraordinary omen from the cold palace, the kneeling of the ancestor of the celestial realm, the Empress's proclamation following her earth-shattering sword strike, and the loyal edicts of the 10 great generals. Everything, at this moment, found its explanation. It dawned upon them. He was the one truly destined by heaven. How profoundly mistaken they had been. They had provoked a being of unimaginable terror. Xiao Ding paid no heed to his siblings behind him. He walked deliberately forward. His destination was the highest tower of the imperial city. He intended to stand there, overlooking this land that once belonged to him, gazing down upon the realm he forsook, which became chaotic because of him, yet ultimately found tranquility through his return. He stepped into the imperial city. The flames of war have extinguished. The air still lingers with the scent of blood and gunpowder. Yet before him, 1,000,000 soldiers kneel, their eyes solely upon him. Their gazes are fervent and adoring. The faith within their hearts has been elevated at this moment. Their divine king has returned. Xiao Ding traversed the ranks of kneeling warriors, making his way towards the city tower. No one dared to raise their heads. No one dared to utter a sound. They are the most devout of believers, awaiting their deity to ascend the altar. Xiao Qi and others followed closely behind, each step taken with utmost caution. They kept their heads bowed, their eyes fixed on the ground, fearful that a mere glance might offend the figure ahead. Their bodies trembled, but it was no longer mere fear. It was more akin to gratitude, grateful for the opportunity to stand here, grateful for the chance to follow in his wake. Perhaps he might show them mercy. After all, they're his brothers and sisters. Yet, they are acutely aware that this possibility is slim. They know all too well what they have done to him. Mutilation, imprisonment, mockery. They long to turn back time, to the moment it all began. To that time when they would never take that step, never provoke this unfathomable existence. Xiao Ding ascended the steps, reaching the pinnacle of the imperial city's tower. He stood there, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. The rainbow hues of twilight adorned him with the most resplendent of sacred robes. He gazed down upon the 1,000,000-strong army, surveying the entire imperial city. His eyes, profound and distant, pierced through the void, catching glimpses of distant stars. He stood there in silence, yet the aura radiating from him was so powerful, so heart-stopping. Below, the 10 border generals, led by the King of the North, slowly raised their heads. They looked upon the figure atop the tower. Their eyes brimmed with fervor and loyalty. The King of the North took a deep breath, his voice resonant, echoing through the heavens. The King of the North, leading 1,000,000 loyal soldiers, respectfully welcomes the divine king back to his rightful place. He knelt on both knees, his head bowed deeply. We pay homage to the divine king. The 10 generals roared in unison, their voices equally thunderous, shaking the very foundations of the imperial city. We pay homage to the divine king. The 1,000,000 soldiers bowed in unison, their collective voice a tidal wave that dispersed the clouds above. The scene, spectacular, awe-inspiring. Within the imperial city, all surviving soldiers and citizens, regardless of their previous allegiances, now kneel upon the ground, reverently worshiping towards the city tower. They understand. The divine king of the ancient empire has returned. His era is set to begin anew. Following closely behind Xiao Ding are Xiao Qi, Xiao Huan, Xiao Che, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, Xiao Wan, and others. They stood behind Xiao Ding, their bodies seemingly bound by an invisible force, utterly motionless. They gazed down at the 1,000,000-strong army kneeling below, witnessing the once mighty generals who had commanded great respect. They observed the northern king, whom they had once scorned, now prostrated before them like the most devout of servants. Their hearts, once filled with confidence, were now consumed by an icy despair, an endless void of hopelessness. They had believed themselves to be the architects of fate, capable of reshaping the world. Yet, were they but frogs confined to a well? They had provoked a force beyond their comprehension, one they could never hope to contend with. Xiao Qi's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground. His lips trembled, desperate to articulate something, yet no words escaped. Xiao Huan's gaze was vacant, stripped of all spirit. Xiao Qi's complexion turned ashen as he bit his lip, his body quivering slightly. Xiao Ri, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Huan were so paralyzed by fear that they could not even weep, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. It was over, truly over. Their brief and absurd farce was definitively brought to a close at this moment. The true era belonging to the ancient emperor was only just beginning to unfurl. Xiao Ding stood atop the city tower, indifferent to the reverent supplications below. He merely cast a fleeting glance towards the horizon, the direction of the western Buddhic kingdom, the northern snowy lands, and the eastern divine dynasty. In his eyes, there was no flicker of emotion. The impending coalition of the three kingdoms was, in his view, nothing more than a swarm of ants, easily crushed at will. He had returned, in a manner they could have never imagined, one that now demanded their reverence. The ancient era, from this moment forth, would welcome its true holy king. At that instant, a sword soared across the sky, the oppressive presence of the Empress, ruler of the 36 immortal realms, descended upon Xiongnan continent. Chapter 41. Above the 9 heavens, she becomes the Empress. At a glance from the Empress, the firmament trembled. Before the celestial palace, a figure clad in pure white stood ethereally. She is Qinglian, the Empress of the celestial kingdom, an unparalleled existence that governs the myriad realms, exerting pressure across the ages, both ancient and future. Her gaze is calm, profound, and indifferent, as if it harbors the endless mysteries of the universe's birth and demise. The cycles of epochs. For countless eons, she has witnessed the rise and fall of numerous celestial nations and the birth and demise of formidable beings. Nothing can truly disturb her heart and mind. Her very existence embodies eternity. In this moment, her eyes penetrate the layered barriers of time and space, traversing unimaginable distances. Gazing downward, below lies a land known as Xiongnan continent. Within the vast expanse of the celestial mainland, Xiongnan is as insignificant as a speck of dust, barren and desolate. Its laws are fractured, and its spiritual essence is scant. It is even unworthy of the attention of any celestial nation. Once, it was the secluded retreat chosen by her master, a laughable lie, akin to a jest. Yet she believed it for a whole 10,000 years. 10,000 years of warfare, slaughter, and solitude. From a humble slave, she ascended step by step, treading upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realms. She obliterated 36 celestial nations, reshaping the order of the heavens, becoming the only empress in the annals of time. All of this was for that unattainable promise, for the right to return to the side of that person. The celestial mainland is an expanse so vast that no words can adequately describe its grandeur. The rivers of stars before it are but grains of sand in the palm. Time, in its presence, is merely a fleeting spark. Here lies the terminus of myriad universes and the origin of countless civilizations. The laws of the celestial path intertwine like a net. Divine powers saturate the void. Celestial nations rise in profusion. Ancient lineages endure. At this moment, atop the highest pinnacle of the celestial mainland, within an eternal celestial domain forged by supreme power, a magnificent palace, seemingly constructed from billions of stars, quietly hovers. Her gaze sweeps slowly across the map of the Xiongnan continent. The ancient empire, the eastern desolation divine dynasty, the western Buddhist kingdom, the northern snowy realm. These realms, in the eyes of the natives of Xiongnan, are immensely powerful, capable of dictating their fates. Yet, in Qinglian's eyes, they are as fragile as sandcastles, easily obliterated. Her fingers need not even stir. The mere aura emitted by an ordinary soldier under her command is sufficient to cause these so-called strong nations to collapse into dust in an instant. This is the chasm of disparity. A difference akin to that between clouds and mud? No, it is the gulf between heaven and ants. Suddenly, Qinglian's gaze sharpened. Her attention fixed upon an area in Songnan continent known as the Ancient Land. There, an almost imperceptible aura lingered. That aura felt so familiar yet so distant, as though it had transcended eons, slowly rising from the depths of memory. It is the presence of my master, the aura of my master. Though faint and ethereal, she would never mistake her path. Upon that ancient continent, she perceived a vague, towering specter. This apparition gradually aligned with the image of her master etched in her memory. Though merely a nebulous embodiment, a projection of will, it was indeed her master. After 10,000 years, she finally sensed the presence of her master once more. An indescribable emotion erupted within her, akin to a volcano that had lain dormant for eons, now explosively awakened in Qinglian's heart. It was neither joy nor excitement, but rather an almost maddening obsession, a desire that penetrated to her very core, a chilling sense of destruction. Within her eyes, once as tranquil as an ancient ice lake, turbulent waves surged forth. Two beams of palpable seven-colored light burst from her gaze, piercing through layers of void, aimed directly at Songnan continent. Master. Her voice quivered imperceptibly for the first time. 10,000 years of waiting, 10,000 years of yearning, 10,000 years of torment. In this moment, it all seemed to gain significance. Her gaze then shifted to other directions of the Songnan continent. There, 5 pillars of light soared skyward. Each column emanated an aura of antiquity, profundity, and immense power. Those were imperial artifacts, crafted and carelessly discarded by her master in days of yore. 5 imperial artifacts. The searing heat of the flame Emperor's sword seemed destined to incinerate the heavens. The chilling essence of the Xiantian mirror appeared capable of freezing time and space. The weight of the starry cauldron felt as though it bore the strength of myriad stars. The agility of the emerald spirit whip contained the mysteries of life and annihilation. The majesty of the holy dragon seal echoed with the faint roar of a true dragon, resonating throughout the universe. Once mere trifles in her master's hands, these 5 imperial artifacts now lay scattered across the barren Songnan continent, becoming treasures capable of stirring storms and prompting countless insects to vie for their possession. How utterly laughable! How profoundly tragic! The glory of her master was beyond the grasp of these mere insects. A frigid smile graced Qinglian's lips, a curve so icy that, were it to be witnessed by the emperors of celestial realms, it would send them into a frenzied panic, sleepless in dread. For it signified the impending bloodshed of the Empress. After 10,000 years, she whispered softly, her voice akin to the chilling winds of the netherworld, sweeping through the entire eternal celestial domain. Disciple Qinglian has finally succeeded. She has fulfilled her master's ancient decree. She has conquered 36 celestial realms. She has reshaped the order of the heavens. She has ascended to become the Empress of the celestial realm. Now, she has returned, bearing with her the unparalleled celestial realm she forged, which reigns supreme over all. She has come to this tainted land where her master once stood. Booming thunder. As her words echoed, the entire eternal celestial domain trembled violently. The celestial palace, forged from countless stars, erupted in immeasurable celestial light, illuminating the myriad realms. The grand doors of the palace slowly opened. A terrifying and indescribable pressure permeated the air, rapidly engulfing the entire realm of the heavens. Countless ancient beings, long dormant within the river of time, were jolted awake by this overwhelming force, trembling in fear. Numerous self-proclaimed immortal sovereigns, the celestial kings and divine lords, appeared diminutive as ants before this might. The emperor of the celestial kingdom, Qinglian, who governed myriad celestial paths, had officially arrived. In Songnan continent, behind Qinglian, from within the celestial palace, 36 figures emerged slowly, each radiating a terrifying aura potent enough to collapse an entire universe. Their gazes varied. Some were blazing like the sun, others cold as the abyss. Some exuded an imposing authority, while others were ethereal like smoke. They were the celestial emperors of 36 celestial realms. Once, they were the supreme rulers of their respective kingdoms, their words law, commanding the lives and deaths of countless beings. Each of them, with a mere stamp of their foot, could send tremors through vast cosmic expanses. They had once been proud and arrogant, believing themselves to be the protagonists of this celestial theater, until they encountered Qinglian, the unparalleled empress who, single-handedly, subdued all their celestial realms, bringing them to their knees. Now, they stood as the most loyal warriors beneath Qinglian. They were the sharpest blades in the hands of the celestial emperor, clad in robes of various imperial colors. Some adorned crowns, while others wielded imperial weapons. They spoke not a word, silently following in Qinglian's wake. Yet, the authority they exuded rendered the myriad stars of the heavens dim in comparison. The space around them twisted, and the laws of existence bowed beneath their feet. Their very existence epitomized the essence of overwhelming power. For instance, at the forefront stood a towering celestial emperor, rugged in visage, clad in dark golden dragon-patterned armor, as if a million true dragons roared forth from its surface. His eyes were a pure gold, devoid of any impurities, yet imbued with the will to annihilate all. He was the former emperor of scorching heavens, renowned throughout the heavens for his unparalleled fire abilities, having incinerated 3 immortal celestial dynasties. At this moment, he gazed upon Qinglian's silhouette, his eyes brimming with fervent admiration and reverence. It seemed that with just a word from Qinglian, he would unhesitatingly lay down his life, incinerating all obstacles in his path. Beside the scorching heavens emperor stood a woman clad in lunar white palace attire, her beauty breathtaking, yet her demeanor as frigid as millennia-old ice. She was the emperor of the vast cold, once ruling over an extremely frigid celestial domain, capable of freezing vast star rivers with but a thought. Her beauty could sway even gods and demons, yet her heart was colder than the ice she commanded. However, when her gaze fell upon Qinglian, a rare glimmer of loyalty and trust flickered in her eternally frozen eyes. On the other side stood another celestial emperor, slender and cloaked in a black hood, exuding an aura of death and foreboding, as though he had emerged from the depths of the underworld. He was the emperor of the netherworld, once the ruler of the realm of the dead, commanding billions of lost souls. Where he tread, life withered and all things decayed. It is a forbidden existence that instills fear across the myriad realms. Yet, before the ethereal Qinglian, it has subdued all its malevolence, resembling the most docile of servants. Among the 36 celestial emperors, each possesses an earth-shattering past, having once ruled as sovereigns in their respective domains. Their personalities vary greatly. Some are tyrannical, others cold and calculating. Some exude majesty, while others are enigmatic. However, at this moment, they share a singular identity, loyal subjects of the celestial empire under the aegis of the unparalleled Qinglian. Their allegiance to Qinglian is beyond doubt, as they have all personally witnessed her unfathomable and despair-inducing might. Trailing behind these 36 celestial emperors are 72 figures, following closely in their wake. Though their auras do not evoke the same terror as the emperors, they are potent enough to instill trepidation in ordinary celestial kings. They are the celestial lords of the 36 celestial nations. Each celestial lord has emerged from the sea of corpses and blood. Fierce warriors who stand as the backbone of their respective empires, assisting the emperors in subduing the land. Their power may be but a step away from the realm of emperors. At this moment, their expressions are solemn, eyes resolute, radiating intense battle intent and killing intent. They are the elite commanders of the celestial nations, the vanguards in the war across the realms. These 72 celestial lords also exhibit diverse forms. Some are clad in heavy armor, wielding massive axes, resembling invincible war gods. Others don Taoist robes, holding dusters, exuding an air of celestial grace, yet harboring lethal intent. Some are colossal, capable of uprooting mountains, their bodies steeped in demonic energy. Others are diminutive and delicate, masters of assassination, their presence elusive and hard to detect. They stand in perfect formation, their steps synchronized, each movement imbued with strength and harmony. Their gazes towards the celestial emperors are filled with reverence, while those directed at the ethereal figure in white at the forefront are fervently infused with unwavering faith. The Empress Qinglian is their sole deity, the supreme being who will lead them to end the eternal chaos and establish an everlasting celestial dynasty. For the will of their empress, they are willing to sacrifice everything. And behind these celestial emperors and lords lies an endless expanse of celestial light. Within this radiance, countless heavenly soldiers can be perceived, innumerable in number. Hundreds of thousands? Millions? Billions? It is beyond counting. Clad in uniform celestial armor and wielding gleaming celestial weapons, they form an unyielding array of battle formations. Each heavenly soldier possesses at least the cultivation level of true immortals, while each heavenly general has reached the realms of golden immortals, even the lofty levels of supreme golden immortals. Their combined auras coalesce into a force capable of crushing all in its path, a torrent of iron. That oppressive atmosphere soars to the heavens, causing the entire celestial continent to tremble beneath its weight. These heavenly soldiers bear steadfast gazes and emotionless expressions, resembling heartless war machines. In their eyes, there exists only obedience, only combat, only conquering everything for the Empress. They are the most indomitable shield and the most invincible spear in the hands of the Celestial Emperor. They have trampled countless celestial gates and obliterated innumerable star domains. Their renown is forged from the blood and bones of billions of foes. Wherever the celestial soldiers tread, not a blade of grass can thrive. This is not mere hyperbole, but a reflection of the profound terror they invoke across the myriad realms. At this moment, an army of 100,000, or perhaps even more, divine warriors surround their celestial emperor and esteemed empress, the unparalleled Qinglian, surging forth from the eternal celestial palace like an unstoppable tide. Their ranks are impeccably aligned, enveloped in a profound silence, save for the resonant clash of armor and the chilling glint of weapons echoing through the void. This invincible demeanor, this sweeping might, is sufficient to strip any adversary of their will to resist in their presence. The entire expanse of the celestial continent appears to be shrouded in this formidable power. Countless beings lie prostrate upon the ground, trembling in fear, devoid of the courage even to raise their gaze. They are unaware of the unfolding events. They only grasp that an overwhelming force, capable of annihilating all, has descended. The celestial emperor, Qinglian, has merely revealed the tip of the iceberg of her might. Yet it has already instilled dread across the heavens. This is the culmination of her millennia of battles. This is the eternal celestial kingdom she has forged with her own hands. Powerful, invincible, sacred, unrivaled. She, Qinglian, has returned in a manner that all beings of the southern Azure continent cannot fathom or comprehend. She is poised to convey to this barren land, and to those audacious ants who covet her master's possessions, what true despair truly is. Chapter 42. The Emperor and the Empress. When the celestial Lotus Empress made her appearance in the skies above Sangnan continent, a momentous event was unfolding in the ancient empire. Upon the city walls and beneath them, whether it was the loyal troops besieging the city, the steadfast imperial guards resisting, or the trembling civil and military officials, all were compelled to lay down their weapons in that instant. They knelt, a dark sea of figures bowing down not out of command or fear, but from an instinct deeply rooted in bloodline and soul. Like rivers returning to the sea, like myriad stars converging towards the moon, the Northern King, a man of iron and resolve, was overwhelmed with tears the moment he beheld Xiao Ding. With a resounding clang, he knelt on one knee, the clash of his hardened armor against the ground resonating like a thunderous proclamation. Behind him, Huoji, Wu Yueji, and the 10 great generals, along with 1,000,000 valiant soldiers, all knelt on one knee, their heads bowed deeply. This was not an oath of loyalty to a sovereign, but a reverent homage to their faith. Their holy emperor had returned, assuming a regal presence they had never dared to dream. In the Golden Throne Hall, the remnants of bloodshed and chaos had long since vanished. Time seemed to rewind as the shattered dragon throne, fractured beams, and blood-stained tiles quietly restored themselves under an unparalleled will, emerging even more magnificent and imposing than before. Xiao Ding sat quietly upon the dragon throne, motionless, as if he had always belonged there, eternally unchanging. Before him, several disheveled figures were inexorably drawn forth by an unseen force. Xiao Qi, Xiao Che, Xiao Hui, and others. They lay like a puddle of mud upon the cold tiles, lacking even the courage to raise their eyes to the throne. In their sight, the figure above was no longer their brother, but the embodiment of the Tao, the sovereign, the soul determining their next moment of life or death. Xiao Ding's gaze lingered on them for a fleeting moment before drifting away indifferently. His eyes bore the same regard one might have for a few ants beneath their feet, void of anger, hatred, or even pity. It was a pure, unyielding disregard. This indifference struck deeper despair into their hearts than any torment could. Heavy footsteps echoed from beyond the hall. The Northern King, Huowuji, Wu Yueji, and the 10 great generals, clad in battle armor, still stained with fresh blood and wielding weapons that exuded a palpable menace, stepped forward into the hall that symbolized the Empire's supreme authority. Their strides were steady and resolute, each step resonating with the heartbeat of the Empire itself. Arriving at the center of the Grand Hall, they gazed fervently at the figure seated upon the throne. With a resounding clash, the 10 great generals simultaneously sheathed their weapons, removed their helmets, and knelt on one knee, their right hands pressed against their chests, offering the highest military salute to their emperor. Your subjects have arrived late to your aid. We deserve death 1,000 times over. The Northern King's voice, though hoarse, carried the weight of thunder, reverberating throughout the vast hall. We humbly welcome your majesty back to the throne. Long live our emperor! Long live! Long live! The 10 generals, along with the resounding chorus of 1,000,000 soldiers gathered outside the city, roared in unison, their might capable of altering the very colors of the mountains and rivers. Dimming the sun and moon, the entire imperial city was enveloped in a fervor of rebirth and unparalleled majesty. Yet at that very moment, a cool, yet profoundly weary and proud female voice drifted in from beyond the city walls. Though soft, the voice pierced through the fortifications and the tumultuous cheers of the vast army, landing precisely within the Golden Lawn Hall, echoing in the ears of every individual present. Xiao Ding. The owner of the voice called out his name directly. Since you have returned to your position, it is time for me to depart. Her words carried a hint of liberation, a touch of resolve, and a trace of the subtle grievances buried deep beneath an icy facade. Inside the Golden Lawn Hall, the thunderous shouts of "Long live the Emperor" abruptly ceased. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. The 10 generals abruptly raised their heads, their ecstatic joy replaced with shock and urgency. They exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief in the eyes of the others. The Empress Wu Wei, she, intends to leave? Why? Upon the dragon throne, a pair of indifferent eyes, reminiscent of a starry sky, finally exhibited the faintest ripple of emotion. Xiao Ding's gaze seemed to penetrate through the layers of the hall, directed towards the source of that voice. He remained silent. Yet, this single shift in demeanor caused the very air within the Grand Hall to become palpable. Your Majesty, the Prince of Northern Stability, was the first to react, stepping forward without regard for the decorum of rulers and subjects, his voice brimming with urgency. Your Majesty, this cannot be allowed. The fiery General Huowuji, now red-faced with anxiety, bellowed, "How can the Empress leave? This is absolutely unacceptable." Your Majesty, the Prince of Northern Stability, spoke once more, his voice trembling with emotion as he knelt, bowing deeply. You are unaware. During your time imprisoned in the cold palace by treacherous individuals, the entire ancient empire has been left leaderless, beset by internal strife and external threats, teetering on the brink of collapse. It is the Empress Wu Wei. His voice suddenly rose, imbued with boundless admiration. It was the Empress who, upon your misfortune, swiftly took decisive action to quell the scheming ministers in court, stabilizing the crumbling political landscape. The witch queen of the southern border, Wu Yueji, known for her mysterious and chilling demeanor, now unveiled her face, revealing a visage that, though somewhat worn, remained stunningly beautiful. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Your Majesty, the Prince of Northern Stability, speaks the truth. Were it not for the Empress, the border commanders, would not have been able to assemble our forces so seamlessly to form a loyal army. It was she who traveled countless miles to persuade each of us, appealing to our sense of duty and rallying the former allies, thus giving rise to today's mighty host, the dragon general Ao Lai of the Eastern Sea, a taciturn giant, now spoke in a deep, resonant voice. The three great powers, the Western Buddhist kingdom, the Northern Snowy Realm, and the Eastern Divine Dynasty, are seizing upon our internal discord, amassing 1,000,000 troops at our borders, intent on partitioning our ancient lands. It is the Empress who, with a mere decree of the Phoenix, has repelled the envoys of the three kingdoms at the forefront, and with the strength of a single individual, has stood defiantly against the ancient and formidable beings of the three kingdoms, instilling in them a profound fear to advance even a single step, thus securing invaluable time for our loyal defense of the kingdom. Indeed, Your Majesty, the Empress has devoted herself tirelessly, sacrificing her very essence for you and for the entire empire. We have witnessed firsthand her relentless efforts to strategize the battlefield, enduring 3 days and nights without rest. Her raven hair now laced with strands of silver. Were it not for the Empress, this ancient empire would have succumbed to internal collapse before any external threat could invade. She truly is the stabilizing force of this ancient realm. Your Majesty, the 10 esteemed generals, these iron-willed warriors who shed blood without shedding tears on the battlefield, now stand with reddened eyes. They kneel once more, their sturdy helmets striking the ground with a resounding and resolute thud. We beseech you, Your Majesty, to summon the martial might Empress back to court. Please, Your Majesty, retain the Empress. The ancient empire cannot endure a single day without her. Each word is imbued with heartfelt sorrow and earnest plea. The entire Golden Palace is so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Only the heavy breaths of the 10 generals and the solitary, aloof presence beyond the hall remain. All eyes converge upon the exalted dragon throne, upon the newly ascended sovereign, whose divine authority looms heavy as a prison. He is listening. He is observing. How will he decide? The setting sun bleeds a tragic crimson, casting a somber hue upon the silhouette of the imperial city of the ancient empire. Beneath the city walls, 1,000,000 soldiers stand in solemn silence, resembling a frozen forest of steel, the air thick with an aura of impending slaughter that reaches the heavens. Even the clouds are rendered to fragments by this overwhelming force. All gazes are fixed upon the solitary figure at the forefront, the martial might Empress, Jiang. She stands there, adorned in a golden phoenix cloak that billows in the biting wind, akin to an unquenchable flame of gold. Upon her cloak, a phoenix ablaze in fire comes to life, each feather seemingly tempered by thunder and flame, her piercing eyes surveying the world, exuding an air of superiority over all existence. Behind her stands the Prince of the North, General Huowuji, the Witch Queen of the Southern Wilderness, and 10 formidable border guardians whose mere stamp of a foot could shake the ancient empire to its core. In this moment, these battle-hardened men, who are merciless on the battlefield, bow their heads in reverence, standing behind her with deliberate, hushed breaths, as if afraid to disturb the singular phoenix among them. Jiang does not regard them, nor does she cast her gaze upon the imperial city steeped in schemes and bloodshed. Instead, her eyes penetrate the thick walls, transcending the dust of time, resting upon a desolate, forgotten corner, the cold palace. He is there, for 10 years, a full decade. A decade ago, he had personally removed her phoenix crown, his tone imbued with a weariness and resolve she had never before encountered. Jiang, our fates have reached their end. Henceforth, you are free. She did not believe him, and she would not accept it. She believed his words were merely a momentary outburst, the result of the relentless pressure exerted by the old foxes of the court. Yet, the desolation reflected in his eyes struck her like a bucket of ice water, chilling her to the core. Fueled by resentment and indignation, she journeyed to the frontier, single-handedly establishing the Wu-Wei army, vowing to make him regret his choices. She succeeded. The Wu-Wei army struck fear across the land. Even the northern borders, Snow Wolf King retreated at the mere mention of her name. However, what she received in return was not a letter of remorse from him, but the heartrending news of his imprisonment in the cold palace and the ascension of the new emperor. At that moment, the world crumbled around her. The bitterness within her transformed instantaneously into an inferno of fury and an ache that gnawed at her very soul. Those siblings he cherished as treasures, whom he had personally nurtured and protected with utmost care, had resorted to the most despicable means to drag him from the dragon throne and into the mire. Incompetent and tyrannical? What a farce! If he were truly incompetent, how could the ancient empire have enjoyed a decade of peace and prosperity? A tyrant? If he were indeed a tyrant, how could those beasts of the frontier remain subdued, daring not to cross the line? She understood better than anyone the sacrifices he made for this fragile empire, for those treacherous siblings. He bore the weight of the entire nation upon his shoulders, almost single-handedly. And now, he languished in that damp, desolate place, enduring torment. The mere thought of it caused Zhang's hands, hidden within her sleeves, to clench involuntarily, her nails digging into her palms, the sharp pain deepening the chill in her eyes. She had arrived, leading 1,000,000 strong, marching across mountains and rivers, her army poised at the gates. She did not come to restore the king. Restore whom? In this realm, who but him deserved to be called king? She came for vengeance, to bring him home. She could annihilate Xiao Qi and his wretched ilk, could raze the imperial city to the ground, could uproot the decaying royal family. Yet, she refrained. She was still waiting for a signal from him. As long as he stepped through those palace gates, as long as he wore that familiar, reluctant yet affectionate smile, and said to her, "Ah Jiang, have you had your fun? Come back." No, it need not be so intricate. He simply needed to utter, "Your Majesty, please take charge of the harem." In that instant, she would sheath all her brilliance and wrath, discard her heavy armor, and once again adorn him, restore order to the court, and embody the maternal grace of the realm. This vast empire belonged to him, and the sovereign of the harem could only be her. Time flowed slowly in the suffocating silence. The last rays of the setting sun were about to be engulfed by the horizon, leaving the world shrouded in a chaotic blend of yellow and dark purple. The torches atop the city walls had been lit, casting flickering shadows upon faces etched with tension, fear, and despair. Below the walls, the patience of the 1,000,000-strong army seemed to be eroding under the weight of endless waiting. Some soldiers began to shift uneasily, the faint sound of their armor clinking forming a suppressed undercurrent. The king of the north stepped forward, intending to speak, yet upon seeing Zhang's unwavering silhouette, he silently retreated. He understood that the empress was waiting for the holy emperor. Only the holy emperor is worthy of her wait. Just as the suffocating silence was reaching its zenith, a creaking sound, heavy and reminiscent of the rise and fall of an entire empire, emerged from the grand gates of the imperial city, slowly parting to reveal a narrow opening. In that fleeting moment, all sound ceased. Every gaze, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, was fixated upon the widening gap. A figure stepped forth from the darkness behind the door, advancing with deliberate strides. He was not clad in the despised garments of a fallen emperor. Instead, he wore a robe of deep black, adorned with a golden-threaded depiction of a fierce 9-clawed dragon. The scales of the dragon glimmered with a chilling brilliance under the flickering torchlight. The expansive sleeves rolled with totems of clouds and oceans. Upon his head rested the 12-zhang crown, a symbol of supreme imperial authority, with jade beads cascading down, lightly colliding with each step he took, producing a melodious chime that resonated with undeniable gravity. His visage bore a resemblance to the one etched in memory, yet it seemed utterly transformed. His brows and eyes remained striking, but the hint of languor and fatigue that once lingered between them had vanished entirely. In its stead was an ineffable depth and indifference. His gaze, akin to an ancient well that had remained undisturbed for millennia, was tranquil yet seemed capable of engulfing all, wherever his eyes roamed. Whether upon the trembling rebels atop the city walls or the fierce army below, they appeared to be gripped by an invisible force, choking their very breath. This was no ordinary gaze. It was the gaze of a deity surveying mere ants. The true sovereign, master of life and death, alone deserved such an expression. Xiao Ding had emerged. He cast no glance at anyone, striding directly across the vast square towards the golden figure at the front of the ranks. His pace was measured, yet each step felt as if it resonated with the heartbeat of the world. Thud, thud, thud. The entire realm seemed to consist solely of the steady rhythm of his footsteps. Jiang slowly turned to face him. Their eyes met. A decade apart felt like a lifetime. Chapter 43. The National War. The peril of national annihilation. He has changed. She is also transformed. He is no longer the weary monarch suffocated by the weight of state affairs, and she is no longer the jealous empress, consumed by rivalry in the depths of the palace. In his eyes lies the profound weariness born from countless vicissitudes, while in hers sparkles the brilliance forged by the trials of battle. The wind stirs the hem of his dragon robe and lifts the corners of her phoenix cloak. The hues of deep black and crimson gold intertwine and clash amidst the dim heavens and earth, reminiscent of the harmonious resonance of dragons and phoenixes, stirring an unparalleled and grand momentum. They quietly gaze at each other, neither daring to speak first. Time seems to have come to a halt in that moment. Between them lies a decade of separation, life and death, a million soldiers, and an empire ravaged by war. There are countless words they long to express, yet every syllable feels superfluous. Ultimately, it is Xiao Ding who breaks the silence. He slowly raises his hand, as if fearful of disturbing something fragile. His fingertips gently brush against a wayward strand of her hair, tousled by the wind. It bears the frost of the frontier and a barely perceptible layer of dust. His fingertips are cool, and the moment they touch her skin, Zhang's body quivers almost imperceptibly. Those phoenix eyes, which had never flinched in the face of 1,000 troops on the battlefield, now betray a thin veil of mist. She struggles to hold back her tears. She is the holy empress of Wu Wei, and she cannot weep. You have lost weight. Xiao Ding's voice finally emerges, low and hoarse, as if he has not spoken in ages. A simple two-character phrase strikes like thunder, instantly shattering all of Zhang's strength and facade. She has fought valiantly for him, endured countless hardships, and shed rivers of blood without ever feeling wronged. Yet his gentle observation of her weight loss makes her feel that all she has suffered over the past decade has been worthwhile. Her lips move as if to speak, but she finds her throat constricted, unable to utter a single sound. Xiao Ding observes her reddened eyes, her stubbornly bitten lip, and her struggle to maintain composure. And in his previously calm gaze, a faint ripple finally emerges. He withdraws his hand and casts his gaze beyond her, surveying the vast army of 1,000,000 behind her, and then glancing at the precarious imperial city. Finally, his eyes return to her face, grave and clear. The ancient realm, both inside and outside, is in turmoil, plagued by chaos, with the populace in despair. I need someone who can guard the inner palace for me, soothe the realm, and embody the virtues of a mother to the world. His voice is quiet, yet resonates clearly in the ears of everyone present. Each word carries the weight of divine decree from the heavens, imbued with undeniable authority. Jiang stands there, stunned, having waited and hoped for 10 long years. She once believed that upon hearing these words again, she would be overwhelmed with emotion, tears, and ecstasy. Yet upon truly hearing them, her heart is enveloped in an unprecedented calm and serenity, as if a solitary vessel adrift for so long has finally found a harbor to dock. She knelt slowly before him, her body bending in a graceful submission, the once terrifying head that had instilled fear in countless enemies, and the proud phoenix crown that had never bowed to anyone, descended deeply in this moment. "This humble servant is Jiang," she uttered, her voice trembling yet unwavering. As commanded, Xiao Ding extended his hand to assist her. As her hand slipped once more into his broad palm, an invigorating warmth surged between them, coursing through their limbs and filling their beings. They stood side by side. He, adorned in a dark dragon robe, stood as a majestic emperor, unyielding as towering mountains. She, cloaked in a golden phoenix mantle, embodied the resplendent empress, radiating authority. In that moment, the dragon and phoenix truly graced the realm. An indescribable, terrifying pressure emanated from them, sweeping outward with overwhelming force. This pressure was sharper than the murderous intent of 1,000,000 soldiers, more fearsome than the might of the 3 great nations. It was not merely an aggregation of power. It was a declaration, a proclamation of the dragon and phoenix reclaiming their dominion over this fractured land. This will pierce through the heavens and swept across the vastness, momentarily halting the tense atmosphere within and beyond the imperial city. Upon the city tower, Xiao Qi and his companions trembled under this oppressive force, as if an invisible mountain weighed heavily upon their chests, rendering their breaths labored. Below, the fierce bloodlust of the 1,000,000-strong royal army ebbed like a receding tide in the presence of this dragon and phoenix majesty, causing countless soldiers to involuntarily lower their weapons, their hearts swelling with primal reverence. Even the seasoned commander, Huowuji, found his spirit swaying in response. However, this fleeting tranquility was swiftly shattered by a more terrifying thunder that rumbled from the distant frontier. The ancient empire, a giant long riddled with wounds, had finally arrived at its darkest hour. In the eastern realm, at Jinlong Pass, once the foremost stronghold of the east, it now resembled a solitary leaf amidst a tempest. On the walls, Commander Li Mu grasped the cold battlements, his eyes ablaze with a fierce red, fixated on the horizon, which glimmered with a golden hue. That was not the dawn, it was the radiance of the divine dynasty. At the horizon's edge, a brilliant golden line emerged, expanding and rising at a visible pace, as if a golden sun was ascending from below the earth. Following this, an earth-shaking roar reverberated. Boom, boom, boom. Each sound resonated heavily and rhythmically, striking the hearts of the tens of thousands of soldiers within Jinlong Pass, causing their blood to surge and their hearts to quail. Finally, they beheld the sight, a line of warriors clad in golden armor, their expressions stoic and their gazes indifferent. The elite soldiers of the divine dynasty. Their steps were synchronized, each footfall causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Their long spears reflected the cold gleam of gold, coalescing into a forest of death. At the heart of the grand army stood 9 colossal dragons, each measuring 1,000 feet in length. Their bodies adorned with shimmering golden scales, with long whiskers fluttering in the wind. They drew an immense war chariot, seemingly hewn from a single block of divine solar stone, glistening in gold. Upon this chariot, banners billowed, and a massive flag emblazoned with the sacred script of the eastern wilderness flapped vigorously in the fierce gusts, exuding an air of sovereign dominance. The divine dynasties, 9 dragons of Agarwood chariot. Li Muji's voice was hoarse and dry, laden with despair. He recognized that chariot. It was the royal carriage used exclusively during the emperor's grand processions. Yet now, it graced the battlefield. The implications were unmistakable. Before the Golden Army, a commander mounted on a fearsome, malevolent beast emerged from the ranks. His imposing figure was clad in divine armor, inscribed with ancient runes. And a mere glance from him sent a piercing chill through the soldiers guarding Dragon Gate. He uttered no challenge, nor any idle words. He simply raised a gilded edict in his hand. The edict unfurled of its own accord, as if summoned by an unseen force, and a voice, commanding and magnificent, resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, akin to a decree from the gods. By the sacred edict of the divine dynasty, you, barbarous and insignificant nations, have stolen the imperial artifact of our dynasty, the Starfall Scepter, a transgression unforgivable. Today, the benevolent divine emperor, wishing to spare further bloodshed, grants you a single incense stick's worth of time to surrender the artifact and kneel in reverence to the divine envoy. Otherwise, on the day the gates fall, not a soul shall remain. As the proclamation echoed, A servant behind the commander ignited a massive incense stick, thick as an arm, from which spiraled ominous smoke, heralding a countdown to doom. Li Muji felt an icy dread envelop him, his limbs numb. An imperial artifact? The Starfall Scepter? He had never even heard of such a thing. This was clearly a pretext for unjustified aggression. The Eastern Wilderness Divine Dynasty, a colossal entity that had loomed over the eastern continent for millennia, was finally revealing its most fearsome fangs against the long-weakened ancient empire. General, a trembling deputy approached Li Muji, words failing him. Fight! The last flicker of resolve ignited in Li Muji's eyes as he unsheathed the battle blade at his waist, its edge pointing toward the golden sea beyond the gates. With every ounce of strength, he roared, as sons of the ancient empire, we do not live on our knees. We shall stand and die. Beat the drums. Boom, 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 boom. The somber sound of war drums resonated across Dragon Gate, sparse yet imbued with a fierce determination. The commander of the Divine Dynasty outside the gates observed this spectacle, a cold, contemptuous smile curling at the corners of his lips, as if watching a swarm of oblivious ants making their final, futile struggle. He slowly raised his hand, forming a fist. The incense had barely burned a fraction of its length. Foolish. He uttered the word with a calm disdain. Then, from among the ranks of the Golden Army behind him, 100 sorcerers clad in celestial robes simultaneously raised their staffs. With a hum, the sky darkened instantly, and the brilliance of countless stars emerged in the daylight, drawn together by an unseen force, coalescing into meteors the size of houses, ablaze with golden flames. The secret art of the Divine Dynasty. Celestial Starfall. Li Mu's pupils suddenly constricted, his face drained of color. He could only let out a desperate roar. Fire the arrows. Whoosh! A few scattered arrows shot into the sky. But as they neared the falling meteors, they were instantly incinerated by the overwhelming heat. The commanding general of the Divine Dynasty raised his hand sharply. Fall! This single word determined the fate of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians at Qinglian Pass. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled with a resounding crash. The apocalypse had arrived. A golden meteor shower, trailing long tails of flames and bearing the essence of annihilation, descended upon the isolated stronghold. The city walls crumbled in an instant, and countless figures were reduced to ashes amidst the flames. The sounds of anguished screams, wails, and collapsing structures intertwined to compose a desperate symphony of destruction. In just one volley, the millennia-old Qinglian Pass was transformed into a sea of fire and ruins. The general of the Divine Dynasty did not cast another glance. He merely waved his hand indifferently toward the troops behind him. Advance. Flatten everything. Find the imperial artifact. Thus, a golden torrent swept across the burning ruins, rolling toward the heart of the ancient empire. Wherever they passed, the land was scorched to desolation by divine light, extinguishing all forms of life. Forceful, domineering, and devoid of reason, this was the Divine Dynasty of the Eastern Wilderness. In the West Desert at Human Pass, the atmosphere was imbued with an eerie tranquility and silence, contrasting sharply with the raging infernos of the Eastern Territory. The sky was overcast with gray, devoid of even the slightest breeze. The old general guarding Human Pass, Xiao Ding, furrowed his brow tightly. He had not closed his eyes for 3 days and nights. 3 days prior, faint yet haunting chants had drifted in from the west, initially distant, akin to a dreamlike murmur. Gradually, the sound grew nearer and more distinct, as if billions of monks recited scriptures in unison at his side. This voice possessed an uncanny magic, unsettling the garrison within the pass, sapping their will to fight. Indeed, many weak-willed soldiers had already laid down their weapons, kneeling in the direction of the west, their faces displaying an obsessive and eerie smile. General, the scouts. The scouts have yet to return. The voice of a personal guard trembled with a hint of weeping. Xiao Ding had dispatched 3 waves of scouts, totaling over 300 elite soldiers, yet they had vanished without a trace, as if sinking into the sea. He understood that the Buddhist kingdom of the West Desert had come. That kingdom, which cloaked its tyranny in the guise of compassion, had finally arrived. Suddenly, The omnipresent chants surged in intensity. Om Mani Padme Hum. The six-syllable mantra crashed against the walls of Human Pass like a tangible wave of sound. Boom! The massive gate trembled violently, and countless soldiers were knocked to the ground, blood streaming from their mouths and noses. Xiao Wuji gritted his teeth against the piercing pain in his head, lifting his gaze toward the west. What he beheld would be etched in his memory forever. At the horizon of the sandy desert, an army approached. An army composed of monks. Leading the charge were 3,000 warriors, their bronze-skinned torsos exposed, muscles taut, wielding Vajra staves with fierce expressions. With each step they took, a golden swastika imprint of the Buddha emerged upon the ground. Behind them stood 108 towering golden arhats, each 100 feet tall. These arhats, exuding an aura of solemnity, either smiled gently or glared fiercely, their Buddha light illuminating the entire desert in a resplendent gold. At the rear of the grand army, an immense golden lotus platform rose majestically. Sitting upon the platform was a Buddha whose visage remained obscured, yet behind him, a boundless radiance surged forth, transforming the clouds of the sky into a golden hue. The Western Desert Buddha Kingdom. Has it truly emerged in full force? Xiao Wuji felt his throat parch, an overwhelming despair surging within him. This was a power beyond what mere mortals could withstand. Slowly, the great Buddha on the lotus platform opened his eyes. What eyes they were! Lacking compassion, devoid of mercy. They bore an indifferent gaze that seemed to see through all existence, as if all living beings were but ants in his sight. A tranquil yet supremely authoritative voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. I, a humble monk from the Western Desert, have come solely to reclaim the most precious treasure lost to our Buddhist sect, the Lotus of Deliverance. This object, tainted by demonic influence, has fallen into your filthy realm. A misfortune for our order. Today, I shall cleanse this land of its dust, expel the demonic aura, and guide the golden lotus back to its pure abode. Devotees, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back leads to salvation. Lay down your weapons and attain Buddhahood. The words, gentle yet piercing, struck at the heart. They branded the ancient empire as a filthy land, justifying their invasion as a noble act of purification. In fury, Xiao Wuji laughed bitterly, pointing at the myriad of deities beyond the pass. What a fine proposition to lay down arms and attain Buddhahood. You false-hearted monks, if you desire our imperial relic, simply state your wish, rather than cloaking it in grandiloquent justifications. In my ancient empire, we know only of generals who die in battle, not cowards who surrender. Come fort. The great Buddha seemed to let out a soft sigh. Unyielding in ignorance, then I must send you to the pure land. As soon as the words fell, the 108 golden arhats simultaneously opened their eyes. 108 beams of golden light shot forth from their gazes, converging above the human pass to form an immense golden character of purification. The golden character descended slowly, bearing a terrifying power to cleanse and suppress all. Under this force, the very fabric of space began to twist and shatter. The walls of the human pass crumbled before this golden glyph, as fragile as paper, silently dissolving into golden dust. The soldiers within the pass could not even utter a cry before their bodies disintegrated under the all-encompassing Buddha light, their souls extinguished, completely transcended from this world. Xiao Wuji raised his battle blade, preparing for a final stand. Yet, as the golden light descended, his body, his weapon, all his defiance and fury vanished in an instant. The Buddha light flooded like water, engulfing the entire human pass. When the light receded, only a smooth, polished expanse remained, as if the ground had been paved with glistening gold. The human pass, along with its tens of thousands of defending soldiers, was utterly erased from the map. The gaze of the majestic Buddha transcends this realm, directing its attention towards the heart of the ancient Eastern Empire. Amipa, with the utterance of this sacred name, the golden host of the Buddha continues its steady march eastward. Their pace is unhurried, yet each step resonates with unwavering resolve. Wherever the Buddha's light reaches, mountains are leveled, rivers transformed into crystal, and all living beings are liberated, while existence itself is sanctified. This is a massacre cloaked in the guise of compassion. In the northern frontier, an icebound fortress stands as the most formidable bastion of the ancient empire, perpetually shrouded in snow, with temperatures plunging to levels inhospitable to mortals. The walls of the fortress are forged from millennia-old glacial ice intermingled with iron or from the northern realms, rendering them indomitable. Yet at this moment, the general stationed at the fortress, a commander under the banner of the northern snow wolf king, Temujin, feels an unprecedented chill. This cold does not emanate from the elements, but rather arises from the depths of his very soul. Beyond the fortress, the once blanketed expanse of snow has inexplicably morphed into a profound realm of crystalline ice, radiating an ethereal blue glow. In the heavens, black snowflakes drift downward. Each flake descends with an intensity of cold that seems to freeze the very fabric of space itself. A mournful howl of wolves echoes from the distant tundra, followed by the earth trembling violently. Countless colossal shadows emerge from the swirling snowstorm. They are an army from the abyss. Thousands of frost wolves, their mounts larger than war horses, exhale plumes of icy breath, their eyes ablaze with ghostly blue flames. The wolf riders don armor crafted from millennia-old ice, wielding colossal crystalline battle axes, exuding an aura of savagery and death. Behind them looms an even more terrifying presence, towering frost giants, each exceeding 10 zhang in height, moving with heavy steps that crack the ground beneath them and send shards of ice flying. They wield massive wolf-toothed clubs, hewn from entire icebergs. At the heart of this formidable army is a moving throne of ice crystals. Upon this throne sits a queen, adorned in an opulent gown fashioned from countless ice crystals, wearing a crown forged from snow and ice. Her skin is pale to the point of translucence, and her silver eyes are devoid of any warmth. She is the eternal sovereign of the northern snowfields, the Frost Queen. Her gaze pierces through the blustering snow, settling upon the icebound fortress. Without proclamation or decree, there exists only the purest and most direct will. She slowly raises her flawless hand, gloved in ice crystals, and with a gentle clasp directed toward the fortress, she commands. A sharp crack resonates, akin to the shattering of glass, echoing through the cosmos. The seemingly impregnable fortress, its walls composed of ancient glacial ice and northern iron ore, instantaneously becomes marred with a web of cracks under her grip. In that moment, every soldier within the fortress feels their blood, marrow, and even their very souls frozen in place. They maintained a myriad of postures, transforming into lifelike ice sculptures, their faces still etched with terror and bewilderment. Temujin, the valiant warrior who had spent a lifetime battling in the northern frontiers, was no exception. His stance, with the battle blade raised high, was eternally frozen in time, his eyes reflecting a final glimmer of an endless icy blue. The Frost Queen's crimson lips parted gently, uttering a single word. Boom! The entire frozen fortress, along with the thousands of soldiers encased in ice, shattered in an instant, disintegrating into countless glimmering shards of ice. Swirling amidst the black snowflakes, a breathtaking yet despair-inducing spectacle. The Frost Queen's visage betrayed no change in expression. To her, this was merely the brushing away of an irritating speck of dust. Her army marched across the crystalline path paved with the remnants of the fortress, charging towards the warm south with a deathly resolve. Their objective was the imperial artifact, the legendary Xuanming Ice Soul, said to command the world's water sources and encase mountains and rivers in frost. In the ancient empire's royal capital, Xiao Ding and Empress Wu Wei rekindled their former bond. 3 swift steeds, or rather, 3 streaks of crimson light burning with the last glimmers of life, rushed madly towards the imperial city from the east, west, and north. This was the highest-level military intelligence, the urgent blood-fire report. The messengers, at the cost of their own vital essence, attained an unparalleled speed to deliver the most pressing news in the shortest time. A piercing scream shattered the silence above the royal capital. The first messenger, mere hundreds of feet away from the city tower, saw his steed explode into a mist of blood, propelling him like a cannonball against the city gate, leaving a deep crimson imprint. Though he had perished, He clutched a blood-stained military report tightly in his grasp. Following him, the second and third messengers met a similarly heroic fate, delivering 3 dreadful tidings from the Empire's borders to the beleaguered royal city below. Everyone atop the city tower was left in stunned silence. Xiao Qi, Xiao Ke, and Xiao Hui felt the color drain from their faces. Even the northern town king below and Jiang, standing in the void, furrowed their brows tightly. They understood that the only circumstance under which bloodfire reports could be utilized was the looming specter of national war, a war that threatened the very existence of their nation. A commander of the Imperial Guard, risking injury from the oppressive aura, leaped down from the city to retrieve the 3 searing military reports. Trembling hands presented the documents before Xiao Qi, who knelt on the ground. The act of receiving the reports felt like a death knell to him. Xiao Ding turned to Xiao Qi, his voice as cold as ice. Read. Xiao Qi knelt, his heart sinking. The eastern frontier at Jinlong Pass had fallen. Commander Li Mu, the entire army, perished in loyalty to their country. His voice resembled a deflated bellows, each word laden with profound terror. In the eastern wilderness divine dynasty, the majestic 9 dragons of Agarwood have embarked on a mission, accompanied by a 1,000,000-strong army, under the banner of the fallen star scepter. They have already breached 3 fortifications. With a sudden cough, Xiao Qi spat blood, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Xiao Huan swiftly supported him, seizing the second military report. A mere glance rendered him as if struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place. The Western Desert Buddhist Kingdom has decimated the Jade Gate Pass, and General Zhao Wujing is left with no trace. They have declared their intent to seek the Golden Lotus of Deliverance. Xiao Hui's complexion turned as pale as parchment, her trembling hand grasping the final military report. This document bore few words, yet emanated a chilling aura capable of freezing one's very soul. The northern fortress is encased in ice, shattered. The Snow Queen has descended in person. Boom! 3 thunderous shocks reverberated in the minds of all present. The Eastern Wilderness Divine Dynasty, the Western Desert Buddhist Kingdom, the Northern Snow Domain. These 3 colossal powers, towering at the pinnacle of the continent, each capable of effortlessly obliterating the ancient empire, have simultaneously launched a war of annihilation from 3 directions against the empire. Their motives are astonishingly aligned. For the sake of the imperial artifact, it is over all as lost Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground in tears. Xiao Che's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh. The previous loyal army and the former Empress Wu Wei now seemed utterly insignificant. The internal strife and power struggles appeared ludicrous in the face of the impending national catastrophe. Beneath the city walls, the Northern King and the 10 generals were etched with shock and gravity. As soldiers, they understood better than anyone what the simultaneous invasion of these 3 great nations signified. It meant that the ancient empire teetered on the brink of a precipice, one foot already plunged into an abyss of no return. In the void, the usually tranquil Jiang clan finally revealed a tempestuous turmoil in her phoenix-like eyes. Her gaze turned once more towards the cold palace, and this time, her expression bore not just complexity but a hint of dependence, a feeling she herself had scarcely recognized. The world fell into a profound silence, save for the distant, thunderous roar of an iron tide advancing from the 3 borders, as if it were already upon them. That sound was the death knell of the empire. In the imperial city of the ancient empire, Xiao Ding stood with his hands clasped behind his back. 3 powerful dynasties had chosen the perfect moment to launch a total assault on the ancient empire for the sake of the imperial artifact. Chapter 44. The Revelation of Xiao Ding. The demon lord of heaven, gratefully acknowledging the benevolence of his benefactor. The twilight sun cast a broken tapestry of crimson across the towering battlements of the imperial city. A chilling wind rustled the grand banner inscribed with the words Wu Wei, its sound echoing like the final lament of the empire. Empress Jiang, adorned in a golden phoenix cloak that billowed in the breeze, pressed her hand against the hilt of the phoenix resting sword, her knuckles whitening from the force of her grip. Her eyes, which should have surveyed the world with indifference, now gazed towards the horizon, where 3 distinct military formations exuded a palpable aura of impending death. Within the depths of her pupils, a barely perceptible ripple of concern stirred. Behind her stood 10 formidable generals, each a battle-hardened warrior who had emerged from mountains of corpses, yet their expressions mirrored the gravity of the moment. Their brows furrowed with unshakable anxiety. "Your Majesty," the voice of the northern king resonated, deep and hoarse, akin to the grinding of two stones. "The monks from the western desert have truly committed themselves this time. Leading them is their furious Vajra, an ancient being on the verge of entering the sacred realm, commanding an army of 300,000 fanatical disciples." Before he could finish, the fiery General Huwujia of the Qinglian iron cavalry spat disdainfully, his flesh quivering with indignation. "Damn it, a pack of hypocritical beasts. Soon, I shall lead my 30,000 brothers from Qinglian in a battle and see whether their Vajra is tougher or my serpent spear sharper. General Hua, do not act rashly," cautioned the witch queen of the southern wilderness, Wiyuji, her face veiled in black silk, revealing only her captivating eyes. Her voice was as soft as a lover's whisper, yet her words sent chills down the spine. From the eastern wilderness divine dynasty, their national protector has mobilized, leading 500,000 elite warriors, equipped with their famed falling stars crossbow array. A volley could level mountains. Charging headlong would only invite death. "Perhaps it will be wiser to let my little darlings have a taste of them first." She chuckled softly, her delicate fingers raising, as if countless tiny shadows stirred within her sleeves, producing a sound that grated on the nerves. The Snow Wolf King of the northern border, a taciturn man bearing 3 claw-shaped scars on his face, finally spoke, his voice low. "The 20,000 wolf cavalry of the snowy region have severed all our supply routes for the return journey. They're accustomed to fighting in the frigid wilderness." A profound silence enveloped the battlements, each piece of news weighing heavily upon their hearts like a mountain. This was not a battle of equals. It was a pack of ravenous wolves hunting a lion already battered and hollowed. They feared not death. Each was willing to shed their last drop of blood for the empire. Yet they dreaded the prospect that, even with their sacrifice, the empire might crumble, and they saw no glimmer of hope for victory. Empress Jiang gradually released her grip on the sword hilt, the chill of the metal providing a momentary respite for her tumultuous thoughts. She did not turn around, yet her voice resonated clearly in the ears of every general, cold yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "I am aware that this battle may lead to our demise, yet behind us stands countless ancient citizens. Beneath our feet lies the last inch of our empire. There is no retreat." She uttered no words of encouragement, merely stating a harsh and chilling truth. Nevertheless, this simple declaration quelled the restlessness among the generals, replacing their apprehension with a resolute determination to face death. Indeed, with no avenue for retreat, they would fight to the bitter end. In the imperial city, the vast square of blue stone presented a starkly different scene. Once a symbol of the empire's supreme majesty, it had now transformed into a stage for judgment and humiliation. Xiao Qi, Xiao Huan, Xiao Che, Xiao Hui, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Wan, 6 royal siblings who had once wielded power over countless lives, now knelt helplessly on the cold stone floor. Their royal robes, torn and tattered during their earlier flight, were stained with dirt and the blood of unknown origin. Their ornate headdresses were lost, their hair disheveled against their pale faces, resembling beggars on the street. Tens of thousands of loyal soldiers surrounded them, brandishing cold blades, their gazes filled with scorn, hatred, and malicious delight, piercing through what remained of the siblings' dignity. It was over. Everything was lost. Xiao Ning and Xiao Wan had already succumbed to despair, collapsing to the ground, their sobs the only sound escaping their lips, as fear gripped their throats like an invisible hand. Xiao Wan's left arm was crudely bandaged, still seeping blood. His eyes burned red as he glared at the encircling soldiers, emitting a guttural growl that could not mask his body's violent tremors. He was both furious and terrified. Xiao Hui, once proud of her calmness and cunning, now knelt vacantly, her eyes hollow, as if her soul had been extracted. All her schemes had become a grand jest in the face of overwhelming power. Xiao Che kept his head bowed, his sullen face shrouded in shadow, obscuring his expression. Only the whiteness of his knuckles, clenched in desperation, betrayed his inner turmoil. He understood better than anyone that they had lost, utterly, without a glimmer of hope for a reversal. Meanwhile, Xiao Qi, the newly crowned emperor, resembled a spineless creature, kneeling there, his body swaying, lips trembling as he muttered to himself, "I have done no wrong. I acted for the sake of the realm. It is you. You who have forced my hand. Duke of the North, the Jiang clan, you treacherous rebels. May you suffer a dire fate. Brother, no, Xiao Ding, you worthless fool, it is all your fault. All of you. Brother, please spare my life. I am guilty beyond measure." His voice, at times laced with venom, at others filled with plea, was disjointed and incoherent, revealing a mind utterly unhinged. Just as the atmosphere thickened with despair and humiliation to its zenith, an extraordinary transformation unfolded. Without warning, the once howling gale ceased. The cacophony of the battlefield, shouts of slaughter, the thunder of drums, the clash of weaponry, vanished in an instant, leaving behind an ineffable silence that enveloped the entire realm. Soon after, an immense, ancient, and overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens above. This force was distinct from the divine might of the Jiang clan and bore no resemblance to the iron-blooded ferocity of a million soldiers. It was devoid of malice, emotion, or even inclination. It resembled the essence of time itself, the celestial dance of the cosmos, a law that transcended all existence, absolute and indifferent. Thud, thud, thud. Within and beyond the city walls, tens of thousands, even millions of troops, whether foe or ally, whether the fearless monk soldiers or the unruly wolf riders of Bingzhou, found themselves compelled to kneel under this overwhelming pressure. Their bodies trembled, their souls quaked, not out of loyalty or submission, but from a primal reverence instinctively arising from the depths of life itself in the face of divine authority. The war horses emitted terrified cries, collapsing to the ground and trembling uncontrollably. Upon the city tower, the 10 great generals paled, yearning to resist, to stand tall. Yet their legs felt as though laden with lead, their bones groaning under an unbearable weight. Even the formidable king of the north could only kneel on one knee, using his long blade to brace himself against the ground, barely managing to remain upright. Only Jiang stood firm, yet her golden phoenix cloak no longer billowed. It clung tightly to her form. Her complexion had also turned ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. And her once commanding phoenix eyes were now filled with dread, fixed intently upon the sky. All gazes converged upon the source of this anomaly, the heavens directly above the imperial city. There, the fabric of space began to twist and fold. The daytime sky inexplicably revealed scattered stars, each radiating an ancient luminescence. Countless enigmatic runes glimmered like golden fish, weaving through the distorted space, appearing and vanishing. It was as if an invisible hand was plucking the strings of the universe, orchestrating a symphony of creation. In the next moment, from the heart of that warped space, a figure slowly emerged. He bore no earth-shattering aura, nor did he manifest any spectacular phenomenon. With an unassuming step, he transcended the boundaries of reality, appearing before all. He was an elderly man clad in a simple gray robe, his hair and beard white, with a visage that seemed as ordinary as that of a rustic hermit. However, at the instant of his arrival, it felt as if all the light in the cosmos converged upon him. His eyes were as profound as the starry night, ancient enough to have witnessed the passage of eons. He stood there quietly, becoming the very center of the universe. Before him, all things dimmed. Upon the city tower, the king of the north clutched his long blade tightly, his throat forcing out a few parched words, his voice imbued with incredulous shock. The celestial monitor ancestor. At that moment, the visage of Huo Wuji, marred by layers of flesh, drained of all color. His eyes widened and his mouth agape, as if to swallow a fist, yet no sound emerged. Wu Yueji trembled, instinctively retreating into the shadows, as if her once proud poisons were rendered mere dust in the presence of this elder. The ancestor of the celestial monitor, the legendary being who had lived for millennia, witnessing the rise and fall of the ancient empires without ever intervening in court affairs, a veritable relic. The entity regarded as closest to the Tao, a mythical figure whom emperors of generations past struggled to meet. How could he be here? In that instant, The million-strong armies of the three great nations, along with the loyal forces of the King of the North, seemed to pale in significance. Zhang's pupils constricted suddenly. For the first time, her exquisitely beautiful face, which had maintained its composure, betrayed an unmistakable look of shock. This Saint Empress of Wu-wei, a remarkable woman who could remain unfazed even when besieged by a million foes, involuntarily took a half-step back upon the appearance of this elder. It was him. Why was it him? Had he not long transcended the mortal realm, viewing the world as a mere chessboard and its inhabitants as ants? What earth-shattering event could possibly summon this true deity to descend upon this battlefield of mortals? In an instant, an absurd yet terrifying thought surged uncontrollably into Zhang's mind, rendering her blood feel as though it might freeze. Could it be that all of this, the invasion of the three great nations, the so-called struggle for the imperial artifact, stemmed from the ancestor of the celestial monitor? The sunset glow, which should have been warm and orange-red, was now tinged with a chilling, ashen hue by the figure descending from above. Silence enveloped the world. The million-strong armies, be they the loyal forces or the imperial guards, resembled marionettes frozen in time, forgetting even to breathe. The wind ceased, the clouds stalled, and time appeared to crystallize in that moment. Above the imperial city, the enchanting visage of the Saint Empress Jiang, once captivating all, now bore a pallor devoid of life. Her once regal eyes, which had looked down upon the world, were now filled with pure astonishment for the first time. She instinctively clenched her fists, her nails embedding deeply into her palms, the pain failing to rouse her from this surreal nightmare. It was him. Truly it was him, the legendary ancestor of the celestial monitor, an existence to whom even her father, the once mighty martial emperor, would bow in respect as a junior. Why had he descended here? Was it for the impending collapse of the ancient empire, or for the elusive struggle over the imperial artifact? Zhang's heart raced uncontrollably, a flurry of thoughts clashing violently in her mind, only to be instantaneously dismissed. She found herself unable to comprehend or perceive the situation clearly. The presence of this elder transcended all earthly logic and reason. Below the city, the northern king, Huowuji and Wu Yueji, these 10 formidable generals, each commanding 100,000 troops, appeared more pitiable than ordinary soldiers at this moment. The northern king's hand, tightly gripping the Beidou battle knife, was visibly trembling, the veins bulging ominously, as if under the strain of an invisible force. The blade's cold gleam seemed subdued by the elder's intangible aura, losing its luster. He felt as though an unseen hand was tightly constricting his throat, forcing each word to emerge painfully through clenched teeth, dry and hoarse. Elder, ancestor, Huowuji, his towering frame akin to an iron tower, stood rigid as a rock. Sweat cascaded down his heavily fleshed face like a stream, soaking his twisted beard. The Zhangba serpent spear, once a weapon that had severed countless enemy heads, now felt as heavy as lead, nearly slipping from his weary grasp. He gasped, his throat producing raspy sounds, yet he could not articulate a single coherent word. The Gu king of the southern border, Wu Yueji, was utterly petrified. The Gu altar beneath her, constructed from countless venomous insects, was eerily silent. The normally shrieking Gu worms seemed to have encountered a natural predator, curling up in terror, trembling violently, with many exploding into pools of foul-smelling pus. Wu Yueji's delicate visage, concealed beneath a black veil, had drained of color. She dared not raise her gaze to meet the figure in the sky, fearing that her soul would be utterly penetrated and crushed by those ancient, all-seeing eyes. As for the usurpers, who had recently exuded arrogance beneath the corner of the imperial city wall, they now displayed their true colors. The new emperor, Xiao Qi, lay collapsed on the ground, trembling like a leaf in the wind. His eyes were wide, pupils dilated, mumbling incoherently, his words lost to all ears. A warm liquid trickled down his dragon-robed trousers, spreading into a noxious yellow puddle on the ground. Brother, are we doomed? The 5th princess, Xiao Ning, and the 7th princess, Xiao Wan, were already pale with fear, clinging tightly to one another, weeping uncontrollably, their bodies shaking like leaves in a storm. Silence. All of you be silent. The 4th prince, Xiao Huan, roared with a facade of bravado, attempting to mask his inner terror with his voice. Yet his trembling tone and chattering teeth betrayed his cowardice. The sixth prince, Xiao Che, and the third princess, Xiao Hui, were among the calmest, yet their ashen faces and rapid breaths revealed the tempest swirling within them. The entire world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the deity's judgment. However, the next scene shattered the thoughts of all present. The elder, suspended in the air and the focus of countless gazes, slowly turned around. His eyes, tranquil as an ancient well, seemed to bear the weight of countless ages. They did not linger for even a moment on the breathtaking visage of the martial emperor's consort, nor did they sweep over the 100,000 elite soldiers below, nor cast a glance at the new emperor, Xiao Qi, who lay sprawled on the ground in a state of disgrace. Instead, his gaze transcended layers of space, traversing countless astonished faces, ultimately resting upon the dilapidated and eerie cold palace. More precisely, it settled upon the mottled walls of the cold palace, and upon the solitary figure standing there, overlooked by all, the deposed emperor, Xiao Ding. Time at that instant seemed to stretch infinitely. Everyone followed the gaze of the ancestor of the sky, directing their attention towards that direction. Was that the deposed emperor Xiao Ding? The ancestor was looking at him? Why? An absurd thought, both extreme and chilling, uncontrollably took root in the hearts of all present. Under the collective scrutiny of countless astonished, bewildered, and fearful eyes, the ancestor of the sky stirred. He uttered not a word, nor did he perform any earth-shattering action. He simply, slowly bent his back, which had stood straight for millennia, in the void. His movement was deliberate, slow enough for everyone to discern every subtle change in the folds of his robe. His expression was solemn and reverent, as though he were engaged in the most sacred of devotions. He knelt, right there, within the sight of all, facing the cold palace, bowing before that solitary figure. Boom! This act of kneeling resonated like a divine thunderclap in the minds of everyone present. The world fell into utter silence. Whether it was the Jiang clan, the king of the north, or Xiao Qi, everyone's mind momentarily turned blank. What had they witnessed? The ancestor of the sky. Knelt? That legendary being, the living fossil who had existed for millennia, a mythical figure rarely seen even by successive emperors, knelt before a deposed ruler, imprisoned in the cold palace, viewed by the world as a mere waste of space. Xiao Ding? This, how could it be possible? An illusion. It must be an illusion. All instinctively rubbed their eyes, hoping this absurd scene would vanish. Yet, the truth was far more brutal than the wildest nightmare. The ancestor of the sky remained there, quietly kneeling in the void, his posture humbled to the utmost degree. If this kneeling had already sent everyone's souls soaring beyond the heavens, then his subsequent words plunged them into an abyss of despair. His aged yet resonant voice rang clearly through the heavens and the earth, each word like a resounding bell, piercing the eardrums and causing souls to tremble. The demon lord of the sky pays homage to his benefactor. The voice, though soft, penetrated the clamor of 100,000 soldiers, clearly reaching the ears of each individual. The demon lord of the sky, benefactor? Those 8 short words concealed a terrifying message potent enough to overturn the entire world's understanding. The 10 border-defending generals, struck as if by lightning, suddenly turned as pale as paper. They may have been unaware of the multitude of secrets concealed behind the title of the ancestor of the sky. Yet the name of the sky demon lord instilled a profound terror within them since childhood. 3,000 years ago, a demon lord emerged, single-handedly stirring the winds and clouds of the heavens and bloodily slaughtering countless sects and sacred lands. His infamous name continues to echo through the ancient texts of the continent, capable of silencing the cries of children at night. Legend has it that this demon lord proclaimed himself the ancestor of the sky, signifying the execution of heavenly justice, wielding control over the life and death of all beings. Could it be that the ancestor of the sky is indeed the infamous sky demon lord from 3 millennia ago? The moment this thought crossed their minds, a chill surged from their feet to the crown of their heads, as if their very blood were freezing. If the realization that the ancestor of the sky was the sky demon lord had already left them in utter shock, the mention of his benefactor shattered their reason entirely. Who could possibly be the benefactor of the sky demon lord? Was it some ancient, reclusive powerhouse? Or perhaps a primordial deity who ascended to the celestial realm? Just as everyone was engulfed in suspicion and frantic speculation, the ancestor of the sky, kneeling in the void, spoke once more. This time, his voice resonated with an indescribable excitement and reverence, akin to a long-absent wanderer finally reuniting with his kin. My benefactor, the sky demon lord, has secluded himself for 3,000 years, never daring to forget the teachings of his benefactor, tirelessly cultivating day and night, solely awaiting the return of his benefactor. Upon uttering these words, he bowed his noble head heavily towards the direction of the cold palace. Thud! This sound reverberated not merely in the void, but struck directly upon the hearts of all present. The Empress Wei of the martial dynasty, Lady Jiang, staggered, nearly toppling from the city tower. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were fixed on the direction of the cold palace, gazing at that familiar, yet unfamiliar silhouette, filled with an unprecedented confusion and shock. Benefactor, secluded for 3,000 years, awaiting the return of the benefactor. All the clues, all the information, pierced her heart like the sharpest dagger, driving her towards an answer she could scarcely accept, yet was compelled to confront. Xiao Ding, the ancestor of the sky, this myth who had lived for millennia, this suspected supreme demon lord from 3,000 years ago. His benefactor is Xiao Ding. How could this be possible? How could this be? Lady Jiang felt her worldview shatter in that moment, reduced to mere dust. Memories flooded back of her time with Xiao Ding since their marriage. The man who always wore a hint of a lazy smile. The one indifferent to the throne, preferring to spend his days reading and daydreaming. The man who remained astonishingly calm even when deposed and imprisoned. So it was all a fade? His laziness, his nonchalance, his ineptitude. All mere disguises? Was he, in truth, the true master orchestrating this grand game? An indescribable chill, intertwined with an unutterable sense of absurdity, suddenly enveloped Jiang's entire being. She felt as though she had become the butt of an enormous joke. Once confident in her perception of reality and her grasp over the situation, she had even felt a fleeting pang of sympathy for Xiao Ding after his disgrace. In retrospect, the truly pitiable one was herself. She and those self-righteous pawns, existing merely upon the chessboard of fate. If Jiang's heart was a tempest, then below the city walls, Xiao Qi and the others had sunk irrevocably into the abyss of despair. Upon hearing the words, Lord of the Celestial Demon, they were oblivious to the implications. Yet, when they witnessed the celestial ancestor bowing in reverence towards Xiao Ding, referring to him as a benefactor, the scant remnants of their sanity were utterly engulfed by a tide of terror. A piercing scream erupted from the lips of the seventh princess, Xiaowan. Overwhelmed by the staggering shock, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. No, it cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. The new emperor, Xiao Qi, howled in madness, clutching his hair as if driven to insanity. False. It is all a fabrication. That worthless brother of his. How could he possibly be the benefactor whom even the celestial ancestor must venerate? If this were true, what did their previous actions amount to? Usurpation? Rebellion? No. They were but a swarm of ants waving their ludicrous antennae at divinity. A farcical, self-inflicted catastrophe. Thud! The fourth prince, Xiao Huan, collapsed, his legs giving way beneath him. His face drained of color, his lips quivered, and a dark stain rapidly spread from his groin, exuding a foul odor. The sixth prince, Xiao Che, known for his calm and brooding demeanor, could no longer maintain his composure. His body shook uncontrollably, teeth chattering, his eyes filled with primal terror. He recalled the insults and threats he had hurled at Xiao Ding while in the cold palace. He remembered how he had forced Xiao Che to kneel. He even recalled his recent proposal to surrender Xiao Ding in exchange for their own survival. A bone-chilling dread surged from his tailbone to the nape of his neck. What had he done? Fear, like an endless darkness, swiftly consumed them all. They were finished, completely finished. In the universe, only the sight of the celestial ancestor, fervently bowing, and his voice echoing in the depths of each soul remained. Lord of the celestial demon, we thank you for the grace of rebirth. Chapter 45. Xiao Ding, truly the benefactor of the ancestor of the sky. At this moment, time seemed to come to a complete standstill. The winds ceased, the clouds stagnated, and the breaths of a million soldiers faded into silence. The world lay in utter stillness. Everyone appeared to be under a spell, their minds blank as they stared vacantly at the aged figure kneeling on the ground, utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. What is happening? The ancestor of the sky. What is he doing? To whom is he kneeling? Whom is he bowing to? An absurd thought, utterly preposterous, uncontrollably sprouted in the minds of the onlookers. Just then, the ancestor of the sky's ancient yet astonishingly clear voice thundered through the depths of every soul. Akin to a celestial roar, the demon lord of the sky pays homage to his benefactor. I express my gratitude for the grace of rebirth. Boom! If the previous act of reverence had merely shocked the crowd, this declaration was akin to igniting a volcano that had simmered for millennia. The demon lord of the sky, benefactor. The 10 formidable generals stationed at the borders were struck as if by lightning. Their expressions solidified in disbelief, their pupils dilating in shock. Scarcely able to trust their ears. What had they just heard? That enigmatic ancestor of the sky had proclaimed himself the demon lord of the sky, the legendary figure who, 3,000 years ago, stirred the heavens with his singular might, instilling fear in countless celestial sects and sacred lands. How could this be possible? What sent shivers down their spines even more was the realization that such a terrifying existence was now kneeling on the ground, addressing someone as benefactor. Who could possibly be the benefactor of the demon lord of the sky? Who possessed the merit to receive such reverence? Their gazes involuntarily turned en masse towards one direction, the cold palace. An indescribable chill surged from the base of their spines, racing to the crown of their heads. A terrifying speculation, so alarming it nearly paralyzed their thoughts, emerged in their minds. Meanwhile, Empress Zhang of Wu Wei found her state scarcely better than theirs. On her exquisite face, which had always remained as calm as a tranquil lake, even in the face of impending catastrophe, a hint of astonishment finally surfaced. Her piercing eyes, which typically regarded 1,000,000 soldiers as inconsequential, now widened in disbelief, filled with tumultuous waves of incredulity. The demon lord of the sky, benefactor, Xiao Ding. These 3 seemingly unrelated names, which could even be deemed to belong to opposite ends of the spectrum, were now inexplicably and absurdly intertwined in the most astonishing manner. She felt her very soul tremble. The man who lingered in her memory as perpetually languid and indifferent, disinterested in all save for daydreaming with books under the sun. The man who always presented a facade of helplessness and self-deprecation before her, seemingly indifferent to imperial power and all else. The man who had been deposed, imprisoned, and subjected to endless humiliation by his own kin, yet remained as composed as if he were merely observing a farcical play unrelated to himself. He is the benefactor of the demon lord of the sky. Absurd. This is undoubtedly the most absurd event in the world. Yet there lies the venerable ancestor of the sky. No, the demon monarch of the sky, kneeling right there. His posture, steeped in reverence, was utterly genuine. The resounding timbre of his voice still reverberated in everyone's ears. Jiang felt her breath becoming labored, as though an invisible mountain pressed upon her chest. Suddenly, she recalled the faint flicker of pity she had felt for Xiao Ding after his downfall. She had even contemplated, once order was restored and she regained control of the empire, whether to grant him a tranquil twilight. Yet now, how laughable that seems. Pity? Why did she have to feel pity for him? Could one who commanded the reverence of the demon monarch of the sky possibly require her compassion? In that moment, Jiang felt like a complete fool, a mere jester. She had believed herself to be the master of the situation, convinced she had seen through everything, only to discover she was but a sentimental pawn on another's chessboard. No, perhaps not even a pawn. At best, merely a speck of dust along the edge of the board. Amidst this almost palpable shock and silence, the dilapidated door of the cold palace, seemingly unopened for a millennium, creaked softly. The sound, though faint, struck like a thunderclap upon the heartstrings of all present. Instantly, every gaze converged upon the slowly opening door. A figure emerged from the shadows behind it, moving neither hurriedly nor slowly. Clad in faded gray linen, he appeared somewhat slight, his countenance lacking any extraordinary might. He walked with an air of calm, as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll after a meal. Yet at the moment of his appearance, it seemed as if all light in the universe converged upon him. He became the sole center of this realm. It was Xiao Ding. He traversed the courtyard, descended the steps, and approached the demon monarch of the sky, step by step. He neither glanced at the million soldiers below, nor at the resplendent empress who atop the city walls. His gaze rested solely and serenely upon the elderly man kneeling before him. Then he extended his hand, gently helping the elder to his feet. His gesture was light, tender, akin to assisting an ordinary neighborly elder. His voice, too, was calm, imbued with a hint of nostalgia, as if echoing memories from ages long past. You, still, as ever, pay such heed to these empty formalities. Boom! If everything prior had merely been speculation, then Xiao Ding's nonchalant, familiar word struck like an undeniable sledgehammer, shattering all conjecture into undeniable truth. He acknowledged it. He was indeed the benefactor of the demon monarch of the sky. This seemingly mundane statement wielded an impact far more terrifying than the reverence shown by the demon monarch. Your Majesty truly is the benefactor of the ancestor of the sky. The king of the north stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. At that moment, he felt his worldview utterly shattered and then painstakingly reconstructed. He recalled the proclamation calling for the restoration of the rightful ruler, the true dragon. He had always believed that the so-called true dragon was merely a political slogan, a banner to rally the hearts of the people. Yet now, he realized just how profoundly mistaken he had been. This was not merely the return of the true dragon. This was, in fact, the advent of a deity so exalted that even the demon lord would bow in reverence. My heavens, what manner of being have we chosen to support? The 8-foot serpent spear in Huo Wuji's hand clattered to the ground, but he remained oblivious, his legs weakening as he nearly succumbed to the urge to kneel. Wu Yueji's exquisite face, concealed beneath a veil of black gauze, had turned a ghastly white. Beneath her, the altar of poison swarmed with countless toxic creatures that shivered as if encountering a natural enemy, even beginning to turn upon one another in a frenzy. The other generals were equally pallid, their bodies trembling like leaves caught in a tempest. The glances they cast towards Xiao Ding were no longer filled with reverence, but rather fervor. A fervor so intense that it could incinerate everything in its path, a willingness to sacrifice it all for the utmost devotion. It dawned on them that their allegiance was not to a deposed emperor, but to an existence so unparalleled that even the demon lord of the celestial realm would express gratitude for its resurrection. A transcendent being, to follow such a divine entity in this life is to know no regrets in death. No, it is to embrace death without regret. Upon the city walls, the delicate form of Empress Jiang trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a tumult of shock, absurdity, confusion, and a hint of unacknowledged grievance. You are still the same as before. These 6 words acted as a key, unlocking memories long sealed away. She recalled many years ago, when Xiao Ding was still the crown prince, how he would wear a helpless smile while navigating the intricate court etiquette, uttering similar sentiments to her. At that time, she perceived him as languid and indifferent to propriety. But now, as those words escaped his lips in the presence of the demon lord of the celestial realm, their weight was monumental enough to crush the very heavens. It became evident that he was neither lazy nor indifferent. Rather, he stood upon a height that transcended all worldly laws and conventions. The world as he perceived it was entirely different from her own. Zhang's pearly teeth unconsciously bit into her crimson lip, the metallic tang of blood spreading within her mouth. She gazed at the man who stood calmly before her. Her former husband, her heart a tempest of mixed emotions, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 46. The Fury of the Ancestor of the Heavens. I shall slay them. A heart-wrenching, pitch-altered howl pierced through the curtain of rain. A blood-soaked messenger, clad in tattered armor, staggered and crawled from the distance, his steed long since exhausted and lifeless. He had expended his last breath to make it this far. Before he could reach the front lines, he collapsed to the ground, summoning the last of his strength to retrieve a blood-soaked bamboo slipped from his bosom, rasping. The Western Desert Buddhist Kingdom has breached the Jade Gate. 300,000 monk soldiers have slaughtered the city and have taken down 13 of our cities. The vanguard has arrived. Before he could finish, his head drooped and he fell silent. Boom! If the previous news was merely a clap of thunder, then this bloody report was akin to a towering mountain crashing down upon everyone's heads. The Western Desert Buddhist Kingdom, those bald monks who spent their days in chanting and fasting, dared to be so audacious. The Northern King's pupils constricted suddenly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he gripped his long knife. "Prepare for battle," roared Huowuji, his 8-foot serpent spear pointing towards the west, the murderous aura radiating from his crimson armor. Yet before they could react further, another anguished cry echoed from the north. Urgent military intelligence. Another messenger, half of his steed's body encased in frost, bore lips turned purple and crystals of ice adorning his brows, as though he had just crawled out from a frigid abyss. The northern snow domain, 200,000 frost wolf riders, have torn through the Great Wall's defenses. All 13 states of the northern plains have succumbed. Heavy snow blankets the land for thousands of miles. All living beings have been frozen into ice sculptures. They are marching towards the imperial capital. What? The arrow god of Yinzhou turned pale. He had emerged from the northern plains himself and was acutely aware of the land's resilience, as well as the terror of the frost wolf riders. Yet, the nightmare was far from over. Thud, thud, thud. Within the imperial city, the warning bell, signifying the utmost crisis, was struck fervently, its somber and despairing toll resonating in the hearts of all. This time, the messenger could not even escape the city gates. A frail yet profoundly fearful voice echoed through some arcane method above the imperial city. The Eastern Wilderness divine dynasty. 500,000 troops have already breached the natural defenses and have captured 72 cities of our realm. The entire eastern region has fallen. 72 cities. These 4 words struck like a lethal incantation, utterly shattering the last flicker of hope within everyone. The million-strong army, which had just reignited their fighting spirit due to the words of the Jiang clan, fell into a profound silence. A plague named despair surged wildly through the ranks. The Eastern Wilderness Divine Dynasty, the Western Desert Buddhist Kingdom, the Northern Snow Domain, the 3 dominant powers of the age, like 3 wolves scenting blood, simultaneously bared their most ferocious fangs from 3 directions against the already internally conflicted ancient empire. The breach of 72 cities. What a terrifying pace of advance. This illustrates the fragility of the border defenses of the ancient empire, rendered as delicate as a mere sheet of paper in the presence of these colossal entities. Previously brimming with confidence, dismissing the 3 great powers as mere clowns, the Jiang clan now falls silent. The crimson hue is gradually fading from her exquisite visage. Although she could command 1,000,000 loyalist troops with her prestige and might, and regard Xiao Qifeng with disdain, she finds herself powerless against the overwhelming forces of 3 nations united in their might. The golden phoenix apparition behind her appears to dim in its brilliance. The twilight glow of the setting sun no longer serves as a cloak of glory, but rather resembles a blood-stained veil, foretelling the empire's decline. Outside the cold palace, in a filthy alleyway, Xiao Qi and his siblings hear the echoes of despairing bells, resonating with battle reports that rend the heart. 72 cities, the Eastern Wilderness. The Eastern Wilderness Divine Dynasty. Xiao Huan sits despondently in the muddy water, his eyes vacant as he repeatedly utters these words, like a marionette bereft of its soul. It is over. Xiao Ning emits a short, sharp scream, her eyes rolling back as she faints from fright. Xiao Wan clutches her, trembling like a leaf, unable to muster a sound, even in tears. Xiao Che, whose face is usually adorned with a cold smirk, now appears ashen. He clenches his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood without his notice. The composure and cunning he once prided himself on seem utterly ludicrous and impotent in the face of such overwhelming power capable of upending the entire continent's balance. Leaning against the damp, cold wall, Xiao Hui slowly slides down to the ground, gazing at her dirt-stained hands, a low laugh escaping her lips. Ah. Retribution. This is all retribution. Her laughter is steeped in endless sorrow and self-mockery. Xiao Qi stands rigidly, rainwater cascading down his disheveled hair, his gaze fixed blankly toward the palace. He recalls the fervor of his ascension to the throne, the exhilarating moment when he had Xiao Ding beneath his heel, and the unparalleled pride of receiving homage from a multitude of officials while seated on the dragon throne. But what now? The destruction of his country and family looms before him. This emperor has become the world's greatest joke. With 1 million loyalist troops at the city gates and 3 powerful nations poised to strike, there is no path to heaven, no door to the earth. A profound sense of absurdity and helplessness completely engulfs him. The figure of the ancestor of the heavens stands like an unchanging stone sculpture, quietly looming behind Xiao Ding. His eyes are tightly shut, yet his wrinkled face grows increasingly dark with each incoming battle report. An oppressive and terrifying aura gathers around him, as if the very air is plummeting in temperature, freezing solid. Even the insects that occasionally scuttle in the corners are reduced to dust beneath this malevolent presence. It is a pure, unmasked intent to kill, the wrath of the Lord of the heavens, forged amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. These insignificant creatures, these mundane realms, dare to disturb the tranquility of their benefactor. They deserve nothing less than total annihilation. Yet, amidst this suffocating silence, a soft chuckle unexpectedly resonated. The sound, though faint, rippled through the stillness like a stone cast into a stagnant pool, sending forth undulating waves. A subtle smile graced the corners of Xiao Ding's lips. Devoid of anger, panic, or even gravity, it was merely a sense of a unique delight akin to that of a chess player observing the board, as it finally unfolded in accordance with his envisioned strategy. This gentle laughter struck like a thunderclap within the heart of the ancestor of sky. He abruptly opened his eyes, and within those murky orbs erupted a dazzling, otherworldly light. He swiftly turned to face Xiao Ding, the previously restrained killing intent now unleashed without restraint. "Your Majesty," the ancestor's voice, once characterized by age and tranquility, now resonated with a deep, hoarse timbre, as if it emerged from the depths of the abyss. Each word laced with the scent of blood. With a resounding thud, this ancient demon lord, who had instilled fear across countless realms for millennia, knelt without hesitation upon one knee. The solid stone floor shattered like a spider's web upon the impact of his knee. How dare these ignorant ants provoke the majesty of the heavens? He bowed his head, which had remained proud for thousands of years, his voice brimming with a tempest of rage and supplication. "Your Majesty, this old servant implores permission to take up arms. I shall go forth to annihilate the eastern wilderness, the western desert, and the northern domain. I will extract their souls and ignite them in the 3,000-year heavenly lanterns as a warning to others. I beseech your Majesty, grant your approval